Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Under Guan's watchful eyes, a figure darted through the air, landing in front of Yayan. Seeing the man, Yayan grew nervous and instinctively stepped back. Jotanjo, Nascent Soul Stage, Level 962/900/3100. It's him? Guan hadn't expected to encounter Jotanjo here, the recent sensation of the Taixuan Sect. Jotanjo had been challenging young disciples across the sect, undefeated in every encounter. His reputation had even reached the outer sect. Since Jotanjo hailed from the prestigious Taixuan Sect, which was on friendly terms with the Taixuan Sect, the higher UPS refrained from intervening. As a result, Jotanjo roamed freely within the sect for over half a year, unchecked. He strictly dueled without taking lives and only challenged opponents under 100 years old. Despite his leniency, his actions still infuriated many Taixuan disciples. Yet, no one could dispute his rules. Though he himself had 38 years before reaching 100, he often challenged disciples aged 99, making it seem like an advantage for the Taixuan Sect. Even so, no one could defeat him. Jotanjo's gaze drifted to Guan, standing on a nearby slope. His expression was calm. Guan stowed his book and walked down the hill toward them. He positioned himself between Jotanjo and Yayan, cupping his fists in greeting. I am Guan, Yayan's master. May I ask what offense my disciple has caused, senior? Yayan, seeing Guan stand before him against such a powerful figure, was deeply moved. Guan had told him before that all cultivators in this area were likely inner sect disciples, meaning they were at least nascent soul stage. Yet here was Guan, a Foundation establishment cultivator, willing to face one head-on for him. You're his master. Jotanjo glanced at Guan with mild disappointment. Your cultivation is underwhelming. Guan replied calmly, my disciple is only at the chi refinement stage. How high could his master's cultivation be? Jotanjo snorted. I'm not bullying your disciple. On the contrary, I think highly of him. Yayan's face turned green at the comment, his mouth opening but no words coming out. Guan stared directly at Jotanjo. If you truly wanted to guide him, you could have been forthright. My disciple would have been grateful. But you said nothing and struck him heavily. Perhaps your intentions were genuine, but your disdain is evident. You didn't even bother to explain yourself. Jotanjo frowned further, clearly irked but unable to refute Guan's assessment. He knew Guan was right. He did look down on Yayan. His so-called guidance was nothing more than a whim. Humph. It seems you've come to accuse me, Jotanjo said coldly. Very well. Same rules, no spiritual energy, just techniques. If you can defeat me, I'll apologize to your disciple and gift him a complete body refinement manual. How about it? Master, don't. Yayan exclaimed. He knew Jotanjo's prowess too well. Even without spiritual energy, his techniques were formidable. Guan asked, just techniques? Exactly, Jotanjo confirmed, a predatory smile forming on his face. Guan narrowed his eyes. If you lose, you won't mention it to anyone, and you'll stop bothering my disciple and me. Haha, you dare to challenge me with just techniques. Jotanjo laughed, clearly entertained. Fine. Agreed. Fetch your weapon. Guan raised his right hand, and with a gesture, a branch flew from the forest into his grasp. Holding it like a sword, he gestured at Jotanjo with his left hand. Ra. Jotanjo advanced, closing the distance. Yayan quickly stepped aside to avoid interfering. When the gap between them shrank to 7 paces, Jotanjo suddenly accelerated, appearing before Guan in a single stride. His right fist shot toward Guan's abdomen. Even without spiritual energy, the punch roared with the force of a tiger's growl. The sheer power radiating from it was palpable. Whoosh! Jotanjo's fist halted midair. His pupils trembled as shock flooded his face. Yayan's eyes widened in disbelief. Guan's body was slightly leaned back, the branch in his hand pressed lightly against Jotanjo's throat. Jotanjo's fist was still 2 feet from Guan's body. If this were a sword, do you think it would wound you? Guan asked calmly. Jotanjo's expression shifted repeatedly before he exhaled sharply and stepped back. Guan lowered the branch. Turning to Yayan, Jotanjo said, I apologize. I was too harsh. He pulled a manual from his storage pouch and tossed it to Yayan, then turned back to Guan. Your sword is incredibly fast. Who are you, truly? Guan tossed the branch back into the forest and replied evenly, I'm just a cultivator with average aptitude who doesn't enjoy chi cultivation. I practice swordsmanship for leisure. My techniques are crude but fast enough. Were it not for your self-imposed rules, I'd be no match for you. Seeing Jotanjo acknowledge his loss and even apologize, Guan's opinion of him shifted. Arrogant, yes, but not inherently malicious. Jotanjo hesitated before asking, will you truly keep today's events a secret? I don't even know your name. How would I tell anyone? Guan replied. Relaxing visibly, Jotanjo saluted Guan, then departed swiftly. Yayan approached Guan, excitement evident. Master, I never knew your sword was so fast. You defeated him in just 1 move. Glancing at the valley, Guan noted Zhenqin meditating in her room and Suhan practicing sword techniques in the distant forest. Neither had noticed the duel. This stays between us, Guan instructed Yayan. Not even your senior brother and sister should know. Yayan nodded enthusiastically, feeling an even closer bond with his master. For Guan, teaching Zhou Tanju a lesson was a minor episode. Confident the matter was resolved, he resumed his regular duties. A month later, Guan returned to the Third Medicine Valley, only to spot Zhou Tanju near the valley entrance, watching Yayan practice spear techniques. Sensing Guan's gaze, Zhou Tanju broke into a wide smile and waved energetically. Guan frowned and approached. Why are you here again? Zhou Tanju, looking elated, said, I've figured out how to counter your sword technique. Let's spar again. We agreed you wouldn't bother us. Are you going back on your word? This isn't harassment. Tell you what, name your price. I just want to test your swordsmanship, Zhou Tanju pleaded. Nearby, Yayan added, Master, he's been waiting here for 4 days. Frowning, Guan hesitated until Zhou Tanju retrieved a small pouch. These are 4th-grade herb seeds, all yours if you spar with me. I'm not seeking victory, just to learn from you. Weighing the pouch in his hand, Guan sighed. Fine. Just this once. Absolutely, no next time. Zhou Tanju exclaimed, thinking, this time, I'll definitely make you submit. Pulling out a mid-grade flying sword, he handed it to Guan. This is for Foundation Establishment cultivators. Use it against me. Taking out a spear for himself, Zhou Tanju readied for combat. Gripping the sword, Guan couldn't help but chuckle. Same rules, no spiritual energy, just techniques. Zhou Tanju clarified, somewhat awkwardly. Let's begin. This time, the commotion drew Zhenqin and Suhan, who hurried over but arrived just as the duel ended. Guan had already placed his fingers against Zhou Tanju's throat, leaving him frozen in disbelief once again. Defeated, Zhou Tanju muttered, your speed is unnatural. Are you truly just at Foundation Establishment Stage Level 1? Guan replied, if we used spiritual energy, you'd surpass me. It's your rules that favor me. Ordinary cultivators have their dignity too. Zhou Tanju flushed with embarrassment and fled. From then on, Zhou Tanju became a frequent visitor, each time bearing gifts of herb seeds. Though Guan grew fond of the resources, he ensured their spars remained infrequent. As the year ended, snow blanketed Horizon Valley. Inspecting his valleys alongside the 3 monkey demons, Guan reflected on his steady lifespan growth. With the upcoming harvests from Horizon and Third Medicine Valleys, his lifespan was set to soar. Returning to the pavilion, he found Luohan waiting awkwardly. Why haven't you brought any books lately? Luohan asked hesitantly. You want books? I thought you weren't interested. Life in the valley is dull. I need something to ease my mind. All right, I'll bring the latest romance of the gods next time. And maybe a few volumes of Adventures of the Green Hero too, Luohan added with a cough. Seeing Luohan's awkward expression, Guan suddenly understood. So this guy had a taste for such things but never admitted it. Guan patted Luohan on the shoulder and laughed. Brother Luo, I never thought you shared my tastes. Honestly, I prefer stories like Adventures of the Green Hero over the constant battles and sect struggles in Romance of the Gods. There's something refreshing about simple interactions and exploring nature. It truly tempers the Dao heart. Hearing this, Luohan's embarrassment faded, replaced by a smile. The two began discussing Adventures of the Green Hero in earnest, their bond growing closer. However, Luohan remained reserved, avoiding discussions of the romantic entanglements in the story and sticking to tales of exotic places and unusual events. His pretense of seriousness amused Guan immensely. The days at Horizon Valley wouldn't be so dull anymore. 3 years flew by in the blink of an eye. It was midsummer again. Guan, now 38 years old, eagerly awaited the first harvest from the Third Medicine Valley. The higher-grade herbs planted in Horizon Valley still required more time. One morning, Guan led the disciples in their morning exercises at Xian Valley. Though Zhenqin, Suhan, and Yayan had moved to the Third Medicine Valley, 3 new labor disciples had arrived, keeping the valley lively. As Guan stretched, he sensed something and smiled. Xiaochuan noticed his expression. Senior brother, what's so funny? Nothing. Keep practicing, Guan replied casually, and Xiaochuan dropped the subject. After practice ended, Guan dismissed the disciples and walked toward his pavilion. Just as he reached the steps, the sound of something slicing through the air made him turn. It was Li Ya. Years had passed, but Li Ya's attire remained the same, a black robe. Yet his demeanor had changed, and a strand of white hair at his temple added a touch of weariness. Li Ya's cold face melted into a smile as he spotted Guan, as though an iceberg had suddenly thawed. His cultivation had reached Foundation Establishment Stage Level 9. Guan could feel that he was now stronger than Jilin had been back then and likely close to forming his nascent soul. Upon landing, Li Ya opened his arms and hugged Guan, whose body stiffened awkwardly. Not bad, you've reached Foundation Establishment. Looks like you've been working hard, Li Ya said, gripping Guan's shoulders with a satisfied smile. Guan subtly freed himself from the demonic grip and replied with a grin, you're finally back. How've things been? Li Ya shook his head. Not smoothly, but I made some gains from misfortune. Let's talk inside. Guan nodded and led him upstairs. An hour later, the two sat in the pavilion, drinking as Li Ya recounted his experiences over the years. Guan couldn't help but marvel. That could make a great story, he remarked. Li Ya chuckled. True, though I've escaped death countless times, it's made me who I am today. Li Ya had ventured south in search of a transformation stage Grandmaster's legacy, battling countless geniuses along the way. After barely emerging victorious, the Grandmaster attempted to possess his body. Though Li Ya didn't detail how he survived, Guan suspected it had to do with the soul fragment inside him. After escaping that ordeal, Li Ya spent 3 years in seclusion, refining his newfound sword intent, a transformation that reshaped his entire being. On his journey back from Ji Prefecture, Li Ya faced further challenges, including rescuing a young woman oppressed by a local noble family. Tragically, he later heard that the woman and her family had been killed. Returning in anger, he annihilated the noble clan, sparking widespread rumors. The local authorities pursued him briefly before mysteriously dropping the case. Li Ya spoke of the events with an air of detachment, his tone cold. Guan poured him another cup of wine. Suddenly, Li Ya asked, "Junior brother Gu, what's the purpose of cultivation? Is it just the pursuit of immortality? Throughout history, who has truly achieved eternal life?" Pouring himself a drink, Guan replied, "I don't know what cultivators are supposed to strive for. I just know that life should be lived with ease. If something makes you happy, then do it. I spend my days planting herbs. Many would say it's a waste of time, but I find it fulfilling. The herbs I grow benefit the sect. Isn't that meaningful?" Li Ya wasn't being pretentious. After all he'd been through, confusion was inevitable. Li Ya fell silent, pondering Guan's words for half an hour. Guan didn't disturb him, instead pulling out a copy of Adventures of the Green Hero to read. When Li Ya finally spoke, his eyes were clear. The great truths aren't always found in grand halls. "Thank you, Junior brother Gu. I think I know what I must do." Standing, he retrieved a small jade bottle from his storage pouch. "This contains pills refined from 1,000-year spirit marrow to temper the bones. Use no more than 2 per year. I need to return and prepare for my nascent soul." Without waiting for Guan to respond, Li Ya vaulted out the window. Guan sighed. Why does he always have to climb out the window? He looked at the jade bottle on the table and shook his head. Why does everyone feel the need to give me gifts? That evening, Guan arrived at the third Medicine Valley. Descending from the teleportation platform, his attention was drawn to a small pavilion in the distance. Zhen Qin, Sohan, Yayan, and Zhou Tanzhu were sitting together, chatting cheerfully. Guan approached. Zhou Tanzhu, mid-story, noticed Guan and smiled. The others followed his gaze and quickly stood. Reaching the pavilion, Guan asked, exasperated, "You're here again? Haven't you emptied your storage pouch yet?" Over the past 3 years, Zhou Tanzhu had visited at least 10 times, always bearing gifts, herbs, pills, and magical artifacts. During their last spar, Guan had only managed to defeat him after 10 moves, barely holding back laughter at his own performance. Zhou Tanzhu grinned. "Relax, I'm not here to spar this time. I'm here to say goodbye. After all these years, you're the only real friend I've made at Taixuan Sect. I value you greatly." "Friend?" Guan didn't know how to respond. Yayan, meanwhile, looked at Zhou Tanzhu with reluctance. Over the years, Zhou Tanzhu had become a mentor of sorts, guiding his cultivation. "What do you mean, you've been here for years? Are you not a Taixuan Sect disciple?" Zhen Qin asked, wide-eyed. Sohan and Yayan exchanged nervous glances. Was he a demonic spy? Laughing proudly, Zhou Tanzhu said, "I was trying to keep a low profile to avoid stressing you out. But since I'm leaving, I'll admit it, I'm Zhou Tanzhu of the Taixuan Sect." Zhen Qin, Sohan, and Yayan froze. Zhou Tanzhu basked in their stunned reactions, turning his gaze to Guan, eager to see his shock. Guan's face did change, much to Zhou Tanzhu's delight. But Zhen Qin suddenly asked, "Is your name supposed to be famous?" Zhou Tanzhu stiffened, his smug expression faltering. Fearing Zhou Tanzhu might stay longer if provoked, Guan said, "It is. He dominated all the young disciples of Taixuan Sect. My respects, truly." Hearing this, Zhou Tanzhu relaxed. Following Guan's lead, the disciples gasped in feigned awe. "My goodness, I must be dreaming. Unbelievable. Is it really you?" Zhou Tanzhu's expression twitched. For some reason, their praise felt oddly grating. Taking a deep breath, he said, "Taixuan Sect is about to undergo great changes. Be cautious. Until we meet again, farewell." Leaping into the air, he transformed into a streak of light, vanishing over the horizon. The disciples stared after him, awestruck by his skill. Guan waved dismissively. "Get back to training. Reach Foundation establishment soon, or you won't even qualify to see him again." The 3 bowed and dispersed. Guan remained behind, pondering Zhou Tanzhu's parting words. Taixuan Sect is about to undergo great changes? He hoped it wouldn't affect his valleys. Returning to his pavilion, he locked the door and sat at his desk, pulling out pen and paper. The final volume of Romance of the Gods had been submitted to the library hall. Now it was time for a new book. Guan decided to tone down the hype around Panon, crafting a story loosely based on the Gu family's history. The following spring, Guan delivered his manuscript, The Taixuan Immortal Lord, to the library hall. Elder Lu Chang was so captivated that he spent hours discussing it with Guan. Leaving the hall, Guan overheard disciples gossiping. Apparently, sect master Lu Baitian had succumbed to qi deviation and died, with Elder Chu Tiankai taking his place. Startled, Guan quickly left the outer sect city for the third Medicine Valley. Arriving at the valley, he found Gu Yu waiting with an elderly man in tattered robes. The man's hunched frame and gaunt appearance gave him a feeble air as he surveyed the gardens. Seeing Guan approach, Gu Yu smiled. You're back? This is my father's distant relative, Elder Tian. His spiritual roots are average, and he's stuck in Qi refinement. From now on, he'll be helping out here. Feel free to assign him tasks. Guan turned to the old man, his expression shifting subtly. Liu Baidian, Qi refinement stage level 6742/850/3200. Liu Baidian. Wasn't that the recently deceased sect master? Countless possibilities flooded Guan's mind, but his expression remained calm. Feigning curiosity, he asked, since he's a relative of your father, why not find him a better position? This Medicine Valley is dirty and exhausting. Gu Yu chuckled. Taixuan Sect wasn't built by my father. Landing here is already better than any outer sect valley. Judging by his demeanor, Gu Yu seemed unaware of old Tian's true identity. Guan couldn't outright refuse. Doing so might imply he knew who this old Tian really was. Gu Yu led Guan upstairs, never noticing that old Tian hadn't spared Guan so much as a glance. Once inside, Gu Yu shut the door and eagerly asked, So, is the book ready yet? Guan smiled. It's ready. After careful thought, I decided to make you the protagonist. Really, really, you'll see soon. Guan's smile deepened. Pan An's name was already legendary throughout the Taixuan cultivation world. His second book would undoubtedly receive strong support from the sect, especially since it prominently featured Taixuan Sect. The book aligned perfectly with the interests of the sect's upper echelon. After this, Guan planned to move on to entirely different themes. Notably, this time the library hall had agreed to give Guan an additional 20% share of the profits, something the Taixuan Sect itself had relinquished. Gu Yu was thrilled. He pulled out a pristine spirit stone from his storage pouch and slammed it onto the table. Thanks. Guan glanced at the stone, his brow lifting slightly. Such rich spiritual energy? Gu Yu smirked. That's a supreme grade spirit stone, worth 100 high grade spirit stones. I only have 2, both given by my mother. Sincere enough, right? Write your heart out. I'll handle any problems for you. 100 high grade spirit stones? Guan was stunned. The wealth disparity in the cultivation world was absurd. A single supreme grade stone was equivalent to 1,000,000 low grade spirit stones, while a labor disciple's monthly stipend was just 1 low grade spirit stone. What a filthy rich maniac! Though secretly envious, Guan accepted the stone with a smile. I won't disappoint you. Gu Yu, now brimming with excitement, pressed Guan for plot details. But Guan kept his lips sealed, only fueling Gu Yu's anticipation. After Gu Yu left, likely heading to the library hall, Guan approached old Tian and introduced himself. The old man responded respectfully, betraying nothing of his past life as sect master Liu Baidian. At 742 years old, old Tian had a lifespan of 850 years. That meant he had only 108 years remaining. For a cultivator of his former stature, whose lifespan should have approached 2,000 years, this drastic reduction was undoubtedly linked to his injuries. Guan speculated on Liu Baidian's fall. Was it truly due to Qi deviation, as rumored, or was foul play involved? Yet the old man's demeanor suggested otherwise. His lifespan reading didn't lie. This was indeed the former sect master. Guan took old Tian on a tour of the valley, explaining his duties. The old man listened attentively, occasionally asking about the various herbs they passed, as though genuinely interested in farming life. Could he really have fallen from grace due to Qi deviation? 6 months passed in a blink. Autumn arrived, blanketing Horizon Valley in a cascade of falling leaves. Guan stood on a garden path, watching the 3 monkey demons sweep the leaves. In the distance, Luo Hun sat on a hillside, engrossed in adventures of the green hero. His spear rested beside him, faint spirals of spiritual energy swirling around it. Suddenly, Guan's gaze shifted toward the horizon. After a brief glance, he withdrew his sight. Not long after, a figure emerged at the valley entrance, a man in elegant black and white robes, holding a folding fan. Li Sundao? It had been years, but the emperor of Taixuan remained as majestic as ever. Casting a lifespan reading at him, Guan noted, Li Sundao, transformation stage, level 9. On the hillside, Luo Hun noticed Li Sundao's arrival and quickly stood, stowing his book and picking up his spear before descending to greet him. After paying his respects, Luo Hun joined Guan in leading Li Sundao to the pavilion. How's this Medicine Valley I arranged for you? Satisfactory. Li Sundao asked as they walked. It exceeds my expectations. Some of the higher grade herbs are ones I've never encountered. Fortunately, your majesty provided me with a medicinal record, Guan replied. Did you forget what I told you to call me? Uncle. That's better. Li Sundao laughed heartily, while Luo Hun's expression turned subtle, his thoughts racing. Uncle? The term sparked something in Luo Hun's mind, and his gaze turned strange. The 3 reached the pavilion and sat at the stone table. Luo Hun poured wine for them, and Li Sundao gestured for Guan to sit. Li Ya should have returned to the sect by now, right? Li Sundao asked. Guan nodded. He came back last year. Did he tell you about his experiences over the years? He did. Didn't you have someone following him? How could I? But every region has informants. Tell me, how did a foundation establishment cultivator like him escape possession by a transformation stage grandmaster? What secret is he hiding? Li Sundao asked the question casually, sipping his wine, yet his gaze was sharp. Guan frowned. A secret? He didn't tell me, and I wouldn't ask directly. Smiling faintly, Li Sundeo remarked, "This son of mine was born with mediocre aptitude, the worst among my children. Yet, since entering Taixuan Sect, he soared, constantly surprising me. Of course, I'm glad to see him grow, but I worry he may be exploited by others." Guan couldn't discern Li Sundeo's true feelings toward Li Ya. Regardless, his loyalty lay with Li Ya. "I'll try to subtly probe him in the future," Guan replied, though he had no intention of doing so. Satisfied, Li Sundeo turned to Luo Hun. "Luo Hun, do you think Li Ya has the qualities of a crown prince?" Luo Hun stiffened. "I wouldn't dare speculate." "You're no fun," Li Sundeo said with a chuckle. He then looked at Guan, who quickly said, "Uncle, please don't involve me in this. I just want to grow herbs and flowers for you." "Ha ha ha." Li Sundeo laughed heartily, his mood seemingly improving. As the conversation continued, Li Sundeo's demeanor grew more unrestrained. Luo Hun noticed and asked, "Your Majesty, has something happened?" Draining 3 cups of wine in quick succession, Li Sundeo chuckled. "Nothing major. Have you read Romance of the Gods?" Luo Hun nodded. "It's well written. You're a fan too, aren't you?" "I am. But recently, some have used it to criticize me, calling me the Tyrant King and saying the Li family's 500-year reign should end. They claim the mandate of heaven belongs to the Ji family, whose young members have been gaining public favor by slaying demons and earning the people's admiration." Guan's heart skipped a beat. Luo Hun was enraged. "Who dare say the mandate returns to the Ji family? Command me, Your Majesty, I'll eliminate Panan if necessary." "What the hell? You're not getting any more green hero books from me?" Though furious internally, Guan feigned concern outwardly. Li Sundeo snorted. "Fool. Killing Panan would only prove I'm petty and incapable of tolerating dissent." Hearing this, Guan's opinion of Li Sundeo improved. "That's the mindset of a wise ruler?" He thought to himself, "Don't worry, uncle. My next book, Journey to the West, will portray the emperor as a virtuous figure. Sure, it critiques the heavens, but the mortal emperor Li Shimin is shown in a positive light." As Li Sundeo continued venting, his tone grew more serious. Governors of each state grow increasingly independent, beyond the court's control. The criticism using Romance of the Gods is just the beginning. One day, swords will be drawn. Horizon Valley is crucial. Don't let me down. He left after 3 days of subtle hints about his expectations for Li Ya. Guan, however, chose to ignore them, keeping himself uninvolved. Before leaving, Luo Hun urged Guan to only bring adventures of the Green Hero in the future. Guan merely laughed in response. 3 years later, Horizon Valley's first harvest brought Guan nearly 5,000 years of lifespan, filling him with joy. His annual lifespan gains would now skyrocket, his total surpassing 70,000 years. He was steadily marching toward his million-year goal. On this day, Guan accompanied Sohan and Zhen Qin to the outer sect. Both had reached Foundation establishment, thanks to their diligence and Guan's supply of low-grade pills. After escorting them to the Elders' Hall to register as outer disciples, Guan turned to leave. Walking down a street, a familiar voice called out, "Senior brother, long time no see." Turning, Guan saw Lujujia, clad in the black uniform of the Demon Removal Hall, accompanied by 6 of its disciples. "How have you been?" Guan asked with a smile. Since the sect master's death, the Demon Removal Hall had grown immensely influential, overshadowing even the Law Enforcement Hall. Their presence was impossible to miss in the outer sect city. Lujujia stopped before him, nodding. "Quite well. My master recently promoted me, better pay, more power. If you ever need anything, come to me." He pulled a black token from his storage pouch and handed it to Guan. Guan held the Demon Removal Hall token, not refusing it. Smiling, he looked at Lujujia and said, "Not bad. You've really become the person you wanted to be back then." Lujujia laughed heartily. "The past few years have been precarious. I didn't dare contact you, afraid it would implicate you. But the storm has passed, and we can keep in touch now." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lujujia and his team departed hurriedly, claiming they were off to capture a demonic sect spy. Watching him leave, Guan felt a mix of emotions. The Demon Removal Hall had a terrible reputation. While it was the most powerful division in the outer sect, it was also the most despised. Rumor had it that anyone labeled a demonic sect spy by the hall was doomed, regardless of truth. Guan felt the disapproving and disdainful gazes from passersby but ignored them and left. Half an hour later, Guan arrived at the Third Medicine Valley. At the entrance, he saw old Tian standing by the stone tablet, stroking his beard in deep thought. Over the years, Guan had grown familiar with old Tian, who acted like a regular labor disciple. Neither Zhen Qin, Sohan, nor Yayan suspected his true identity, and Guan treated him as an ordinary helper. "Old Tian, what are you doing standing here?" Guan called out as he approached. Old Tian turned and greeted him with a warm smile, his half-closed eyes giving him the air of someone with 1 foot already in the grave. "Valley Master, I was wondering why this is called the Third Medicine Valley. Do you have 2 others?" Old Tian asked with a chuckle. Standing beside the tablet, Guan smiled. "Not exactly. I only have 1 other valley. I named this the Third Medicine Valley to reflect my principle in life, never strive for first or second, but aim for third. Anything too prominent invites trouble. The top 3 are impressive, but the third is the safest." Old Tian blinked, his eyes open slightly, seeming to ponder the idea. Patting Old Tian on the shoulder, Guan said with a grin, "I brought some roast chicken and fine wine today. Let's have a feast." Its spirit chicken from the outer sect farms 10 low-grade spirit stones a bird. Snapped out of his thoughts, old Tian followed Guan. Yayan wasn't practicing his spear at the valley entrance today. Instead, he stood straight in the center of a garden path, holding his spear in one hand, eyes closed, meditating on his connection to the weapon. Guan didn't interfere with Yayan's spear practice or his body refinement technique, as Guan had no interest in spear techniques. His own cultivation of Xianhuang Dragon Chi art sufficed. Yanar, come join us for drinks and celebrate your senior siblings becoming outer disciples. Guan called out. Curious, old Tian asked, over the years, you've turned all your herbs into pills for your disciples. What do you gain from it? Even if they're grateful, time will erode those bonds. Why not use the resources on yourself? And as for me, I'm an old sack of bones who doesn't have long to live. Giving me pills is a waste, don't you think? Having lived with Guan for years, old Tian had grown fond of him. Guan treated him with respect and shared his resources generously, unlike other disciples who ignored him. Guan smiled. I'm of average talent. Obsessing over cultivation would only bring frustration. I'd rather give hope to the younger generation. And as for you, old Tian, you may be older than me, but you're still my disciple here. Naturally, I'll treat you equally. Even if the pills don't increase your cultivation much, they'll strengthen your vitality and improve your quality of life, won't they? His words, spoken with warmth and conviction, coupled with the sunlight casting a golden glow on his side profile, left old Tian deeply moved. Old Tian recalled what Gu Zong had once said about Guan. Don't be deceived by his meager cultivation. Writing Romance of the Gods reveals the vastness of his inner world. Despite his fame and fortune, he remains in the Medicine Valley, diligently contributing to Taixuan Sect. In terms of character and bearing, he surpasses many transformation stage cultivators. A small smile tugged at old Tian's lips as he let Guan's cheerful demeanor infect him. The three gathered around a stone table, drinking and eating chicken. Guan shared his recent experiences, mentioning the demon removal hall and watching old Tian's reaction, but the old man remained indifferent, focusing on his chicken leg. Yayan spoke up, I think the demon removal hall is pretty good. Back at Xian Valley, we had frequent run-ins with demonic cultivators. The outer sect is chaotic. The hall's bad reputation might even be due to spies stirring trouble in the shadows. Guan nodded. That's possible. Since the hall's formation, Xian Valley hasn't encountered demonic cultivators or Thousand Autumn Pavilion spies. Suddenly, Yayan said, Master, once I reach Foundation establishment, I don't want to stay in Taixuan Sect, I want to join the military. What? You're saying this in front of the former sect master? Feigning calm, Guan asked. Why? Yayan's face grew resolute. Taixuan Sect prioritizes spiritual roots. People like me will never stand out. In the military, I can slay demons and save lives. My parents were killed by monsters, and I've vowed since childhood to travel the world and become a hero who exterminates evil. Old Tian gave a slight nod of approval. Guan smiled. I didn't expect such lofty aspirations. You have my support. Yayan grinned, raising his bowl to toast Guan before toasting old Tian. The atmosphere grew more relaxed. With his heartfelt declaration off his chest, Yayan became more talkative, as did old Tian. As Guan reflected on these changes in his disciples, Gu Zong's arrival brought new challenges. After delivering the news of Taixuan Immortal Lord's monumental success, Gu Zong smiled. Taixuan Immortal Lord has played a great role in promoting the development of Taixuan Sect. The Elders Hall admires you very much. If you can let the Saintess of Dao Heaven Sect stay, the Elders Hall will give you a 7th level spiritual tree sapling. Once this tree grows up, it will significantly improve the local spiritual energy. Even if you are mediocre, it will not be difficult for you to form a pill in the future. I originally wanted to give you skills and high-level magic tools, but you were said that you are against fighting and only like to grow flowers and plants, so I changed it to a 7th level spiritual tree. This tree can also help the harvest of the entire Medicine Valley, and the benefits are immeasurable. Guan's heart surged with excitement. A treasure on par with the Kangvine tree? Could it be that the Kangvine tree in the 8-view celestial realm wasn't a true sacred tree, or had it not fully matured? He couldn't refuse such a gift. Convincing the Saintess to stay? How hard could it be? If she liked books, he could write extra chapters of Romance of the Gods. When will the Saintess arrive? Guan took a deep breath, masking his excitement with a look of concern. Gu Zong smiled. Within a year. No need to feel pressured. Gu Yu teased, don't worry about her asking for your hand in marriage. The gap in cultivation alone makes that impossible. She's just a fan of your books. Guan nodded. There were countless fans of Romance of the Gods. He didn't flatter himself. Turning to old Tian, Gu Zong asked, how have you been here? Old Tian nodded, his expression calm. It's been good. The Valley Master treats me well. Guan felt helpless. Was Gu Zong deliberately planting this distant relative to dispel his suspicions? No, if he was going to play along, he'd play the part well. Guan looked at Gu Zong hesitantly, as though grappling with unspoken thoughts. Noticing his hesitation, Gu Zong chuckled. Old Tian already knows your Panin. He's a fan of Romance of the Gods, which is why I arranged for him to work here. Besides him, only the Elders Hall knows your identity. Rest assured, we're more worried than you about your secret getting out. Guan sighed in relief. By the way, about Zhou Tanzhou, Gu Yu interjected. He's not so bad after all. Let's ease up on him. Guan raised an eyebrow at the sudden shift. Gu Zong laughed. My image in your books is well received. Everywhere I go, I hear people wondering when I'll come back to settle scores for my son. Guan coughed lightly. Spoilers ruin the suspense. Fair enough. Shifting the subject, Guan asked about the Dao Heaven Sect Saintess, wanting to gather as much information as possible to prepare. Gu Zong began his introduction. Shenzhen, a three-root cultivator and the youngest daughter of the Dao Heaven Sect's leader. While her innate talent isn't extraordinary, her affinity for musical techniques is exceptional. She has a deep love for music, painting, and literature are. The description left Guan with a favorable impression. If she loved the arts, she likely wasn't a domineering person. Late night, 8 views celestial realm. Under the King Vine tree, Guan practiced the wood spirit sword technique, a technique given to him by Zolin during their first encounter. Though not rare, it suited his current goals, and he preferred training it personally over using lifespan. Time was a resource, just like lifespan. With his 5-element heavenly spiritual root and insights from the Taixuan spectral sword technique, Guan found a sense of mastery. Every martial art had levels of proficiency: beginner, familiar, adept, proficient, mastery, expert, perfect, and sublime. This progression felt like leveling up in a game, making his practice enjoyable. Around him, Guan's movements created afterimages, as though a dozen Guans were training simultaneously. His Tiangzu sword danced with a sharp, overwhelming energy, dispersing 2 feet beyond the blade but leaving the surrounding flora untouched. An hour later, Guan sheathed his sword. Clang. The blade's sound was like a dragon's hum, light yet resonant. Stretching, he tossed the Tiangzu sword into his storage pouch. From above, Ao Long descended, its childlike voice full of admiration. Master, you're amazing? Can you teach me? Guan looked at the dragonling and teased, can your claws hold a sword? I can use my claws as a sword. Ao Long blinked its large eyes. Guan paused, then chuckled. There's some promise here. He retrieved a hand-drawn manual for the wood spirit sword technique and handed it over. Train yourself. If you have questions, ask when I return. Ao Long grabbed the manual with its claws, chirping, don't forget the roast chicken. Smiling, Guan nodded before leaving. Ao Long settled on the ground, flipping through the manual with its claws. Leaving the 8-view celestial realm, Guan traversed snow-laden forests without leaving a trace. The next morning, he had just finished leading his disciples in practice when Yelan arrived. As always, Guan made time for her. They sat in his study, catching up. Her annual visits to him always warmed his heart. Disciples have been vanishing from the outer sect since last year, Yelan confided. We in the law enforcement hall haven't been able to find the culprit, but the demon removal hall always manages to extract confessions from supposed spies. Since the change in sect leadership, Yelan had severed ties with Lujujia. The 2 halls were now bitterly opposed. Guan laughed. Let them handle it. You can focus on cultivation. It's not that simple, Yelan sighed. The demon removal hall's leader aims to absorb us. Even the outer sect grand elder seems supportive. If we don't act, the law enforcement hall will be disbanded. Guan reassured her, if that happens, come back. I can provide pills far better than the hall stipend. That's not an option. If I take your resources, how will you manage? Yelan refused firmly, her tone resolute. Recognizing her determination, Guan shifted the conversation to lighter topics. After the new year, the snow fully melted. Guan tended to his valleys, reaping thousands of years of lifespan from Tianya Valley before moving on to the 3rd Medicine Valley. Here, the stillness was almost eerie. Yayan and Old Tian preferred the solitude, coexisting without disturbing each other. While harvesting herbs, Old Tian approached. Why do you always handle the picking yourself? Doing the work myself makes me feel like I'm contributing to the sect, Guan replied with a chuckle. Old Tian nodded. You are contributing, not just indulging in self-satisfaction. I hope the sect leaders see it that way too. Old Tian's tone turned serious. If you were sect master, what would you do? The question made Guan's heart skip a beat, but he didn't falter in his movements. What nonsense are you talking about? You're not sect master. How would you pass it to me? Besides, I can barely manage a valley, let alone millions of disciples. With my cultivation, no one would take me seriously as sect master. He laughed off the idea. I have no interest in ruling. Old Tian smiled faintly and let the matter drop. As Guan finished his harvest, a disturbance in the skies drew his attention. Gu Zong was descending on his golden disc, accompanied by a veiled woman in black robes. Her striking eyes hinted at her beauty beneath the veil. The Dao Heaven Sect Saintess. Take the herbs inside, Guan instructed Old Tian before stepping forward to greet them. He activated his lifespan probe. Shenzhen, Foundation Establishment Stage 278/660/1050. The golden disc touched down. Gu Zong dismounted with a grin. Guan, this is Shenzhen, the saintess of the Dao Heaven Sect. Treat her well. Shenzhen bowed lightly to Gu Zong, who nodded before swiftly flying off. Shenzhen turned her gaze to Guan, studying him intently. Raising a hand in greeting, Guan said, I am Guan. A pleasure to meet you, Miss Shen. Shenzhen's eyes brightened with curiosity. Between Romance of the Gods and Taixuan Immortal Lord, which do you prefer? A test right away? Guan remained calm. Both. A person's mood determines the book they want to read, doesn't it? Her eyes lit up with approval. Actually, I've written something too. Would you like to read it? Shenzhen asked, blinking expectantly. Guan nodded. Shall we discuss it upstairs? She followed him to the second floor. Guan intended to leave the door open to avoid awkwardness, but Shenzhen closed it behind her. Seated at the table, she hesitated briefly before pulling a book from her storage pouch. Handing it over, she watched Guan closely. He glanced at the title. The Adventures of the Black Hero? What on earth is this? His title. It doesn't sit well with me. Guan hesitated as he held The Adventures of the Black Hero. Could Shenzhen truly be the author of The Adventures of the Green Hero? If that were true, his admiration for the author would shatter. But no, that didn't make sense. Shenzhen was from the Dao Heaven sect in the Dawang Empire. How could she have published a book within the Taixuan sect? Reassured by this thought, Guan calmed his nerves and began flipping through the book. Shenzhen's gaze lingered on the tabletop, and her ears, partially hidden by her flowing hair, flushed pink. After reading the first page, Guan exhaled in relief. She wasn't the author of The Adventures of the Green Hero. Her prose lacked the subtlety and finesse of that work, though it was clear she had drawn inspiration from it. He continued reading patiently. Like The Adventures of the Green Hero, The Adventures of the Black Hero opened by describing the natural scenery of a region before delving into interpersonal interactions. However, Shenzhen's depiction of landscapes lacked the vividness of the original, her own life experience falling short of the depth conveyed in the other work. The room fell into a comfortable silence. Eventually, Shenzhen rose and wandered to the bookshelf, giving Guan the space to finish her story. Half an hour later, Guan closed the book. Turning back with a book in hand, Shenzhen asked, "What did you think?" Guan smiled and asked in return, "Do you enjoy The Adventures of the Green Hero?" Standing by the shelf, she nodded slightly. "It was the first book I ever read outside of cultivation texts. But my favorite is still your Taixuan Immortal Venerable. A little cliché, but very relatable." Guan chuckled. "I'm also a fan of The Adventures of the Green Hero. It's what inspired me to start writing." Shenzhen's eyes brightened, and she hurried back to the table, visibly excited. She immediately began discussing The Adventures of the Green Hero. Her The Adventures of the Black Hero included some elements of romance but lacked the risque overtones of The Adventures of the Green Hero. Still, her interest in the latter bridged the gap between them. Their conversation flowed seamlessly, transitioning from The Adventures of the Green Hero to Romance of the Gods and finally to Taixuan Immortal Venerable. After a while, Guan asked, "Have you ever met the author of The Adventures of the Green Hero?" Shenzhen shook her head. "As much as I admire his work, I think he might be a bit improper. I'd rather not meet him. You're different. Your writing in Romance of the Gods and Taixuan Immortal Venerable shows depth and versatility, which makes me curious about you." Guan felt a pang of disappointment. The identity of the mysterious author of The Adventures of the Green Hero remained one of the greatest mysteries in the Taixuan sect for him. "After Taixuan Immortal Venerable, will you write another story about sect rivalries?" Shenzhen asked, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Guan smiled ambiguously. "Perhaps. And you? Do you plan to stay at the Taixuan sect?" Shenzhen smiled. "The sect might be putting pressure on you to impress me, but I'm just here for appearances. Dao Heaven sect wants an alliance with the Taixuan sect to deter rival factions in the Dawang Empire and prepare for the Great Demon Calamity." Guan frowned. "The Great Demon Calamity? What's that?" Shenzhen's expression turned serious. "Across the continent, 9 great empires including Taixuan and Dawang have driven powerful demons to the fringes of their territories. These unclaimed lands have become breeding grounds for demons and monsters. Despite frequent expeditions, vast stretches of wilderness allow the strongest demons to thrive. Within a century, the 9 empires will face an unprecedented demon invasion. Entire kingdoms may fall." Her tone carried an unmistakable gravity. Guan felt a chill. He could already picture the Chaos Sect disciples sent to war, kingdoms collapsing, and even outer disciples like himself being conscripted into battle. "No, within a century, I must achieve a lifespan of 1 million years, unlock my next ability, and elevate my cultivation to the highest realm?" Steeling himself, Guan asked, "If the situation is that dire, why aren't you focused on cultivation instead of writing?" Shenzhen chuckled softly. "Everyone has their path. Cultivation isn't mine. I'd rather read and write. Who's to say enlightenment only comes from absorbing spiritual energy? Throughout history, has anyone achieved immortality solely through cultivation?" Guan couldn't help but admire her perspective. After chatting for a while longer, Shenzhen prepared to leave. Guan escorted her downstairs. Standing on her flying sword, she turned back and said, "Gu Gongzi, I'll set up my cave nearby. Let's exchange ideas often." Watching her figure disappear into the horizon, Guan smiled. Not because she planned to stay nearby, but because the 7th grade spirit tree was as good as his. Later that day, Guan stepped off the teleportation array back in the valley. From a distance, he saw Li Ya, clad in black, instructing disciples in swordsmanship. Even Xiao Chuan, the usually lazy one, was earnestly following along. After finishing his guidance, Li Ya walked briskly toward Guan. The golden core aura around him was undeniable Jindan stage, level 1. At 45 years old, Li Ya had reached the golden core realm, just 5 years slower than Zhang Qiang. As the two met, Guan asked curiously, "What brings you here?" Li Ya smiled faintly. "I came to protect you. Word has it that the demon lord of the Tianzhou sect has infiltrated the outer section. I wanted to make sure you're safe before heading to the inner section." Guan looked at him, his gaze softening. You're putting yourself at risk, staying out here like this. Li Ya shrugged. You're worth it. Let's get through this together. Guan could feel the sincerity in Li Ya's words, a rare moment of vulnerability from someone usually so composed. You think you can take on that demon lord? Guan asked skeptically. Li Ya smirked, puffing out his chest. I've reached the golden core stage. Don't underestimate me. Golden core cultivators are only inner disciples in Taixuan Sect. Are you even a match for a demon lord? You little brat? I came here specifically to protect you, and this is how you treat me. I'm just worried you'll repeat what happened back then. Remember when you charged out to fight that greed fiend ghost and ended up injured on the ground? Do we really have to bring that up? The two bickered, but Li Ya wasn't annoyed by Guan's teasing. He knew it was out of concern, though Guan's actual worry wasn't what he thought. The truth was, Guan didn't want to expose his own strength. If a demon lord attacked and Li Ya was nearby, he'd have no choice but to intervene, blowing his cover. Guan couldn't voice this thought, so he let the matter drop when Li Ya insisted on staying. By the way, have you seen junior brother Lu recently? Guan asked. Li Ya shook his head. I haven't. We used to cross paths occasionally, but ever since he joined the demon-slaying hall, we've lost contact. I don't get along with the elders there, so I avoid him. His tone was indifferent, clearly showing he didn't hold Lujia in high regard. Though warm toward Guan, Li Ya remained aloof toward others. Come on, let's head upstairs. I've heard you acquired a new medicine valley in the inner sect. You'll have to tell me all about it, Li Ya said, dragging Guan along. The conversation stretched late into the night. Guan avoided mentioning his identity as Panin, claiming his new medicine valley was a reward for the success of the current one. With rumors of Emperor Li Sundeo being criticized over romance of the gods, Guan dared not reveal his identity, even to Li Ya. If Li Ya let it slip to his father, things could get complicated. As summer transitioned into autumn, the days remained warm. 10 days passed since Li Ya's arrival. The valley stayed peaceful during that time, though Guan continued venturing out to tend to the outer disciples' caves. Li Ya insisted on accompanying him but refused to enter the caves, wary of causing trouble for Guan. Guan suggested Li Ya stay behind to protect the disciples, but Li Ya had no interest in them. Teaching them swordsmanship was already a favor for your sake, he had said. That evening, Guan was busy harvesting ripe medicinal herbs, while Li Ya meditated atop a western peak. The setting sun behind him cast a glow, lending him the aura of an unmatched master. Suddenly, Guan paused mid-harvest. His expression tightened momentarily before he resumed working. A demon lord, huh? Let's hope they're not interested in my valley. The demonic aura he sensed was far beyond the Foundation establishment stage but didn't feel threatening to him. The presence drifted away from the valley, and Guan sighed in relief. 30 years of lifespan for killing them isn't worth exposing myself. As night fell, Guan sat in his study, engrossed in the purple microarray manual. He was focused on wood element arrays when his brows furrowed. With a sigh, he muttered, the valley might be safe, but now Li Ya's drawn their attention. On the peak, Li Ya opened his eyes from meditation. Standing, he stepped to the cliff's edge, gazing toward the forest below. About 100 meters away, a shadowy figure stood under the trees, blending almost seamlessly into the darkness. Li Ya frowned, pointing his sword toward the distance before leaping into the night sky. The shadow dissipated into black mist, vanishing without a trace. A stick of incense later, Li Ya landed by a river cutting through the mountains. The moonlight danced across its surface. Before he could settle, a swirl of black mist materialized across the river, coalescing into a humanoid form. You're not the demon lord of Taixuan Sect, Li Ya said, narrowing his eyes. But you seem to know me. A raspy voice responded, Prince Li Ya, inheritor of the first sword cultivator of Jizhu. Meeting you is an unexpected delight. Li Ya unsheathed his sword, pointing it at the figure. Enough theatrics. His body erupted with fierce sword energy, causing his robes to billow like flames. 7 silver sword shadows formed around him, radiating brilliance even in the dark. Just a golden core cultivator, yet you dare resist me, the shadow mocked. The figure vanished into mist, reappearing behind Li Ya in an instant. Li Ya spun, his sword slicing through the air as the silver shadows streaked toward the figure. Boom, 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 the attack struck the ground, sending dirt and debris flying. Before Li Ya could discern the outcome, a gust of force slammed into him from the side. Flung like an arrow, he crashed through trees, finally halting hundreds of meters away. Bloodied and bruised, he slumped against a cracked tree trunk, struggling to rise. Hovering above, the figure sneered. Kid, you're bold to challenge me just after forming your core. Do you even know what realm I'm in? Li Ya could barely lift his head, his vision tinged with red. Damn it. As he gritted his teeth, a voice echoed in his mind. Sigh, you brat. Getting injured again? You're not just risking your life, you're risking your ancestors' patience. The figure raised a hand, a dark aura coiling around their body. Before they could strike, another hand shrouded in faint green wood energy clamped down on their shoulder. The figure froze as wooden tendrils burst from their body, intertwining with blood to form a grotesque bloom. Their demonic energy unraveled, revealing an older man in outer sect elder robes. Chen Elder. Li Ya gasped, bloodshot eyes wide. The elder's face twisted in disbelief. Demonic shadow technique, it's you? Before he could finish, the green flames consuming him surged, reducing him to ashes. Li Ya stared at the purple-black figure behind Chen Elder, his heart pounding. A nascent soul elder, obliterated in an instant. This is someone at least at the void transformation stage. Fool, get out of there now, the ancestral voice in his head urged. As Li Ya braced himself for death, the figure disappeared into the night. He's gone, the voice confirmed. He must have weighed the risks. Li Ya collapsed in relief. Idiot! Forget that Guan and get to the inner sect. The outer sect is a death trap. Li Ya remained silent, his mind racing. Meanwhile, back in the valley, Guan examined a storage pouch and sighed. Sorry, Li Shixing. If I didn't let you get hurt, you'd never leave. He hadn't intended for the elder to target Li Ya, but at least the incident would prompt his departure. The pouch yielded 37 years of lifespan, but Guan burned any suspicious contents. At dawn, Li Ya returned, freshly dressed and looking unharmed. Guan met him downstairs. Shixing, you look pale. Are you all right? Li Ya forced a smile. Just a minor mishap during training. Guan pulled him upstairs and presented dozens of medicinal pills. Shidi, what's all this? Last night, you faced something dangerous, didn't you? Guan asked sternly. Li Ya hesitated, then sighed. Fine. I encountered a demonic cultivator. You're right, this valley isn't safe. I'm heading to the inner sect today. Guan smiled, pushing the pills into his hands. You think you can take on that demon lord? Guan asked skeptically. Li Ya smirked, puffing out his chest. I've reached the golden core stage. Don't underestimate me. Golden core cultivators are only inner disciples in Taixuan Sect. Are you even a match for a demon lord? You little brat? I came here specifically to protect you, and this is how you treat me. I'm just worried you'll repeat what happened back then. Remember when you charged out to fight that greed fiend ghost and ended up injured on the ground? Do we really have to bring that up? The two bickered, but Li Ya wasn't annoyed by Guan's teasing. He knew it was out of concern, though Guan's actual worry wasn't what he thought. The truth was, Guan didn't want to expose his own strength. If a demon lord attacked and Li Ya was nearby, he'd have no choice but to intervene, blowing his cover. Guan couldn't voice this thought, so he let the matter drop when Li Ya insisted on staying. By the way, have you seen junior brother Lu recently? Guan asked. Li Ya shook his head. I haven't. We used to cross paths occasionally, but ever since he joined the demon-slaying hall, we've lost contact. I don't get along with the elders there, so I avoid him. His tone was indifferent, clearly showing he didn't hold Lu Jia in high regard. Though warm toward Guan, Li Ya remained aloof toward others. Come on, let's head upstairs. I've heard you acquired a new medicine valley in the inner sect. You'll have to tell me all about it, Li Ya said, dragging Guan along. The conversation stretched late into the night. Guan avoided mentioning his identity as Panin, claiming his new medicine valley was a reward for the success of the current one. With rumors of Emperor Li Sundao being criticized over romance of the gods, Guan dared not reveal his identity, even to Li Ya. If Li Ya let it slip to his father, things could get complicated. As summer transitioned into autumn, the days remained warm. 10 days passed since Li Ya's arrival. The valley stayed peaceful during that time, though Guan continued venturing out to tend to the outer disciples' caves. Li Ya insisted on accompanying him but refused to enter the caves, wary of causing trouble for Guan. Guan suggested Li Ya stay behind to protect the disciples, but Li Ya had no interest in them. Teaching them swordsmanship was already a favor for your sake, he had said. That evening, Guan was busy harvesting ripe medicinal herbs, while Li Ya meditated atop a western peak. The setting sun behind him cast a glow, lending him the aura of an unmatched master. Suddenly, Guan paused mid-harvest. His expression tightened momentarily before he resumed working. A demon lord, huh? Let's hope they're not interested in my valley. The demonic aura he sensed was far beyond the foundation establishment stage but didn't feel threatening to him. The presence drifted away from the valley, and Guan sighed in relief. 30 years of lifespan for killing them isn't worth exposing myself. As night fell, Guan sat in his study, engrossed in the purple microarray manual. He was focused on wood element arrays when his brows furrowed. With a sigh, he muttered, the valley might be safe, but now Li Ya's drawn their attention. On the peak, Li Ya opened his eyes from meditation. Standing, he stepped to the cliff's edge, gazing toward the forest below. About 100 meters away, a shadowy figure stood under the trees, blending almost seamlessly into the darkness. Li Ya frowned, pointing his sword toward the distance before leaping into the night sky. The shadow dissipated into black mist, vanishing without a trace. A stick of incense later, Li Ya landed by a river cutting through the mountains. The moonlight danced across its surface. Before he could settle, a swirl of black mist materialized across the river, coalescing into a humanoid form. You're not the demon lord of Taixuan Sect, Li Ya said, narrowing his eyes. But you seem to know me. A raspy voice responded, Prince Li Ya, inheritor of the first sword cultivator of Jizhu. Meeting you is an unexpected delight. Li Ya unsheathed his sword, pointing it at the figure. Enough theatrics. His body erupted with fierce sword energy, causing his robes to billow like flames. 7 silver sword shadows formed around him, radiating brilliance even in the dark. Just a golden core cultivator, yet you dare resist me, the shadow mocked. The figure vanished into mist, reappearing behind Li Ya in an instant. Li Ya spun, his sword slicing through the air as the silver shadows streaked toward the figure. Boom, 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 the attack struck the ground, sending dirt and debris flying. Before Li Ya could discern the outcome, a gust of force slammed into him from the side. Flung like an arrow, he crashed through trees, finally halting hundreds of meters away. Bloodied and bruised, he slumped against a cracked tree trunk, struggling to rise. Hovering above, the figure sneered. Kid, you're bold to challenge me just after forming your core. Do you even know what realm I'm in? Li Ya could barely lift his head, his vision tinged with red. Damn it. As he gritted his teeth, a voice echoed in his mind. Sigh, you brat. Getting injured again? You're not just risking your life, you're risking your ancestors' patience. The figure raised a hand, a dark aura coiling around their body. Before they could strike, another hand shrouded in faint green wood energy clamped down on their shoulder. The figure froze as wooden tendrils burst from their body, intertwining with blood to form a grotesque bloom. Their demonic energy unraveled, revealing an older man in outer sect elder robes. Chen Elder. Li Ya gasped, bloodshot eyes wide. The elder's face twisted in disbelief. Demonic shadow technique, it's you? Before he could finish, the green flames consuming him surged, reducing him to ashes. Li Ya stared at the purple-black figure behind Chen Elder, his heart pounding. A nascent soul elder, obliterated in an instant, this is someone at least at the void transformation stage. Fool, get out of there now, the ancestral voice in his head urged. As Li Ya braced himself for death, the figure disappeared into the night. He's gone, the voice confirmed. He must have weighed the risks. Li Ya collapsed in relief. Idiot! Forget that Guan and get to the inner sect. The outer sect is a death trap. Li Ya remained silent, his mind racing. Meanwhile, back in the valley, Guan examined a storage pouch and sighed. Sorry, Li Shixing. If I didn't let you get hurt, you'd never leave. He hadn't intended for the elder to target Li Ya, but at least the incident would prompt his departure. The pouch yielded 37 years of lifespan, but Guan burned any suspicious contents. At dawn, Li Ya returned, freshly dressed and looking unharmed. Guan met him downstairs. Shixing, you look pale. Are you all right? Li Ya forced a smile. Just a minor mishap during training. Guan pulled him upstairs and presented dozens of medicinal pills. Shidi, what's all this? Last night, you faced something dangerous, didn't you? Guan asked sternly. Li Ya hesitated, then sighed. Fine. I encountered a demonic cultivator. You're right, this valley isn't safe. I'm heading to the inner sect today. Guan smiled, pushing the pills into his hands. Guan smiled, pushing the pills into his hands. Moments later, as Li Ya soared away, he glanced back at the valley and muttered, anyone who dares harm him will regret it. After Li Ya left, Guan discreetly placed Elder Chen's storage pouch into the 8-view celestial realm. That afternoon, he made his way to the 3rd Medicine Valley. He wandered around, inspecting the area, but his brows were tightly furrowed. For a long while, Elder Tian didn't approach him. Finally, the elder took the bait. He came over and asked curiously, Valley Master, why have you been frowning all this time? Guan glanced at him, shook his head slightly, and remained silent. Elder Tian stepped closer and said, maybe I can't help you directly, but sometimes sharing your troubles can ease the burden. I can offer an outsider's perspective. Upon hearing this, Guan sighed deeply and began recounting the events in the outer sect. He even mentioned that Li Ya, at the first level of the core formation stage, had been injured while protecting him. The deliberate mention of Li Ya was to ensure the former sect master remembered Li Ya's contributions. Guan had a feeling that Elder Tian wouldn't spend the rest of his life here peacefully. There was always the chance he might return to prominence one day. When Guan finished speaking, Elder Tian furrowed his brows. Unable to contain himself, Guan complained, the demon-slaying hall in the outer sect spends all day hunting demonic infiltrators, yet after so many years, demonic cultivators still manage to sneak into the Taixuan Sect. Can the Taixuan Sect even claim to be the leading sect? Disciples can't even feel safe within its walls. If I were killed, that's one thing, but I worry about my disciples. At this point, he sighed again, filled with worry and frustration. Even Guan mentally applauded his own acting skills. If acting could be listed as an attribute on his cultivation panel, his skill would undoubtedly have reached the pinnacle of mastery, perhaps even close to transcendent simplicity. Elder Tian sighed along with him. That does sound troublesome. However, the cultivation world has always been this way. Regardless of the sect, errand disciples are never given much regard. To put it bluntly, they don't even see errand disciples as proper disciples. Guan frowned, this time genuinely. Hearing these words from the mouth of a former sect master felt particularly jarring. But I've heard the new sect master is benevolent and was elected with the unanimous support of the Elder Hall. Perhaps he will bring about some change, at least he's better than the previous sect master, Elder Tian added, his expression unchanged. It was hard to tell if he was being genuinely supportive or sarcastic. Guan didn't respond, merely sighing again before resuming his inspection of the herbs. Elder Tian didn't follow, likely wary of overstepping. An hour later, Guan returned to Xian Valley. In recent days, Guan had decided to stay in Xian Valley, ensuring that if he traveled elsewhere, he would return the same day. The disciples of Xian Valley were puzzled as to why their master had been staying in the valley so often. It wasn't until Wu Xian and Tang Yu visited the outer sect that they learned about the recent demonic infiltration. While this news made them anxious, it also moved them deeply. Their master truly cared for them? Since the establishment of the 3rd Medicine Valley, many disciples had felt distanced from Guan, but now, they felt a renewed sense of closeness. Wu Xian, in particular, felt the pressure mounting. He began pushing the disciples to practice their techniques diligently, ensuring everyone had some ability to protect themselves. He even purchased loud, attention-grabbing techniques from the outer sect to train the disciples. Though it was unlikely they could defeat demonic cultivators, making enough noise during a fight might buy time for outer sect support to arrive. Guan didn't stop him. Perhaps this situation could strengthen the unity of Xian Valley and help Wu Xian develop his leadership and organizational skills. Several days later, Yelan arrived. Likely her visit was out of concern for Guan. Inside the pavilion, Yelan took out a treasured sword from her storage pouch, placed it on the table, and said, "Recently, demonic cultivators have been appearing, and their cultivation levels are quite high. This sword is called the Qinghong sword. Carry it with you. It doesn't have great offensive power, but it's linked to my white spirit sword. If you're in danger, I'll sense it immediately and come to your aid." Guan couldn't help but laugh and said, "Junior sister, your cultivation level is only a few stages higher than mine. Don't come here just to get yourself killed." Get herself killed? Yelan only needed a moment to grasp his meaning. She glared at him and huffed, "Senior brother, if we really fought, I could subdue you in one move. Don't let my demeanor here fool you. Others don't see me the same way you do. It seems I've underestimated you, junior sister." "My apologies," Guan replied with a smile as he picked up the Qinghong sword. The scabbard was intricately designed, with a carving of a wild goose spreading its wings amidst the clouds. It was quite elegant. He unsheathed the sword, and with a flash of light, a slender blade appeared before his eyes. "It's beautiful. I'll wear it on my waist from now on," Guan said with a smile. His words made Yelan beam with joy. Guan noticed that while Yian's beauty wasn't as striking as Ji Xuanyu or Li Xuanyu, it grew on him the longer he looked at her. Yelan sat down and watched him fiddle with the Qinghong sword, smiling all the while. Suddenly curious, Guan asked, "If you were in danger, could the Qinghong sword sense the white spirit sword?" Yelan raised an eyebrow and said, "What, senior brother, are you planning to protect me? Ha ha ha, as if? You know full well I've never been in a real fight. I'd only be a burden. As long as you know that, senior brother. If I'm ever in danger, don't come. Don't worry, I'm afraid of death. Hee, me too. I'll never die. Without me, who'd stop others from bullying you, senior brother? Nonsense. Have I ever been bullied all these years? Then here's to wishing you a lifetime of safety, senior brother." After Liya left, Xian Valley had been peaceful. When autumn arrived, Guan calculated the time and realized that a batch of herbs in the third medicine valley should be ready for harvest. Thus, he returned to the valley. As he stepped out of the teleportation array, his gaze instinctively shifted to his pavilion. Someone was inside. It was Shenzhen. Guan didn't approach her directly after all, there were no secrets in that pavilion. The only thing of note was the adventures of the green hero, which Shenzhen happened to enjoy as well. He walked into one of the gardens and began harvesting the herbs. Watching the prompts for lifespan increases appear repeatedly before him, a satisfied smile spread across his face. No matter how high his cultivation reached, he always felt a surge of joy whenever he saw his lifespan increase. Who knew how many realms of cultivation a lifespan of 1,000,000 years could take him? Despite searching through all the books in the outer sect library hall, Guan had never found any records of ascension. No one seemed to know the true size of this world either. The larger the world, the higher the cultivation realms. The Taixuan Sect alone had void transformation grandmasters. That true legacy first disciple who was traveling abroad might have surpassed the void transformation stage by now, yet even he couldn't claim to be invincible in this world. The path of cultivation was long and arduous. As he harvested, Guan's thoughts wandered aimlessly. When he finished collecting the herbs, he turned and headed toward his pavilion. As he passed by Elder Tian, the elder remarked, "That young lady, Miss Shen, has come looking for you a few times." Guan nodded slightly and continued walking. After a moment of hesitation, Elder Tian added, "I've passed along what you said to the elders of Guzong. Perhaps it will lead to improvements in the outer sect." Hearing this, Guan turned back to him with a smile. "Elder Tian, you see, everyone has their own purpose. You always say you're ready for the grave, yet here you are helping thousands of disciples in the outer sect. Thank you." He cupped his hands in salute before turning and leaving. Elder Tian stood there in thought, murmuring to himself, "Everyone has their own purpose." In the pavilion, Guan ascended the stairs and pushed open the door. He found Shenzhen seated at the desk, writing with a brush. She was dressed in her usual black attire, a veil covering her face. Her hair was styled in a bun, with two soft strands framing her face. Her delicate brows and eyes exuded a gentle and serene beauty. Shenzhen didn't look up, as though she hadn't noticed Guan enter. Guan walked over and stood beside her, trying to see what she was writing. At that moment, she calmly stopped writing and tucked the paper away. But Guan had already caught a glimpse of its contents, and his expression turned peculiar as though he had something to say but hesitated. Shenzhen rose, slipping the paper into her sleeve as she moved aside to put some distance between them. She smiled and said, "I came looking for you several times, but you were never here. Is that outer sect Medicine Valley really so captivating?" Guan sighed and replied, "The outer sect has been unsafe lately. I can't bring all my disciples back here, so I need to stay and guard them. After all, my cultivation is higher than theirs." He deliberately shared this information, hoping Shenzhen would pass it along to others higher up. Every additional voice increased the likelihood of change. With your current accomplishments, entering the inner sect or even living in Taixuan Sect's main city shouldn't be an issue. Why not focus on writing your books instead of involving yourself in these trivial matters? Shenzhen asked curiously. Guan countered, you're the saintess of the Taixuan Sect, with resources most people could only dream of. Why don't you dedicate yourself to cultivation instead of immersing yourself in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting? Shenzhen fell silent. Guan started tidying up the desk. After a while, Shenzhen sighed. As expected of the one who wrote Taixuan Immortal Venerable, you truly are the only person in the world who understands me. If you were to die, I'd lose not only a good book but also a kindred spirit. No, I can't let you die. Let me tell you a secret. She raised her sleeve, and with a wave, the door shut. Sheets of talisman paper flew out, sealing the doors and windows. Guan watched her curiously. What secret could possibly save his life? There are people within the Taixuan sect practicing demonic arts to break through to higher cultivation levels and prepare for the upcoming demonic cataclysm. However, whether these techniques will succeed remains uncertain. Your outer sect city is essentially a testing ground. This can't be done openly, of course, as it would tarnish the sect's reputation. So they use the pretense of hunting demonic cultivators to cover their tracks, Shenzhen said calmly, her gaze colder than ever. Guan frowned and asked, how do you know this? Because the Taixuan sect is attempting the same thing. Sacrificing some lower-tier disciples to ensure the sect's survival. It's a legacy for future generations, Shenzhen replied. Hearing this, Guan felt deeply unsettled. What kind of demonic art requires sacrificing disciples? He pressed. As cultivators, we defy the heavens. But the higher the realm, the more we feel bound by fate. These demonic arts are for grandmasters who've hit a bottleneck to break free of their fates. In short, you should abandon the outer sect Medicine Valley. Staying there won't do you any good. They fear you'll write about this, so they won't tell you. And don't mention I told you. Shenzhen's words left Guan silent. The divide between righteousness and demonic paths seemed absurd at that moment. Shenzhen's eyes curved with a smile as she asked, by the way, what did you think of my writing earlier? Guan's expression turned peculiar again. He responded seriously, Adventures of the Green Hero has its flaws. There are some things in it that shouldn't be emulated. Why not? Those parts capture the most genuine emotions. Do you really have to write them? Yes. Then can the protagonist at least not be named Guan? What's there to be afraid of? There are plenty of people named Guan in the world. Unlike you, I can't just make up characters. I need to see someone worthy before I can write a story. In my eyes, you're the perfect male protagonist. Based on what I know, your only flaw is your weak cultivation. Shenzhen spoke seriously, causing Guan's face to twitch. Is this a compliment? Why does it feel like a personal attack? If I revealed my cultivation, even your dad might not measure up. Guan continued to try convincing her, but Shenzhen refused to change the name no matter what. In the end, Shenzhen offered to trade a cultivation manual for the rights to his name. Reluctantly, he agreed. After Shenzhen left, Guan remained in his loft, flipping through the manual she had given him. Xianyin art? It was a musical cultivation technique capable of injuring internal organs or confusing the enemy's senses, versatile and powerful. This was exactly the kind of technique Guan lacked, and he decided to delve deeper into it later. After reading through the Xianyin art once, he stashed it in his storage bag and left. A month later, Guan arrived at the outer sect city. His first stop was the alchemy hall to submit this year's harvest. Elder Zhu Qingluo received him. Noticing Zhu Qingluo's tired complexion and the faint demonic aura within him similar to that of Lu Jujie, Guan asked, Elder Zhu, you don't look well. What happened? He didn't fully understand how the demonic cultivation in the outer sect worked, but he knew people had gone missing. This time in the city, he noticed that many disciples carried subtle traces of demonic energy. Most of them were hall disciples, not ordinary ones. Are they colluding willingly, or are they being manipulated? He couldn't say, and Shenzhen hadn't shared much information. Zhu Qinglu chuckled. Just a side effect of my cultivation, nothing to worry about. You have a medicine valley in the inner sect, don't you? Move there soon. Don't stay in the outer sect anymore. Lately, demonic cultivators have been running rampant, and it's too dangerous outside. Guan probed further. Many people have told me the outer sect is dangerous these days. If that's the case, why hasn't the higher UPS sent more people to eliminate the demons? And what's with the area under construction in the city? It's taking up nearly a quarter of the town. As soon as he arrived, he noticed numerous disciples laying stones in the city center. These weren't ordinary stones, they were imbued with spiritual energy. It looks like they're building a massive altar. Zhu Qingluo replied nonchalantly, the higher UPS have their reasons, ones we can't speculate on. All we can do is protect ourselves. As for the construction, it's a formation platform. Once completed, it will protect the outer section. Seeing Zhu Qingluo's indifferent attitude, Guan felt he wasn't trustworthy, perhaps someone benefiting from the situation. Deciding not to press further, Guan exchanged a few polite words and left. Standing in the street outside the alchemy hall, he gazed at the platform under construction. The sky was overcast, casting a gloomy shadow over the once lively and sunlit outer sect city, making it resemble a demonic stronghold. Guan stood there for a long moment before finally turning away. An autumn breeze swept through the street, rustling his robes. The Qinghong sword at his waist swayed slightly, its sheath gleaming coldly. After leaving the city, Guan went to manage the caves under his care. When he reached Li Xuanyu's cave, he found her inside. From now on, you don't need to come anymore. I'll be heading to the inner sect. Here's your payment, Li Xuanyu said from her seat at the table. With a wave of her hand, a pile of spirit stones appeared on the table. Guan bowed in thanks and went to collect the stones into his storage bag. Without saying much, he turned to leave. As he walked away, Li Xuanyu suddenly asked, I heard your leg techniques are impressive. Guan paused, turning back to her. Did senior brother Li Ya tell you that? My leg techniques are nothing compared to his. Recently, when Li Ya stayed in Xian Valley, he saw Tang Yu practicing the residual wind kick and mentioned how Guan had subdued Meng Lang with it. He really went and told her so soon. Just something I heard, Li Xuanyu said calmly. After a pause, she added, I look forward to seeing you in the inner sect someday. Let's see how we measure up then. Guan, puzzled, replied helplessly, how could I possibly compare to you, senior sister? I'll never catch up to you. Go now, she said, cutting him off and effectively dismissing him. Guan had no choice but to leave. After leaving her cave, Guan felt no particular burden on his mind. As long as I never admit to it, what can Li Xuanyu do to me? Late at night, Guan moved through the dense forest. That afternoon, he had informed Wu Xian he would be leaving and wouldn't return until the following day. The reason for notifying in advance was his preparation for a breakthrough. Breaking through to the next realm would inevitably cause a commotion. If disciples came looking for him and found him absent from his quarters, it might arouse suspicion. Since his trip to the outer sect city, Guan had felt an intense atmosphere of danger. The ruling elders practicing demonic arts, noble disciples fleeing the outer section. All these signs are unsettling. Though the void transformation stage 9th layer was powerful, the Taixuan Sect was not without void transformation experts. After days of deliberation, Guan decided to advance by one major realm before dealing with these issues. At worst, I'll delay unlocking the million-year lifespan function by a year. This time, he traveled far, covering 300 li under the cover of night. He stopped in a dense forest, sensing two nascent soul presences nearby. One of them was familiar, Zhou Yujian, the sword maniac of King Lake Gu, and had encountered him near Xian Valley before, where he had injured Zhou Yujian while disguised as the Flying Leaf Sword Immortal. Since then, he had only seen him once at the Ji family estate. Guan suppressed his aura to the minimum, confident he wouldn't be noticed by the nascent soul cultivators. A few li away, above the forest canopy, Zhou Yujian floated in midair. Dressed in blue robes, he was surrounded by 5 treasured swords that orbited him, exuding the grace of a true sword cultivator. Facing him was a burly man in a billowing black robe. The man wielded a long staff, his thick eyebrows framing his sharp, leopard-like eyes. His square face radiated authority, and the violent aura surrounding him bent the trees below. Zhou Yujian, why aren't you in the inner sect studying your books? Why must you stand in my way? The black-robed man asked coldly. Zhou Yujian remained expressionless. Chen Sunjin, as the outer sect grand elder, you cultivate demonic arts and harm your fellow disciples. I am not blocking you, you've brought this upon yourself. I am here on heaven's behalf to put an end to you. Chen Sunjin laughed dismissively, his voice dripping with contempt. Do you not know who I serve? With a snort, he struck his staff against the ground. Purple light burst forth, forming a complex, mystical array over 100 zhang wide. As the array's edge neared Zhou Yujian, it was blocked by invisible sword intent. From above, the array looked as though a section was missing. I know perfectly well. I can't deal with him, but I can deal with you. Killing you might not stop the next outer sect grand elder from committing evil, but at least I can protect the disciples here for now. Zhou Yujian's tone remained calm, but the 5 swords around him unsheathed simultaneously, their radiance illuminating the night sky. You want to kill me? Chen Sunjin sneered, his expression twisting with rage. His aura exploded, and a fierce wind shook the forest for 10 li in every direction. Zhou Yujian's expression shifted slightly, his eyes narrowing. You, a mere nascent soul 1st layer, think you can kill me, a nascent soul 9th layer cultivator? Zhou Yujian, do you think just because you have your master's backing, I won't dare kill you? You've chosen the path of power, yet refuse to blend in with the masses. That in itself is your greatest mistake. Saving a few mediocre outer sect disciples, how does that compare to saving the entire Taixuan Empire? If you don't understand the weight of this choice, your life has been for naught. Chen Sunjin stood tall, his oppressive aura pressing down on the sword shadows around Zhou Yujian, causing his 5 swords to tremble. I'll give you one last chance, Chen Sunjin said. Turn back now, and it's not too late. Either return to reading your Romance of the Gods, or die. As he spoke, the black staff in his hand released waves of demonic energy, coalescing into a massive black dragon that coiled around him. Zhou Yujian took a deep breath. Since you mentioned Romance of the Gods, are you familiar with the Immortal Execution Sword Array? Immortal Execution Sword Array. Chen Sunjin's face changed drastically, his eyes wide with shock. Even Guan, watching from a distance, was astonished. One breath transforms into 3 pure forms, the mysteries of the gourd encompass Mount Sumeru. As Zhou Yujian recited these words, the swords around him trembled violently before scattering to form an array. A murderous aura surged skyward. Guan, standing beneath a tree, was stunned. He can deduce Daoist techniques from a book? Is he some kind of genius? Even Chen Sunjin was startled and immediately launched an attack. The battle erupted instantly. The heavens quaked, the earth trembled, and the forest collapsed. Guan stood beneath the tree, unmoving, his eyes reflecting the glow of swords as he fixed his gaze on Zhou Yujian. 10 breaths later, the fight was over. Guan exhaled in relief. DN, that scared me half to death. He had almost believed that Zhou Yujian had actually deduced the immortal execution sword array from Romance of the Gods. If that were true, wouldn't it mean the tales in the book were real? That would be unimaginable. Zhou Yujian had instead used a self-created sword technique. It was indeed formidable, allowing him to hold his ground against a nascent soul 9th layer Grandmaster, but he couldn't last long. The remaining clouds in the night sky dispersed. The once lush mountains and forests were now barren, with dust rising into the air. Chen Sunjin hovered midair, panting heavily, his face a mix of fear and relief as he looked down at the swirling dust below. He could sense that Zhou Yujian was still alive, and his brows furrowed deeply. He hesitated. Though he wanted nothing more than to kill Zhou Yujian, reason prevailed slaying him would undoubtedly bring trouble. Even as a nascent soul cultivator, Chen Sunjin knew he was just a pawn in the grand schemes of the Taixuan Sect. At that moment, the sound of something cutting through the air startled him. His eyes darted towards the source, and his pupils constricted sharply. A cold gleam streaked across the night sky, scattering the dust and sending countless leaves whirling in its wake. It was as if an icy sword had sliced through the fabric of time itself. Lying amidst the rubble, Zhou Yujian instinctively opened his eyes, sensing something amiss. The dust above him was swept away in an instant, revealing the night sky. In the darkness, a radiant light pierced through, brilliant and dazzling. Zhou Yujian's eyes widened as he witnessed the leaf surrounded by sword energy pierce through Chen Sunjin's chest. Blood splattered across the night sky. In that moment, Zhou Yujian finally understood. The flying leaf sword immortal had not struck him maliciously back then but had been guiding him. Otherwise, how could he have survived? Now, the flying leaf sword immortal had appeared again to save him, leaving him both elated and ashamed. Who is this senior? After Chen Sunjin was pierced through the chest by the leaf infused with sword energy, the spiritual energy in his body dissipated. His eyes widened in terror, his heart pounding with dread. He immediately abandoned his body, releasing his nascent soul to flee into the sky. Amid the swaying forest, Guan stood quietly, watching Chen Sunjin's retreat. He deliberately let him live. Killing him would only yield 20 or 30 years of lifespan, not worth it. Allowing him to return would send a warning to those behind him. Even if Guan killed Chen Sunjin, someone else would merely take his place. This approach would address the symptoms, not the root cause. However, if this deterrent failed and his Xian Valley was threatened, Guan wouldn't hesitate to root out the problem himself. Under the dark sky, Guan's gaze was icy cold. He turned and disappeared swiftly into the forest. Amidst the ruins, Zhou Yujian struggled to his feet, his body covered in blood and dirt, his appearance utterly wretched. He called out loudly for the senior who had saved him, but no one responded. Left with no choice, he sat cross-legged and began healing his wounds on the spot. Elsewhere, Guan moved swiftly, traveling 1,000 li before finally stopping. Hiding within the woods, he smoothed his robes, sat down in front of a tree, and brought up his attribute panel. Looking at his lifespan, which exceeded 100,000 years, he took a deep breath. Breaking through the void transformation stage by undergoing tribulation, who knows how many times I'll fail. But he was resolute. No matter how many failures it took, he would succeed. Without advancing, he would never feel truly safe. Let's start by investing 10,000 years of lifespan. You have invested 10,000 years of lifespan into cultivation to evolve your realm. You cultivated for 100 years, using your profound mastery of the Yingwood primal art to forcefully attempt an integration stage breakthrough. You began undergoing tribulation but failed to withstand the 5-aspect divine thunder tribulation. You cultivated for 400 years, using your profound mastery of the Yingwood primal art to forcefully attempt an integration stage breakthrough. You began undergoing tribulation but failed to withstand the 5-aspect divine thunder tribulation. Failure after failure? Every 300 years, he attempted another tribulation. No wonder the Taixuan Sect resorts to demonic cultivation to defy fate. This realm is truly daunting to break through. After 10 consecutive failures, Guan's confidence wavered. Is it really this difficult? Even with his cultivation of techniques like the limitless traceless profound heaven step, the great yin-yang transformation, and mastery of 2 divine abilities, he still struggled to overcome the tribulation. Noticing that his tribulations were often tied to the 5 elements, he began to suspect that his trials were harder than most. After reaching the core formation stage, Li Ya had once mentioned that tribulations varied by type. A cultivator's tribulation depended on their aptitude and techniques. Guan's eyes sharpened. No matter how hard it is, I must succeed. Heaven rewards those who spend their lifespan. You cultivated for 5,400 years, using your profound mastery of the Yingwood primal art to forcefully attempt an integration stage breakthrough. You began undergoing tribulation but failed to withstand the 5-aspect divine thunder tribulation. You cultivated for 5,700 years, using your profound mastery of the Yingwood primal art to forcefully attempt an integration stage breakthrough. You began undergoing tribulation but failed to withstand the 5-aspect divine thunder tribulation. Failure notifications continued to appear relentlessly. Glancing at his attribute panel and seeing his remaining lifespan, Guan felt somewhat reassured. I still have enough to keep going. Yet, even after 10,000 years had passed, he had not succeeded. His mental state was nearing its breaking point. He hastily invested another 1,200 years of lifespan. Failure, 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 failure. His eyes turned red as frustration boiled over. He poured in another 1,200 years. Failure, failure, success. You cultivated for 900 years, using your profound mastery of the Yingwood primal art to forcefully attempt an integration stage breakthrough. You began undergoing tribulation and withstood the 5-aspect divine thunder tribulation, achieving success. You have broken through to integration stage level 1. You cultivated for 1,200 years, and your cultivation base grew stronger. Success? Guan finally let out a long breath of relief. Guan exhaled deeply, realizing it had taken him a staggering 12,400 years of lifespan to finally break through. Although the lifespan consumed by evolutionary cultivation far exceeded what would have been used in actual practice, the experience still weighed on him. If it's this hard to reach the integration stage, what about the realms to come? Yet, upon reflection, he found the thought amusing. For someone with his initial aptitude to reach the integration stage before the age of 50 was nothing short of miraculous. It's not life I'm sacrificing, it's just numbers. Adjusting his mindset, Guan activated the lifespan barrier and prepared to enjoy the benefits of his breakthrough. Spiritual energy began surging from the ground, visibly coalescing within moments. In less than 3 breaths, the area was awash with a verdant tide of wood element energy. The energy rushed into his body, whipping up a whirlwind that circled around him. The commotion quickly intensified. Guan could feel that this breakthrough was far more demanding than any before. While it seemed like a single-stage advancement, the sheer volume of spiritual energy required far surpassed the earlier stages. As the energy poured into him, Guan's cultivation base climbed steadily. At the same time, insights into the integration stage flooded his mind as though he had truly experienced centuries of cultivation. Outer Sect City. Inside a certain estate, Chen Sunjin's nascent soul floated above a desk, his expression dark and ominous. He stared intently at a bronze mirror in front of him. Soon, the mirror reflected a hazy, indistinct face. A cold, indifferent voice emerged from it. So late, what do you need? I was nearly killed by the flying leaf sword immortal, and Zhou Yujian is obstructing our plans. Chen Sunjin growled, his tone laced with resentment and a trace of fear. When that single leaf pierced his body, he had felt the shadow of death looming over him. He was now consumed by dread, his heart still pounding from the experience. If he had been just a fraction slower to react, he might have perished entirely. The figure in the mirror fell silent for a long time. Chen Sunjin waited quietly, not daring to interrupt. Moments later, his expression shifted as though he sensed something. His face turned pale. The spiritual energy is sinking again. His voice was urgent, and he cast a nervous glance toward the door, half expecting the flying leaf sword immortal to storm in at any moment. I'll come to the outer sect myself tomorrow, the voice from the mirror declared. The reflection vanished immediately after. Chen Sunjin turned to the window. Dark clouds rolled in, shrouding the moon, as though heralding an ominous disaster. His unease only deepened. It wasn't just Chen Sunjin who sensed the sinking spiritual energy. The entire outer sect city was in an uproar. Increasing numbers of disciples soared into the skies in alarm. With demonic cultivators running rampant and disciples vanishing periodically, this sudden plummet in spiritual energy had everyone on edge. Yelan was heading toward the enforcement hall when she encountered Lu Jujia flying toward her on his sword. Both stopped midair. Lu Jujia's expression was grim. Seeing Yelan, he hesitated as though wanting to speak but held back. Yian's face was impassive. Is this another one of your schemes? Lu Jujia shook his head. No, the demon-slaying hall has already issued a warning. This time, it might truly be a demonic cultivator invasion. Truly? Yelan asked mockingly. Lu Jujia frowned. Yelan pressed further. Senior brother Lu, do you truly believe this path is right? They've been cruel to other disciples. Are you so sure they won't eventually turn on you? Lu Jujia shot back, and if not this path, then what? Join you in the enforcement hall, which could be disbanded at any moment. The two locked gazes, their tension palpable. Eventually, they passed by one another without exchanging further words. The swirling clouds overhead gave way to an enormous, inverted vortex in the night sky. Vast and oppressive, it churned above the forest, where the trees swayed like ocean waves under its weight. Deep within the woods, hidden from view, Guan remained seated in meditation. Half an hour had passed, and his cultivation was still climbing. He had yet to fully break through to the integration stage. The spiritual energy required was far beyond anything Guan had imagined. If the tribulation in reality is this intense, how terrifying must it be? Suddenly, the repeated failures during his evolutionary cultivation didn't seem so bad. After all, a single failure in reality could mean utter annihilation. Feeling the surging power within him, Guan's emotions were a mix of awe and elation. If the integration stage already possesses such immense spiritual energy, how powerful must a true immortal be? As spiritual energy poured into him, the earth beneath his feet erupted with waves of green energy, as though he were submerged in an ocean of vitality. Beyond the lifespan barrier, the forest shook violently. Cultivators flew past overhead, but none noticed Guan's presence. The disturbance extended far beyond the immediate area. In truth, the entire Taixuan Sect was affected. The forests surrounding all outer sect cities swayed unnaturally, plunging the sect into panic. This wasn't the first time Guan had caused such a scene. Consequently, he felt no panic. If anything, there was a hint of amusement in his demeanor. You want to practice demonic arts and sacrifice outer sect disciples? Let's see how panicked you'll get. Guan harbored deep disdain for the notion of sacrificing a few to benefit the majority. It wasn't that he was particularly noble, it was simply that he was one of those few. Time continued to pass. The number of cultivators flying overhead steadily increased, prompting Guan to continuously use his lifespan-enhanced perception to monitor the situation. Over 10 transformation stage cultivators had already passed by, and he even spotted a void transformation stage expert. As expected, the Taixuan Sect truly hides its strength. As more void transformation cultivators passed, Guan saw a familiar face, Guzong. Unlike his usual amicable demeanor toward Guan, Guzong now exuded an imposing aura that shook the surroundings with its intensity, making all life beneath him tremble. This night was destined to be anything but peaceful. Roughly another half-hour passed, and Guan finally broke through to the integration stage. In that instant, every aspect of his perception underwent a profound transformation. His physical body and nascent spirit felt perfectly harmonized. The process of his nascent spirit leaving his body became effortless. Whether it was his command over his physical body or his control of his nascent spirit, both had improved immeasurably. The sensation was indescribably sublime, leaving Guan nearly speechless in awe. Upon reaching the integration stage, Guan's spiritual energy also transformed. It grew not only stronger but far more abundant. His spiritual sense expanded exponentially, but he refrained from probing too far, wary of alarming the powerful cultivators soaring through the skies above. More than 10 void transformation stage grandmasters have already passed through. Among them, he even spotted a G-family void transformation cultivator. No wonder the G-family dared to establish their residence in the Taixuan Sect. This person hadn't shown up at Ji Xiao's banquet before, but their presence now made their strength clear. After yet another half-hour, the pace of Guan's spiritual energy growth began to slow. This signaled that the breakthrough was nearing completion. Guan's heart gradually calmed. The lifespan barrier had already consumed over 1,000 years of his lifespan, but he didn't feel the least bit regretful. After all, the barrier had shielded him from the detection of over 100 powerful cultivators. By his estimation, these grandmasters were at least at the nascent soul stage. And that was only in one direction of the Taixuan Sect. When accounting for the other 7 outer sect cities, how many such experts were there in total? The only solace for Guan was that he hadn't yet seen an integration stage grandmaster. While this didn't definitively prove that the Taixuan Sect lacked integration stage experts, it at least confirmed that such cultivators were among the sect's highest echelon. The morning sun pierced through the mountains and valleys, casting its light over the outer sect city. Disciples flitted back and forth in the skies, busy yet subdued. In an estate, Chen Sunjin's nascent soul floated in the grand hall, his head bowed in tension. Seated on the central throne was a man in a black robe adorned with dragon patterns. His youthful, handsome face contrasted with the oppressive majesty emanating from his brows. His long hair was tied beneath a silver crown carved with Kylin motifs. Merely sitting there, he radiated an aura of absolute dominance. Your younger brother was killed by Thousand Autumn Pavilion's demonic cultivators, and now you've been grievously wounded by the Flying Leaf Sword Immortal. Tell me, do you think Zhou Yujian's master might have ties to the Thousand Autumn Pavilion? The black-robed man spoke slowly, his tone calm as if discussing something trivial. Chen Sunjin quickly raised his head. It's possible. The Thousand Autumn Pavilion planting spies in the Taixuan Sect is hardly news. Didn't you mention before that even the upper echelons likely have such spies? Now they're revealing themselves. To cross Zhou Yujian was to invite endless trouble. If they could bring down Zhou Yujian's master, Chen Sunjin wouldn't need to fear him anymore. The black-robed man narrowed his eyes, his gaze falling on Chen Sunjin, who hastily lowered his head. The hall fell into a heavy silence. After a long while, the black-robed man spoke in a faint voice, "Prepare the array. Recently, the demonic cultivators have been causing chaos. Once this is over, we can pin the blame on the Thousand Autumn Pavilion." Chen Sunjin hurriedly replied, "But in my current state, I fear this time, I will bear it myself." "What? You can't?" "The array's success is still uncertain, and even the Taixuan Sect is waiting for our results. No endeavor is ever guaranteed. The path of cultivation is one of walking through thorns. This plan has been in motion for a century. The Taixuan Sect must see it through. We cannot allow those in the shadows to derail our efforts." "Say no more." Hearing this, Chen Sunjin could only suppress his unease and agree. In Xian Valley, Guan oversaw his disciples' morning exercises. The disturbances of the previous night had left them restless, leading to whispers among the group. Tang Yu asked, "Master, how did you come back so quickly?" The others turned to look at Guan. Guan snorted. "Didn't you all feel the commotion last night? Your master rushed back because I was worried about you." The disciples all looked ashamed at his words, realizing how weak they were and how much their master worried for them. Xiao Chuan said anxiously, "Senior brother, maybe you should move to the inner sect's Medicine Valley. We can disband and find our own paths in the outer sect. That way, you'll be safe." It wasn't that Xiao Chuan feared death. He simply didn't want Guan to overextend himself. Guan had already reached the foundation establishment stage, a level far beyond them. Why should he risk so much for their sake? Guan replied calmly, "If any of you wish to go to the outer sect city, I won't stop you. But let me warn you, the outer sect isn't necessarily safer than Xian Valley. Disciples go missing in the city all the time. I'm not threatening or hinting at anything, whatever you choose, I will respect it. The bond we share in Xian Valley will remain. These were heartfelt words. Guan pursued longevity, and he knew his path would be filled with separations. He had long prepared himself for it, focusing only on those he truly couldn't part with. The disciples fell silent, exchanging glances. Wu Xian seemed like he wanted to speak but held back. Tang Yu finally broke the silence. What's the point of leaving? If we go elsewhere, we'll just be servant disciples. Would anyone else treat us as well as Master does, even refining pills for us? Xian Valley doesn't even need so many servants, yet Master still took us in without lowering our treatment. We can't be ungrateful. His words were a reflection of his remorse. The biggest regret of his life was not standing at the front with Sohan during Chu Qinli's rebellion. Back then, Sohan had been chasing Tang Yu's shadow, but now Sohan had reached the foundation establishment stage while Tang Yu wasn't sure he ever would. That pivotal moment had created an insurmountable gap. Tang Yu didn't resent Guan, only himself, and he was determined to prove himself worthy of Guan's favor once more. His declaration inspired the others, lifting the somber mood. The disciples now spoke with renewed vigor, banishing their earlier apprehension. Guan smiled faintly and directed them to continue their exercises. Just as they finished, Yelan arrived. After confirming Guan was safe, she left just as quickly as she had come. Standing by the window, Guan gazed toward the outer sect city. Cultivators still occasionally flew overhead, though not in the numbers of the previous night. With his divine sense now capable of spanning 1,000 li, Guan easily observed the outer sect city, and even beyond this wasn't even close to his limit. He saw the massive platform under construction in the city, with disciples busily hauling spirit stones into place. Silently watching, Guan couldn't yet discern what kind of formation it was. The sinking of spiritual energy caused turmoil throughout the Taixuan Sect, and the tension lingered for nearly 10 days before finally easing. Guan was affected as well. Several outer sect disciples decided to relocate their caves, cutting off some of Guan's channels for collecting lifespan. It was clear these disciples were fleeing the outer sect city. However, Guan wasn't disappointed. With 3 medicine valleys under his control, his lifespan reserves would only grow in the future. He even planned to expand the 3rd medicine valley. For now, he was simply waiting for the outer sect's turmoil to settle. As long as his Xian Valley and the few people he cared about weren't threatened, he had no interest in meddling with the Taixuan Sect's schemes. As Shen Zhen had once said, even the Daotian sect, the leading sect of the Deyu dynasty, engaged in such practices. Why should he force himself to intervene? Guan wasn't driven by some lofty sense of justice. The world was filled with suffering. If he wanted to save everyone, how could he ever succeed? Moreover, these matters were inherently messy. If Guan disrupted the Taixuan sect's plans and they later struggled against a demonic calamity, he would be branded as the sect's scapegoat. Those he saved might even blame him, believing they wouldn't have been sacrificed without his interference. Should I save one group, then the next, and keep carrying the burden of saving the world? Just thinking about it is exhausting. Time flowed on. One day, Guan visited Tianya Valley, first harvesting the mature herbs before leading 3 monkey demons to sow new seeds. As he worked, Luohan approached from behind and asked, "A month ago, the Earth's spiritual energy sank, and many Grand Masters of the Taixuan sect patrolled everywhere. Some even passed above Tianya Valley. What exactly happened in the sect?" Guan responded casually, "It seemed to be a demonic cultivator invasion. By the way, Liya was injured by a demonic cultivator recently and is now recovering in the inner section." Luohan frowned deeply upon hearing this, then turned and walked into the forest. Using his divine sense, Guan observed Luohan casting a spell on a talisman. After imbuing it with spiritual energy, the talisman burned to ash, and a trace of Luohan's energy shot into the sky at incredible speed. "Looks like he's passing information to Li Sundao." Guan didn't overthink it and continued sowing seeds. Once he was done, he gave instructions to the monkey demons and left Tianya Valley. Compared to intrigue and conspiracy, Guan was far more interested in the growth of his medicine valleys. That was where his focus truly lay. In the outer sect city, under a sky shrouded in dark clouds, the city bustled with activity, crowded with disciples. Sohan and Zhen Qin stood before a stone stele. Sohan read aloud, "Heavenly Mending Platform." Following Zhen Qin's gaze, Sohan looked ahead. Before them was a massive formation platform spanning more than 10 li. It was awe-inspiring. Around its edges stood numerous statues of ancient deities and immortals, each uniquely posed. At the center of the platform rose a towering stone pillar, 100 zhang high. Its square surface was etched with intricate grooves resembling human meridians, radiating a mysterious aura. "Senior brother, what do you think this heavenly mending platform is for? Why has the sect summoned all the outer sect disciples back and ordered us to gather here tomorrow?" Zhen Qin asked, her brows furrowed in displeasure. Sohan gazed at the platform and replied softly, "I don't know. Maybe it's related to the spiritual energy sinking a month ago." Behind them, disciples crowded the streets, many stopping to discuss the heavenly mending platform. For many, this was their first time seeing it, and they were awestruck. If such a massive platform were activated, how powerful would the formation be? Unable to get an answer, Zhen Qin turned her head, glancing around. For a fleeting moment, she thought she saw a familiar figure, but when she looked again, the person was gone. "How strange," she murmured to herself. Not far away, Zhang Qiang walked through the crowd dressed in green. Her gaze lingered briefly on the heavenly mending platform, her face expressionless. Beside her was a hunched old man with a cane, his head barely reaching her shoulder. Young mistress, this platform is no simple matter. Something big is bound to happen tomorrow. Are you sure we should stay? The old man asked. His concern was mirrored by the disciples around them, who were murmuring various speculations. Zhang Qiang's expression didn't waver as she replied, "Indeed, it's extraordinary. The restrictions within the platform are incredibly intricate. It would take decades to fully analyze. But since we're already here, we must see what happens tomorrow." The old man glanced at her and sighed. "Young mistress, you've changed so much. You don't have any attachments in the Taixuan Sect, do you?" Zhang Qiang's tone was calm as she said, "There are people I care about. That's why I brought you here." The old man chuckled bitterly. "Looks like this old bag of bones will be worked to the bone again." Their casual conversation avoided mentioning the Thousand Autumn Pavilion, so no one suspected their identities. Meanwhile, on the other side of the heavenly mending platform, atop a 9-story pavilion, 2 figures stood by the edge. Both appeared young, and one of them was none other than the black-robed man Chen Sunjin's backer. The black-robed man gazed down at the heavenly mending platform, his eyes deep and inscrutable, as if lost in thought. The other figure spoke, breaking the silence. "Master, most of the outer sect disciples from this city have returned. Should we summon the servant disciples from nearby medicine valleys, beast fields, and mining grounds as well?" The voice belonged to none other than Chen Sunjin, now inhabiting the body of a young disciple he had possessed. The black-robed man replied softly, "No need. Too many servant disciples will dilute the purity of the gathered cultivation energy." As dawn broke, more and more outer sect disciples entered the outer sect city. Disciples from the demon-slaying hall and law enforcement hall began guarding the city gates, meticulously inspecting the identity tokens of every entrant. On the heavenly mending platform, numerous disciples sat cross-legged in meditation, awaiting the start of events. Sohan and Zhen Qin stood at the edge of the platform, their brows furrowed as they surveyed the surroundings. "Senior brother, something feels off. Should we leave?" Zhen Qin whispered. She had trained in the techniques passed down by Zhang Qiang, sharpening her senses. The demon-slaying hall disciples stationed around the platform gave her an inexplicable sense of unease, making her instinctively want to flee. Sohan also sensed that something was amiss. He nodded, deciding to lead his junior sister away. As they moved against the flow of people, they noticed others who shared their apprehension, attempting to leave the outer sect city. However, the majority of disciples chose to trust the Taixuan Sect. When they reached the city gate, Sohan and Zhen Qin were stopped by demon-slaying hall disciples, who coldly declared, "Today, entry is permitted, but no one may leave." Sohan's gaze fell upon the banners newly erected along the city walls. His frown deepened. These flags had not been there yesterday. "Junior sister, I'll distract them while you try to escape," Sohan said through voice transmission. Zhen Qin instinctively turned to look at him. At that moment, Sohan unsheathed his sword and, with a swift step, charged toward the city gate. "Impudent!" The disciples guarding the gate shouted in anger. Before orders could be issued, the surrounding demon-slaying hall disciples sprang into action. Zhen Qin wanted to help Sohan but saw him quickly surrounded. If she joined the fray now, both of them would surely be captured. It would only waste Sohan's efforts. She immediately headed for another part of the gate, aiming for a less crowded area. At the same time, other disciples attempting to leave also began to make their moves, throwing the gate front into chaos. The weakest of the demon-slaying hall disciples were at the 5th layer of the foundation establishment stage. Sohan was soon pinned to the ground, unable to move. He struggled to raise his head, only to see Zhen Qin struck down and injured. Blood stained her lips as she fell, and Sohan's eyes turned bloodshot. The one who injured Zhen Qin was a woman dressed in the black uniform of the demon-slaying hall. She strode through the gate from outside and coldly addressed the crowd. "Today, we are purging demonic spies. Anyone who tries to leave will confirm their identity as a member of the demonic path." Her words caused the uneasy disciples to breathe a sigh of relief. So this was a demon spy purge. No wonder such a large operation was in place. They had been more worried about the Taixuan Sect orchestrating some other conspiracy. If this was just about weeding out demonic practitioners, they had no reason to fear, their consciences were clear. Sohan, Zhen Qin, and other captured disciples had their spiritual energy sealed with talisman papers before being escorted to the heavenly mending platform. By noon, the gates of the outer sect city were shut. A loud bell echoed across the city, followed by a commanding voice. "All disciples, assemble at the heavenly mending platform immediately." On every street, disciples began heading toward the platform. The massive platform, though already crowded with tens of thousands of disciples, still felt spacious. Yelan arrived at the edge of the platform, escorted by law enforcement hall disciples. As she was about to ascend the steps, her gaze fell upon a group of kneeling disciples in the distance. Her brows knitted as she recognized Sohan and Zhen Qin among them. Their disheveled hair and bloodied faces made it clear they had been in a fierce struggle. Yelan refrained from acting rashly and looked away, pondering how to rescue her junior martial nephew and niece. After much deliberation, she had to admit that her only option was to approach Lu Jujia. The law enforcement hall had been thoroughly overshadowed by the demon-slaying hall. Even its hall master would struggle to extract anyone from their grasp. Yayan's concern shifted to Guan. She silently prayed he had not entered the city. She had a nagging feeling that today's events were not as simple as catching demonic cultivators. As a law enforcement hall disciple, she couldn't flee merely on suspicion. Deep down, she held on to a sliver of faith in the Taixuan Sect, believing that the demon-slaying hall could only engage in underhanded activities secretly. Far away, Zhang Qiang stood with a hunchbacked elder at the window of a tall pavilion. They were not alone. A few inner sect disciples passing through the outer sect city had also refrained from heading to the platform, curious about the ongoing events. Last night, a powerful divine sense swept through the city. Its owner's cultivation must exceed the transformation stage, the elder said grimly. Beyond the transformation stage. Zhang Qiang narrowed her eyes. The elder turned to her and asked, "Young mistress, isn't it time you told me your purpose for being here?" Zhang Qiang gazed at the heavenly mending platform in the distance. To kill a traitor. A traitor. The elder's expression turned puzzled. As time passed, the number of disciples on the platform swelled past 100,000, yet it still felt vast. Lu Jujia stood at the platform's edge, surveying the crowd. His brow carried an unmistakable murderous aura, making him appear exceptionally dangerous. Yelan approached. Seeing her, Lu Jujia frowned. Sohan and Zhen Qin were captured by your people. Can you let them go? Yelan asked softly. Though she had severed ties with Lu Jujia, she had to lower her pride for the sake of the two juniors. If it were her own life on the line, she could accept death. But as Guan's disciples, she couldn't turn a blind eye to their plight. Lu Jujia's frown deepened, but after a brief pause, he nodded slightly. Thank you. Yelan left quickly after expressing her gratitude. Lu Jujia watched Yian's retreating figure, hesitated to speak, and ultimately sighed deeply before heading to retrieve Sohan and Zhen Qin. Half a stick of incense later, he returned to his position with the two in tow. Uncle Lu, Zhen Qin asked cautiously, is this really just about catching demonic spies? Lu Jujia nodded lightly without saying a word. Zhen Qin let out a breath of relief and chose not to press further, while Sohan scrutinized Lu Jujia closely. His instincts told him something was off. Suddenly, from behind a tall building to the east of the heavenly mending platform, a crimson umbrella rose into the air and swiftly flew to the center of the platform, attracting countless gazes. As the red umbrella unfurled, strings of white jade beads cascaded down, suspended by silky threads. The beads swayed and collided, producing a series of crisp, melodic sounds. Boom! The crimson umbrella burst forth with a surge of powerful spiritual energy, unleashing a faint golden halo that rapidly expanded, connecting to the banners mounted on the city walls. Everyone in the city looked up, some in awe, others in fear. Underneath the crimson umbrella, a figure materialized out of thin air. It was none other than the black-robed man. I am Chu Xian, an elder of the Taixuan Sect's main city. I am here today to purge the demonic spies in the outer sect, the black-robed man declared. The moment Chu Xian's voice rang out, the overwhelming aura of a void transformation stage expert swept across the outer sect, making his immense power palpable to all. Amid the crowd, Yelan gazed up at Chu Xian, her eyes brimming with shock. What kind of cultivation level could produce such a commanding presence? She wasn't alone. Lu Jujia, Sohan, and Zhen Qin were equally stunned. The majority of outer sect disciples looked up in reverence, as though beholding a celestial being. For years, the outer sect's demon-slaying hall has apprehended many demonic spies. Yet demonic cultivators still run rampant. Thus, the first investigation will target the demon-slaying hall itself. Chu Xian's voice was chillingly indifferent. As his words fell, the crimson umbrella above him began to sway, emitting an eerie sound that reverberated throughout the city. Lu Jujia's expression changed drastically. Clutching his chest, he collapsed to his knees with a heavy thud. It wasn't just him, other demon-slaying hall disciples nearby suffered the same fate, with some crying out in agony. Uncle Lu, what's wrong? Zhen Qin asked anxiously, her voice trembling. Lu Jujia's entire body felt as though it was being gnawed apart by 1,000 insects. The excruciating pain rendered him speechless, leaving him to gesture feebly for Zhen Qin and Sohan to stay back. The outer sect disciples on the platform turned to look at the demon-slaying hall members at the edges, murmuring in confusion. The artifact above me is the demon-suppressing umbrella. Beneath its light, all demonic energy is obliterated. Any practitioner of demonic arts will dissolve into blood. Chu Xian's voice echoed once more. The heavenly mending platform erupted in an uproar. The demon-slaying hall demonic cultivators? For years, the hall's actions had bred resentment among the disciples. Now that its true nature was exposed, how could they not be enraged? A chorus of curses and denunciations filled the air. Lu Jujia was in unbearable pain, his forehead pressed to the ground as his body convulsed violently. D***mn it. I knew it. He gritted his teeth, his face contorted in anguish. Unable to mobilize his spiritual energy, he was consumed by an unprecedented fear. A dark aura of demonic energy began to rise from his body, spiraling into the air and converging toward the demon-suppressing umbrella. It wasn't just him, demonic energy surged from the other demon-slaying hall disciples, streaming upward in a similar manner. From the crowd, Yelan stepped forward and saw Lu Jujia's tortured posture. She immediately approached, taking a pill from her storage pouch and feeding it to him. Her actions prompted a wave of insults from the disciples around her, but she paid them no mind. Unfortunately, the pill had no effect. Junior sister, run. Lu Jujia managed to rasp, each word costing him immense effort. As the word run left his lips, he coughed up a large mouthful of black blood. What in the world is going on? Yelan asked sharply, her tone heavy. After a pause, she spoke rapidly. I can't escape now. Unless the truth comes to light and the entire sect rises in resistance, there's no chance of survival. Lu Jujie no longer had the strength to respond. His trembling right hand slowly rose, and with a quivering finger, he pointed toward the sky. Yelan followed his gesture and turned her gaze upward. The person he pointed to was none other than Chu Xian, floating above. The next step is to purge the demonic spies on the platform, Chu Xian's voice rang out, silencing the noisy heavenly mending platform in an instant. Even the most self-assured disciples suddenly felt a flicker of panic. The demon-suppressing umbrella swayed again, its eerie sound sending chills through the hearts of all. Yelan suddenly felt something and instinctively looked down. The platform's surface was covered in dense, blood-red patterns resembling some ancient and sinister script. Her feet happened to be positioned directly on one of these patterns. A malevolent force surged into her body, forcibly sealing her spiritual energy and leaving her paralyzed. Her entire body trembled, and the white spirit sword at her waist began to emit a sharp cry. All the disciples on the platform collapsed to one knee in unison, like a tide surging and falling. The same intricate blood-red patterns appeared beneath their feet. I didn't expect the demonic path to have infiltrated this deeply. Since that's the case, this outer sect no longer has a reason to exist. Chu Xian's icy voice descended from above, chilling everyone to the core. In Xian Valley, within a pavilion, Guan was calmly writing at his desk when the surface suddenly began to tremble, causing his brush to pause mid-stroke. His gaze shifted to the Qinghong sword resting on the table beside him. The sword was vibrating violently, as if it were about to leap out of its scabbard. A faint sound resembling the cry of a bird echoed from within. Staring at the Qinghong sword, Guan's expression subtly changed. On the heavenly mending platform, tens of thousands of disciples knelt, unable to rise. The blood-red patterns beneath their feet pulsed and transformed into streams of blood energy, coiling around their bodies. Elder, I'm not a demonic spy. You're the real demon. You vile wretch, may you die a miserable death. Huh? So many demonic spies, what a cosmic joke. Who would have thought the Taixuan Sect was so rotten? And they call themselves the greatest righteous faction of Taixuan? Huh? The Taixuan Empire will fall soon enough. Chu Xian, even if I die, I'll haunt you as a ghost. Such vile acts, aren't you afraid of divine retribution? Cries, pleas, and curses filled the outer sect city, merging into a chaotic cacophony. At the center of the heavenly mending platform, the grooves on the towering stone pillar began to fill with blood, surging upward like veins, grotesque and eerie. Dark clouds rolled in from every direction, rapidly blanketing the sky above the city and plunging it into darkness. The faint golden barrier emitted by the demon-suppressing umbrella became fully visible, sealing the city. Those disciples who weren't on the platform tried to flee, but the barrier thwarted any attempt to escape. Yelan trembled violently, struggling to stand. Her spiritual energy was being drained away, leaving her filled with terror and despair. Beside her, Sohan and Zhen Qin were in a similar state, their bodies immobilized and their voices silenced. They could only await the grim descent of death. Far away, in the pavilion, the hunchbacked elder gazed solemnly at Chu Xian's figure in the distance. I didn't expect him to become this powerful. The prodigies of the Taixuan sect are truly extraordinary. It's only been a few years. Zhang Qaing's expression also betrayed fear. Just the oppressive aura emanating from Chu Xian made her hesitant to act. The gulf between their strengths was insurmountable. So this is the legendary Heaven and Earth Nirvana array, she muttered. Her words caught the elder's attention. Miss, this array poses a serious threat to us. We should retreat immediately. Zhang Qaing nodded. Her objective had never been Chu Xian, and his sudden appearance had taken her by surprise, especially the Heaven and Earth Nirvana array, which had left her deeply shaken. The two turned and quickly prepared to leave the outer sect city. Boom! Thunder rumbled through the clouds above, as if the heavens themselves were roaring in fury. The oppressive sound echoed loudly. Chu Xian lifted his head to observe the stormy sky. His expression remained calm, and after a brief glance, his gaze returned to the struggling disciples below. Watching the tens of thousands beneath him, his eyes filled with a fleeting hint of compassion. For the Taixuan Sect's eternal legacy, your sacrifices will not have been in vain, he murmured, as if trying to console himself. The compassion in his eyes faded quickly, replaced by an indifferent coldness. He raised his hand and gripped the demon-suppressing umbrella, preparing to intensify its power and drain the cultivation of all the disciples on the platform in one fell swoop. Yelan lay prone on the ground, her body utterly spent. She managed to lift her eyes with great effort and look toward the heavens. Beneath the roiling thunderclouds, Chu Xian's figure loomed ominously. But she wasn't looking at Chu Xian. Her mind was filled with worry for Guan, fearing he wouldn't escape this calamity. Regret filled her heart. She should have gone to Guan yesterday and urged him to leave the Taixuan sect. Today's events were an atrocity against both humanity and morality. Chu Xian would surely slaughter all the servant disciples affiliated with this outer sect city. Blood-red sigils wrapped tighter around her body like chains, threatening to drag her into the depths. Overwhelming exhaustion washed over her like a tidal wave, and her eyelids trembled as they began to close. The white spirit sword at her waist continued to tremble, seemingly anxious on her behalf. At that moment, a sudden sensation jolted Yelan. She instinctively opened her eyes, feeling the warmth of sunlight on her face. She wasn't the only one. The other tormented disciples also opened their eyes, startled by the sudden brightness in the sky. Lu Jujia, his body a bloody mess, could only glimpse the scene through the corner of his eye. To his astonishment, the thunderclouds above had been dispersed. Judging by the residual currents in the sky, they had been forcefully scattered by an immense power. Zhang Qiang and the hunchbacked elder, who had been hurrying down the streets, saw it clearly. They stopped in their tracks, turning their heads to look back. Above the demon-suppressing umbrella, outside the faint golden barrier, a sword hovered in the air. Enveloped in swirling sword energy, the blade was obscured from view, but its slender silhouette was unmistakable. Chu Xian lifted his gaze, shifting the demon-suppressing umbrella aside. His brows furrowed deeply. Who? His voice rang out, tinged with a rare hint of tension. That single word reignited hope in the hearts of everyone in the city. On the platform, the disciples who had resigned themselves to death now looked up with newfound anticipation. Boom! A terrifying surge of sword intent erupted from the floating sword, shattering the golden barrier enveloping the city in an instant. Chu Xian's expression changed dramatically. He hastily channeled his spiritual energy into the demon-suppressing umbrella, which trembled violently as it unleashed a massive wave of power to block the descending sword energy. Merge! Chu Xian's eyes widened as he began to shout, but before he could finish the word, the sword fell with overwhelming dominance. It obliterated the vast energy emanating from the demon-suppressing umbrella, shattered the artifact itself, and pierced straight through Chu Xian's body. The sword descended like a meteor crashing to the earth. The sword shadow descended and embedded itself into the center of the heavenly mending platform, its blade sinking deep into the stone and resonating with a continuous hum. A surge of powerful sword intent erupted, obliterating all the blood-red sigils on the platform and reducing the towering stone pillar to rubble. The sword's intent swept across Yalan, causing her robes to billow as if she had been jolted awake from a nightmare. Sohan and Zhen Qin experienced the same awakening and quickly stood up. More and more disciples broke free from the binding blood sigils and scrambled to their feet, all turning to look at the sword shadow in the center of the platform. In their eyes, this sword wasn't terrifying, it was their savior. Some looked up and saw Chu Xian still hovering in the sky. He held the demon-suppressing umbrella's handle, his body trembling as blood poured uncontrollably from his 7 orifices. Why? Chu Xian's voice quivered, but before he could finish, beams of sword light erupted from his body. His form disintegrated into ashes, his very soul unable to escape annihilation. The sky above dimmed with an ominous yellow glow, as though dusk had fallen early. Impossible. He was in the void transformation stage. The hunchbacked elder's eyes widened in sheer terror, his voice trembling. Zhang Qiang also struggled to maintain her composure. Chu Xian had been a cultivator beyond the transformation stage. What level of mastery could slay someone like him with a single strike? Following her gaze, they saw a massive pillar of energy descend from the heavens, connecting to the heavenly mending platform and splitting the sky itself. It was pure sword energy. For such a sword master to exist in this world. At that moment, Zhang Qiang felt insignificantly small and overwhelmingly ordinary. Her century of wounds and setbacks seemed to have completely cast her out of the cultivation world. Meanwhile, in the third medicine valley, under a massive tree, Elder Tian gazed toward the outer sect city. Though far away, he could clearly see the towering column of sword energy above the heavenly mending platform. Integration stage. He murmured to himself, his voice audible only to him. On a mountaintop at the valley's edge, Yayan stood against the wind. A powerful gust swept past, pulling his robes backward, yet his grip on his spear remained steady as a pine tree. Squinting at the distant sword energy column, his heart filled with wonder. Dozens of miles away, on a cliff, Shenzhen stood in front of her cave residence. The wind carried waves that rustled her black robes and veil, revealing glimpses of her lower face. Her pupils mirrored the sword energy column, her eyes brimming with curiosity. So the Taixuan Sect hid such a sword master. Her thoughts drifted to the legendary flying leaf sword immortal, who could slay nascent soul cultivators with a single leaf. What was the extent of his cultivation? No one knew, nor did anyone know his true identity. On the edge of the heavenly mending platform, Yalan stood amid tens of thousands of disciples. Though she couldn't see the sword shadow surrounded by the sea of people, her gaze instinctively fell to the white spirit's sword at her waist. It was still trembling faintly. Her expression grew complicated. Suddenly, a sharp, grating sound pierced the air, a sword grinding against stone. Drawn by the sound, Yalan leaped into the air, stepping onto her flying sword. She wasn't alone, tens of thousands of disciples also took to the skies, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. Everyone who rose into the air widened their eyes in astonishment. The sword shadow that had slain Chu Xian was moving. Its blade remained embedded in the stone, dragging along the platform and sending sparks flying in all directions. Sword intent radiated wildly. Elder Lu Chang from the library hall furrowed his brows tightly and muttered, "Righteous path." The sword shadow inscribed its final stroke before soaring into the air. It streaked past the disciples' heads and vanished into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Everyone turned to look at the heavenly mending platform. At the platform's center, 2 large characters were carved into the stone. Righteous path. The strokes were bold and full of fierce energy, exuding an unparalleled sharpness and an overwhelming sense of justice and slaughter. Zhang Qiang and the hunchbacked elder also floated in the air, staring at the 2 characters. Even the 2 demonic cultivators from the Thousand Autumn Pavilion were left utterly shaken by the sight. The mysterious sword master's intervention, leaving behind the words righteous path, reveals a profound truth. While the Taixuan Sect may have its shadows and corruption, it is not devoid of cultivators who hold justice and righteousness at heart. For Zhang Qiang, who had always scoffed at the Taixuan Sect's claim to righteousness, dismissing it as mere deception, this event prompted a shift in perspective. Perhaps the sect wasn't entirely despicable, there were still those upholding its ideals. In Xian Valley, within the pavilion, Guan sat at his desk, a faint frown on his face. Someone had locked onto his Qinghong sword, making it difficult for him to directly recall it. Instead, he was manipulating the sword remotely with his sword intent. That earlier strike was no ordinary attack, it was a technique of the Taixuan Frightening God's sword, executed at the integration level of mastery. If you're so eager to pursue it, then fine. Let the world know there's a sword hanging over the heads of those in the Taixuan sect, Guan thought silently. He then picked up his writing brush, deciding to test whether he could multitask. The Qinghong sword was already more than 6,000 miles away and still gaining distance rapidly. Above the sea of clouds, the sword, surrounded by sword energy, streaked across the sky. It left a long trail of turbulence in its wake, stretching to the horizon. Suddenly, the Qinghong sword halted, hovering in the clouds. In less than 3 breaths, a streak of golden light raced from the distant sky, arriving swiftly and stopping within 100 feet of the Qinghong sword. The golden light dissipated, revealing a man clad in a blue daoist robe. His celestial aura exuded elegance and wisdom, though his expression was grave. Holding a whisk in his hand, the man spoke with a stern tone. Who are you, exactly? A sword cultivator of the integration stage is unheard of in the Taixuan Empire. The voice of the blue-robed daoist echoed across the sea of clouds, his gaze fixed intently on the Qinghong sword. He couldn't discern the sword's true form, as his spiritual sense failed to penetrate the sword aura enveloping it, leaving him deeply unsettled. The swordsmanship of its wielder was undoubtedly the strongest he had ever encountered. Yet, he received no response. It felt as though the entire world had narrowed to just him and the sword, with no sign of a second person. However, he could sense a faint spiritual signature on the Qinghong sword, evidence that it was being controlled by someone. This realization put him on high alert, his nerves taut. At that moment, the Qinghong sword erupted with an overwhelming sword intent. In an instant, rolling thunderclouds surged from all directions, plunging the heavens into darkness. The terrifying sword intent locked onto the blue-robed daoist, causing him visible shock. Countless bolts of lightning intertwined within the thunderclouds above, forming draconic arcs that churned in the sea of clouds. The sword aura around the Qinghong sword surged like a roaring inferno. The daoist immediately waved his whisk, sending streams of gang energy radiating outward. They coalesced into a massive golden mountain around him, atop which statues of deities rose, as though silently roaring their defiance. A torrential downpour began to fall, accompanied by howling winds that tore through the clouds. Amidst the flickering lightning, the Qinghong sword, cloaked in sword aura, appeared like an unparalleled demon blade, exerting immense pressure on the daoist. The Qinghong sword soared into the air, its tip aimed directly at the daoist. Without hesitation, the daoist thrust out his palm. The golden mountain around him erupted with dazzling light, and the statues unleashed radiant beams of energy, converging into a galaxy-like torrent that spanned the sky, hurtling toward the Qinghong sword. The sword moved. Boom! One strike. As the Qinghong sword moved, thunder roared, and the heavens trembled. A chilling radiance streaked across the sky, the Qinghong sword cutting through like the fastest light, the fiercest thunder, shattering all in its path. The golden torrent was instantly dispersed, the golden mountain around the daoist shattered in an instant. Alarmed, he quickly leaped aside, but within moments, the Qinghong sword was already upon him, relentlessly pursuing. He struck out with his palm, causing the space before him to solidify. An invisible barrier formed, halting the Qinghong sword mid-flight. The barrier's energy rippled outward, giving it a visible shape. Suddenly, the daoist's expression shifted, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Crack! The sound of shattering glass echoed as the daoist instinctively retreated. Time seemed to slow as, within his pupils, the Qinghong sword's tip drew closer and closer, its sword aura blooming like radiant flowers, stunningly brilliant and perilous. Boom! A violent gust surged toward the daoist, dislodging his hair crown. His black hair whipped wildly, his robe flailing as the sea of clouds behind him was scattered, and the thunderclouds above were torn apart. Sunlight poured through, creating a massive rift in the sky that stretched to the horizon. Eyes wide with shock, the daoist stared at the sword hovering inches from his face, his emotions turbulent. The sword could have injured him but stopped just short of doing so. Under his watchful gaze, the Qinghong sword slowly descended. It seemed he understood something. He neither dodged nor attacked. The Qinghong sword tapped his chest lightly 3 times before turning and flying away, its speed far surpassing what he had seen earlier when he had chased it. This time, the daoist did not pursue. He knew it was pointless, he was no match for the sword's master. His expression darkened as sunlight illuminated him, the brightness feeling unbearably harsh. Inside a room, Guan set down his pen with one hand while catching the returning Qinghong sword with the other as it flew in through the window. He allowed the Qinghong sword to circle outside a few times, waiting until the valley's disciples were distracted before recalling it. Reflecting on the earlier battle, Guan felt a newfound confidence in his swordsmanship. Killing Chu Xian of the Void Transformation stage had earned him 93 years of lifespan, and the blue-robed daoist he faced afterward was also at the integration stage. Judging by his aura, the deist was likely at the same early integration level as Guan, no higher than the second tier, but he still wasn't a match for the Taixuan frightening god sword. Previously, Guan had always thought his combat ability was weak compared to others at the same level. Now, it seemed he had underestimated himself. Even without extensive combat experience, his mastery of spells and techniques was solidly grounded, not born of idle imagination. Not everyone could afford to spend thousands of years refining their spells. The vast majority of cultivators devoted most of their time to absorbing chi for cultivation. Of course, battles were safest when fighting lower-level opponents. Guan sheathed the Qinghong sword, placing it on the table. He glanced toward the outer sect city, where numerous Taixuan Sect grandmasters were already converging. The following is a smooth and contextually accurate translation of the provided text. Tens of thousands of outer sect disciples survived, and Chu Xian's crimes could no longer be hidden. Yalan and the others were now safe. It was unlikely the Taixuan Sect would attempt such demonic cultivation techniques again in the short term. The two characters carved by Guan on the heavenly mending platform became the focal point of many cultivators. The grandmasters marveled at his sword intent, while the outer sect disciples, filled with anger, cursed Chu Xian and demanded a thorough investigation by the sect's leadership. Due to the array Chu Xian activated earlier, isolating the outer sect city, the miscellaneous disciples in Xian Valley hadn't heard the commotion. They only noticed the churning clouds in the sky, prompting a few who were outdoors to glance up a couple of times. Half an hour later, cultivators began flying over the skies above Xian Valley, sparking heated discussions among the valley's disciples. Guan didn't leave his loft, feigning ignorance of the events. That day, the Taixuan Sect was destined to be anything but peaceful. By dawn the next morning, Yalan, Sohan, and Zhenqin returned. Guan received them in his loft. Wu Xian and Xiao Chuan insisted on joining in, so Guan allowed them into the room as well. Zhenqin recounted the events of the previous day with dramatic flair, causing Wu Xian and Xiao Chuan to react with fluctuating emotions. Yalan, unusually, remained silent and didn't fixate on Guan as she typically did. Guan, guessing the reason for her behavior, pretended not to notice her abnormality. When Zhenqin and Sohan finished their story, Wu Xian sneered, "I've long suspected the Taixuan Sect isn't as righteous as it claims. But to think they'd stoop this low? Sacrificing tens of thousands of fellow disciples? Even the Thousand Autumn Pavilion has never sunk to such madness." Xiao Chuan, equally indignant, clenched his teeth and said, "Senior brother, why don't we leave this sect? We can plant grass elsewhere." Guan shot him a glare. "Stop spouting nonsense. Don't say things like that again. No matter what, this matter has been interrupted for now, and there are still righteous people within the Taixuan Sect." He wasn't about to give up his foundation here, especially not the Eight-View Celestial Realm. The Grandmasters from the sect's main city have already arrived to uphold justice. They've promised to provide an explanation to the outer sect disciples. Let's see how the sect handles this. The commotion yesterday was far too large to keep hidden. It will inevitably spread across the cultivation world, Yalan added, still avoiding Guan's gaze. Sohan, recalling something, quickly said, "Master, Uncle Lu suffered serious injuries. Even if he survives, I'm afraid." Guan had already seen Lu Jujia's tragic state the day before, but there was nothing he could do. Lu Jujia's cultivation had been completely drained. Even if he lived, he would be a cripple, with little hope of cultivating again. He wasn't sure if Wu Xian's Daoyan technique could help. Pass a message to him. If he doesn't mind, he's welcome to return to Xian Valley and join me in planting flowers and grass for a peaceful life, Guan said with a sigh. Mentioning Lu Jujia's fate cast a heavy pall over the room. That's enough. You all may leave now. I need to speak with junior sister Yalon, Guan said, waving his sleeve. The group quickly bowed and left. Zhenqin, ever perceptive, closed the door behind her. Before it shut completely, she shot Guan a playful wink, leaving him both amused and exasperated. The room fell into silence. Guan could sense Yayan's unease. Smiling, he said, "Junior sister, you must have been frightened. Why not rest in Xian Valley for a few days?" Yalan took a deep breath, then turned to him and said, "I was indeed shaken, but not out of fear. Senior brother, I finally understand your earlier words. I was truly foolish. The path of cultivation must prioritize strength. If we were to retreat into the mountains and forests only to encounter an evil like yesterday's, unable to defend ourselves, that would be the most tragic outcome for both of us." Hearing her resolve, Guan instead grew concerned that the pressure on her was too great. "Junior sister, don't overthink it. While it's good to work hard on cultivation, dangers like yesterday's are rare," he said earnestly. Yalan nodded. "I don't know who that Grandmaster was yesterday, but I'll learn from them. When I become as powerful as they are, I'll stand by your side, senior brother." She smiled, raising her brow at him teasingly. Seeing her return to her usual demeanor, Guan smiled as well. The two then chatted about the demon-slaying hall. Yalan revealed that nearly all of its disciples had been crippled, and the sect's main city was preparing a thorough investigation. From what she had heard, the incident might even implicate the elder hall of the main city. Within the Taixuan Sect, it was never a one-man show. Everyone had their rivals, and Chu Xian was no exception. His adversaries within the sect would surely seize this opportunity to act against him. Guan, too, hoped for change within the Taixuan Sect. If things continued to deteriorate, and if one day he grew strong enough, he wouldn't hesitate to ensure the sect adopted a new direction, even if it meant replacing its voice entirely. 2 days later, inside the Third Medicine Valley, Guan was inspecting medicinal herbs when he suddenly sensed 2 approaching auras. His brows furrowed slightly, though he didn't turn around. Before long, Gu Zong descended with someone in tow, the very same blue-robed deist who had clashed with the Qinghong sword previously. Guan, come here, Gu Zong called from a distance. Guan immediately turned and walked over, casting a lifespan probe at the deist. To probe someone's lifespan, one needed direct line of sight, spiritual sense alone wouldn't suffice. Ji Hantian, Integration Stage, Tier 1780/3300/3500. So, it really was the first tier of the integration stage? And his surname was Ji? Not long ago, Guan had encountered another Ji family cultivator at the void transformation stage. To think the Taixuan Sect concealed an integration stage grandmaster from the Ji family as well. The Ji family's foundation was indeed terrifying. Guan approached Gu Zong and bowed in greeting. Gu Zong smiled. Guan, this is the deputy sect master, and a member of the Ji family. Hearing this, Guan immediately saluted Ji Hantian. Ji Hantian nodded, smiling. No need for formalities. After all, you're a member of the Ji family as well. Let's head upstairs for a chat. Guan led the way at once. Once inside the room, Guan shut the door, and Gu Zong followed up by setting a restriction barrier. Suddenly, Ji Hantian slammed the table, his voice thundering with rage. This is outrageous. Simply lawless? Panan, you must document this matter and expose the Taixuan Sect's sins to the entire cultivation world. Me? Write it? Guan didn't dare respond immediately. He wasn't even sure why Ji Hantian was so angry. If Ji Hantian wanted him to write something that would tarnish his own reputation, there was no way Guan would agree. Why are you shouting so loudly? Gu Zong asked with a hint of annoyance. He sat down and gestured for Guan to sit beside him. Guan nodded and took a seat on the nearby stool. Ji Hantian struggled to compose himself before speaking. Sacrificing tens of thousands of disciples to forge an array, how is this the righteous path? If not for that mysterious sword cultivator intervening, I'd still be in the dark. His anger was genuine. At the time, Ji Hantian had been in seclusion when he sensed a powerful sword intent. Startled, he immediately broke his retreat and traveled tens of thousands of miles to investigate. By the time he arrived, he couldn't save Chu Xian but heard the outer sect disciples' curses. Their fury left him both enraged and curious about the sword cultivator's identity, so he gave chase, only to be easily defeated by the other party. Since reaching the integration stage, Ji Hantian had considered himself nearly invincible within the Taixuan Empire. Few could match him, and most of those were reclusive old monsters. It had been a long time since he'd tasted defeat. The most perplexing part? His opponent not only defeated him but also helped him. If that person hadn't intervened, would the hatred for the outer sect's annihilation have been pinned on the demonic sects by the time I emerged from seclusion? Ji Hantian asked, glaring at Gu Zong. Gu Zong smiled bitterly, offering no reply, though his silence spoke volumes. Ji Hantian turned to Gu An. I want you to write a detailed account of what happened 3 days ago, including the demon-slaying hall's vile deeds and the sword cultivator who averted the outer sect's disaster. The fact that they acted suggests they're likely a low-profile member of the Taixuan Sect. By extolling their virtues, you'll help maintain the sect's reputation and prevent it from being immediately labeled as demonic. Hearing that he could promote himself, Guan felt much more at ease. However, he couldn't agree too readily, it wouldn't look convincing. He deliberately hesitated, his expression conflicted, as though he wanted to speak but held back. Ji Hantian frowned. What's the matter? Don't want to do it? Gu Zong interjected with a snort. This is a monumental task that could offend countless people. You're throwing him into a hornet's nest with one sentence. Of course he's reluctant. Ji Hantian looked slightly embarrassed upon hearing this. Guan took a deep breath and said, I'm willing to serve the Taixuan Sect, but... Gu Zong grinned and asked, what do you want? Just say it. Ji Hantian furrowed his brow but didn't interrupt. I want to expand my medicine valley, the third medicine valley in the inner sect. I'd like a 100-mile radius of land allocated to me so I can plant more herbs. The herbs I hand over to the sect will remain unchanged. I won't take more for myself, Guan replied earnestly. Ji Hantian, taken aback, blurted out, that's all. You could ask for something far more ambitious. He had expected Guan to demand exorbitantly but was surprised at the simplicity of his request. Guan nodded. This is all I want. My talent is average, and seeking treasures or powerful techniques would only bring unnecessary trouble. Cultivating medicinal herbs is my passion, it even gives me inspiration for my writing. Plus, it's a contribution to the Taixuan Sect. Ji Hantian turned to Gu Zong, his expression skeptical. Gu Zong chuckled. Don't underestimate him. He means it. Pan En's reputation precedes him, though you might not know much about him yet. Spend a few days learning more, and you'll see. If he makes a request, the Elder Hall would undoubtedly elevate him to the rank of true legacy disciple. Oh, his writings are really that impressive? Ji Hantian asked, intrigued. Take a look at Romance of the Gods, you'll love it, Gu Zong replied with a knowing smile. Very well, in that case, I'll personally approve your request. You'll have that 100-mile radius, and you can plant whatever you wish. You'll also receive a 6th grade protective spirit array for the area. Guzong, handle the details, Ji Hantian instructed firmly. Guzong nodded with a smile. Guan immediately bowed deeply to Ji Hantian in gratitude. The conversation shifted as Guzong inquired about the sect master's stance on the recent events. Ji Hantian responded with biting sarcasm, claiming the sect master would undoubtedly feign ignorance. The sect master and deputy sect master were clearly at odds. During their talk, Ji Hantian also mentioned Liu Baidian, also known as Elder Tian, expressing strong dissatisfaction with him. It seemed Elder Tian had altered his appearance and form so thoroughly that even Ji Hantian didn't recognize him. As the conversation progressed, Guan finally understood that Elder Tian had indeed succumbed to qi deviation. Elder Tian had always preferred seclusion and rarely managed the Taixuan Sect, which allowed many to exploit his name for personal gain. After his deviation, they had elected Elder Chu Tiankai as sect master. From Ji Hantian's tone, it was clear that he considered Elder Tian as good as dead. This revelation led Guan to speculate further about the dynamics between Guzong and Ji Hantian. Half an hour later, Ji Hantian and Guzong finally departed. Guan stood on the grass, watching them leave. Suddenly, Elder Tian approached out of nowhere, asking curiously, "Did something happen in the outer sect?" Guan nodded, briefly summarizing the events. Elder Tian furrowed his brows as he listened. "Elder Tian, what's your take? Do you consider the Taixuan sect righteous or evil?" Guan asked nonchalantly, crouching to inspect a medicinal herb in front of him. Elder Tian replied, "The line between righteousness and evil is often indistinct. To judge good and evil, one shouldn't focus on the present but leave it for future generations to evaluate." Those words. No wonder the Taixuan sect was so skewed. Guan chose not to respond, losing interest in continuing the conversation with Elder Tian. Guan began planning how to fully utilize the 100-mile radius of land. Guzong had already promised to relocate nearby intersect disciples, except for Shenzhen, to avoid potential conflicts in the future. Intersect disciples were an entirely different breed from their outer sect counterparts. Those who could become intersect disciples not only possessed exceptional talent but also intricate networks of connections. It was no exaggeration to say that any random intersect disciple likely had a significant background. Through this ordeal, Guan came to understand that the Taixuan Empire didn't truly belong to the emperor or the sects, it was the domain of noble families. The Ji family's influence was a prime example. They could place their members as the deputy sect master of the Taixuan sect and infiltrate every major sect within the Taixuan Empire. And it wasn't just the Ji family, there were also the Gu family, the Zhou family, and others. Guan suspected that both Chu Jingfeng and sect master Chu Tiankai hailed from the same clan. Clearly, the Chu family wasn't simple either. But none of this mattered to him. He had no intention of building his own family or accumulating ties that would weigh him down. His approach remained steadfast, seek the Dao first, then live as he pleased. Guzong moved swiftly. Within 7 days, all the paperwork was finalized, and the nearby intersect disciples were relocated. He also brought a 6th-grade protective spirit array for Guan. The protective spirit array was specifically designed to enhance and contain spiritual energy. In the vast expanse of the world, spiritual energy naturally flowed. Major sects typically established themselves on spirit veins and sealed the energy within, ensuring the sect's abundance of spiritual energy at the cost of depleting it from the surrounding lands. With this array and a vast resource of medicinal herbs, Guan could advance his cultivation to the foundation establishment stage, the nascent soul stage, and even the transformation stage while claiming that his talent was poor and his progress was entirely resource-driven. This way, others wouldn't perceive him as a threat. Additionally, Guzong permitted him to employ 20 miscellaneous disciples in the Third Medicine Valley. Typically, miscellaneous disciples weren't allowed into the inner sect, and Guan had already pushed boundaries by bringing in 4 previously. His close relationship with Guzong made this exception possible. Guan recruited 7 new disciples from Xian Valley, including Tang Yu. As for Xiao Chuan and Wu Xian, they remained in Xian Valley but were now allowed to visit the Third Medicine Valley whenever they wished. Life was finally starting to settle into a comfortable rhythm. A month passed since the outer sect disaster. One day, Guan visited the outer sect city. Without the demon-slaying hall, the city had returned to its former vibrancy, bustling with life. The disciples passing through seemed far more relaxed. As he strolled through the streets, Guan suddenly noticed a familiar figure, Zhang Kaiying. Back when dealing with Chu Xian, Guan's spiritual sense had detected Zhang Kaiying, but he had pretended not to notice. He had assumed that Zhang Kaiying had left after the incident, but to his surprise, she was still here. Zhang Kaiying approached him directly, smiling as she said, "Come with me." Guan glanced at the hunchbacked elder standing behind Zhang Kaiying and cast a lifespan probe. Huemo, Transformation Stage, Tier 9970/1300/1570. Guan could sense the faint trace of demonic energy hidden within this elder. Zhang Kaiying was truly bold. Coming herself was risky enough, but bringing a transformation stage companion from the sect? Did she not fear being exposed? Seeing Guan hesitate, Zhang Kaiying raised her hand, revealing a token. Outer Sect Grand Elder. Essentially the leader of the Outer Sect? Guan stared at her in astonishment. How had she managed this? Zhang Kaiying smirked smugly and brushed past him. Guan quickly followed her pace. Guan soon found himself at Zhang Kaiying's residence. The compound housed many miscellaneous disciples, none of whom showed any signs of demonic energy. Zhang Qiang led Guan into a grand hall. Hu Mo remained at the doorway, and Guan could feel him casting a spell to isolate the room from prying eyes. Zhang Qiang sat in the main seat, even propping her leg up casually, showing no trace of the decorum expected of an outer sect grand elder. How did you pull this off? Guan couldn't help but ask. Zhang Qiang snorted. Your master's master has vast abilities. Becoming the grand elder of an outer sect city is nothing. Who knows? One day, I might even become the sect master. Guan laughed at her audacity and asked, if you did become the sect master, would your allegiance lie with the Thousand Autumn Pavilion or the Taixuan Sect? If I became the Taixuan Sect master, I wouldn't be a demonic cultivator, now, would I? Naturally, my loyalty would lie with the Taixuan Sect. I wouldn't switch sides even if offered the position of the Thousand Autumn Pavilion's pavilion master, Zhang Qiang replied nonchalantly, her tone filled with disdain for the pavilion. At that moment, Guan understood why the Thousand Autumn Pavilion had so many spies in the Taixuan Sect but still couldn't topple it. To the cultivators of the pavilion, it was clear that the Thousand Autumn Pavilion couldn't compare to the Taixuan Sect. Even Wu Xian, who was a young master in the pavilion, preferred to remain a miscellaneous disciple in the Taixuan Sect. From now on, if any Thousand Autumn Pavilion cultivators come to you, you must never reveal the whereabouts of the spirit tree. That tree now belongs solely to us, not the pavilion. Do you understand? Zhang Qiang said seriously. Guan nodded. Sorry, it belongs only to me. Zhang Qiang smiled. My dear disciple grandson, tell me, is there anything you need? Don't hesitate to ask. After some thought, Guan said, could you promote Yelan from the disciplinary hall? She's my junior sister. As for anything else, I don't have any requests for now. My medicine valley in the inner sect has already been expanded. I don't need more valleys, but if you come across seeds for high-grade medicinal herbs, feel free to give them to me. I'll cultivate them and pass the harvest back to you. Zhang Qiang's smile widened, her eyes glinting as she sized up Guan. Not bad. I didn't misjudge you after all. Don't worry, your master's master won't take advantage of you, but I also won't let you down. She then added, by the way, I have a task for you. Guan raised a brow. What could I possibly do for you besides growing herbs? Keep an eye out for information about Panan. According to what I've heard, Pan An's cultivation level is not high, and he's hiding in the outer sect. Exactly who he is remains unclear, as the Elder Hall is keeping it tightly under wraps. Looking for me? Guan felt like laughing, but he managed to hold it back. First Ji Hantian wanted him to write about himself, now Zhang Qiang wanted him to track himself down. Although the requests concerned different personas, the absurdity was undeniable. What kind of situation was this? Feigning hesitation, Guan said, I mostly stay in the Medicine Valley. I'm afraid it will be hard for me to find any news about Pan An. Zhang Qiang waved dismissively. That's not necessarily true. Panan loves writing, so he must interact with people. The book Taixuan Immortal Venerable stirs the emotions of many low-level cultivators, so perhaps he often talks with outer sect and miscellaneous disciples. Keep an eye out, and if you discover anything, let me know. Seeing no way out, Guan nodded reluctantly. Zhang Qiang went on to discuss a few other matters before instructing Hu Mo to fetch a bag of high-grade seeds for Guan to take with him. Leaving Zhang Qiang's residence, Guan headed toward the Heavenly Mending Platform. The platform had become the most popular attraction in the outer sect city. Disciples from other outer sects and even inner sect cities came to see it. The battle a month ago had spread throughout the cultivation world. Even Luo Hun of Horizon Valley had heard about it, which confirmed that Luo Hun occasionally left his valley. When Guan arrived at the platform, he saw that at least 10,000 people were present. Near the two large characters for Righteous Path engraved into the platform, many cultivators were seated, meditating. Among them, Guan spotted two familiar faces, Zhou Yujian and Zhou Lin. The father and son pair were studying the sword intent Guan had left behind when he carved the characters. As the engraving contained traces of his sword intent, it held great allure for sword cultivators of the Taixuan Sect. Another familiar figure stood out. Sohan, Guan's disciple. Sohan, also a sword cultivator, had recently grasped the essence of the Hatred Heaven Divine Sword, rapidly advancing his mastery of the sword. His entire demeanor was undergoing a transformation. Guan watched from a distance without disturbing them, instead listening to the conversations around him. The Sword Sovereign's sword intent is truly magnificent. It's hard to imagine the level of his swordsmanship. Word is that the Sword Sovereign's strength rivals the Deputy Sect Master. He might even stand a chance against the Sect Master himself. Could the Sword Sovereign actually be the Sect Master? Impossible. The Sect Master publicly stated he knew nothing of Chu Xian's actions and has vowed to thoroughly investigate anyone involved with him. He promised that no matter their status, anyone who violated the Taixuan Sect's principles would be severely punished. Just looking at these two words, Righteous Path, stirs my heart. I heard Panan plans to write about the Sword Sovereign in his next book. I wonder what kind of story it will be. The Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path? This title had been bestowed on Guan's mysterious sword-wielding persona by Sect Master Chu Tiankai. The title symbolized the defender of righteousness, charged with upholding justice within the Taixuan Sect. If any injustice or evil arose, even from the Sect Master himself, the Sword Sovereign was empowered to act. The title sounded grand, but Guan found it rather pointless. Chu Tiankai's proclamation primarily served to protect himself. Since naming the Sword Sovereign, criticism of the Sect Master had lessened significantly. Instead, he was praised for his boldness and responsibility, with many lauding his magnanimity. However, Guan also overheard voices questioning the sect master, or more precisely, the Chu family. Chu Tiankai and Chu Xian. The connection between them was hard to ignore. The public nature of these criticisms and praises was unusual for cultivators. It wasn't clear whether these individuals were mere pawns in a larger game. Ultimately, though, none of it concerned Guan. After spending some time at the Heavenly Mending platform, Guan headed to the Inner Sect's teleportation platform to purchase more medicinal herb seeds. Although Gu Zong had given him a large supply on behalf of the sect, it wasn't nearly enough to cover a 100-mile radius. Just the thought of having such a vast expanse filled with his herbs made Guan excited. Reflecting on the events of a month ago, Guan felt satisfied. His risky intervention not only saved those around him but also brought him enormous benefits. By evening, Guan returned to the Third Medicine Valley. With the addition of 7 new miscellaneous disciples, the valley had grown livelier. The disciples were busy weeding and clearing new plots of land, while the occasional bark of spiritual dogs echoed from the distant forest, adding a pastoral charm. As soon as Guan arrived, he sensed Shen Zhen's presence. Once again, she was waiting for him in his loft. Heading upstairs, Guan saw Shen Zhen standing by his bookshelf. Hearing his footsteps, she returned the book she had been reading to its place before turning to face him. Guan closed the door behind him and asked, "Miss Shen, what brings you here today? I heard you're planning to write a book about the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path." "I'll write about him, yes, but not entirely focused on him. The main subject will be the incident in the Outer Sect a month ago." "Then you'd better be careful," Shen Zhen said with a light chuckle. "The Sword Sovereign's fame has already spread beyond the Taixuan Empire. Just yesterday, I received a letter saying that sword cultivators from the Diyu dynasty are preparing to challenge him. Many people believe that since you're writing about the Sword Sovereign, you must be connected to him. They think finding you will be easier than finding him." There was a playful glint in Shen Zhen's eyes as she spoke. Guan sighed. "How could I possibly meet the Sword Sovereign? Writing about him means I'll need to gather material from the outer section." "Don't worry," Shen Zhen said with a smile. "I haven't revealed your identity to anyone, not even my father, who tried to pry information about you from me." As she spoke, she pulled a book out of her storage pouch and placed it on the table. "Still, it's better to be cautious. The Sword Sovereign's strength has made many sects uneasy, and they're all trying to gather intel about him. Also, this is my new book. Within a month, it'll be sold in libraries across the region. You can take a look first." With that, Shen Zhen turned to leave, brushing past Guan as she walked out. The two were already familiar with each other, so Guan didn't see her off. Instead, he sat down at his desk and picked up Shen Zhen's book, The Secrets of Taixuan. It sounded quite serious. Guan immediately started reading, but as he progressed, his brows furrowed. What the? He had thought Shen Zhen's writing couldn't surpass the adventures of the Green Hero, especially when it came to romantic or intimate details. To his surprise, her writing was even more daring and unrestrained than he'd imagined. So this is the person who pretends to be reserved in front of me? And yet she writes this kind of stuff so boldly in private? There's no way this content can be published, right? Guan hoped the library's review process would stop the book in its tracks. Despite his frustration, he couldn't help but find the content engrossing. He ended up reading it all night. At dawn, Guan gathered the disciples for morning exercises. With the number of disciples in the Third Medicine Valley growing, he felt it was essential to maintain tradition. He even insisted that Elder Tian join them. After the exercises, Guan assigned tasks. 3 disciples were tasked with planting seeds, while the rest continued clearing new plots of land. The forests surrounding the Third Medicine Valley were dense, and turning them into suitable farmland required a tremendous amount of time and effort. Even without using magic, Guan didn't feel tired. He encouraged the disciples, reminding them that this was also a form of cultivation. The disciples didn't mind the hard work either. In fact, they were full of enthusiasm. The larger the valley grew, the more benefits they received, as Guan was generous. The more herbs they cultivated, the more elixirs they could enjoy. Life began to settle into a peaceful rhythm. Guan spent most of his time in the Third Medicine Valley, busy with cultivation and planting. 5 days later, Shen Zhen came to visit again, furious this time. Her book had been rejected by the library. Guan almost burst out laughing but managed to suppress it. Shen Zhen, however, was stubborn. The more the library refused to publish her book, the more determined she became to see it distributed. She decided to print it herself and quietly circulate it within the Inner Sect. Guan tried to persuade her to revise and remove certain parts, suggesting that this might allow the library to approve it, but she refused to listen. In any case, without the library's backing, Guan doubted her book would gain much traction, and his concerns eased considerably. As winter snow began to blanket the land, turning everything white, Guan found himself filled with a sense of calm. By noon, Guan arrived at Horizon Valley. In the valley, Guan noticed an unfamiliar presence, someone with a formidable aura. Before he could investigate further, Luohan sensed Guan's arrival and leaped out from the forest, landing before him as swiftly as a flying goose. "You've come at just the right time. Let me introduce someone to you," Luohan said, gesturing for Guan to follow him toward the pavilion area. This person was arranged by His Majesty. Any herbs you harvest should be at his disposal to aid his breakthrough. Guan followed Luohan without protest. He had never coveted the herbs of Horizon Valley, His interest was purely in harvesting them. Once gathered, how Li Sundao chose to allocate them was none of his concern, as the herbs belonged to Li Sundao in the first place. As the two approached the pavilion, the door of a nearby courtyard opened, and a man in white robes emerged. Yi Liuyun, Transformation Stage, Tier 9 466/1208/2850. Transformation Stage Tier 9. The Emperor's resources were indeed formidable. Yi Liuyun appeared to be in his early 40s, exuding an aura of grace and poise. His white robes accentuated his striking appearance and the aloof elegance characteristic of a master swordsman. Standing behind the courtyard wall, Yi Liuyun cupped his hands in salute. This humble one, Yi Liuyun, greets the Valley Master. Luo Hun introduced him, saying, Senior Yi is the Emperor's foremost sword attendant. His mastery of swordsmanship ranks among the finest in the Taixuan Empire. There are barely a handful of people in the world who can rival him in the way of the sword. Guan returned Yi Liuyun's salute respectfully. Yi Liuyun fixed his gaze on Guan and asked, Valley Master, you are a disciple of the Taixuan Sect, correct? Do you know anything about the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path? What realm has he achieved? The Sword Sovereign's fame had spread far and wide. People knew of his feat in slaying Chu Xian, a cultivator at the Void Transformation stage, but the fact that he had also crossed swords with Ji Hantian remained a secret. Ji Hantian had chosen not to disclose the matter, as though it had never happened. I am merely an outer sect disciple of the Taixuan Sect and don't know much. However, the Sword Sovereign's sword intent has been left on the Heavenly Mending platform in the outer sect. Senior, you might find it enlightening to visit. It was clear to Guan that Yi Liuyun was seeking information to challenge the Sword Sovereign. Sending him to the Heavenly Mending platform was the perfect way to temper his expectations. Those engraved characters might help him realize the vast gulf between himself and the Sword Sovereign. As expected, upon hearing about the Sword Sovereign's sword intent, Yi Liuyun's eyes lit up. Without hesitation, he leaped into the air, soaring out of the Medicine Valley in an instant. Guan turned to Luo Hun. He can just head to the Taixuan Sect directly. Luo Hun nodded. He holds the Emperor's Sword Attendant token. It grants him free passage through the major sections. With that, Guan asked no further questions and headed toward one of the gardens to harvest the nearly ripe herbs. An hour later, Guan departed from Horizon Valley. The new year arrived amidst the biting cold of winter. Shortly after the Lunar New Year celebrations ended, Guan returned to the outer sect. He first visited Zhongqiang to obtain a batch of high-grade medicinal herb seeds before heading to the Heavenly Mending platform to enjoy the lively scene. The father and son duo, Zhou Yujian and Zhou Lin, were still seated in contemplation, immersed in their study of swordsmanship. Guan also spotted Yi Liuyun. The man sat cross-legged near the Righteous Path inscription, his brows deeply furrowed as he meditated, lost in thought. Guan's gaze drifted upward, toward the character for path at the top of the inscription, and his expression darkened slightly. There was someone there. Following Guan's gaze, a man in simple robes could be seen meditating above the character Dao. His figure and appearance were unremarkable, and even his aura was rather plain. If not for Guan persistently using his lifespan detection ability, he wouldn't have noticed the man's extraordinary nature. Huangquan Demon Emperor, Void Transformation Stage 9th Layer 3847/5700/14000. A demon? Guan knew that demons and devils generally had longer lifespans than human cultivators of the same stage. But seeing this individual's potential lifespan of 14,000 years still shocked him. What kind of cultivation technique was this? Not a trace of demonic aura leaked, not even one detectable by someone like him, a nascent soul stage grandmaster. And what was more curious, did demons like practicing swordsmanship too? Guan couldn't help but think of his pet, Hao Long, who was also obsessed with the way of the sword. Instead of continuing to stare at the Huangquan Demon Emperor, Guan let his gaze sweep across the other figures atop the Heavenly Mending platform. Those who dared to sit and comprehend the sword there were undoubtedly high-level cultivators. After all, those in the Qi condensation or foundation establishment stages were too busy cultivating Qi to have the luxury of meditating on Dao. Guan realized he had underestimated the influence of the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path. Although he had not heard of Chu Xian before, with Chu Xian's cultivation level, he was undoubtedly famous among the major forces of the cultivation world. Every Grand Master would have heard of him. The fall of a Void Transformation stage expert would undoubtedly shock the Empire. It seemed he needed to keep a lower profile. As his reputation grew, who knew what sort of riffraff might come his way? After surveying everyone on the Heavenly Mending platform, Guan finally left. By now, he had developed a habit of using lifespan detection on unfamiliar individuals. Without investigating the other party's background, he would feel uneasy. For now, it was time to focus on farming for a few years until the cultivation world forgot about the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path. He had already finished writing a book about the Sword Sovereign and the scandals of the Outer Sect. Ji Hantian had been pushing him, and he'd completed it last month. It wasn't a novel but a single volume, which sufficed. Spring covered the earth, and vitality flourished everywhere. Inside the Third Medicine Valley, Guan and Guyu were drinking in a small house. The righteousness and demons you wrote has spread throughout the Taixuan Empire. No one's talking about the Taixuan Immortal Venerable anymore. They're all discussing the Taixuan Sect and the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path, Guyu remarked sourly. Guan chuckled. The Taixuan Sect is the #1 righteous sect. Now that something like this has happened, of course people are curious. Don't worry, in a few years, the cultivation world will lose interest. Then they'll turn back to chasing your legendary battle with the foreign realm demon emperor. Hearing this, Gu Yu beamed and began praising Gu An's writing, even pestering him for spoilers about the next story. Gu An didn't give anything away, leaving Gu Yu increasingly eager. By the way, I recently got my hands on a book. The protagonist is named Gu An. It's quite interesting, Gu Yu suddenly said, pulling a book out of his storage pouch. Secrets of Taixuan? Gu An's heart skipped a beat when he saw the title. Damn it, she really went ahead and spread it. My reputation is doomed. Gu Yu waved the Secrets of Taixuan in his hand with a sly grin. Brother Gu, have you read this book? Gu An asked curiously, what's it about? It's a great read. Be honest, did you write it yourself? Gu Yu teased. Of course not. Let me take a look. Is it really that good? Gu An snatched the book and began flipping through it. Gu Yu raised an eyebrow. It really wasn't you? Then maybe it was someone close to you. As Gu An read the first page, his brow furrowed, feigning the reaction of someone reading it for the first time. Seeing Gu An frown, Gu Yu stopped teasing and poured himself another drink. But as Gu An's expression grew darker, Gu Yu hesitated before saying, this book started circulating in the inner sect. You don't know many inner sect disciples, do you? It's probably just a coincidence. After all, the name Gu An isn't exactly uncommon. Gu An closed the Secrets of Taixuan, took a deep breath, and asked, does the library hall allow books like this to spread? This book didn't go through the library hall. It's being passed around privately by the disciples, Gu Yu explained with a helpless shrug. Gu An fell silent. Sensing the shift in mood, Gu Yu got up to leave, offering a few words of comfort before he departed. After Gu Yu left, Gu An finally sat down to carefully examine the Secrets of Taixuan. He had to admit, Shenzhen had thoroughly studied the adventures of the Green Hero. At least, from Gu An's perspective, this new book surpassed its predecessor. Although some parts were unsavory, the Gu An in the book was portrayed as a heroic figure with a free-spirited personality, which was quite endearing. At least it didn't smear his reputation. Gu An spent a full hour reading through the Secrets of Taixuan before finally closing it. He left the attic and resumed his farming efforts. His goal was to eventually fill the 100-mile radius around him with medicinal herbs. Today, he needed to start fencing off the land to prevent inner sect disciples from trespassing. Inner sect city, Ji residence. Ji Xiao sat upright at the table, holding a book. Across from her sat Ji Hantian. So, what do you think of righteousness and demons? Ji Hantian asked after setting down his tea. Ji Xiao flipped through the pages as she replied, it's quite good. The narrative feels immersive, and it doesn't shy away from exposing the Taixuan sect's sins. It portrays Chu Xian's ugly side vividly, yet also highlights the unity and resilience of the outer sect disciples. At least from my perspective, it doesn't make the Taixuan sect seem utterly rotten. Instead, it shows the strength and spirit of Taikang's top righteous section. A faint smile appeared on Ji Hantian's lips. Do you know who Panan is? Ji Xiao fell silent. He's none other than your servant, Gu An surprised. Ji Hantian chuckled. Ji Xiao said softly, actually, I knew. I just didn't expect you to know as well. Grandfather, did you make him write this book? It'll bring him a lot of trouble. Ji Hantian cleared his throat with a light cough. It's fine. I'll protect him. Thanks to this book, I've gained more leverage in the Elders' Hall. Toppling Chu Tiankai isn't impossible anymore. Ji Xiao glanced back at the book in her hands and said indifferently, I think the Ji family shouldn't involve itself in the sect master's position. Things are fine as they are, with our influence spread across various sects. We won't become a target. You don't understand how hard it was for me when Liu Baidian suppressed me. Why else would I have pushed you into the Taixuan sect? It was all to gain face through your talents, Ji Hantian grumbled, clearly frustrated at the mention of Liu Baidian. You've caused Gu An a great deal of trouble. Do you plan to compensate him? Of course. I've allowed his medicine valley to expand to cover 100 miles. Also, you can provide him with high-grade medicinal herbs from the Ji family. I've looked into it, this kid is skilled at managing the valley. Plus, getting closer to him might even polish the Ji family's image. After reading Feng Shan, I know he holds the Ji family in high regard. Why not use that? Ji Hantian spoke earnestly, though his words caused Ji Xiao to frown. Grandfather, dealing with people and matters shouldn't be so calculating, Ji Xiao said, disapproval evident in her tone. Silly child, this isn't calculation, it's a win-win situation. Why not take it? Ji Hantian shook his head as Ji Xiao lowered her gaze back to the book. Ji Hantian stood up and said, the 100 Clans Conference is approaching. You need to prepare. Winning the top spot on the Hidden Dragon ranking is a must. With that, he took 2 steps forward and vanished into thin air. Ji Xiao remained seated, her eyes fixed on the book. 3rd month, early spring. One day in early spring, the Ji family sent a group to the 3rd Medicine Valley with a large quantity of herb seeds for Gu An. The lowest grade among them was 4th grade, which delighted Gu An greatly. Before leaving, one of the Ji family cultivators hinted that the 3rd Miss had high expectations for him. All the seeds were personally selected by her, and he was welcome to approach her for any future needs. Gu An naturally expressed his gratitude, vowing never to forget the 3rd Miss's kindness. Satisfied with his response, the cultivator left. Between the Ji family, the Gu sect, and Zhang Qiang, Guan had been receiving a steady supply of seeds, significantly reducing his costs. He decided to recruit more servant disciples, aiming to fill at least 20 positions. Each would be paired with a spirit beast and given the best possible treatment. That day, Guan brought Elder Tian to the outer sect city. Elder Tian had insisted on coming, eager to witness the two characters of righteous path atop the heavenly mending platform. Upon arrival, the two parted ways. As Guan reached the entrance of the servant hall, a male disciple approached him and whispered, "Fellow deist, I've got a treasure. Just 2 low-grade spirit stones." 2 spirit stones? Why don't you just go rob someone? Guan retorted irritably, brushing past the disciple. The disciple blocked him again, this time pulling a book out of his storage pouch. He lowered his voice, acting mysteriously. "Take a closer look. Do you recognize this book? Many inner sect disciples read it as soon as they finish their seclusion. There's great fortune to be gained from it." Guan glanced at the cover and saw the 4 characters, Secrets of Taixuan. Without hesitation, he pushed the disciple aside, leaving with a single remark, "Sorry, I read Fengshan." The disciple glared at Guan's retreating figure, muttered a few curses under his breath, and turned to find another target for his sales pitch. Half an hour later, Guan emerged from the servant hall with 11 new recruits in tow. There were both men and women, all young and visibly excited. Guan's ability to recruit so many servant disciples in one go clearly marked him as someone of high status. Following such a figure would undoubtedly broaden their paths in cultivation. He led the group toward the heavenly mending platform. The servant disciples were already curious about the platform, but their low cultivation levels had kept them from visiting. They feared offending powerful cultivators. Guan quickly spotted Elder Tian standing beneath the word righteous on the platform, gazing intently at it. Casting a glance elsewhere, Guan noticed that the Void Transformation Stage 9th layer Huangquan Demon Emperor was still present. At that moment, the Demon Emperor's right hand was gesturing in the air. Guan's heart skipped a beat. Was that the Taixuan Frightening God Sword technique? This guy was deducing sword techniques purely through sword intent? Too monstrous? No, I need to focus more on the Taixuan Frightening God Sword. Next time, I'll invest another 10 or 20,000 years of lifespan to maintain my standing in swordsmanship. Retracting his gaze, Guan approached Elder Tian. Suddenly, loud laughter erupted from atop the platform, reverberating through the air. "Ha ha ha, I've comprehended it! I've comprehended it!" The voice was deep and resonant, drawing the attention of tens of thousands of cultivators on the platform. The speaker was an old man dressed in deist robes, though his gray and disheveled hair gave him a slightly unkempt appearance. Leaping into the air, the old man ascended high above the platform. Extending his right hand, he pointed 2 fingers toward the words righteous path inscribed on the platform. When Guan saw the old man attempting to deface his characters, his expression darkened. What was this supposed to mean? Comprehend my sword intent and then destroy my inscription? Guan almost made a move, but it turned out to be unnecessary. Impudent. A thunderous shout rang out. The speaker was none other than Yi Liuyun, the first sword attendant of Li Sundao. Yi Liuyun, at the 9th layer of the transformation stage, exuded an imposing aura. His single shout startled everyone in the city. It wasn't just Yi Liuyun. Several other grandmasters meditating near the righteous path inscription stood up as well. Even the 9th layer void transformation stage Huangquan Demon Emperor cast a displeased glance at the old man in the sky. Guan quickly used his lifespan detection ability. Peng Yu, void transformation stage 2nd layer 1279/1720/1770. Close to his limit. No wonder he was so deranged. Floating in the sky, Peng Yu looked down at Yi Liuyun and sneered contemptuously. A mere transformation stage cultivator dares to stop me. Transformation stage? The disciples on the heavenly mending platform erupted in a commotion, retreating in fear of being caught in the crossfire of a battle between grandmasters. If you disdain the transformation stage, how about the void transformation stage? A cold voice rang out. It wasn't the Huangquan Demon Emperor but another cultivator, a 5th layer void transformation stage elder in Taixuan Sect robes. Peng Yu's expression shifted slightly. With a flick of his sleeve, he withdrew his hand and scoffed. "Fine, your Taixuan Sect is impressive with its numbers. I'll leave." He turned and flew out of the city, disappearing beyond the outer sect boundaries in a blink. "Attempting to desecrate our Taixuan Sect's meditative grounds and thinking you can just leave." A cold snort echoed. Guan recognized the voice. It belonged to Guzong. He could sense Guzong streaking across the skies in pursuit of Peng Yu. The void transformation stage 5th layer elder also vanished from sight. The tense atmosphere on the heavenly mending platform began to dissipate, and the cultivators started discussing the incident while marveling at the Taixuan Sect's strength. Guan felt the city owed him a massive favor. When had this outer sect city ever attracted so many grandmasters? Now, with 2 void transformation stage experts guarding it at all times, it exuded a palpable sense of security. And it was all thanks to the 2 characters he had inscribed, Righteous Path. With the tension easing, Guan led the servant disciples toward Elder Tian. The servant disciples were brimming with excitement. Having just been promoted and witnessing a confrontation between grandmasters featuring both the transformation and void transformation stages, they were awestruck. "Let's go. Time to head back," Guan said, patting Elder Tian on the shoulder. Elder Tian snapped out of his daze and stood up. When their eyes met, Guan felt something was different about Elder Tian. Out of instinct, he used his lifespan detection ability. Qi condensation stage 8th layer. How did he suddenly jump 2 layers? How long had it been? Guan was surprised but kept his face expressionless. He had long suspected Elder Tian would make a comeback. After all, Elder Tian hadn't stepped down due to defeat but rather because of a personal mishap. Such individuals often found their way back to the peak. An hour later, Guan and his group returned to the Third Medicine Valley. He tasked Xiao Chuan with organizing the new disciples. After visiting the valley a few times, Xiao Chuan had decided to stay, even moving all his spirit beasts over. Guan had a deep fondness for Xiao Chuan and naturally didn't object. Among his peers, only Xiao Chuan remained by his side. Although Wu Xian was his junior brother, he had come later and, in Guan's heart, didn't hold the same weight as Xiao Chuan. From childhood, Xiao Chuan had always been by Guan's side, obedient and supportive. A junior brother like this deserved to be treasured. Guan knew that, 2 centuries from now, when his old acquaintances passed away, it would be difficult for him to forge such bonds again. That made him cherish them even more. Upon returning, Elder Tian secluded himself under a large tree, meditating silently as though deep in thought. As the sun set, the golden rays of twilight bathed the mountaintop. Yan practiced spear techniques in the fading light, creating a mesmerizing scene that drew the admiration of the new servant disciples. Seasons came and went. Over 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. That summer, now 46 years old, Guan stood atop the mountain, gazing over the valleys below. The landscape was blanketed in medicinal fields, with the silhouettes of gardens faintly visible through the woods. After over 2 years of effort, Guan had finally filled the 100-mile radius of land with medicinal herbs. As he surveyed the landscape, a deep sense of accomplishment welled up in his heart. A familiar figure approached. It was Xiao Chuan. Senior brother, it's been months since Yan left. When will we recruit another servant disciple to fill his spot? The Medicine Valley is too large. Without someone in that position, everyone else has to walk further, Xiao Chuan asked. Guan retrieved the Valley Master token and handed it to Xiao Chuan. You handle it. Let's see your judgment. Xiao Chuan's eyes lit up. He bowed gratefully to Guan and eagerly hurried down the mountain. Guan, meanwhile, turned his attention toward the outer sect city. He sensed a powerful sword intent emanating from the heavenly mending platform. Someone else had just comprehended sword intent there. In the past 2 years, 4 individuals had experienced significant breakthroughs in sword intent at the platform. This had elevated both the platform and the reputation of the sword sovereign of the righteous path to new heights. The heavenly mending platform had even become a holy land for sword cultivators across the Taixuan Empire. Swordsmen from various sects and factions came to pay homage, and the Taixuan Sect, displaying the magnanimity of the world's foremost righteous sect, allowed disciples of other sects to meditate there. This inclusive stance, coupled with the widespread popularity of righteousness and demons, had not tarnished the Taixuan Sect's reputation. On the contrary, it had enhanced it. Whenever Guan thought of this, he couldn't help but admire the elders of the sect. These people were truly adept not just in vying for power but also in crisis management. No wonder they held such esteemed positions. After standing atop the mountain for a while, Guan began his descent. 2 years had passed, and most of the herbs were still maturing. Nevertheless, his lifespan growth rate had been steady. It was time to restart his daily cultivation regimen. Every night, he planned to invest 5 years of his lifespan into his cultivation, gradually advancing his level. Being at the first layer of the integration stage felt insufficient, given the increasing number of grandmasters at the heavenly mending platform. Who knew when an integration stage expert might show up? As he walked downhill toward his pavilion more than 20 miles away, he appreciated the scenery, savoring the sight of his thriving domain. Far from tiring him, these daily walks brought him immense satisfaction. After half an incense stick's time, Guan was strolling along the riverbank when a figure descended from the sky, landing behind him. Long time no see. Li Ya patted Guan on the shoulder, trying to startle him. Guan feigned a startled reaction, shivering slightly. Li Ya had clearly used some stealth technique to land silently. What brings you here? How have you been these past years? Guan asked, pleasantly surprised. Li Ya grinned smugly. Of course I've been great. After being seriously injured by that demonic cultivator, I started training diligently. I'm not the same as before. Oh really? I don't believe you. Wanna test it? No thanks. Our cultivation gap is too wide. It wouldn't be fair. At least you know that. Heh. Guan chuckled, thinking to himself, brother, it's unfair to you. The two continued forward, chatting as they went. Li Ya spoke about his experiences after joining the inner sect. Upon arriving, he immediately sought out the Elders' Hall, but before he could make any progress, a crisis erupted in the outer sect. Hearing about the trouble, he had been extremely anxious, fearing something had happened to Guan. He even took a day to visit Xian Valley, but Guan wasn't there at the time. Only after confirming Guan's safety did Li Ya return to the inner sect to focus on his cultivation. I didn't want to lose again, nor did I want to keep fighting battles above my level, Li Ya explained. What made you visit me today? Guan asked curiously. Li Ya smiled. My father sent me and Li Xuanyu to participate in the 100 Clans Conference. It's no trivial event, it's a competition among the top families of the 9 dynasties. Rankings from the duels are recorded and spread throughout the cultivation world. The winners also receive unimaginable fortunes. It's not just about family prestige, it's a personal battle for fame and fortune. Oh, and your Ji family's Ji Xiao will also be participating. Hearing this, Guan's mind conjured a series of dramatic scenarios, piquing his interest. However, he had no qualifications to attend, nor the inclination. Listening to others' stories was enough for him. Do you think you can defeat our third miss? Guan teased. Maybe not before, but now? Who knows? Li Ya replied confidently, his words brimming with vigor. Guan gave him a sidelong glance, intrigued by his boldness. Something about this kid's vitality feels off. Why does it seem like there's demonic beast blood in him? Guan pondered this quietly as they chatted on their way back to the valley. That evening, the two of them drank late into the night. Other disciples gathered around to hear Li Ya talk about the 100 Clans conference, and even Elder Tian joined the fun. By the way, the former sect master Liu Badian once claimed the top spots on the Hidden Dragon ranking, the Dragon Phoenix ranking, and the Immortal Fate ranking, Li Ya recounted with a sigh. At every stage, he was an undefeated powerhouse. They say he was the strongest Taixuan Sect master in 3,000 years. It's a pity he fell into madness and perished. Guan raised an eyebrow. So Elder Tian used to be that impressive? He avoided looking at Elder Tian to avoid giving away that he knew his true identity. Tang Yu couldn't resist asking, Uncle Li Ya, do you think Zhou Tongzhe can claim the top spot on the Hidden Dragon ranking this time? The Hidden Dragon ranking was a competition among geniuses under 100 years old from various clans. Zhou Tongzhe was already regarded as the top talent of the younger generation. His fame had been further amplified by the book Taixuan Immortal Venerable, as many believed the Zhou Tongzhe in the book was based on him. He had even visited the Taixuan sect before, where he had swept through the younger disciples undefeated before leaving with his head held high. Li Ya glared at Tang Yu. What are you saying? The top spot will naturally belong to your uncle Li Ya? As for Zhou Tongzhe, just wait and see this time, I'll make him taste defeat. This declaration made the disciples look at Li Ya with admiration. His confidence and vigor were truly inspiring. Elder Tian chuckled. Actually, Zhou Tongzhe isn't your greatest rival. The Taixuan sect has another hidden talent, someone even more gifted than Zhou Tongzhe. He's just been in seclusion, so his name hasn't spread. Li Ya turned to him. Who is it? Lucian. He reached the foundation establishment stage at the age of 30. What? Li Ya was visibly shaken, and the others were equally astonished. Most of those present were already over 30. They couldn't even fathom how extraordinary it was to reach the foundation establishment stage at such a young age. Guan's expression turned peculiar. 2 years ago, someone named Lucian arrived at Tianya Valley. Guan hadn't connected Lucian with Liu Badian at the time, but now it seemed likely they were related by blood. Li Suandeo must be something else. Digging up the Taixuan sect's hidden #1 genius was an outrageous move. Elder Tian mentioned Lucian, sparking a flurry of questions from the disciples eager to know what kind of person this #1 prodigy was. Li Ya also silently noted the name, vowing to defeat Lucian at the 100 Clans conference and prove his own talent. That night, the third Medicine Valley was lively, with Elder Tian in a particularly talkative mood, laughing often. At dawn, Li Ya bid farewell to Guan. I'm off. Wait and see, I'll be renowned across the land. Watching Li Ya's retreating figure, Guan couldn't help but feel a bit envious of his energy and fighting spirit. Unlike himself, who overanalyzed everything and was always cautious, Li Ya radiated youthful vitality. However, recalling Li Ya's battered state after his last bout, Guan's lips curled up into a smile. Envy is fine, but not imitation. After Li Ya left, the disciples of the Third Medicine Valley returned to their daily tasks. With the valley expanding, constant patrols were necessary. Guan, after inspecting the gardens in Xian Valley, flew toward Horizon Valley. Along the way, he discreetly infused 5 years of his lifespan into his cultivation, then resumed his journey. Upon arriving at Horizon Valley, he entered through its mouth and walked along the hillside, soon spotting Yi Liuyun and Lucian sparring. Lucian, dressed in a red robe with flowing hair, could easily be mistaken for a woman at first glance. He wielded a gourd-shaped fan, effortlessly countering Yi Liuyun's sword techniques. The two moved gracefully through the air, locked in an evenly matched contest. Yi Liuyun had suppressed his cultivation, otherwise, Lucian wouldn't have stood a chance. Guan couldn't resist using his lifespan analysis on Lucian again. Lucian, Foundation Establishment Stage, Level 175/480/4900. Foundation Establishment at 30, but no breakthroughs in the next 45 years. Guan mused. If not for the astounding 4,900-year maximum lifespan displayed, Guan would find it hard to believe that Lucian was the Taixuan sect's top prodigy. Apart from Ji Xiao, who possessed an innate Dao sigil, Lucian's maximum lifespan was the most impressive human potential Guan had ever seen. Lucian showed no signs of injury. Could he have cultivated a special technique like Wu Xin? Sun De, Sun Er, and Sun San, the 3 monkey demons, hurried over to Guan with delight. They were fond of him because he always brought them treats, and despite being captured by Luohan, he never treated them with disdain. This is a 5th-grade spirit fruit. You each get one. No fighting, Guan said, placing 3 watermelon-sized crimson fruits on the ground for them to choose. Leaving the monkeys to their snacks, Guan headed to a nearby garden, ready for another day of harvesting. With his growing Medicine Valley, there were daily opportunities for collection, and he thoroughly enjoyed this life. Once his harvesting was complete, Yi Liuyun and Lucien ended their sparring. Landing on the ground, Yi Liuyun began critiquing Lucien's performance, while the latter displayed humility. Senior Yi, when will you undergo your tribulation? I'm looking forward to seeing you challenge the sword sovereign of the righteous path, Lucien asked earnestly, his tone serious, as though he genuinely believed Yi Liuyun could win. Yi Liuyun hesitated. In at most 6 months, I'll undergo my tribulation at the Taixuan Sect's Tribulation Valley. As for challenging the sword sovereign, we'll see. After visiting the heavenly mending platform, Yi Liuyun had abandoned thoughts of competing with the sword sovereign. The gap was too vast. Faced with such unparalleled sword intent, he couldn't summon even a shred of fighting spirit. Lucien raised an eyebrow, his delicate features lighting up with anticipation. You should try. What if you win? Once you reach the void transformation stage, your sword intent will naturally evolve. You might have a chance. Even if you lose, being the first to challenge the sword sovereign will still make you famous. Passing by, Guan felt an urge to retort. Lucien was truly something else. After arriving at Horizon Valley, he had encouraged Luo Hun to challenge the Taixuan Sect's top spear user and the 3 monkey demons to confront nearby third-rank beasts. And this wasn't an occasional thing. If he came across someone, he would start persuading them. If he were truly battle-hungry, Li Ya wouldn't have never heard of him. I'll think about it, Yi Liuyun replied, frowning. Spotting Guan, Lucien immediately approached and threw an arm around his shoulder, smiling warmly. Valley Master, I have a feeling you're not simple. Why not aim for the position of National Advisor? I can teach you spells, just name it. Guan replied calmly, I've said this countless times, I want nothing but to grow flowers and herbs. Impossible. Every person has a name they wish to earn. And what name do you want? Naturally, the title of number 1 under heaven. Then why not spend less time persuading others and more time cultivating? I don't need cultivation, I'll become invincible sooner or later. Impressive, Guan replied, struggling not to laugh. Talk about bragging? Claiming invincibility in front of me? Suddenly, an idea struck Guan, and he smiled slyly. I heard you're joining the 100 Clans conference. If you take the champion's title, I'll learn your spells. Really? Really? I wasn't planning to participate, but since you said that, just wait and see. I'll leave tomorrow. With that, Lucien turned and walked toward his quarters. Guan watched his retreating figure, completely unable to figure this man out. Yi Liuyun approached and used voice transmission to say, don't provoke him too much. Ever since he reached Foundation establishment, he's prone to falling into dreams when he cultivates. One time he dreamed he was an emperor, another time a sword sovereign ruling the mortal world, and even a demon emperor. According to him, he reaches the pinnacle of the mortal realm in every lifetime. What kind of condition is this? Could he be the reincarnation of a supreme being? Guan suddenly didn't dare underestimate Lucien. 1 in 10,000 might actually turn out to be true. Perhaps this man really had an extraordinary origin. The next morning, Lucien left early before Guan departed, leaving him even more curious about the 100 Clans conference. The Hidden Dragon ranking was a competition for geniuses under 100 years old. Who would take the top spot among Zhou Tongzhu, Ji Xiao, Li Ya, and Lucien? Before Lucien's return, Guan resolved to raise his cultivation to the 9th level of the integration stage. He would compete with these geniuses quietly, not in talent, but in growth speed. By the time Guan returned to Xian Valley, it was already noon. He sensed a familiar presence waiting in his pavilion. Along the way, he greeted Wu Xian before heading upstairs. Inside, he saw Yalan sitting at his desk, holding a book. Oh no? Guan closed the door, walked over to the desk, and took the book from her hands. With a serious expression, he said, young women shouldn't read this kind of book. Since the outer sect calamity, Yalan rarely visited him, spending most of her time training outside. Now, she had been promoted to an enforcer of the Law Hall, wielding considerable status and authority. Yalan looked at Guan with a smile. I heard from Zhen Qin that you're fond of reading Adventures of the Green Hero. I wanted to see what kind of books you enjoy. I don't know about the secrets of Taixuan, but don't believe Zhen Qin's nonsense. That's slander. Adventures of the Green Hero was left by my master. I haven't read it nor destroyed it. I just kept it for sentimental reasons. Really? When have I ever lied to you, junior sister? Humph. Yalan pulled a book from her storage pouch and tossed it onto the desk. Guan glanced at it, and his eyelid twitches violently. Secrets of Taixuan? How did this book become so popular? Yalan looked at him intently and said in a faint voice, Senior brother, when I saw that the protagonist of this book is named Guan, I thought it was a coincidence. But now that I've schemed Adventures of the Green Hero, I suddenly feel it's not. Be honest, did you write Secrets of Taixuan? How could that be? I don't write books. I only like growing flowers and herbs. Huh? Do you think I'd believe that now? Senior brother, I'm not saying you shouldn't read books, but can't you read something like Romance of the Gods or Taixuan Immortal Venerable? They're far better for cultivating your Dao heart than these trashy novels. It really wasn't me. Guan felt utterly wronged. Curse Shenzhen for this? Yalan suddenly stood, startling him into stepping back. But instead of striking him, she walked around the desk and adjusted his robe. She lowered her head slightly and said softly, Senior brother, if you truly like this kind of thing, I could look into dual cultivation techniques and accompany you. Guan noticed her ears turning red. He quickly backed away, escaping her grasp. With a stern expression, he said, "Junior sister, don't joke around. If you keep this up, I'll." Yelan looked up and burst into laughter, covering her mouth. "Look at you, acting like I'm some kind of monster. All right, no more joking. I came to talk about something serious, your disciple, Sohan." Her tone turned serious as she spoke. Guan frowned. "What about him? Do you know his family's sword technique, the Hatred Heaven Divine Sword? I've heard of it. Is there something wrong with the technique?" That sword technique isn't his family's legacy but the forbidden sword technique of the sword sect under the Dayu dynasty. It's not allowed to be passed on. During Sohan's training journeys, he frequently used the Hatred Heaven Divine Sword to kill enemies. Eventually, someone recognized the technique, and it caused a big stir. Word is, the sword sect is preparing to capture him. So unlucky. Guan was taken aback. Even with Sohan's mediocre talent, he'd managed to stir up something worthy of a novel protagonist? Yelan nodded. "I've already taken Sohan into the Law Hall for protection. However, if the sword sect comes, the Law Hall won't be able to shield him. After all, the sword sect is a major sect, and the Taixuan Sect won't risk offending them over an outer disciple." Guan pondered for a moment and said, "Let me think of a way." Yelan reassured him, "If it's too troublesome, just leave him be. You can't protect him forever. The reason I told you is that I don't know how much he means to you. I didn't want you to regret it later." Guan nodded, complimenting Yelan for her thoughtful consideration. Yelan didn't stay long. After she left, Guan teleported to the Third Medicine Valley and set out to visit Shenzhen. If Shenzhen dared sully his reputation, she'd have to help him. She had previously invited him to her cave residence, so he knew where to find her. After a stick of incense's time, Guan entered Shenzhen's cave. "What a rare guest. It's not often you come looking for me." Shenzhen smiled. Inside her cave, she wasn't wearing her usual veil, revealing a face of stunning beauty, sweet and charming. In her hand, she held an ink-stained brush. Following his gaze, Guan noticed the walls were covered with sheets of paper. Why was she drawing? Quickly averting his eyes, Guan said, "My disciple has run into trouble. It involves the sword sect of the Dayu dynasty. Can you help?" "The sword sect? No problem. They have to give Taixuan Sect face." Shenzhen replied confidently, her tone brimming with grandeur. Guan recounted the situation in detail. Shenzhen frowned, hesitating. "This might be a bit of a problem." "A bit of a problem." Guan rolled his eyes. "Could you at least wait until I'm done explaining before making decisions? You're giving me hope only to crush it yourself." Shenzhen shook her head. "The problem isn't the sword sect, it's the Taixuan Sect. The Hatred Heaven Divine Sword isn't just a forbidden technique of the sword sect, it's a taboo throughout the entire Dayu dynasty. Whenever it reappears, it brings bloodshed and chaos. A century ago, someone mastered the Hatred Heaven Divine Sword, killed tens of thousands, and was eventually gravely injured by an elder of my sect before escaping the Dayu dynasty. The Hatred Heaven Divine Sword is a technique that defies destiny itself. The stronger the hatred in one's heart, the stronger the sword's intent. Even someone with mediocre talent can surpass their spiritual root limitations as long as their hatred is deep enough. But the higher their cultivation, the deeper their hatred, and they're likely to lose their sanity and become a mindless killer. That's why the sword sect forbids anyone from practicing it." Hearing this, Guan couldn't help but ask, if that's the case, why did the sword sect create such a technique? It was created by a sword sect genius. Since he was from the sword sect, they're responsible for dealing with the aftermath. They've destroyed all the manuals for the technique, but the Hatred Heaven Divine Sword still resurfaces. Perhaps the creator scattered copies of the manual across the cultivation world before his death, Shenzhen explained. Guan frowned. Lose their sanity after mastering the technique? If that were true, Guan couldn't condone Sohan continuing down this path. He couldn't risk unleashing such calamity on the cultivation world just to protect his disciple. Shenzhen spoke earnestly, "All the major sects of the Dayu dynasty are opposed to the Hatred Heaven Divine Sword. If you insist on protecting him, it'll only bring endless trouble. There is one solution, have him abandon the technique in front of the sword sect. But it's not as simple as forgetting it, he'd have to destroy his meridians and spiritual roots, rendering him immortal." Guan nodded. "I understand." Without further discussion, he bowed to Shenzhen and left. Watching his retreating figure, Shenzhen shook her head slightly but refrained from saying more. She trusted that she had made her point clear. The next day at noon, Guan arrived at the outer sect city. The night before, he had invested 100 years of his lifespan into cultivation while 10,000 miles away, resulting in significant progress. The trouble Sohan had caused prompted him to intensify his daily lifespan investment, aiming to reach the 9th level of the integration stage as soon as possible. On his way to Yayan's residence, Guan mulled over Sohan's situation. Sohan was his disciple, and he was obligated to help, but not irrationally. From Shenzhen's explanation, practicing the Hatred Heaven Divine Sword wasn't beneficial for Sohan either. The technique would eventually drive him mad, a painful and destructive path. After much consideration, Guan decided to let Sohan make his own choice. At most, he would help him once. At the same time, another thought crossed his mind. Could a significant investment of lifespan into the Hatred Heaven Divine Sword lead to a modification that eliminates its insanity-inducing flaws? That, however, was a matter for the future. Even if he managed to perfect it, the sword sect wouldn't believe him. Demonstrating it himself wasn't an option either. He wouldn't expose himself entirely for Sohan's sake. Though they shared a master-disciple bond, Guan owed Sohan nothing. Half an hour later, Guan and Yalan exited the law hall gates. Since he's made up his mind, senior brother, let him be. No one should be responsible for another person's life entirely. I'll arrange for him to leave the Taixuan Sect quietly, Yalan said. Guan nodded. He had spent a long time reasoning with Sohan, but Sohan adamantly refused to give up the hatred heaven divine sword. Even when Guan assured him he wouldn't force him to cripple his cultivation, Sohan still refused. Sohan had explained that the hatred heaven divine sword was a legacy from his father, their only connection. He wanted to use the sword technique to avenge his father. With such a determined statement, Guan had no choice but to relent. Thank you, Guan said to Yalan. After a brief exchange, Guan departed. Walking along the bustling streets, watching the crowds, Guan couldn't help but reflect. Lu Jujia had strayed from his path and ended up crippled, now confined to Xian Valley, practicing the Daoyan technique with Wu Xian in hopes of a resurgence. Sohan was ready to defy the entire cultivation world for revenge, unwavering in his resolve. Guan was powerful, but he couldn't determine the paths of everyone around him, nor could he change their minds. The mortal world teemed with emotions and desires, all driven by love, hatred, and vengeance. Lost in thought, Guan felt a profound clarity within himself, slipping into a strange state. Unknowingly, he found himself walking toward the heavenly mending platform. His trance was broken when he accidentally bumped into someone. Apologies, Guan quickly said, startled. This was his first time entering such an engrossed state. He'd never encountered something like this even when inheriting techniques or spells. Reflecting on the experience, he couldn't articulate it clearly but felt a subtle change within himself. Were you just comprehending the Dao? The man Guan had bumped into asked abruptly. Guan looked up. The speaker was a man in green robes, weathered in appearance, carrying a sword case from which 3 sword hilts protruded. Out of habit, Guan used his lifespan probe. Han Ming, Void Transformation Stage, Level 5587/1902/2780. This man was also skilled in aura suppression. The cultivation world really was full of sneaky geniuses. Guan asked curiously, what is comprehending the Dao? I was just lost in thought. Internally, he resolved never to let his mind wander while walking again. It was too risky. Han Ming fixed his gaze on him. Comprehending the Dao often starts with pondering something, leading to resonance with nature and the world. This puts one into a profound state. You needn't apologize, I intentionally intercepted you. If you kept walking, you'd have collided with those great cultivators. Is comprehending the Dao that impressive? I didn't feel any change in my cultivation, Guan replied, feigning ignorance. He truly didn't understand what comprehending the Dao entailed. Han Ming turned to gaze at the distant characters for righteous path and said, comprehending the Dao is rare. It can't be taught or anticipated, it relies solely on one's insight and fortune. Some use it to break through realms, others to create peerless techniques. I once comprehended the Dao and developed my own swordsmanship. While I don't know what you comprehended, its benefits will reveal themselves in time. Thank you for your guidance, senior. May I ask your name? Guan asked, bowing slightly. Han Ming, a swordsman from the Dayu dynasty. I've come to challenge the sword sovereign of the righteous path, he replied. Guan raised a brow. How do you plan to issue your challenge? Han Ming gathered his energy and shouted, I am Han Ming, a swordsman of the Dayu dynasty. I challenge the sword sovereign of the righteous path to a duel outside the city in 1 month. If the sword sovereign wins, I will carve my swordsmanship onto the city walls for the disciples of the Taixuan Sect to study. But if the sword sovereign loses or dares not come, I will add 2 more characters beside righteous path. His voice rang out like a thunderclap, shaking the city and echoing into the distance, even reaching the 3rd Medicine Valley, where disciples raised their heads in surprise. Countless eyes turned toward Han Ming on the heavenly mending platform. Guan instinctively stepped back, not wanting anyone to associate him with Han Ming. But Han Ming turned and walked toward him. Don't come this way, Guan sighed inwardly. Young friend, may I visit your residence? Let us discuss comprehending the Dao and exchange insights. To be frank, I wish to experience it again. Whether successful or not, I'll teach you my swordsmanship, Han Ming said with a kind smile. In the distance, Zhou Lin, meditating beside Zhou Yujian, noticed Guan and his eyes lit up. With his cultivation, he naturally overheard Han Ming's words. I knew it. This kid isn't simple. My instincts were spot on. Zhou Lin moved to rise but was held back by Zhou Yujian. Don't get involved. Han Ming isn't ordinary. He once slew a transformation stage grandmaster with only a nascent soul cultivation. He's renowned as the sword maniac, Zhou Yujian said gravely, his sharp gaze fixed on Han Ming. Zhou Lin froze, shocked by the revelation. Under the scrutinizing gazes of many, Guan felt immense pressure. He had no choice but to nod and quickly walk away, with Han Ming following closely behind. The cultivators on the heavenly mending platform began discussing Han Ming's name. Many had heard of him, and tales of his exploits spread rapidly. The void transformation stage elders sitting on the platform merely glanced at Han Ming and made no move to intervene. Guan deliberated briefly and decided to lead Han Ming to the 3rd Medicine Valley. He was curious about what might happen if Han Ming met Elder Tian. The journey was silent, Han Ming trailing behind Guan, lost in thought. When they arrived at the 3rd Medicine Valley, Han Ming asked. This entire 100-mile area is yours. Yes. Why? Guan responded. After a moment of silence, Han Ming sighed. I was considering taking you as my disciple, but seeing such a vast medicine garden under your care shows how highly the Taixuan Sect regards you. I can't help but feel a bit disappointed. You just challenged me and now want me as your disciple? Guan thought to himself, exasperated. Outwardly, he smiled and said, thank you for the honor, senior, but I'm not interested in fighting or cultivation. I'll decline your offer. As they landed, their arrival drew the attention of many disciples. Under a tree in the distance, Elder Tian, who had been napping, opened his eyes. Upon seeing Han Ming, his expression shifted subtly. It was clear he recognized him. Han Ming, however, didn't seem to recognize Elder Tian. The two went upstairs and took their seats. Han Ming began recounting his experience of comprehending the Dao, and Guan listened intently. Han Ming described how, at the age of 200, he reached an impasse in his cultivation and could not break through to the 9th level of the foundation establishment stage. Feeling hopeless, he sat beneath a waterfall, despondent, for 7 days and nights. Finally, he entered a state of Dao comprehension. Overnight, he attained enlightenment, transforming his sword intent and achieving a breakthrough. As Guan listened, he couldn't help but think about maximum lifespan. He wondered if comprehending the Dao could affect one's maximum lifespan. So far, Guan had never seen anyone surpass their maximum lifespan, though current lifespan seemed more malleable. For cultivators at different stages, current lifespan increased with higher cultivation, but each major stage had no fixed lifespan limit. Lifespan depended on a multitude of factors, physical condition, cultivation techniques, natural treasures, and so on. Take Li Sundao, for example. Though he was at the transformation stage, his lifespan was comparable to some nascent soul cultivators. On the other hand, Ji Xiao had an exceptional lifespan of over 800 years even at the 9th level of the foundation establishment stage, rivaling Li Sundao at the 8th level of the transformation stage. Severe injuries also impacted lifespan. Elder Tian and Lu Jujio were prime examples. After all, humans weren't mere data points with immutable values. Observing more cases would be necessary to draw conclusions. Once Han Ming finished his story, he asked Guan to share his own experience of Dao comprehension. This time, Guan didn't hold back, candidly explaining his worries, though he omitted any mention of the hatred heaven divine sword. When he was done, Han Ming pondered for a moment before saying, worrying about your disciples' safety and realizing you can't control the fate of others, comprehending the Dao from such thoughts. Perhaps you're a genius. 1 month from now, I will duel the sword sovereign of the righteous path. I may die in the attempt. How about I pass on my swordsmanship to you in this month? What do you say? Passing down swordsmanship? Guan instinctively rejected the idea. He already mastered techniques like the Taixuan frightening god sword and wood spirit sword technique, not to mention the hatred heaven divine sword stored in his system. There was no need to waste time and lifespan learning more. After all, he could upgrade his techniques through lifespan simulation. Why bother learning so many at once? Feigning hesitation, Guan said, Senior, I'm not interested in swordsmanship. To be honest, I'm not even interested in combat techniques. I barely cultivate. I prefer tending to flowers and plants. Han Ming was momentarily stunned before frowning. Guan quickly explained with mock nervousness, Senior, I mean no disrespect. You can ask around. Every disciple in this valley knows my nature. My spiritual roots are mediocre, so rather than chasing the fleeting dream of immortality, I'd rather enjoy my brief 200 years in peace. Han Ming studied him in silence. What am I supposed to do? Beg him not to teach me. After a long pause, Han Ming sighed. Now I understand why you can easily comprehend the Dao. Your mindset surpasses most cultivators. By letting go of obsessions and experiencing the myriad aspects of life, you may indeed be better attuned to the truths of heaven and earth. The two continued discussing Dao comprehension, but Han Ming no longer pressed to pass down his swordsmanship. They spoke for an entire day and night before Han Ming departed. He planned to explore the Taixuan Sect to find a suitable heir. Guan recommended someone, Zhou Lin. Coincidentally, Han Ming already knew Zhou Yujian and agreed to evaluate Zhou Lin. After Han Ming left, Guan resumed his patrol of the Third Medicine Valley. Elder Tian joined him, curiosity evident as he asked, Valley Master, that cultivator earlier seemed extraordinary, yet his attire clearly indicated he's from the Dayu dynasty. Why was he looking for you? He wanted to take me as his disciple and teach me swordsmanship, Guan replied casually. And you agreed? Of course not. If I agreed, wouldn't that be betraying the Taixuan Sect? I may lack talent, but my heart remains loyal to the sect, Guan said lightly. The more casual his tone, the more sincere Elder Tian found him. Elder Tian didn't think Guan was pretending. Having observed him for years, Elder Tian noted that Guan approached his duties, whether working with disciples or tending to the valley, with earnestness. Aside from his disinterest in cultivation, Guan had no apparent flaws. Elder Tian accompanied Guan on his patrol, inspecting the medicinal herbs along the way. Their conversation meandered, and Guan took the opportunity to ask Elder Tian about his thoughts on the master-disciple relationship. Having lived over 700 years, Elder Tian's life experience intrigued Guan, even if he didn't necessarily plan to follow his advice. Listening, after all, couldn't hurt. Meanwhile, news of Han Ming, the sword maniac of the Deyu dynasty, challenging the sword sovereign of the righteous path spread quickly throughout the Taixuan Sect cities. The moment anyone heard about it, anticipation grew. Han Ming was a legendary swordsman, while the sword sovereign was the most renowned cultivator in the Taixuan Sect. Who wouldn't want to witness their duel? Taixuan Sect disciples were particularly eager to see the sword sovereign in action, longing to behold their idol's brilliance firsthand. Half a month later, Guan visited Horizon Valley and overheard Luo Hun and Yi Liuyun discussing the duel. This made Guan start to waver. Initially, he had no intention of responding to the challenge. After all, the Taixuan Sect was teeming with experts, surely they wouldn't let Han Ming desecrate the heavenly mending platform. But now that the matter had blown up, ignoring it would sully his reputation. No way. I need to speed up my cultivation? Han Ming was a genius capable of slaying enemies across cultivation levels. With his mere first level of the integration stage, Guan couldn't afford to underestimate him. I have to reach the 9th level of the integration stage in advance. Guan decided he rather liked Han Ming and wanted to give him a glorious defeat. Who knew, perhaps Han Ming would gain new enlightenment from his loss. Late at night, Guan flitted through the forest, moving 100 miles with each step, quickly distancing himself from the Taixuan Sect. He was using the infinite Trey's celestial step. He felt guilty about constantly drawing on the sect's spiritual energy, so this time, he chose an uninhabited area for his breakthrough. Tonight, he planned to push straight to the 9th level of the integration stage. Life was unpredictable. There was always something interrupting Guan's plans and breaking his rhythm of becoming stronger. After traveling nearly 20,000 miles, Guan finally stopped in a secluded mountain region where the forests were thick with dense demonic and ghostly energy. Sitting beneath a tree, he activated the lifespan barrier and began cultivating. No more traveling? Who knows where I might end up otherwise? Guan invested 1,000 years of his lifespan, successfully advancing to the 2nd level of the integration stage. The Earth's spiritual energy surged toward him in torrents. He continued pouring lifespan into his cultivation, another 1,000 years, then another, and so on. By the time he reached the 9th level of the integration stage, Guan had spent a total of 18,000 years of lifespan. Advancing past the 5th level required 3,000 years per level, due to the spiritual energy density in the area. Not bad, he thought. After all, breaking through from the 9th level of the void transformation stage to the 1st level of the integration stage had already cost him over 12,000 years. Seeing that he still had over 200,000 years of lifespan left, Guan felt a wave of satisfaction, savoring the progress he had made. The forest quaked violently, and strong winds howled from all directions. Beneath him, the ground rippled with green energy waves. Roar! A deafening roar shattered the stillness from the distance, the cry of a powerful demonic beast. Guan's heart skipped a beat. The aura emanating from the beast was no less than that of a transformation stage cultivator. It was shocking to find such a terrifying creature lurking in the area. Good thing I didn't venture this far during the earlier stages of my breakthrough. What a lousy way to go it would be eaten by a demon beast. More roars followed, one after another, their cries blending into a cacophony that seemed to shake the heavens. Dark clouds churned in the night sky, obscuring the stars and moon. Guan couldn't tell if it was cloud cover or demonic energy. For a moment, it felt as though he were trapped in a demonic domain, surrounded by cries, wails, and howls from all directions. The sheer horror sent chills down his spine. In front of him, the forest swayed violently as if about to be uprooted. In the darkness beyond the forest, a massive mountain began to move. With his keen eyesight, Guan discerned the silhouette of a colossal demon beast, at least 300 feet tall, with the form of a turtle carrying a mountain on its back. As it moved, clouds of dust filled the air. Around its mountain-sized body, countless wandering spirits and ghostly figures hovered, like an escorting army. No wonder the Taixuan Empire, despite its cultivators, could never rid the land of all demons and ghosts. On his journey, Guan's divine sense had picked up the voices of rural villagers, confirming he was still within the Taixuan Empire's borders. The Taixuan Empire was vast larger, Guan estimated, than Earth from his previous life. With such a massive expanse of land, it was no wonder it harbored countless demons and spirits. The other 8 dynasties were likely not much smaller than the Taixuan Empire. Yet, according to Shenzhen, the combined lands of the 9 dynasties occupied only a corner of the entire continent. This world is unbelievably vast. The endless surge of spiritual energy from the land poured into Guan's body, driving his cultivation forward. No wonder advancing from the 1st to the 9th level of the integration stage required 18,000 years of lifespan. The spiritual energy required was astronomical. Guan suspected the disturbance caused by his breakthrough could affect a radius of tens of thousands of miles, possibly even reaching the Taixuan Sect. If the integration stage demanded this much, how much more would be required to ascend to higher realms? Would it shake the entire empire? The sheer volume of spiritual energy compressed into such a short time was immense. As this region's energy was exhausted, it began drawing from neighboring areas. After all, even the heavens and earth needed time to replenish spiritual energy. Never mind that. Breakthroughs come first. No one can stop me from becoming stronger. Guan closed his eyes and ignored the chaos around him. In a spacious mountain cave, the flickering flames of a large fire cast long shadows on the walls. A giant iron cauldron, at least 10 feet in diameter, sat over the blaze, its contents boiling, with white bones rising and falling in the bubbling broth. Nearby, 2 human children, a boy and a girl, about 12 or 13 years old, were bound against the rocky walls. The boy was grinding the rope on his wrists against a protruding stone, his movements quick and desperate despite his bloodied hands. His wrist bones were faintly visible, but he showed no sign of stopping. The girl knelt nearby, trembling as she anxiously watched the cave entrance, fear written across her face. The cave trembled violently as terrifying winds blew in from outside, carrying the cries of countless demons. The sheer horror turned their lips white, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Finally, the boy managed to snap the rope binding his wrists. He quickly removed the ropes around his body and tried to free the girl. But her bindings were too tight, and his strength was insufficient to undo them. Grrr. A low, guttural croak, like that of a giant toad, echoed from the cave entrance, freezing the boy in place. Despair filled his eyes. He looked toward the bend in the cave tunnel. On the walls, the shadow of a massive, bloated figure began to appear. The children's faces turned pale as death. Suddenly, the bloated shadow at the cave entrance suddenly vanished, as though something had yanked it away in an instant. Moments later, a sharp, crisp chewing sound came from outside. The boy leaned against the wall, quickly covering his mouth to stifle any noise. The bound girl shut her eyes tightly, too terrified to even glance at the entrance. The dense earth spiritual energy that surged downward caused the demons in the area to scatter in panic. It was destined to be a restless night. 2 hours later, Guan's cultivation had reached the 6th level of the integration stage. Based on his estimation, it would take until sunrise to reach the 9th level. Despite his spiritual energy absorption speed increased several-fold compared to previous breakthroughs, the overall time required had lengthened. Unlike ordinary integration stage cultivators, who slowly accumulated energy over decades or centuries, Guan was devouring the spiritual energy needed for hundreds or even thousands of years of cultivation in mere hours. Patience was key, so he waited. Time flew by, and dawn arrived. The first ray of sunlight pierced the sky, but the heavens were still thick with demonic clouds. The surrounding forest was shrouded in a mist-like demonic aura, rolling like waves. Seated under a tree, Guan suddenly opened his eyes. Integration stage, 9th level complete. Reaching this level, he could clearly feel a tremendous enhancement in his divine sense and physical perception. It was as if his heart was condensing spiritual energy, hinting at the growth of something extraordinary within. His absorption of the Earth's spiritual energy began to slow down, signaling that he was nearing the limits of this breakthrough. Guan could distinctly feel his strength had increased exponentially. He was now 100 times stronger than before. The gap between the 1st and 9th levels of the integration stage was immense. Guan couldn't imagine any first-level cultivator crossing realms to defeat him now. The thought had barely crossed his mind when a cold sweat broke out on his back. I almost ruined my day, oh heart. He shook his head, realizing the danger of such complacency. Many of those killed by cultivators of lower realms likely harbored the same overconfidence. Guan steeled himself, vowing never to underestimate anyone. Prepare for the possibility of being overpowered at any moment. Only then can you truly give it your all. Once Guan's cultivation completely stabilized, he deactivated the lifespan barrier. This time, the lifespan barrier consumed over 8,000 years. At this rate, activating it in the future would undoubtedly become a massive drain on his lifespan. He needed to find ways to earn more lifespan. While he might seem wealthy now, should he ever decide to make a comprehensive breakthrough, his accumulated lifespan would fall far short. Guan stood, stretched lazily, and then placed a hand over his chest. The integration stage felt like a transitional phase, less segmented than earlier realms, yet it posed a tremendous test of cultivation accumulation. Guan could sense that the next realm was connected to the heart. The formation of something within his heart seemed to be an omen, though he couldn't yet determine its exact nature. He began to walk forward, utilizing the infinite Trace celestial step. With each step, he traveled hundreds of miles, his divine sense spreading outward to examine the nuances of the 9th level of the integration stage. Suddenly, Guan stopped, his gaze locking in one direction, brows furrowed. After a moment's hesitation, he moved toward the source of his attention. By a small mountain stream, a blood-stained, dirt-covered boy stood clutching a large stone before a cliff face. Behind him was a girl, equally disheveled, who stared fearfully ahead. Across the stream, trees were pushed aside as a 2-jung-tall wolf demon emerged from the forest. The creature walked upright, its deep black fur gleaming even in the morning light. Its eyes glowed menacingly as it stared at the 2 children, foul breath puffing from its mouth. The boy trembled, his arms shaking, but he bravely stepped forward. Neither child noticed the figure appearing silently atop the mountain behind them. Guan, now dressed in white robes and wearing a specially crafted mask, looked down at the 2 children. The mask was one he had idly created, imbued with divine sense isolation wards. The mountain breeze fluttered his robes as his gaze fell upon the children. Activating lifespan detection, he was taken aback by the results. Gauden, unranked 12/99/9999. Ziahua, unranked 12/78/230. A 9,999-year lifespan limit? Guan wondered if he was hallucinating. This surpassed even the human record held by Ji Xiao. Did this boy possess an innate Dao rune as well? Just then, the wolf demon lunged at Gauden. Guan waved his hand casually, and a streak of sword energy slashed between the demon and Gauden. Rocks shattered, and water sprayed into the air. Startled, the wolf demon froze before turning and fleeing. Dust billowed, making Gauden squint and cough. When the dust cleared, a massive crack, half a jong wide and stretching over 100 jong long, had appeared beside the stream. It looked as though it had been split open by a giant sword. The sound of footsteps startled Gauden. He spun around, gripping the stone tightly, and saw Guan approaching. Though Guan looked human, his masked appearance made Gauden hesitant to lower his guard. Are you human or demon? Gauden asked cautiously, his voice trembling and weak. Guan replied, naturally human. If I weren't, why would I save you? He altered his voice to sound older, as if in his 40s or 50s. Hearing this, Gauden exhaled in relief but still held on to the stone. A trace of admiration flashed in Guan's eyes. Where is your home? I'll take you back, Guan said. Gauden fell silent. Behind him, Xiahua suddenly burst into tears. My parents, eaten by demons, she sobbed intermittently, her voice choked. Her emotional outburst made Gauden's eyes redden. Gauden then recounted their ordeal. A group of demons had attacked their village, devouring the adults and taking the children to this area. Each day, they watched their companions being cooked into soup. Last night, it had been their turn, but a sudden earthquake sent the demons fleeing. At dawn, they escaped from their cave, only to be tracked by a wandering wolf demon. Guan listened in silence, experiencing for the first time the harsh suffering of the mortal world. Born into the Ji family, Guan had never faced the threat of demons. Later, he joined the Taixuan Sect, and by relying on lifespan extraction, his path had been smooth and unobstructed. In contrast, these two children had truly lived a bitter existence. Compassion stirred in Guan's heart, but Gauden's exaggerated lifespan made him hesitant to take the boy with him. Such an extreme lifespan would undoubtedly draw immense trouble if Gauden embarked on the path of immortality. Guan even suspected that Gauden carried extraordinary destiny. Perhaps this was why he alone survived his family's demise, why Guan happened to break through near this area just in time, and why the wolf demon failed to kill him. Too many coincidences. When coincidences piled up, they ceased to be mere coincidences. Guan couldn't shake the thought, was this boy a child of destiny? Yet, seeing that the two children were now orphans without anyone to rely on, he couldn't bring himself to abandon them. After some thought, he decided to take them to a safe place first. In a single step, Guan appeared behind Gauden, lifted him effortlessly, and then moved to Xiahua's side. With one child in each hand, he sped through the air with incredible agility. Frightened by Guan's movement technique, both children stopped crying, their bodies stiff with tension. 10 breaths later, Guan stopped in a forest, gently setting the children down. He retrieved a bottle of pills from his storage pouch and poured half a pill into each of their mouths. The sudden influx of medicinal energy made the children choke briefly, but as the pills dissolved, a warm current flowed down their throats, spreading to their bones and meridians. The sensation was so miraculous that both stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Guan seated himself cross-legged in front of them and asked, "Do you want to cultivate immortality?" He didn't dare bring Gauden directly back to the sect, but he could teach them the basics of cultivation. Later, they could apply to join the Taixuan sect themselves, severing any direct connection to him. Guan figured that gifting the sect a top-tier talent would also make up for the years of offenses caused by his frequent absorption of spiritual energy. "You're an immortal," Gauden exclaimed, his face brimming with excitement. "I am not," Guan replied. "I am merely striving to become one. Since you two have no place to go, I will teach you the method of cultivation. One day, you can join the Taixuan sect and find a home there." Guan deliberately altered his voice to avoid being recognized if they encountered him at the sect in the future. Gauden nodded eagerly and even knelt to kowtow, calling Guan master. Turning to Xiahua, who was still in a daze, Gauden pressed her head down and urged, "Quick, call him master." Instinctively, Xiahua mumbled, "Master." Guan initially wanted to refuse, but the hopeful expressions on their faces softened his resolve. Curse it all. Was this the influence of great fortune? Guan doubted it was simple sentimentality. It felt as though Gauden's extraordinary luck was affecting him. Cultivation revolved around destiny and karma, intertwined with the unseen and intangible forces of the world. "Fine. I will teach you a cultivation technique. Listen carefully and commit it to memory," Guan said sternly. The children immediately straightened, sitting upright and focusing on him with rapt attention. Guan taught them the first level of the Yingwood primordial art, a technique he himself cultivated. He wasn't worried about Gauden mastering it completely. Even after amassing a lifespan of 1,000,000 years, there would still be room for him to improve this art. In truth, he was curious to see how far Gauden could develop the technique. To this day, Guan wasn't entirely sure how the techniques and divine arts he possessed ranked within the broader cultivation world. Time passed swiftly. By the time Guan finished his explanation, half a day had gone by. Most of his focus was on explaining to Xiahua, as Gauden memorized the technique after hearing it just once. A lifespan of 9,999 years doesn't lie. Guan instructed Gauden to begin practicing on his own while he provided one-on-one guidance to Xiahua. "Master, I feel something inside me. Is this spiritual energy?" Gauden's sudden shout interrupted their session that afternoon. He sounded ecstatic. Xiahua widened her eyes in disbelief but soon lowered her gaze, her face clouding with disappointment. Guan remained calm. "Shouting like that, what kind of behavior is that? Do you want to draw demons here?" Hearing this, Gauden promptly shut his mouth. As dusk fell, Ziahua finally memorized the first level of the Yingwood primordial art. By the next morning, Gaodan had fully embarked on the path of cultivation, while Ziahua had yet to generate any spiritual energy. This was normal. Those with average 5-element spiritual roots typically needed a month to sense spiritual energy. Guan wasn't disappointed with her progress. At dawn, Guan prepared to leave. Gaodan, I have some matters to attend to. I'll be back by nightfall. Look after your junior sister, Guan instructed. Gaodan immediately opened his eyes, leapt to his feet, and asked nervously, Master, you'll really come back, right? Please don't abandon us? I promise I won't shout again. Hearing this, Ziahua also stood up and ran over, hugging Guan's waist to stop him from leaving. Amused yet exasperated, Guan spoke in a firm tone. I'm going to slay demons. If you follow me, you'll only drag me down. Upon hearing this, Ziahua reluctantly let go. Gaodan's eyes darted thoughtfully before he suddenly suggested, Master, since we're cultivators now, why don't you give us new names? To Gaodan, having names bestowed by their master would solidify their bond and make them feel closer. Guan hesitated for a moment before raising his right hand. With a swipe of his finger, he used sword energy to write characters in the dirt. Gaodan eagerly ran over to watch, standing at his master's side. Although they came from a remote mountain village, the children had been taught by a local teacher. Thus, Gaodan could barely recognize the characters Guan had written. Once Guan finished writing, Gaodan couldn't help but ask, An what? Master, what's the last character? You will be called An How. How represents the heavens. I hope you can be the support like the sky for your junior sister and carve out your own place in the world. As for Ziahua, her new name will be an Xian. I wish for you to live a life of peace and contentment, cherishing joy and serenity, Guan said calmly. With that, he vanished into thin air. Now named An How, Gaodan looked up, but Guan was already gone. Squatting down, he stared at his new name in the dirt, murmuring to himself, An How. How. It seemed he wanted to memorize the character for How. Beside him, an Xian also squatted down, quietly accompanying him as they studied the characters on the ground. Meanwhile, Guan sped toward the Taixuan Sect. By the time he reached Xian Valley, Wu Xian was still leading the disciples in practice. Walking through the valley entrance, Guan noticed several cultivators flying across the sky. Evidently, the commotion from the previous night had alarmed the Taixuan Sect. Seeing Guan walking through the valley entrance, Wu Xian immediately ran to greet him. In the distance, Lu Jujia, who was assisting the servant disciples with their exercises, glanced briefly at Guan but made no move to approach. Despite having returned for several years, Lu Jujia still didn't dare face Guan directly. He avoided him whenever possible, burdened by guilt. Lu Jujia could never forget the resources Guan had spent on him, those countless pills, and yet he had strayed down the wrong path, ultimately becoming a cripple. Thinking back, he felt only regret and self-reproach. He even believed his fate was deserved. After all, his time in the demon-slaying hall had been marked by reprehensible deeds. Guan, however, made no special effort to console Lu Jujia. Let the boy reflect and temper himself, it would do him good. Senior brother, there was another spiritual energy disturbance last night, Wu Xian informed him upon arrival. It wasn't as severe as before, but you should still be cautious while traveling. Guan nodded. I sensed it as well, which is why I returned. How is the situation in the Medicine Valley? No issues so far. Oh, senior brother, will you watch the upcoming duel between the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path and the Dayu Sword Maniac? The Sword Sovereign has agreed to participate. Guan asked. Not yet, but the rumors are widespread. He's likely to appear. As they conversed, the two walked toward the pavilion. The Xian Valley had recently recruited another batch of servant disciples. While practicing their drills, many of them cast frequent glances at Guan, brimming with curiosity about their enigmatic valley master. Rumor had it that the valley produced an outer sect disciple every few years, fueling their expectations. After exchanging a few words with Wu Xian, Guan ascended to his quarters, intending to make new clothes for An How and an Xian. Half an hour later, he headed to the Third Medicine Valley to inspect its grounds. The valley was vast, and Guan needed to ensure there were no issues. A single dying herb could cost him precious years of lifespan. The disciples in the Third Medicine Valley were also abuzz about the previous night's spiritual energy disturbance, speculating wildly. Guan chatted with them briefly before leaving at sunset. Under the crimson sky, the forest grew dark. An How stood on a tree branch, scanning the horizon as he searched for Guan. Below, an Xian called out nervously, Do you think Master won't come back? He'll come back. An How replied firmly. Master said he would, so he will. In truth, he wasn't sure. The thought of Guan possibly abandoning them made his chest tighten, and he had to fight back tears. But with an Xian watching, he couldn't allow himself to cry. His father had once told him that boys could cry, but never in front of women. Suddenly, a hand rested on an Xian's head, startling her into a scream as she jumped back. Hearing the commotion, An How quickly turned and saw the figure he had been waiting for all day. His face lit up with joy, and he exclaimed, Master. Leaping down, he rushed forward and hugged Guan's waist, just as an Xian had done that morning. Upon recognizing Guan, an Xian was equally excited and ran over to join in, wrapping her arms around him. Despite knowing them for only 2 days, Guan already held an unshakable place in their hearts. Placing a hand on each of their heads, Guan gently pushed them back and said, Focus on your cultivation. If you slack off, I'll leave you behind. Master, if we make significant progress, will you stay with us? And Hao asked. Guan retrieved 2 sets of clothing from his storage pouch and replied, I've already told you, one day you'll have to join the Taixuan Sect. I won't accompany you forever. Once you're strong enough to protect yourselves, I will leave. Hearing this, An Hao's expression dimmed, while An Xian bit her lip, her eyes reddening with tears. Ignoring their reactions, Guan handed them the clothes and led them to the river in the forest. Half an hour later, both children were dressed in their new outfits, their hair neatly combed. Together, they now resembled a charming pair of golden children, which explained why the demons had saved them for last. They might have been too reluctant to eat them. Guan decided to spend his nights with the children and his days back at the Taixuan Sect. The area within a 1,000-mile radius was free of powerful demons, and the nearby villages and towns made it a safe environment for cultivation. Days turned into weeks, and soon a month had passed. The outer sect city was packed to the brim with spectators. Even the hills outside the city gates were dotted with cultivators seated in meditation. Disciples from the 7 other outer sect cities, the 4 inner sect cities, and even the sect's main city had all gathered for the spectacle. Some came merely to observe, while others hailed from rival sects, drawn by the event's widespread notoriety. The Taixuan Sect made no effort to suppress the excitement, and soon all of the Taixuan Empire's cultivation world was abuzz. At the southern gate, Han Ming stood proudly, his sword case resting in front of him. His hands pressed against the case as the warm, late summer breeze ruffled his robes. On the city walls above, numerous cultivators watched him, whispering among themselves. Do you think the sword sovereign of the righteous path will show up? I doubt it. Revealing his true identity will only invite endless trouble. He must come. With his strength, what does he have to fear? Who in the world could defeat him? They say the sword sovereign of the righteous path is actually the sect master. He avoids appearing to cultivate the image of another figure in the Taixuan sect rivaling his strength. I heard the Dayu sword maniac surpassed the transformation stage years ago. If this duel truly happens, it will be a battle for the ages. On the city wall, Zhou Lin stood alongside his father, Zhou Yujian, gazing down at Han Ming's figure with concern. Having apprenticed himself to Han Ming, Zhou Lin naturally worried about his master's safety. High in the sky, Zhang Qiang, accompanied by the 9th-level transformation stage cultivator Hu Mo, floated atop a massive gourd. They too were discussing the coming duel. From the rooftop of a tall building, Yelan peered into the distance, her gaze fixed on the southern gate. The azure sky was cloudless, the mountains outside the city undulating like waves. Still, there was no sign of the sword sovereign. Beside her stood over a dozen disciples from the enforcement hall, her subordinates, including Zhen Qin. All of them were visibly excited. Meanwhile, 5 li away, Shen Zhen, her face veiled in black, stood atop a pagoda, also watching the southern gate with anticipation. This duel, which had been brewing for a month, captivated the entire Taixuan sect and even the wider cultivation world. Under the eyes of thousands, Han Ming remained still, his eyes closed, patiently waiting. In a wide forest, Guan was teaching An Hao swordsmanship. Within 3 days of starting his cultivation, An Hao had reached the 2nd level of the qi refining stage, and he was now at the 3rd level. Thus, Guan decided to teach him the Taixuan frightening god sword technique, providing him with a method of combat. An Xian, on the other hand, was still in the process of gathering her first strand of spiritual energy. The gap in their aptitudes was as vast as a chasm. Guan only needed to demonstrate the technique once for An Hao to memorize it fully, making the instruction remarkably smooth. So this is what it's like to teach a genius? No wonder grandmasters favored prodigies. Even Guan found himself growing fond of An Hao. As An Hao practiced, he asked curiously, Master, what's this sword technique called? Using only a wooden sword, his movements already generated sharp gusts of wind. Taixuan frightening god sword technique. You are the only one I have taught this sword art to, so do not tarnish its name, Guan replied. With An Hao's talent, he would undoubtedly be revered in the Taixuan sect, especially as a disciple of the sword sovereign of the righteous path. That identity alone would deter even the sect from trying to suppress him. Taixuan frightening god sword, An Hao murmured, his eyes shining with admiration. He could feel the technique's profoundness. Each time he practiced a sword form, new insights surfaced, drawing him deeper into its mysteries. The forest echoed with the sound of sword strokes slicing through the air as Guan silently observed, his wooden mask concealing his expression. In the distance, An Xian opened her eyes, gazing enviously at An Hao. She too wanted to practice swordsmanship. After an hour, An Hao managed to produce a sliver of sword energy. With a swing of his wooden blade, the energy streaked past Guan, grazing his shoulder, and struck a tree behind him, leaving a fine cut on the trunk. The instant he generated sword energy, An Hao seemed to break through a bottleneck. His movements became faster, smoother, and more graceful, as if his body flowed like water. The spiritual energy in the forest gradually converged toward him. Guan watched with a mix of awe and apprehension. What kind of monster is this? He realized the enormity of what he had done. If he hadn't saved An Hao, the boy would have died in the belly of a demon, and the world would have lost this prodigious talent. Guan couldn't help but pity the likes of Li Ya, Ji Xiao, Lu Xian, and Zhou Tanja, those so-called peerless geniuses of the age. Sorry, but the title of the world's greatest belongs to my disciple. Guan himself had no interest in becoming the best under heaven. After all, even invincibility in this world could lead to encounters with enemies from beyond. His true pursuit was the end of the immortal path, which he believed extended far beyond this realm. By noon, Guan finally said, "Stop for now." And Hao immediately sheathed his sword, panting heavily and drenched in sweat, but his eyes sparkled with vitality. "Master, how did I do?" he asked with a proud grin. At 12 years old, his confidence was already budding. "You focus too much on the sword in your hand. Remember, the sword is not in your hand but in your heart. Whatever your heart wills can become a sword. Go pick a leaf," Guan instructed. And Hao scratched his head but obediently walked off to find a leaf. Guan then gestured for an Xian to approach. Seeing his beckoning, she beamed with delight and rushed over. "Xiner, you go pick a leaf as well," Guan said gently. An Xian quickly complied, and moments later, both children returned with leaves in hand, curious to see what Guan would do. Guan took the leaf from An Hao first. "A true swordsman can unleash the power of a supreme sword with even a simple leaf," he said. Holding the leaf between two fingers, Guan flicked it lightly toward the distance. Boom! A sudden gale erupted, disheveling the children's hair as their eyes widened in disbelief. The leaf erupted with terrifying sword energy, tearing through the forest ahead. With an overwhelming aura, it slashed toward the horizon, disappearing in the blink of an eye. A swath of the forest, 10 jong wide, was obliterated, leaving a dusty void. The direction it struck? The outskirts of the Taixuan Sect's outer sect city. "If the sword sovereign of the righteous path doesn't show up within the time it takes to burn an incense stick, I'll carve 2 more characters on the heavenly mending platform." Han Ming's thunderous voice echoed across the land, commanding attention and respect. The cultivators in the crowd broke into fervent discussions. Though the disciples of the Taixuan sect frowned, none dared insult him. Han Ming's actions followed proper etiquette, and his boldness was undeniable. After a month of anticipation, the absence of the sword sovereign left even Taixuan sect disciples disappointed. On the city wall, Zhou Lin exhaled in relief. Although he believed Han Ming was no match for the sword sovereign, his time spent with Han Ming over the past month made him fear for his master's safety. Beside him, Zhou Yujian gazed into the distance. His intuition told him that the sword sovereign would surely appear. The chatter in the city grew louder. High above on a gourd-shaped artifact, Zhang Qiang whispered, "Could the sword sovereign really be the sect master?" "It's possible," replied Hu Mo, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "Though Han Ming is not much stronger than Chu Xian, defeating him would require the sword sovereign to reveal his true identity. That's why he dares not show up. If the sword sovereign really is the sect master," Hu Mo added with a smirk, "it would be seen as nothing more than a self-staged drama." His tone carried a trace of disdain. As they spoke, the gourd emitted a faint glow, its protective array isolating them from the surrounding space. Zhang Qiang was about to respond when a sudden, overwhelming sword intent erupted from the south gate. A crushing pressure followed, surging from the southern horizon. Her head snapped up, and Hu Mo followed suit, both staring intently toward the gate. Han Ming stepped forward 100 jong, planting his sword case firmly in the ground. The bottom sank into the soil as the case opened, ejecting 2 gleaming swords to his sides. Resting his right hand atop the sword case, Han Ming unleashed a boundless sword intent, shaking the spectators to their cores. Before most onlookers could fully register his movement, a streak of sword energy roared in from the horizon. It cut through the mountains and forests in its path with unstoppable momentum. In the blink of an eye, the sword energy clashed with Han Ming's radiant blue sword chi, which formed a towering light barrier nearly 200 jong tall. The collision shredded Han Ming's barrier as though it were paper. Stunned, Han Ming looked up, his pupils reflecting a single leaf. Boom! The leaf streaked past his head, sending his black hair whipping wildly in the wind and forcing him back 2 steps. On the city wall, every cultivator's face turned pale. Zhou Yujian, reacting instinctively, raised his arm to shield his son. He had caught a faint glimpse of the object hidden within the sword energy. Another deafening explosion followed, shaking the city walls violently. Though the walls held firm, a leaf embedded itself in the stone, surrounded by spider web-like cracks. Han Ming steadied himself, stepped forward again, and drew 2 swords from his case. His gaze fixed on the horizon as he awaited the next strike. The leaf that had passed returned to the heavens, carried by a howling wind that swept up everything in its path. Trees were uprooted, debris filled the air, and mountains trembled. Unmoving, Han Ming stood tall, his robes billowing behind him, emphasizing his robust frame. All eyes, whether from the gathered spectators, the disciples within the sect, or cultivators in the sky, were locked on him. The tension was palpable. The sword sovereign had arrived? "Wow, master, you're amazing. What kind of sword art was that? Teach me." An Hao exclaimed, hopping with excitement after snapping out of his stupor. Guan took the leaf from an Xian's hand, causing her to look at him with wide-eyed anticipation. "That was the same sword art I just taught you. Once you've mastered it, you'll be able to do the same. However, true mastery of the sword is about returning to simplicity. There's no need for such grandeur to achieve unstoppable power." Guan spoke softly, then flicked an Xian's leaf forward. An Hao and an Xian followed the leaf with their eyes as it drifted 10 steps before suddenly accelerating, vanishing like a bolt of lightning. This time, there was no deafening explosion or earth-shattering shockwave. The leaf moved quietly but blindingly fast, appearing deceptively simple. "I prefer techniques with a lot of noise. It's more intimidating." An Hao chuckled mischievously. Guan placed a hand on each of their shoulders, and in a flash, the three of them vanished. Han Ming now held two swords, poised and ready. The air was still. Every cultivator watched with bated breath, waiting for the sword sovereign's next move. Suddenly, Han Ming's pupils contracted sharply. He released the two swords in his hands and began forming hand seals. The final sword in his case flew out, joining the others to form a trio of swords circling him. With a forward gesture, the three swords shot ahead, their sword chi intertwining to form three colossal dragons of energy. These dragons tore through the landscape, uprooting trees, raising dust, and shaking the heavens. Cultivators in the air were thrown back by the sheer force of the display. Then, from the horizon, a faint glint appeared, a single leaf, wrapped in swirling sword energy. It's here? Han Ming's focus sharpened. This leaf lacked the overwhelming presence of the first one, but his instinct screamed that it was even more dangerous. The leaf abruptly accelerated, hurtling forward like a streak of starlight. The leaf transformed into a brilliant streak of light, annihilating Han Ming's sword chi in an instant. His three swords were flung backward, spinning wildly before crashing to the ground. Before the weapons had even settled, the leaf shot straight toward Han Ming. So fast? Damn it! Han Ming's face paled as panic set in. Reflexively, he thrust his palm forward, releasing a wave of energy as his robes shimmered with golden light, forming the projection of a massive golden bell around him. Boom! The leaf smashed through the golden bell as if it were paper, embedding itself in Han Ming's right shoulder. The force hurled him backward, shattering the ground beneath his feet as he crashed into the city wall. The impact sent cracks spidering through the stone, though the wall itself remained intact not because of its sturdiness, but because Guan had carefully controlled the leaf's power to avoid destroying it entirely. Han Ming hung limp against the wall, blood dripping from his mouth as his head drooped, giving the appearance of a man on the verge of death. Master! On the trembling wall, Zhou Lin clung to the stone, shouting in alarm. A collective gasp swept through the crowd. The Diyu sword maniac, utterly defeated by the sword sovereign of the righteous path, and with just 2 leaves? The difference in power was staggering. Flying leaf sword immortal? The sword sovereign of the righteous path is the flying leaf sword immortal, a Taixuan Sect disciple cried out, his voice trembling with excitement. Though unspoken until now, the realization dawned on everyone present. On the gourd-shaped artifact, Hu Mo opened his mouth to speak but found no words, his expression frozen in disbelief. Yelan stood atop her building, her eyes shining with awe as she gazed at the lingering sword energy in the sky. What level of cultivation was required to wield such power that seemed divine? From the shadows, Shen Zhen darted to the ground, pulling out pen and paper to sketch the image of Han Ming pinned against the wall. Under the blue sky and amidst rolling hills, a small town nestled by a great lake. Whatever happens, don't mention me to anyone. Just say you're from this town, Guan's voice echoed telepathically. An Hao and an Xian landed lightly in a narrow alley, turning back instinctively to see that Guan had already vanished. The alley was flanked by moss-covered earthen walls. An Xian opened her mouth to speak, but an Hao clamped a hand over it and whispered, "Sister, let's go catch frogs." His eyes signaled her to play along, and only when an Xian nodded did he release her. The two then walked out of the alley, quickly distracted by the bustling street beyond. Smiling uncontrollably, they marveled at the lively market. For all their precociousness, they were still children. Elsewhere, Guan removed his mask and changed into a simple blue daoist robe before entering a nearby inn. Having ventured out, he decided to enjoy the town's mortal pleasures for a while. On the inn's second floor, he found a table by the window and ordered the establishment's signature dishes and wine. Gazing down at the streets below, he observed the vibrant mix of street vendors, wandering martial artists, and a handful of cultivators. The conversations around him were filled with tales of heroic deeds and martial rivalries, evoking a faint sense of nostalgia. Before his food arrived, Guan suddenly felt a powerful divine sense sweep across the town. Someone's looking for me. The divine sense passed quickly, leaving no further disturbances. Guan smirked, unbothered, and decided to continue relaxing. As night fell, the town remained lively. Lanterns cast a warm red glow over the streets, and the shimmering rivers that wound through the town reflected the light, adding to its charm. Walking onto a stone bridge, Guan's brow furrowed slightly. He detected a faint trace of demonic energy infiltrating the town. Though weak around the level of a second-ranked demonic beast, equivalent to the Foundation establishment stage, the demon's cautious behavior intrigued him. Despite the apparent lack of active cultivators in the town, the demon moved as if wary of something. Guan decided to observe it, curious about its motives. As he followed the trail of demonic energy, he passed a courtyard. "Junior brother Gu," an aged voice called out, tinged with surprise and hesitation. Guan turned, spotting an old man in the courtyard. The elder had a hunched back, white hair, and looked to be in his 70s or 80s. Guan frowned, a thought occurring to him as he hesitated. Senior brother Zhang. It had been so long that Guan had almost forgotten Zhang Chunkai's presence and aura. Moreover, Zhang Chunkai's appearance and build had changed significantly, making him nearly unrecognizable. The old man quickly stepped out of the courtyard, his face alight with excitement. "It really is you? I thought the figure on the bridge looked like you, and it turns out I was right. Junior brother Gu, what brings you here? Are you out on a mission as an outer sect disciple?" Guan nodded. "More or less. Senior brother, why are you here? What a coincidence this was?" Zhang Chunkaiu laughed and said, "This town is the wealthiest one near the Taixuan Sect. I've decided to spend my retirement here. That explained a lot. Guan had chosen this town precisely because its bustling population made it safer. Zhang Chunkayo grabbed Guan's wrist enthusiastically. Come in and chat for a while. You're not in a hurry, are you? No rush at all, Guan replied, noting that the courtyard seemed empty. Still, he couldn't help but wonder about Xiao Lian's whereabouts. He had once overheard Zhang Chunkayo muttering to himself and learned that the senior brother had left the sect to search for a woman named Xiao Lian. The late summer moon was full, though heavy clouds quickly veiled its light. Inside a modest room, Guan and Zhang Chunkayo sat chatting. Zhang Chunkayo shared his experiences over the years, while Guan listened attentively. Zhang Chunkayo's tale felt like it came from a scholar's pen. He had left the Taixuan Sect for a woman he loved, who turned out to be a demon. Years ago, on his way to the Taixuan Sect in search of immortal destiny, he was attacked by a demon but saved by a female demon named Xiao Lian. Thanks to her, he safely entered the sect. He never forgot Xiao Lian's kindness and visited her every year. Their bond quickly deepened, and after years of failing to achieve foundation establishment, he left the sect to live out the rest of his life with her. They reunited and settled in a small town, where they bought a house, married, and had a child. However, living with a demon took its toll. Zhang Chunkayo's spiritual energy was drained, and even his vitality began to fade. Unable to bear burdening him, Xiao Lian left one morning without a word. Hearing this, Guan wanted to say something but held back. You might think I was deceived by her, but that's not the case. A union between humans and demons always ends this way. I left the sect because the immortal path was no longer within my reach. I have no regrets. Her lifespan far exceeds mine. I won't live much longer. Her leaving early spares us the pain of parting by death, Zhang Chunkayo said with a kindly smile. His eyes, though cloudy, held the wisdom of someone who had seen the vicissitudes of life. Looking at him, Guan couldn't help but recall the youthful Zhang Chunkayo he had met when first entering Xian Valley. The passage of time had changed so much. Guan could sense that Zhang Chunkayo had only 3 years left to live, filling him with a touch of sorrow. Half an hour later, the demonic energy Guan had sensed earlier appeared in the courtyard. It was Zhang Chunkayo's son. Zhang Bukui, Foundation Establishment, Level 222/460/2300. A 22-year-old at the second level of Foundation Establishment, undoubtedly a genius. Could it be that a union between humans and demons easily produced such talents? Guan suspected it had more to do with Xiao Lian's exceptional abilities. Bukui, this is your martial uncle, Guan, Zhang Chunkayo called out, waving to Zhang Bukui, who had climbed over the courtyard wall. Zhang Bukui looked like a teenager of 16 or 17, though his cheeks were unusually hairy. Hello, martial uncle Gu, Zhang Bukui said shyly, stepping forward to greet him. Guan smiled and nodded, taking a bottle of pills from his storage pouch. These are high-grade spiritual energy pills, a meeting gift for you. Oh, I can't possibly accept this. Senior brother, are you rejecting my goodwill? Of course not, it just feels too valuable. After some back and forth, Zhang Chunkayo reluctantly allowed his son to accept the gift. Zhang Bukui curiously observed Guan. It was the first time someone outside his parents had given him a gift, making him warm up to Guan immediately. Zhang Chunkayo then began asking about Xian Valley. Guan did not hold back in his responses. When Zhang Chunkayo heard that Cheng Sundan and Meng Lang had died, he was neither grieved nor indifferent, but rather nostalgic, advising Guan to act cautiously in the future. When Guan mentioned that Li Ya had already formed a golden core, Zhang Chunkayo expressed his amazement, saying he had always known Li Ya would soar to great heights. The two talked for a long time until Zhang Chunkayo could no longer stay awake, prompting Guan to bid him farewell. Before parting, with Zhang Bukui's help, Zhang Chunkayo turned back and said, Junior brother Gu, since you've reached Foundation Establishment, it means your potential is not the worst. Train well, and live to see the world a few centuries from now on my behalf. Standing at the doorway, Guan turned back and nodded slightly. From start to finish, Zhang Chunkayo hadn't made a single request, only reminisced about old times. As Guan walked away from the courtyard, he couldn't resist looking back. He could hear Zhang Chunkayo and his son talking softly. Zhang Chunkayo was asking his son where he had been wandering that day, while Zhang Bukui mentioned meeting a young man with whom he had exchanged blows. That young man turned out to be none other than An Hao. During their earlier fight, Guan had sensed that although there was a gap in cultivation levels, Zhang Bukui bore no killing intent. After a few exchanges, Zhang Bukui had left. Perhaps this was fate. Zhang Bukui's lifespan limit was 2,300 years, making him a strong candidate to become a famous grand demon. An Hao, on the other hand, possessed talent that could one day rival the greatest in the world. Would the two remember their childhood skirmish in this small town when they met again in the future? Guan's lips curved into a faint smile as he disappeared into the night. By morning, on a desolate mountain cliff, An Hao and an Xian meditated on either side of Guan, all facing the rising sun. The warm light bathed them, creating a harmonious scene. 3 bloody scratches marred An Hao's left cheek marks from Zhang Bukui. He had spent all night searching for Zhang Bukui but couldn't find him. Even after leaving the town and wandering far into a remote wilderness, his anger hadn't abated. Unable to remain seated, Guan stood up and said, I have something to take care of. I'll be back by dusk. However, take care of your junior sister. As he spoke, Guan vanished into thin air, leaving the cliffside. An Hao and an Xian opened their eyes, looking back to find their master gone. Who do you think the master really is? Why can he only be with us at night? An Xian asked curiously. An Hao stroked his chin thoughtfully. Remember the storyteller who came to the village 2 years ago? He mentioned a tale about a legendary figure in the martial world. I think the master is one of the most notorious fiends in the world, but his reputation is misunderstood. Otherwise, why would he save us? I think he wants to protect us from being implicated by his infamy. An Xian's eyes widened as she asked, if master really is a fiend, what do you think he's doing now? I don't know. But no matter what, he's still our master. He's treated us well, and we must remember his kindness. The so-called fiend Guan returned to Xian Valley and immediately used the teleportation array to arrive at the third Medicine Valley. Sure enough, after a great battle, people always came looking for him. Entering his loft, Guan found Shen Zhen sitting at his desk, painting. I say, Saint Taixuan, have you made yourself at home here? Coming and going as you please, aren't you worried about offending me? Guan remarked helplessly. Without even glancing up, Shen Zhen replied, come over and look at this. Guan approached her side, and as he glanced at her painting, his brow furrowed. Is this Han Ming? Exactly? How is it? Did I do a good job? Aren't you worried he'll hold a grudge against you? He wouldn't dare. My father isn't one to be trifled with. Shen Zhen huffed, leaving Guan speechless. Having a powerful backer really made all the difference. Examining the painting closely, Guan had to admit that Shen Zhen's artistic skill was remarkable. She had vividly captured the scene of Han Ming pinned against the city wall, down to the cracks in the wall. Well, what do you think? Shen Zhen asked smugly. Instead of answering, Guan snatched her brush and added a few strokes to the painting. Shen Zhen squinted at the changes before her eyes widened in surprise. Guan had added gusts of wind and shadowy streaks, giving the image a sense of dynamic motion. It resembled the style of comic art from Earth, adding a unique tension to the scene. This approach didn't necessarily make the painting better, but it was Shen Zhen's first time encountering such a style. Though it was just a sheet of paper, the image conveyed the trajectory of motion as if illustrating the very moment Han Ming crashed into the wall. Turning to Guan, Shen Zhen couldn't help but ask, you know how to draw? A little. What about poetry and songs? I know a bit of everything. Admiration flashed in Shen Zhen's eyes, prompting Guan to tilt his chin slightly in satisfaction. So, you're impressed now, huh? Well, it's no wonder. After all, you wrote Romance of the Gods, Shen Zhen said with a sigh. Guan, however, asked, why did you draw this picture? Could she have a grudge against Han Ming? To tell the truth, I'm very interested in the sword sovereign of the righteous path. I imagine him as a handsome, aloof swordsman. With so many people coming to watch, and yet he remains absent, it's so mysterious, Shen Zhen said, a hint of infatuation in her eyes. Guan's mouth twitched as he remarked, what if he turns out to be an unattractive old man? Well, that's not impossible. Aside from writing, my next goal is to investigate the sword sovereign. I must find him. And then what? Obviously, I'll make him my Deo partner. Panon, don't think for a second I frequent your place because I like you. While I'm not a fan of cultivating, my Deo partner must be one of the top grandmasters in the world. Otherwise, if my writing or painting offends people in the future, how could they protect me? With that, Shen Zhen rolled her eyes at Guan, then collected her painting and headed for the door. Guan shook his head with a laugh but didn't follow her. After Shen Zhen left Medicine Valley, he went downstairs to inspect the herbs. The outer sect disciples were still fervently discussing the sword sovereign of the righteous path, their faces alight with excitement. Listening to their praises put Guan in a good mood. Though he had recently shown off his strength, Guan knew better than to become complacent. He needed to continue diligently accumulating longevity. After all, the 9th level of the integration stage wasn't nearly enough for him. In the blink of an eye, another year passed, and summer came once again. To this day, Guan no longer visited An Hao and An Xian daily. Instead, he checked in twice a month. By now, An Hao had reached the 9th level of the Qi refining stage, fully capable of protecting An Xian. Last month, An Hao passed a trial set by Guan, personally slaying the wolf demon that had once hunted them. Guan had deliberately spared the wolf demon, leaving it for An Hao to defeat. Alright, he admitted it when he first saw An Hao's potential. He had devised an extensive plan to nurture him. The reason they hadn't yet gone to the Taixuan Sect was that An Xian's cultivation level was still insufficient. Besides, both of them were still young and could learn much more under Guan's guidance. That day, around noon, Guan arrived alone at the outer sect. His first stop was the heavenly mending platform. There were more and more sword cultivators on the platform, many of whom weren't from the Taixuan Sect. News of the sword sovereign of the righteous path heavily wounding the Dayu sword maniac with a double leaf strike had spread like wildfire through the cultivation world. The sword sovereign had now become the most admired figure among Taixuan Sect disciples. Even though a year had passed, every time Guan visited the outer sect city, he could hear disciples still discussing the battle. The fame of that fight had drawn an increasing number of sword cultivators to visit, and while the Taixuan Sect hadn't turned them away, they had strengthened the city's defenses. This, in turn, significantly boosted Zhang Kaiying's authority, as she was the Grand Elder overseeing the city. From afar, Guan spotted Han Ming standing beside Zhou Lin, shouting at him impatiently. Meanwhile, Zhou Lin sat on the ground, his face dark and gloomy. Guan couldn't help but laugh. This was exactly the scene he had hoped to see, which was why he'd recommended Han Ming take Zhou Lin as a disciple. Zhou Lin was undeniably a genius, except for one thing: he had terrible comprehension in the way of the sword. Yet, ironically, he was utterly obsessed with it. Amused for a moment, Guan shifted his gaze to the others on the platform, scanning for unfamiliar grandmasters. And he found one. Nightshade Ghost Mother, Integration Stage Level 2 3750/8090/54,000. Integration Stage, Level 2. What an astonishing lifespan. First, the Huangquan Demon Emperor, and now the Nightshade Ghost Mother. Why did they all seem like characters straight out of the underworld? Guan mused silently. It was fascinating that ghosts could have lifespans, implying that even in death, they couldn't exist indefinitely. Come to think of it, it made sense. If ghosts could exist forever, wouldn't this world be dominated by them? Stories of millennial evil spirits were common, but tales of million-year ghost emperors were unheard of, at least, not at Guan's current level. Perhaps such beings existed, but in this human-dominated realm, the balance was clearly tilted. Maybe there was an unseen force suppressing ghosts, ensuring harmony across all living things. Humans, though short-lived, had the advantage of rapid cultivation. Each had their strengths and weaknesses. The Nightshade Ghost Mother disguised herself as a young female disciple of the Taixuan Sect, her cultivation aura suppressed to the foundation establishment stage, making her nearly undetectable. Guan avoided staring at her, lest he attract her attention. The Taixuan Sect was teeming with enigmatic figures. As long as they didn't threaten him, Guan couldn't be bothered to intervene. Gu Xiao. Han Ming's voice suddenly rang out as he approached with a smile. Though he'd suffered a crushing defeat, Han Ming didn't see it as shameful. On the contrary, he was grateful. The sword sovereign of the righteous path had pinned him to a city wall with a single leaf, and the sword intent embedded in it had profoundly benefited him. It was clearly meant as guidance. With the sword sovereign's capabilities, if he'd wanted Han Ming dead, Han Ming wouldn't have survived. Guan saw Han Ming coming and raised his hand in greeting. But before he could say a word, Han Ming clasped his hand enthusiastically. Gu Xiao, since you're here, you must spar with me? That disciple you recommended is impossibly dull, it's driving me mad. Han Ming exclaimed while dragging Guan toward Zhou Lin. Guan, concealing his cultivation, couldn't break free from Han Ming's grip and had no choice but to follow. Han Ming made Guan sit beside Zhou Lin and began instructing him in sword techniques. Zhou Lin, delighted to see Guan, chatted incessantly, much to Han Ming's frustration. A barrage of scolding soon followed. Meanwhile, Zhou Yujian, seated nearby, watched his son being berated while wearing an amused expression. He also scrutinized Guan. Other than being handsome, Guan seemed utterly ordinary in cultivation. What on earth did Han Ming see in him? Zhou Yujian closed his eyes, alternating between sensing the sword intent within the character's righteous path and recalling the scene of Han Ming's defeat. In a peculiar state of clarity and confusion, he felt as if he'd grasped something profound, or perhaps it was a mere illusion. The complexity of it all consumed him. An entire hour passed before Guan managed to escape Han Ming's persistence. Though he'd memorized the sword techniques after hearing them once, he pretended to struggle and endured 6 repetitions to keep a low profile. It was utterly exhausting. Guan quickly departed under Han Ming's disappointed gaze. From now on, I need to avoid Han Ming whenever I visit the heavenly mending platform? That guy is relentless. Afterward, Guan completed tasks at the Alchemy Hall and the Library Hall before paying a visit to Zhang Qiang at the Grand Elder's residence. Inside the main hall, Zhang Qiang tossed a storage pouch to Guan. Inside are all the high-grade herbs I've collected. Once they mature, you can keep 20% for yourself. Isn't your master ancestor generous? Using his divine sense to inspect the pouch, Guan's expression brightened. So many seeds? The lowest grade was 4th rank? Thank you, Master Ancestor, Guan said sincerely. Zhang Qiang could have assigned anyone to handle this. As the Grand Elder, her authority was immense. Pleased by his gratitude, Zhang Qiang smiled. Try not to sell any spirit tree fruits. They're invaluable treasures for enhancing vitality and constitution beyond what spirit stones can measure. Clearly, she had discovered Guan's record of selling spirit tree fruits. Guan nodded. Now that he didn't need spirit stones to buy seeds, he naturally wouldn't sell them. I'm preparing to advance further in my cultivation. Your Medicine Valley's success will reflect well on me. Tend to it carefully, and I'll secure a golden core for you from a golden core cultivator, using secret techniques to help you reach that stage, Zhang Qiang continued. Guan immediately expressed his gratitude again with a bow. Zhang Qiang waved him off, signaling he could leave. As Guan turned to go, her voice called out from behind him. Guan, do you write books? Her question sent a shiver down his spine. What does she mean? Did she discover something? Or is she testing me? Guan turned back, puzzled. What book? Zhang Qiang scrutinized his face. Seeing no trace of guilt, she shook her head and said, nothing. Go on. Scratching his head in confusion, Guan left, still perplexed. Zhang Qiang sat in her chair, deep in thought. After a while, she retrieved a book from her storage pouch and began flipping through it. The cover bore 4 bold characters. Secrets of Taixuan. The summer heat was oppressive. 13-year-old Hao lay by the riverbank, face to the sky, with his head submerged in the water. Bubbles rose steadily from his mouth. Not far away, an Xian sat cross-legged under a tree, meditating. Her furrowed brow revealed her struggles with cultivation. A shadow suddenly loomed over Anhao, prompting him to open his eyes. Recognizing the figure, he scrambled to his feet. Master. Anhao quickly stood, rubbing his dripping wet hair before channeling his spiritual energy to dry it. Wisps of white steam rose from his head. Guan, masked and speaking in a hoarse, low voice, said, "Today, I won't teach you swordsmanship. Instead, I'll pass on leg technique." Anhao's eyes lit up with excitement. Finally, no more sword techniques. In addition to his outstanding spiritual root, Anhao possessed remarkable comprehension. After a year of training in the Taixuan frightening god's sword, he had completely mastered its forms and mental cultivation methods. What remained was developing his sword intent. Guan lifted one leg, assuming a golden rooster stands alone stance. His posture immediately captivated Anhao, and even an Xian, who had been gathering spiritual energy, turned her attention to him. This technique is called the Fierce Wind Phantom Kick. Watch closely, Guan said gravely. Currently, only Yelan had inherited this technique. Others practiced the residual wind kick, a foundational version. Despite their connection, few would associate the two techniques unless they examined them closely. Guan didn't worry about Yelan or Anhao recognizing each other's techniques in the future. If they did, it would likely be in battle an opportunity for Anhao to show mercy. After spending over a year together, Guan had grown attached to Anhao, seeing him as his own child. The boy's nature wasn't bad. Deep down, he harbored a heroic spirit, though he often came across as carefree and reckless. With a swift motion, Guan's leg shot forward, unleashing countless leg shadows. A sudden gale erupted, spraying water into the air. The forest across the river collapsed, and the distant mountain wall cracked, riddled with countless footprints. Even the sea of clouds in the sky was scattered by the force. Anhao was left trembling in awe, his mouth agape. An Xian, too, stared wide-eyed in amazement. What a domineering leg technique! I want to learn. I want to learn. This looks even cooler than the Taixuan frightening god sword. Anhao shouted excitedly, kicking the air a few times in his eagerness. Guan remarked, the Taixuan frightening god sword is stronger than the Fierce Wind Phantom Kick. I just haven't shown you its full power yet. Hihi, I get it now. I promise I won't slack off on my sword training. Anhao quickly assured him. Guan began teaching him the technique. As always, Anhao memorized the moves after just one demonstration and immediately began practicing. Again and again, he repeated the moves, becoming increasingly proficient. Watching Anhao's progress, Guan suddenly felt it was time to send him to the Taixuan Sect. This boy's talent was terrifying. If he could join the sect earlier, he might build an even stronger foundation. Guan could only teach techniques and combat skills, but the sect could offer so much more. But, Guan thought of an Xian. The girl's aptitude was painfully mediocre. Oh well, let them go. There was no point fretting over something he couldn't change. Guan decided to wait another 6 months before sending the two to the Taixuan Sect. 10 years from now, Anhao would likely make a name for himself. I wonder how long it'll take for him to catch up to Li Ye or Ji Xuanyu. Guan even began to anticipate a duel between Li Ye and Anhao. Li Ye was competitive by nature and would undoubtedly cross swords with Anhao someday. The Taixuan Sect allowed intersect duels, and while the two were separated by over 30 years, they could still be considered peers. Under the scorching sun, Anhao soon became drenched in sweat, but his excitement kept him going. Though young, the sweat-soaked clothes outlined his muscular frame, exuding an impressive strength. Guan stood by silently, watching over him. At Horizon Valley, Guan was sowing seeds while Sun San followed him closely, carrying a basket. To avoid drawing suspicion, Guan didn't just harvest herbs, he occasionally performed other tasks as well. I'm back. A voice echoed from the entrance of the valley, and without turning his head, Guan knew Lucien had returned. Dressed in a blue robe, Lucien walked into the valley, folding fan in hand. His striking appearance now carried a slightly more masculine air compared to the flamboyance of his previous red attire. How did it go? Smoothly, asked Yi Liuyun, who was meditating atop the mountain. His voice resonated throughout Horizon Valley. Luohan, wielding a long spear, appeared at the pavilion's entrance to greet Lucien. Guan, too, had to pay attention, though his thoughts were more preoccupied with Li Ye's performance at the 100 Clans conference than with Lucien's return. Lucien wore a calm smile as he replied, naturally, it went smoothly. There were some minor hiccups, but as expected, I secured the top spot. Hearing this, both Luohan and Yi Liuyun smiled. They all served Li Sundao, and their futures would inevitably be intertwined through life and death. The stronger Lucien became, the more secure their collective position. Yi Liuyun, his voice carrying across Medicine Valley, asked again, did the prodigies of the Ji family, Gu family, or Zhou family pose any threat to you? Lucien replied, the Ji family had a young woman named Ji Xuanyu who gave me some trouble. Unfortunately, she withdrew partway through, so I didn't get the chance to defeat her outright. It's a pity. Besides her, fewer than 5 people were worthy opponents. Were any of His Majesty's children impressive enough to earn your respect? Luo Hun asked, his tone tinged with anticipation. Lucien shook his head, his expression disdainful. Though I admire His Majesty, his children are a disappointment, not a single one lives up to his name. That said, there was a prince named Li Ya who caught my attention. His determination surprised me. To win, I had to break his arms and legs. He'll probably need a year or two to recover. At this, Luo Hun's expression changed drastically, and even Guan frowned. Lucien's return heralded a ripple of unrest within the valley. Guan's mind, however, lingered on Li Ya's tenacity. Breaking Li Ya's limbs might have halted him for now, but it would undoubtedly fuel his drive to rise even stronger in the future. Hearing of Li Ya's injury, Guan felt a flicker of annoyance. Lucien's methods were excessively harsh, and now he was openly belittling Li Ya. Guan had initially thought that even if Lucien bested Li Ya, he would show some restraint out of respect for Li Suandeo. Yet, not only had Lucien been ruthless, but his tone also carried a blatant disregard for Li Suandeo himself. Yi Liuyun suddenly appeared before Lucien, frowning. Why did you injure His Highness? Knocking him unconscious would have sufficed. It was obvious that Li Suandeo had frequently spoken to Yi Liuyun about Li Ya. What? Am I not allowed to hurt him? He's not the crown prince, and he's far inferior to the crown prince anyway, Lucien retorted, his tone tinged with irritation. Even if he's not the crown prince, he's still a prince the emperor cares about. Yi Liuyun's voice carried a hint of reproach. Luohan remained silent, but his expression made his displeasure clear. Lucien snorted. What's the big deal? If you don't like it, you can break my limbs in return. Just then, Lucien noticed Guan approaching and immediately perked up, walking over with enthusiasm. Valley Master, I've secured the championship at the 100 Clans Conference? So, how about it? Will you train with me? Lucien asked. He retrieved the golden token from his storage pouch, which bore the words Hidden Dragon Ranking Champion. Guan nodded. All right, let's train. Thrilled, Lucien grabbed Guan and led him to a nearby clearing. Watching them leave, Yi Liuyun turned to Luohan and asked, should we inform His Majesty about this? Luohan considered for a moment before shaking his head. No need. His Majesty has undoubtedly assigned people to keep an eye on Prince Li Ya. Yi Liuyun sighed, shook his head, and vanished into thin air. Lucien led Guan to an open space where 3 monkey demons quickly gathered to watch out of curiosity. What kind of technique do you prefer? Lucien asked, cracking his knuckles with eagerness. Anything but swordsmanship, Guan replied, recalling their prior agreement. Though he had promised to train with Lucien, he couldn't just let go of the grudge over Li Ya's injury. Then I'll teach you a palm technique. It's the one I used to break Li Ya's limbs, Lucien said proudly, casting a glance toward the distant Yi Liuyun, clearly meant as a jab. Fine, show me what you've got, Guan replied evenly. Lucien began demonstrating the technique, combining physical moves with a detailed explanation of the mental cultivation method. Black Tortoise Tidal Palm, the name alone carried an air of dominance. Guan watched carefully, hiding his intentions to mess with Lucien. The sun climbed high and then slowly dipped toward the horizon. By the time evening arrived, Lucien was in complete dismay. Are you genuinely unable to learn, or are you doing this on purpose? He exclaimed in frustration. His voice was so loud that Yi Liuyun and Luohan rushed over, fearing he might lose control and attack. Guan sighed. I told you, my talent and comprehension are terrible. You didn't believe me and insisted on teaching me. Now you're upset. No way. No one can be this bad at learning, can they? Lucien muttered, unable to make sense of the situation. Guan's clueless demeanor didn't seem fake. Yi Liuyun interjected, the Valley Master's cultivation has always been reliant on pills. It's understandable. I've told you before, don't force others. Everyone's circumstances are different. Luohan added, what His Majesty values is his talent in herb cultivation. He emphasized the word values. Taking a deep breath, Lucien declared, I refuse to believe it. I will teach him. Guan quickly replied, maybe next time. I need to go now. You're not leaving. Lucien shouted, but Guan had already turned and walked away. Yi Liuyun and Luohan immediately stepped in to restrain Lucien. Valley Master, you must return. If you master the Black Tortoise Tidal Palm, you'll have the power to protect yourself and even compete for destiny, reaching new heights. Lucien shouted after Guan's retreating figure. Guan found himself bewildered. How could someone so ruthless to opponents be so enthusiastic about teaching? Was this some sort of split personality delusion? Shaking his head, Guan flew away on his sword, disappearing into the dusk. Over the following days, each time Guan visited, Lucien would try to teach him techniques. Guan always failed to learn, but Lucien refused to give up. When one technique didn't work, he tried another. Time flew by, and the year came to an end. Snow blanketed the mountains and forests. Clad in white robes and wearing a mask, Guan emerged from the woods, followed by An Hao and an Xian. Even the usually cheerful An Hao was uncharacteristically silent. Guan stopped and gazed at the snow-covered mountains ahead. A few hundred miles from here, you'll reach the outer sect of the Taixuan Sect. Once you reveal your spiritual energy, they'll take you into the city to assess your spiritual roots. An Xian, her eyes red from tears, couldn't help but ask, Master, when will we see you again? Guan, his back to them, replied, saving you was a chance encounter, a bond that shouldn't have existed. From now on, we won't meet again, and you mustn't mention me to anyone. Guan had indeed taught An Hao and an Xian to cultivate without any particular agenda, just on a whim. He neither expected nor needed anything in return, hoping their relationship would end here. Suddenly, An Hao knelt down, and an Xian followed suit. Both bowed to Guan, their foreheads touching the snow-covered ground. This time, Guan did not stop them, quietly accepting their 3 resounding kowtows. An Hao's forehead cracked open, blood dripping down his face, but he seemed unfazed. His gaze was resolute as he looked at his master's back. He would never forget the terrifying experience in the demon's cave or the despair when facing the wolf demon. Master, no matter who you are, I will always remember your kindness. I will cultivate diligently, make my name known across the land, and become the strongest person in the world. When that day comes, if you ever hear of me and need anything from me, I will not hesitate, even if it costs me my life. And Hao declared solemnly. Though barely 14, his demeanor exuded a maturity and determination beyond his years. Guan waved his sleeve, and a fierce gust of wind and snow swept down from the heavens, causing the siblings to instinctively raise their arms to shield their faces. If you wish to help me, first survive for 1,000 years, Guan's voice carried on the wind, fading into the distance. When the storm passed, the siblings looked up, only to find that Guan was gone. An Xian glanced at An Hao, awaiting his decision. He stood, staring at the snow-filled horizon. An Xian, we must not let Master down, he said softly. An Xian nodded firmly, and the siblings pressed forward into the blizzard, the swirling snow seeming ready to engulf them. Guan returned to Xian Valley. He first inspected the herbs in the valley, then walked back to his loft. Throughout, his divine sense remained locked on An Hao and An Xian. Though they were less than 300 miles from the Taixuan Sect's outer sect, he couldn't help but worry. After all, the sect was rife with both heroes and scoundrels. For the next several days, no matter where he went or what he did, a portion of his divine sense tracked the siblings until they safely reached the outer sect. When the 14-year-old An Hao revealed his 9th-level Qi refining stage cultivation, it immediately caught the attention of the outer sect elders, one of whom personally received them. Guan had chosen this particular outer sect city because of the number of grandmasters residing there. This reduced the risk of An Hao being ambushed or having his body seized. A new year began, and the spring festival arrived. In Xian Valley, Guan, Yelan, Zhenqin, Wu Xian, Xiao Chuan, Tang Yu, and others gathered around a long table for the festivities. Meanwhile, the other disciples sat at a separate table, laughing and toasting one another. Have you heard? The outer sect recently accepted a disciple with a heavenly spiritual root? Even the elders of the main sect city were alarmed. His name is An Hao, and he's only 14, almost at foundation establishment. It's unbelievable. Compared to him, I feel like my cultivation has gone into a pig's body, Zhenqin exclaimed, her wine cup in hand. Heavenly spiritual root? The news immediately grabbed everyone's attention. Wu Xian couldn't help but ask, is that true? The Taixuan Empire hasn't produced a heavenly spiritual root in centuries. It's true. Our law enforcement hall even guarded him for a few days until the sect master took him in, Yelan confirmed, her tone far calmer than Zhenqin's. The group buzzed with speculation about the heavenly spiritual root. Wu Xian shared several legends, prompting Yelan to frown. How does this guy know so much? Could there be something off about him? Yelan wondered, silently resolving to check Wu Xian's entry records despite their years of acquaintance. Meanwhile, Guan listened to the discussion about An Hao, a smile forming on his lips. His peaceful days of tending fields now had an added excitement, watching just how far An Hao would rise. The conversation eventually shifted to broader topics in the cultivation world. Reports claimed that Changluo in Kangzhou was in turmoil due to a demon attack on the emperor. Though the emperor had narrowly survived, his fury was boundless, and entire clans were being executed as part of the investigation. Guan, knowing that Li Sundao concealed a 9th-level transformation stage cultivation, was unconcerned. He listened with interest, even amusement. The New Year celebrations lasted through the night, ending only at sunrise. As the first rays of dawn broke, Yelan and Zhenqin departed. Instead of leaving Xian Valley, Guan quietly entered the 8-View celestial realm, bringing delicacies for Hao Long. Under the spirit tree, Hao Long greeted Guan with excitement, darting around him. Now nearly 2 zhang, approximately 7 meters, long, its dragon horns were fully developed, giving it the appearance of a true dragon. Its black scales gleamed with a cold luster. Master, when will you take me outside? Hao Long asked pitifully, rubbing against Guan's face. Guan patted its head with a smile. I told you before, when you're fully grown. Outside, too many people are eyeing your meat like you eye lamb. How big counts as grown? I feel like I'm already really strong, master. You might not even be my match, Hao Long said pitifully. Though Guan had occasionally practiced swordsmanship under the spirit tree, he had never revealed his full strength. Even Hao Long didn't know the extent of his power. Hearing this, Guan realized he couldn't let things continue this way. I'll think of a solution, he said thoughtfully. Guan decided to seek out Zhang Qiang to see if she knew any transformation techniques. If Hao Long could change into a snake, he might be able to accompany Guan outside without drawing attention. Hao Long brightened immediately, even letting out a cheer that made Guan laugh. After spending an hour in the 8-View celestial realm, Guan left. He had sensed a familiar presence approaching Xian Valley, prompting him to cut his visit short. Back at his loft, Guan pretended to read a book, keeping an eye on his surroundings. Before long, a figure leaped through the window. Before they even landed, a lively voice rang out, Junior brother Gu, guess what treasure I've brought back for you? Guan looked at Li Ya, who had just climbed in through the window, and said helplessly, what treasure could possibly outshine my windowsill? Dressed in a green robe, Li Ya walked to the table, retrieved a pouch from his waist, and placed it on the table with a proud smile. This treasure, you'll definitely like. Guan extended his spiritual sense into the pouch, furrowed his brow, and asked, why is it filled with insects? These are ancient gold-eating insects. Their teeth can bite through any metal or ore in the world. If you feed them gold-attributed spiritual energy, they can grow even stronger. There are 16 inside, including one queen. They're great for guarding your home or even digging holes. Leah chuckled. Hearing this, Guan grew intrigued and asked curiously, how do you get them to recognize a master? There's a special technique for that. You'll need to drop a bit of blood essence onto the queen to establish a soul bond with her. Leah explained, then pulled a thin manual out of his storage pouch and handed it to Guan. Guan accepted it but didn't open it immediately. Instead, he asked, so, how did the 100 Clans conference go? Leah pulled a chair over and sat across from Guan, sighing as he replied, it wasn't smooth sailing, but it was an eye-opener. This world is truly filled with experts, and geniuses are as numerous as fish in a river. My talents were nothing at the conference. Out of the countless prodigies from the 9 dynasties and 100 clans, I barely made it into the top 100. Even Zhou Tanju only managed to secure a spot in the top 10. Seeing Lia's optimistic demeanor, Guan felt some of his worries ease. Lia began recounting his experiences at the conference, and Guan listened intently. Halfway through, Guan even got up to pour wine, sipping as he listened. By dusk, Lia was still brimming with stories. Guan remarked, so, only our third young miss could pose a threat to Lucienne. Her Kylan step is indeed remarkable. She's the only one who managed to injure Lucienne. Unfortunately, after taking 9 steps, she encountered a heavenly tribulation and had to stop her duel abruptly. We haven't seen her since. Lia nodded. A heavenly tribulation? What does that mean? Is the Kylan step that powerful? Guan asked in surprise. He had taken countless steps over the past 2 years and never encountered anything like that. Lia shook his head. How would I know? Maybe she's harboring some kind of secret. Innate Dao seal? Guan sighed inwardly. Is this what they call cheating? Compared to Ji Xuanyu, it's Lucien's strength that shocks me the most. He's my next goal. I'll challenge him and reclaim my honor, Lia declared with determination. Guan asked, didn't you say he broke your arms and legs? Don't you hate him? Lia shook his head. It was a fair duel. Why hate him? Besides, I refuse to admit defeat. A senior once told me that Lucien is also a pitiful soul. He has residual souls inside him vying for control of his body. That's why he sometimes acts erratically kind and friendly one moment, violent and irritable the next. Residual souls? Guan let out a breath of relief. If that were the case, he didn't need to worry anymore. He had been concerned that Lucien might be the reincarnation of an immortal, but it didn't seem so. What do you mean by residual souls? Guan asked, puzzled. I'm not sure. Maybe it's related to some treasure or perhaps he was once possessed. In any case, he'll continue to suffer until he expels the residual souls. No wonder we hadn't heard of him in the Taixuan Sect before. He was probably kept hidden by the Lu family. Oh, and his father is the previous sect master, Lu Badian. Lu Badian went mad practicing his cultivation, and now his son is tormented by residual souls. It seems like quite the coincidence. Lia said with a frown, then sighed. If Lucien weren't affected by those souls, he might already have reached the nascent soul stage. His strength is unimaginable. Guan chuckled. He didn't expect Lia to sympathize with Lucien. By the way, who's that senior you mentioned? Sounds impressive. Guan asked, feigning curiosity. A senior who prefers to remain unnamed. Sorry, I can't tell you. Heh, it's probably the grandpa spirit inside you, right? Guan thought. He could sense the soul within Lia growing stronger. It suddenly struck Guan if he could detect the soul in Lia at his current stage, couldn't Void Transformation stage grandmasters also notice it? Yet, from Lia's words, no one seemed to have picked up on it. Is it because my cultivation technique is too advanced, or for some other reason? Even as night fell, Lia showed no signs of leaving. He continued chatting with Guan, now describing the landscapes he had seen during his travels. It wasn't until dawn the next day that Lia finally left. After Lia departed, Guan picked up the manual he had left behind and began studying how to bond with the ancient gold-eating insects. Beneath the clear skies, in the third medicine valley, standing before Elder Tian, Guan raised his right hand, revealing a golden insect perched on its back. At first glance, it resembled a gold beetle, but its mandibles were far larger. Ancient gold-eating insects. These are incredibly rare. You wouldn't typically find them anywhere in the Taixuan Empire. Elder Tian exclaimed. My senior brother Lia gifted these to me. He placed in the top 100 at the 100 Clans conference and brought back these insects. They'll be perfect for patrolling the valley, Guan said with a smile. He had mentioned Lia to Elder Tian more than once just in case Elder Tian someday regained his position as sect master. He might remember Lia and give him special attention. Elder Tian nodded. It seems this Lia is indeed talented and loyal. A single ancient gold-eating insect is worth a fortune, let alone 16. Guan opened the pouch at his waist, releasing the insects. One, twice the size of the others, landed on his shoulder, while the rest swirled around him. Xiao Chuan, passing by, couldn't help but come over. Guan proudly showed off the insects. By nightfall, every errand disciple in the Third Medicine Valley had seen them. Guan wasn't just showing off, he wanted to ensure no one attacked the insects while they patrolled in the future. Spring turned to autumn, and 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Guan crossed the 50-year mark. These 3 years had been peaceful yet fulfilling. His lifespan had surpassed 300,000 years, and his annual lifespan harvest continued to grow. One day, Xiaochuan descended from the teleportation array platform with Yalan in tow. Guan was teasing a white spirit rat, which had grown as large as a dog. Seeing Yalan arrive, he immediately stood up to greet her. Yalan's face looked grim. Facing Guan, she said, "Senior brother, let's talk inside." Guan nodded and led Yalan upstairs. Meanwhile, Xiaochuan approached the white spirit rat, only for it to turn and run. Annoyed, Xiaochuan picked up a stone and hurled it, but missed. Inside the room, Guan closed the door. He had just turned around when Yalan spoke. "Senior brother, Wu Xian is a 1000 Autumn Pavilion informant." Guan's expression changed slightly as he frowned. "Nonsense. What proof do you have?" Yalan pulled out several sheets of paper and said, "These are all records of disciples from the demon-slaying hall. The person who brought Wu Xian into the sect wasn't a demonic spy, but tracing his connections backward, every single one is. Moreover, the 1000 Autumn Pavilion has been searching for a pavilion master's son for years. That person is said to look like a monk with indelible monk scars on his head." Guan took the papers and examined them carefully. The documents detailed the individuals Wu Xian interacted with, including visits to certain figures in the outer sect cities. Careless? How could he not be more meticulous? Guan cursed inwardly. Still, he remained calm. It was Yalan who had discovered this, after all. After finishing his review, Guan looked up and asked, "How many people know about this?" "Just me for now. Normally, the law enforcement hall doesn't investigate errand disciples. We did discover that one of the valley masters in the outer sect Medicine Valley is also a 1000 Autumn Pavilion informant, but we haven't identified who. We wanted to continue the investigation, but someone higher up prohibited us." Yayan's delicate brows furrowed in frustration. "Who stopped you?" "The outer sect Grand Elder, Zhang Qiang, but her people said the order came from the inner section." Guan suddenly felt that having Zhang Qiang as the outer sect Grand Elder was a blessing. She could shield him from trouble. Although Guan had never worked for the 1000 Autumn Pavilion, the presence of the spirit tree made it impossible to clear his name. He didn't want his peaceful farming life disrupted. Guan stepped forward, placed his hands on Yayan's shoulders, and took a deep breath. "Junior sister, this matter must be suppressed. Even if Wu Xian comes from the demonic path, we've lived alongside him for years. I believe he's not a bad person." Held by Guan, Yayan's cheeks reddened slightly. She lowered her gaze and said softly, "Senior brother, are you also with the 1000 Autumn Pavilion? If you are, I'm willing to go with you." "How could that be? I was born a member of the Taixuan Sect, and I'll die a ghost of the Taixuan Sect. I don't care. Wherever you go in the future, you have to take me with you. Then can you suppress this matter?" I've already destroyed the other evidence, only the copy in your hand remains." Guan released her, casually tossing the papers into his storage pouch. "Better to keep them for emergencies than destroy them outright." Yalan continued, "This is actually a minor issue. I knew you'd protect him. I came to tell you about something much bigger. The demonic path is preparing to siege the Taixuan Sect this time for real. The law enforcement hall's informants in the Wanyin sect have uncovered the plot. Apparently, there are traitors within the Elder Hall of the sect's main city. This information has already been passed up, and the 4 intersect cities are preparing for battle. There are many Grand Masters from other sects and empires stationed in the outer sect. The Taixuan Sect hasn't driven them away despite their long stays. If the demonic path attacks, the outer sect cities could become incredibly dangerous. There might even be demonic spies waiting to coordinate an internal uprising. Demonic path invasion? Guan frowned. The Taixuan Sect's disciples have grown in number over the years. How would they dare? They've allied with the demon race. Together, they plan to destroy the Taixuan Sect and split the Taikang Empire's territories between them, Yalan replied gravely. Allied with the demon race? Guan was puzzled. Didn't the demonic path factions realize the demon calamity would arrive in 100 years? After sharing additional intelligence, Yalan quickly left. Guan personally escorted her to the teleportation array, ensuring she reached the outer sect city of Xian Valley to avoid breaching protocol. As Guan headed back to his quarters, he spotted Elder Tian sitting in a withered posture beneath an old tree. It struck him that it had been a long time since he had probed Elder Tian's condition. Previously, Elder Tian had ascended 2 cultivation levels after visiting the heavenly mending platform, but he had since fallen silent, a strange development. As Guan pondered, he casually cast a lifespan detection technique toward Elder Tian. Lubadian, Core Formation Stage, 3rd Layer 754/1050/3200. Core Formation Stage, 3rd Layer? Seeing Elder Tian's cultivation soar so high, Guan was inwardly alarmed. I'd better keep an eye on him. I wouldn't want him surpassing me without me realizing it. Guan had come to understand that the higher the cultivation realm, the better people were at concealing their true strength. Simply relying on senses made it nearly impossible to gauge an opponent's cultivation. In other words, the cultivation world was a game of who could hide their power best. Fortunately, Guan had hidden himself deeply enough and was confident he could continue to do so. Elder Tian seemed to sense Guan's gaze. He opened his eyes and looked over, prompting Guan to nod slightly before heading back indoors. With the demonic path's invasion imminent, Guan remained unbothered. He continued with his routine, confident that the Taixuan Sect was no pushover, especially with Elder Tian, a hidden sect master, working in the shadows. Guan's focus was solely on protecting his medicine valley. Late summer brought a pleasant coolness. Walking through the outer sect city, Guan noticed a sharp increase in law enforcement hall disciples. The city walls in all directions bristled with the presence of transformation stage cultivators. The entire city exuded an atmosphere of tension and martial readiness. The demonic path's invasion was no longer a rumor, it was real. As always, Guan first made his way to the heavenly mending platform. The Huangquan Demon Emperor and the Nightshade Ghost Mother were still there, sitting alone like ascetic cultivators, with no other hidden demons or monsters in sight. Guan couldn't shake the suspicion that the Huangquan Demon Emperor might be connected to the demonic path, but reporting it would risk entangling himself in the chaos. His goal was longevity. 1,000 years from now, will the Taixuan Sect even still exist? He had never been a righteous hero with grand ambitions, just an ordinary man seeking a simple life. After a cursory scan revealed no unfamiliar powerful faces, Guan felt reassured. It seemed the Taixuan Sect had tightened its control over outsiders, allowing them to leave but not enter. Next, Guan went to visit Zhang Qiang. Zhang Qiang wasn't at her residence, and her attendants asked him to wait in the main hall. As Guan stood in the hall, he observed his surroundings. He could sense the intricate array of formations concealed throughout the hall, formations invisible to the naked eye. Thanks to Zhang Qiang's Purple Star Array manual, Guan had developed a solid understanding of formations. Now, he could discern some of their mysteries. As he studied them, Guan's expression turned peculiar. There's a vast space beneath this residence similar to the 8-view celestial realm under Xian Valley. An hour later, Zhang Qiang finally returned. As she entered the hall, she waved her hand, causing the large doors to close with a resounding boom. Guan stood and greeted her, but she gestured for him to sit. No need for formalities. Sit down. Her face was grim. Clearly, something unpleasant had happened. Guan retrieved a storage pouch from his waist and placed it on the table beside her. This contains the first batch of mature herbs. Please inspect them. Zhang Qiang's herbs were of high grade, which was why this first batch had taken so long to mature. But instead of reaching for the pouch, Zhang Qiang asked, "You must have other matters to discuss. Otherwise, you could have sent Mo to handle this." Guan nodded. "I've heard rumors that the demonic path plans to siege the Taixuan Sect. Is it true?" Zhang Qiang nodded solemnly. "Yes, it's true. Within 6 months, a righteous demonic war will erupt across the Taixuan Empire. The main reasons are the Taixuan Sect's rapid expansion, which has unsettled the demonic path, and the involvement of the demon race. Together, they believe they have a chance to defeat the Taixuan Sect." Guan hesitated before asking, "But I've heard that a century from now, the 9 dynasties will face an invasion by demonic beasts. Shouldn't we be uniting and focusing on cultivation? And how can they trust the demon race so easily?" Zhang Qiang shot him a glance and snorted. "Do you think the demon race is unified? The demonic beasts beyond the 9 dynasties are not pure demon race members. If they invade, the demon race will suffer slaughter as well. As for the human race, when have we ever been truly united? On the contrary, the more dire the circumstances, the fiercer the competition. The 9 dynasties' cultivation resources are limited. The stronger the Taixuan Sect becomes, the more it squeezes other sects' resources. Throughout history, so-called righteous demonic conflicts have always been about resource allocation. They just need a righteous excuse to start the fight. This time, the demonic path claims it's to punish the Taixuan Sect for its sins. Soon, rumors will spread, sowing discord within the sect. Once the Taixuan Sect's morale wavers, the demonic path will strike. If the demonic path wins, the roles of righteous and demonic factions will reverse. If they lose, the Taixuan Sect will still lack the strength to eradicate them entirely." Guan fell silent. More than anyone, he understood this reality. Every time he advanced in cultivation, he absorbed massive amounts of spiritual energy, affecting the Taixuan Sect's environment. If all the empire's resources were concentrated in one sect, its leaders would have a much higher chance of achieving breakthroughs. For the Grand Masters, it wasn't about the world, it was about their own cultivation. With enough power, they could sail southward in search of immortal opportunities, leaving worldly conflicts behind. After some thought, Guan asked, "Martial Ancestor, whose side are you on?" Zhang Qiang smiled. "I'm on the side of the victor. Don't worry. I'll ensure this outer sect city remains unharmed. With so many Grand Masters here, the demonic path won't attack from this direction." Guan sighed in relief, then grinned. "As long as my medicine valley isn't threatened, I'll be fine. Afraid now? I've told you before to focus on cultivating, but you wouldn't listen. Cultivation isn't something to rush." "Humph. You're just lucky to have me as your martial ancestor," Zhang Qiang snorted. "Before you leave, go find Mo. I've already told him to prepare a batch of cultivation pills for you in advance. Use them to improve your cultivation. You're already 50 years old and still haven't reached the core formation stage. What a disgrace. Don't ever claim to be my disciple's disciple again." "Thank you, martial ancestor." Guan replied with a cheerful smile, but internally, he was full of sarcasm. 50 years old and already at the 9th level of integration? Ever heard of that? It'd scare you to death if I said it out loud. Guan then asked about the highest cultivation level among the demonic path's leaders. Zhang Qiang admitted she wasn't sure, but stated confidently that if Lu Badian were still around, the demonic path wouldn't dare invade. However, with Chu Tiankai as the current sect master, a battle between the strongest righteous and demonic cultivators would likely end in a draw. Guan silently mourned for the demonic path. Liu Baitian isn't dead yet. By the way, martial ancestor, have you ever heard of the Huangquan demon emperor? Guan suddenly asked. Zhang Qiang thought for a moment, then shook her head. No, why? It's nothing. I just read about it in a book. It's supposed to be someone powerful, but since you don't know, never mind. I'll take my leave now. Guan bowed, then turned and left. Zhang Qiang watched his retreating figure thoughtfully. After speaking with Zhang Qiang, Guan's worries about the righteous demonic war subsided. His days returned to their usual peaceful rhythm. 3 months later, as autumn came to an end, the third Medicine Valley was still blanketed with piles of withered yellow leaves. In the early morning, Guan was leading the disciples in their exercises. Elder Tian was also participating, and Guan was the only one who noticed how much sturdier the old man had become. He's already reached the 9th level of the core formation stage. Guan marveled silently. How does he cultivate? He never causes any fluctuations in spiritual energy when I'm around. After the exercises ended, Guan dismissed the disciples and headed toward the pavilion. 16 ancient gold-eating insects hovered around him, making him appear surrounded by a golden halo. Just as he reached the base of the pavilion, he stopped abruptly. 2 figures were speeding toward him from the Horizon Vice Sect Master Ji Hantian and Elder Gu Zong. Elder Tian, inspecting the herbs in the garden, glanced at them briefly before resuming his work. Ji Hantian and Gu Zong landed and called Guan upstairs for a private conversation. Once inside, Gu Zong set up his usual restrictions. Bang! Ji Hantian slammed his hand on the table, startling Guan. "DN it? Do you have to slap the table every time you come here?" Guan wanted nothing more than to use the grand yin-yang transformation to take on a demonic form and beat Ji Hantian to a pulp. The furniture in this room was crafted from premium wood. If Ji Hantian broke it, Guan would feel the loss deeply. Chu Tiankai has gone too far. The entire Chu family is rotten. Panan, you must write a book exposing their actions to the world. The Taixuan Sect is the righteous sect of the world and must be held accountable. Ji Hantian fumed. Here we go again. Guan remained silent, regretting his past restraint. Gu Zong, sitting down, said irritably, "Why are you so worked up? Don't act like you're unaware of what he's done. I think you just want to be the sect master. This time, you're not using Panan as your pawn. He's already the Taixuan Sect's banner for recruiting disciples. That banner can't become a tool for internal power struggles." Guan glanced at Gu Zong. Finally, someone who makes sense. Ji Hantian sighed and admitted, "I do want to be sect master. I believe I could make the Taixuan Sect better. Look at the mess Chu Tiankai has created. His people are refining greedy wrath demon ghosts and even planning to sacrifice an entire outer sect city. I once thought he was the sword sovereign of the righteous path, but he's not." With the demonic path gaining momentum, rumors about Chu Tiankai's misdeeds are spreading like wildfire within the sect. The unrest is threatening the Taixuan Sect's stability. Refining greedy wrath demon ghosts? Guan was taken aback. He'd previously heard Chu Jingfeng mention them and assumed it was the work of the Chu family's enemies. But now it seemed there was more to the story. Is this internal strife within the Chu family, or are they staging this themselves? Chu Tiankai is truly disappointing. When he punished Chu Xian's descendants back then, I thought he was sacrificing family for righteousness. But in hindsight, it was probably just self-preservation, Gu Zong said, shaking his head. However, dealing with Chu Tiankai won't be easy. Many in the Elder Hall were elevated by him, and his relationship with the Dao Tian sect is particularly strong. Hearing this, Guan was thoroughly confused. What are these two trying to pull? Why were they discussing such things with an outer sect disciple like him? What was the point? Probably putting on a show, Guan surmised. Trying to rile me up so I'll expose the so-called darkness within the Taixuan sect on my own. The two continued to lambaste Chu Tiankai, detailing his various alleged crimes. As Guan listened, he couldn't help but feel a flicker of anger. If Chu Tiankai truly did these things, then he was indeed unforgivable. But Guan maintained his composure and refused to be swayed. Gu Zong turned to him and said, "The Taixuan sect may face a great calamity soon. The herbs in your third medicine valley are abundant, and someone must safeguard them. We plan to assign 50 core formation cultivators to guard the valley. What do you think?" Ji Hantian added, "The Gu family and the Ji family will each send 25 people. Oh, and Xuanyu will be among them. They can help you protect the valley while staying away from the main conflict." Guan silently evaluated their intentions. On the surface, it seemed like a solid offer, but he couldn't shake the feeling that this protection came with strings attached. Nevertheless, he maintained his calm expression and nodded politely, masking his true thoughts. 50 core formation cultivators? Guan naturally wouldn't refuse. After all, he couldn't guard the third medicine valley by himself all the time. He immediately expressed his gratitude to Gu Zong and Ji Hantian. Half an hour later, after seeing the two elders off, Guan returned to the pavilion. Elder Tian approached him, curiosity written all over his face. "Valley Master, what did they want from you?" In the past, Elder Tian would never have asked. But now, with his cultivation improving and his confidence growing, he seemed ready to make a comeback. Guan feigned hesitation before revealing what he'd learned. The demonic path had exposed Chu Tiankai's crimes, rumors were spreading throughout the Taixuan Sect, and the 5 major demonic sects were preparing to join forces with the demon race to attack. He spoke with a worried expression, as if the Taixuan Sect were on the verge of catastrophe. Elder Tian tried to reassure him, saying, "Valley Master, don't overthink it. The Taixuan Sect has stood on this land for thousands of years, surviving countless dynastic changes. There are even records of it enduring multiple sieges by the demonic path and emerging unscathed each time." Hearing this, Guan felt a bit more at ease. True, if the sky falls, there are taller people to hold it up. I'll just focus on growing good herbs and providing the sect with materials for alchemy. That's the only contribution I can make. Guan chuckled and shook his head. Elder Tian smiled approvingly. He appreciated Guan's grounded attitude. Still, with the demonic path approaching, danger is inevitable. "Valley Master, I have a technique I'd like to teach you. It's a finger technique, sharp and unpredictable. If the enemy is careless, it might even allow you to kill someone above your level. Interested?" Elder Tian asked. Guan had never learned a finger technique before and was naturally intrigued. "Elder Tian, I get the feeling you're not an ordinary person. You know so much and have so many skills." "Haha, I'm just an old man who's lived long enough to pick up a few things." Elder Tian laughed heartily, no longer the timid figure he once was. Guan could now sense the aura of a true sect master emanating from him. Elder Tian led Guan into a nearby forest, explaining that the technique was a closely guarded secret, and he was making an exception by teaching it to Guan. Once they were in the woods, Elder Tian began describing the technique's power. Spirit gathering divine finger. This technique allowed one to concentrate spiritual energy at their fingertips, compressing it for a more powerful strike. The longer the energy was compressed, the stronger the attack became, potentially limitless in theory. Hearing this, Guan's interest in the spirit gathering divine finger grew even stronger. Gu Zong and Ji Hantian acted swiftly. Within 2 days, 50 core formation cultivators had arrived, including Gu Zong's son, Gu Yu. Gu Yu was the first to visit Guan at his pavilion. "You must have quite the connections, getting 25 core formation disciples each from the Gu and Ji families to guard you. And these aren't just Taixuan Sect disciples, they're all from prestigious families," Gu Yu teased as he sat down. Guan replied, "I doubt they're here to protect me, they're here for the Medicine Valley. Does the Taixuan Sect have another valley this large?" "There are others, but none in the outer or inner sects. Mostly, it's your identity as Panan that's drawing attention. If it's because of the Panan identity, making such a spectacle will only expose me further." True. In truth, Guan suspected that the focus wasn't on the Medicine Valley itself but on the 7th grade spirit tree, the 7-fold purity tree within it. Gu Yu didn't dwell on the matter. Instead, he pulled out a book with a mischievous grin. "Guan, you have to read this. It's brilliant and it has illustrations." Guan glanced at the book and was speechless. The Secrets of Taixuan. Gu Yu had clearly shifted his focus and wasn't even asking about the latest happenings with the Taixuan Immortal Venerable anymore. For a moment, Guan felt an urge to end the Immortal Venerable's story abruptly. Stifling his irritation, he took the book, casually flipped through a few pages, and was immediately drawn in. Good heavens! Shenzhen is stealing techniques? The illustrations were done in a comic-like style, depicting entire sequences of movements that sparked the imagination. Clearing his throat, Guan closed the book and tucked it into his robes. "I'll read it later. With the demonic path's invasion looming, I don't have the mind for it right now." Gu Yu secretly rolled his eyes but said, "Fair enough. But keep it safe, this book is under strict scrutiny in the Taixuan Sect, and it's hard to come by. Don't worry." After a brief chat, Gu Yu left to take up his station, while Guan began inspecting the herbs along the valley. The 3rd Medicine Valley was vast. While Guan could harvest herbs daily, he preferred to collect them weekly, as they could sit mature for a week without issue. An hour later, as Guan walked along a forest path, he sensed Ji Xuanyu's presence nearby. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to greet her. Ji Xuanyu had saved him, given him talismans, formations, and a batch of herbs. Not saying hello felt inappropriate. After wandering for another half-hour, Guan finally reached a mountaintop. Ji Xuanyu, dressed in purple, was meditating at the edge of a cliff, her back to the Medicine Valley. Formations surrounded her, deterring Guan from approaching too closely. "Greetings, 3rd young miss," Guan said, bowing. He discreetly cast a lifespan detection technique. Ji Xuanyu, core formation stage, 5th layer 50/1400/8900. 5th layer already? That's fast. Without turning around, Ji Xuanyu said, "You don't need to greet me in the future. You're the master of this valley, there's no need for formalities. If the 3rd young miss needs anything, you can let me know anytime or inform the disciples in the valley," Guan replied. "Understood." Ji Xuanyu's response was brief, and Guan suddenly found himself unsure of what to say. Just as he was about to excuse himself, she spoke again. "Ji Hantian is my great-grandfather. If he ever makes unreasonable demands of you, come to me. After all, you're my person." Guan quickly responded, "The Vice Sect Master hasn't made things difficult for me. I know him too well. He's used me for leverage since I was a child. Now that he knows you're Panan, he won't pass up the chance to use you. In the future, if you encounter any difficult situations in the Taixuan Sect, feel free to use my name to refuse." Ji Xuanyu's words brought a smile to Guan's face. "Another backer in the bag? Write another romance of the gods, would you? I think your books are the best, Ji Xuanyu said suddenly. A reader too, huh? Guan agreed with a nod, saying he was already preparing the next volume. You may go, Ji Xuanyu said curtly. Hearing this, Guan bowed and left. In the evening, Guan arrived at Horizon Valley. Today was harvest day, and he expected to collect another 5 or 6,000 years of lifespan. As he entered the valley, a familiar yet long-absent aura washed over him. Li Sundao? Why is he here? Wasn't he supposed to be dealing with the demonic chaos in Changluo of Kangzhou? Valley Master, His Majesty is here. Quickly, go meet him in the house, Luo Hun called from halfway up the mountain. Guan nodded at him and briskly made his way toward the cluster of pavilions. Inside his pavilion, Li Sundao was seated, accompanied by Lucian and Yi Liuyun. When Guan entered, Li Sundao smiled, raised a hand to silence Lucian, and addressed Guan with a kind expression. Guan, it's been a while. How has your cultivation progressed? After a respectful bow, Guan replied, it's going well, Your Majesty. Thanks to the herbs you provided, I've reached the 3rd layer of the foundation establishment stage. The 3rd layer isn't enough. You'll need to work harder. Once you reach the 9th layer, I'll help you form your core. Thank you, Your Majesty. I'll give it my all, Guan said earnestly, carefully avoiding Lucian's gaze. Lucian, however, glared at him with a mix of anger and grievance. Teaching this guy for so long and he hasn't learned a thing. If he didn't only visit once or twice a month, I'd think he was doing this on purpose. Li Sundao motioned for Guan to sit at the table, and Guan complied without hesitation. Lucian and Yi Liuyun remained standing, which only deepened Lucian's frustration. After a moment, Li Sundao turned to Guan, scrutinized him briefly, and then asked softly, any major happenings in the Taixuan Sect lately? Guan frowned slightly and hesitated before answering, I've heard that the demonic path plans to siege the sect and that rumors about the sect master's misconduct are spreading. He recounted everything he had heard but deliberately omitted details about the 3rd Medicine Valley. After Guan finished, Li Sundao's smile widened. Chu Tiankai is arrogant and dismissive of everyone, even his own kin are just pawns to him. It's no surprise he's capable of such things. My contacts within the demonic path have also reported that the full-scale attack on the Taixuan Sect will take place by the year's end. Guan began to ponder Li Sundao's attitude toward the Taixuan Sect. Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked, doesn't the demonic path fear the sword sovereign of the righteous path? They say he's the world's #1 sword cultivator. Li Sundao shook his head. Of course they fear him. That's why they've waited until now to act. However, the demonic path has uncovered the sword sovereign's true identity. While he's strong, he's not invincible. That man? Guan was stunned. Someone else is taking credit for my reputation? Li Sundao looked at Guan again, his tone serious. The righteous demonic war is imminent. By rights, I should have you withdraw from the sect, but with Li Ya still there, I need you to stay and keep an eye on things. I'll assign a nascent soul cultivator to protect you. How about it? Guan hurriedly expressed his gratitude but added, Uncle, that won't be necessary. I'm just an outer sect disciple. The demonic path doesn't even know I exist. Assigning a nascent soul cultivator to me would only draw the attention of their grandmasters. Don't worry. This person is an expert in concealing their aura. Even those far above her level won't detect her, Li Sundao said with a dismissive wave. Can't refuse, huh? Guan thought as he scrutinized Li Sundao, silently weighing his options. Li Sundao continued, you're one of mine, and I won't let anything happen to you. Besides, this person is close to Li Ya. You can introduce them to each other. With things framed this way, Guan had no choice but to agree. An incense stick's time later, Guan excused himself and began harvesting the mature herbs. From the pavilion, Li Sundao could see Guan's diligent figure moving through the fields. He sighed and remarked, this young man is steady and dependable. He's won my favor. You two must take good care of him. Unable to contain himself, Lucian asked, Your Majesty, are you admonishing me? I just want to know who's more important to you, Li Ya or the Crown Prince. Yi Liuyun frowned but didn't stop Lucian. Li Sundao chuckled. They're both important. What are you worried about? Li Ya isn't even in Changluo. He's no threat to the Crown Prince. Unless what? Lucian pressed. Unless Li Ya masters the Emperor's extreme sword art. Mastering the Emperor's extreme sword art ensures the position of Crown Prince. Guan picked herbs as he eavesdropped. The Emperor's extreme sword art? I'm pretty familiar with that. He decided he would ask Li Ya about it later. If Li Ya wanted to vie for the throne, Guan figured he could give him a few pointers. Wait a minute. This old schemer isn't up to any good. Guan's instincts flared with unease. He suspected Li Sundao had deliberately let him overhear this conversation since the pavilion wasn't warded against sound. He recalled something else. Li Sundao's ultimate ambition was to become an immortal emperor. To emperors, the greatest threat was often the crown prince. Even in mortal dynasties, aging emperors were wary of their heirs, and crown princes who ascended smoothly were a rare breed. Could Li Sundao be planning to use Li Ya to eliminate the crown prince? That's actually quite likely. Guan dismissed these thoughts and focused on picking herbs. Let the father and son fight it out amongst themselves. Since Li Sundao was present, Guan didn't leave immediately after harvesting the herbs. He only departed early the next morning. When he left, Li Sundao was still lingering, claiming he would stay longer to watch the unfolding conflict between the righteous and demonic factions. Returning to Xian Valley, Guan gave Wu Xian and the others some instructions. The demonic faction is about to launch an attack. Don't wander around unnecessarily. This warning made the disciples, including Wu Xian, quite nervous. Guan decided to spend his nights in Xian Valley from now on. The third Medicine Valley, guarded by Elder Tian and 50 core formation cultivators, was very secure. Xian Valley, on the other hand, was home to only a group of errand disciples. Even though Xian Valley's contribution to his lifespan income was dwindling, the 8-view celestial realm beneath it was an entirely different matter. Besides, Guan couldn't bear to abandon Xian Valley entirely. 10 days later, the nascent soul cultivator Li Sundeo had arranged for arrived at Xian Valley. Standing by the wooden fence, Guan looked into the distance. A woman in a green robe and conical hat approached, carrying a sword. The cold wind stirred her clothing, giving her an ethereal aura. Yang Ni, 9th level nascent soul stage 214/780/1360. A 200-year-old nascent soul cultivator, quite a talent. Guan silently mused as he stepped forward to greet her. I'm Guan, the master of this Medicine Valley. May I ask who you are? He inquired as he approached, raising a hand. Before he could react, Yang Ni appeared directly in front of him. Startled, he feigned a step back. Let me see your other Valley Master token. Yang Ni transmitted her voice, her tone cold yet melodious, a voice that hinted at beauty. Guan immediately took out the Horizon Valley token. Yang Ni snatched it, examined it, and returned it to him. The Emperor sent me to protect you. From now on, I'll be an Outer Sect disciple at your side, she transmitted again. Guan nodded and spoke aloud, so it was Elder Han who recommended you. I've been waiting for you for quite some time. With that, he turned and led Yang Ni toward the pavilion. As Yang Ni followed, the other disciples in the valley cast curious glances her way. Her appearance alone made it hard not to stare. Once inside, Guan closed the door and said, the valley is full of chi refining cultivators. You don't need to worry. Yang Ni raised her hand, conjuring a blue restriction with spiritual energy and imprinting it onto the door. So cautious? After finishing, Yang Ni walked to the table, placed her sword down, and removed her conical hat. Her long white hair cascaded like a waterfall as she turned to look at Guan. Though her face appeared youthful, seemingly in her early 20s, her exquisite features were marked by a cold demeanor and icy beauty that commanded distance. She studied Guan and asked, I heard you're close to Li Ya. That's right. Senior brother Li and I started as errand disciples in this Medicine Valley on the same day, Guan replied. Yang Ni's lips curved into a smile so breathtaking it could enchant the onlooker. Guan, however, didn't think much of it. After all, he knew Ji Xuanyu, who was even more beautiful. That boy was always stubborn and never got along with his siblings. I didn't expect him to form a friendship with someone like you, Yang Ni remarked with admiration. What a backhanded compliment. Yang Ni pulled out a green jade bracelet from her storage pouch. This is a high-grade artifact that can store spiritual energy. Consider it a meeting gift. A spiritual energy storage artifact? How rare. Guan quickly waved his hands. I can't accept this, senior. You're here to protect me, how can I accept a gift from you? Take it when I tell you to. Li Ya's mother is my elder sister. Since you're close to Li Ya, you're naturally my junior. Yang Ni said impatiently. She tossed the jade bracelet to him and turned toward the bookshelf. Go about your business. Don't mind me, she added. Guan caught the bracelet and wanted to say, this is my pavilion. It's not that convenient for you to stay here. However, seeing Yang Ni's determined demeanor, he had no choice but to let it slide. Ever since his encounter with Shenzhen, Guan had ensured nothing incriminating was left in his pavilion. After a brief moment of hesitation, he left to avoid disturbing Yang Ni. Yang Ni's presence didn't disrupt life in Xian Valley much. She rarely left her room or interacted with other disciples. However, when Guan planned a trip to the Third Medicine Valley, she insisted on accompanying him. Guan had no choice but to take her along. When they arrived, Yang Ni was astonished. She began reassessing Guan. This errand disciple isn't so simple after all. Guan wasn't worried about her reporting to Li Sundeo. It was likely Li Sundeo already knew about the Third Medicine Valley. It was almost impossible to keep such a thing secret. My conscience is clear, Guan thought. If Li Sundeo became suspicious because of this, Guan didn't care. Compared to Taixuan Sect, Li Sundeo was a far smaller threat in his mind. Thus, Yang Ni followed Guan as he inspected the valley, watching him harvest herbs and sow seeds. A month later, Yang Ni had developed a certain admiration for Guan. Guan was so straightforward and treated the errand disciples kindly. A person like this posed no threat to anyone. She finally understood why Li Ya had taken a liking to Guan. And so, the days passed, one after another. Snow blankets every Medicine Valley of Guan. Snowflakes fell steadily, covering every corner of Guan's Medicine Valley. Li Sundeo had once mentioned that the demonic faction would invade the Taixuan Sect by the end of the year. The thought preoccupied Guan daily. Who knew when the attack would begin? Xian Valley. Guan and Wu Xian were leading the disciples in clearing the snow, while Yang Ni stood at the wooden fence, arms crossed over her sword, silently watching from a distance. Senior brother, what realm is that Outer Sect disciple in? Wu Xian asked in a low voice, his curiosity piqued. Yang Ni's posture alone exuded a powerful presence. What's it to you? She's my disciple. Don't even think about it, Guan retorted with feigned annoyance. Wu Xian chuckled. Senior brother, you know me so well. When will you arrange for a foundation establishment disciple to assist me? That'd make me look so impressive wherever I go. Even if I did, would you dare accept it? Wu Xian fell silent, seemingly recalling something, and awkwardly stopped talking. Guan continued shoveling snow, though after a while, he frowned slightly, sensing something. However, he didn't stop working. At the same time, Yang Ni seemed to have noticed something as well. She leaped into the air, landing atop the southern peak in one fluid motion. Her sudden movement drew all eyes in the valley toward her. Snow continued to fall heavily, enveloping the world in a vast white haze. From the valley's perspective, Yang Ni's figure on the mountaintop was hazy and indistinct, as if the blizzard might swallow her at any moment. What's she doing? Wu Xian couldn't resist asking Guan. Guan looked up. I don't know. We'll ask her when she comes back down. A soft, ethereal bird cry echoed through the heavens, piercing even the howling wind. The sudden sound made everyone frown, glancing around in search of its source. Wu Xian seemed to realize something, his face changing drastically. He shouted urgently, everyone, get inside. Quickly. As he spoke, he grabbed Guan and bolted toward the cluster of pavilions. Guan shook off his hand and said, you go first. I need to watch over the Medicine Valley. Wu Xian turned back, his voice anxious. That's the demonic creature from the Thousand Autumn Pavilion, the Netherbird? It's not something a foundation establishment cultivator can handle. You go inside first. I'm not going to fight it. Don't forget your role. Guan said firmly. Wu Xian hesitated before gritting his teeth and running back. Soon, the valley was empty except for Guan. The other disciples peeked nervously from their windows, their eyes glued to the sky. Guan could already feel the aura of the Netherbird. It was powerful on par with a void transformation cultivator. A fierce wind howled from the south, rolling waves of snow toward the valley. Guan's heart ached as he watched the rare herbs swaying in the storm. But with Yang Ni and the other disciples around, he couldn't reveal his true cultivation level. He walked to the most valuable herb garden and shielded it with his foundation establishment's spiritual energy. At that moment, Yang Ni appeared beside him out of nowhere. She took out a large flag, planted it into the ground, and infused it with spiritual energy through her palm. The flag fluttered, forming a light barrier that shielded them from the snow and wind. Yang Ni sighed in relief and turned to Guan, scolding, are you crazy? What do these herbs have to do with you? Can't you feel the demonic aura? Guan replied calmly, I felt it, but if I can sense it, then the Grand Masters of Taixuan Sect certainly can too. Boom! A terrifying pressure descended abruptly. Guan looked up, as did Wu Xian and the other disciples, their eyes widening in shock. The swirling snow clouds were dispersed, revealing a massive, terrifying bird in the sky. Its enormous form blotted out the sun, plunging the valley into darkness that lingered. Even Guan was stunned by the Netherbird's sheer size. From what he could see, its wingspan exceeded 100 miles, utterly absurd. On the bird's back, he sensed the presence of numerous demonic cultivators, at least 10,000. Its destination was the Taixuan Sect's outer sect city, the Netherbird of the Thousand Autumn Pavilion, a 6th-rank demonic creature. It wields the power to destroy dynasties. This is my first time seeing it, Yang Ni murmured, gazing at the monstrous creature. Fear flickered in her usually composed eyes. Guan didn't respond, his eyes fixed on the Netherbird, silently praying it wouldn't target his Xian Valley. As the Netherbird passed over the valley, sunlight broke through, illuminating the Medicine Valley. Moments later, snowflakes drifted down like a dense, vast fog. This sight brought a collective sigh of relief from the disciples. Guan could already sense battles between void transformation cultivators in the distance. Void transformation? And not just two of them? The battle was far from their location, likely in another outer sect city. Outer sect city. The city walls were crowded with outer sect disciples. Among them were Yalan and Zhen Qin, both frowning as they stared into the distance. They weren't alone, all eyes were fixed on the same ominous direction, every disciple on high alert. Snow blanketed the earth and mountains, howling winds carrying swirling flurries. Amid the chaos, the faint outlines of distant peaks could be glimpsed. Goo-goo. That eerie bird cry echoed once more, like the forewarning of ghostly spirits, causing the hearts of those on the wall to pound like war drums. Gradually, a shadow emerged from the endless white expanse, leaving every disciple stunned. What is that? Zhen Qin asked shakily, her voice so soft it was almost to herself. Yayan's eyes widened. She prided herself on having seen much, but even she was shocked by the sight before her. The colossal shadow resembled a boundless black ocean advancing steadily, its edges disappearing into the heavens. The bird cries grew louder and more sinister. Anyone confronted with such an immense shadow would feel terror, as if staring into the abyss itself. Suddenly, a surge of overwhelming spiritual pressure burst from within the city, startling the disciples. They turned to see dozens of flying swords rising into the sky, glowing with golden spiritual energy. With a deafening boom, the swords shot forth together, their combined golden energy coalescing into the form of a massive phoenix that soared over the city walls. The phoenix's wings spanned 100 feet, its presence majestic. But as it hurtled toward the enormous shadow, it seemed minuscule in comparison. The golden phoenix tore through the snow-filled sky, an unstoppable force colliding with the terrifying shadow. A burst of golden light erupted, accompanied by howling winds that whipped snow in every direction. The disciples on the walls shielded themselves with their arms, barely standing against the onslaught. Your Majesty, the Demon Emperor, what are you waiting for? A chilling voice cut through the storm, silencing all other noise. Atop the heavenly mending platform, the Huangquan Demon Emperor slowly rose to his feet. Opposite him, a fifth-level void transformation cultivator followed suit, their gazes locking. So, you are the fabled Huangquan Demon Emperor. I must say, you hid yourself well, the Taixuan Sect elder said coldly, raising his right hand as a jade ruler appeared in his grasp. Several other Taixuan Sect cultivators stood as well, exuding an aura far surpassing the transformation stage. The oppressive energy forced the other cultivators on the platform to retreat. The Nightshade Ghost Mother also backed away, her demeanor indistinguishable from an ordinary cultivator. Haha. The Huangquan Demon Emperor let out a hair-raising laugh as his calm face twisted. Waves of demonic energy erupted from his robes, spreading in all directions. Boom! Thunder rumbled in the heavens as rolling clouds gathered from all sides, pressing down on the falling snow to form a dense, oppressive fog. The sky seemed split into two layers, the atmosphere suffocating. The Huangquan Demon Emperor glanced upward, a mocking smile on his face. Then, with a sudden crouch, he slammed his palm into the ground. In an instant, the demonic energy engulfing the heavenly mending platform churned violently, and one malevolent ghost after another crawled from the mist, their roars shaking the heavens. And so, the battle between the righteous and demonic factions erupted in full force. Xian Valley. Guan was leading the disciples in inspecting the herbs. Fierce winds swept the slopes, causing accumulated snow to cascade down. The rumbling from afar was relentless. Yang Enai stood silently beside Guan, her gaze fixed on the sky, brows tightly furrowed. She made no move to clear the snow. Senior brother, this disturbance feels massive. Wu Xian said nervously, moving closer to Guan. Guan cursed inwardly. Didn't Zhang Qiang say this area wouldn't be affected? Why does it feel like the demonic faction is invading from here? Don't worry. The Taixuan Sect won't fall so easily, Guan reassured him. He could sense the thick demonic energy emanating from the outer sect city but couldn't discern its origin. Though worried, Wu Xian kept working, a testament to Guan's years of instilling discipline. Above, thunderclouds began to gather, slowing the snowfall, a small mercy for Xian Valley. Once the snow in the gardens was cleared, Guan instructed Wu Xian to gather the disciples. He and Yang Enai stood at a distance. Do you think the Taixuan Sect can hold out? What's that terrifying sound? Wonder how the outer sect city is faring. At least we're in the Medicine Valley. Don't speak too soon. Demonic cultivators might target us next. Shut up, you jinx. The disciples were tense, their nerves on edge. The oppressive aura of high-level battles, combined with demonic energy and fearsome pressure, assaulted their senses. None of them had ever experienced anything like it. Glancing at the disciples 100 feet away, Guan turned to Yang Enai and transmitted his voice. With your strength, what level of enemy could you handle? As long as it's not a transformation stage cultivator, I can take on as many as come, Yang Enai replied confidently. Her boldness failed to reassure Guan. A transformation stage cultivator is bound to appear. At that moment, a figure flew in from the distance, descending rapidly into the valley. It was none other than Li Ya, senior brother Li. Wu Xian exclaimed joyfully. An inner sect disciple and genuine core formation expert, Li Ya's arrival filled him with excitement. To Wu Xian, Yang Enai was merely at the foundation establishment stage and couldn't compare to Li Ya. Ignoring Wu Xian, Li Ya strode toward Guan, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinized Yang Enai. Turning back to Guan, he said urgently, Junior brother Gu, we need to evacuate. This place is too dangerous. Right now, battles are raging across every outer sect city and inner sect city. A traitor in Taixuan Sect used teleportation arrays to bring the enemy inside. What? Li Ya doesn't recognize Yang Enai? Guan's expression turned grave. No, I can't abandon the Medicine Valley. Even if we were to flee, where could we go? Truthfully, Li Ya's arrival stirred a mix of gratitude and frustration in Guan. He wasn't overly worried about the demonic invasion, his main concern was having someone nearby, making it inconvenient for him to act. Hiding is easy, but you can't stay in the Medicine Valley, Li Ya said in a stern tone. Guan shook his head. If you want to hide, you can. Senior brother Li, you didn't need to come save me. I can't abandon my disciples. Xian Valley had over 20 errand disciples, moving them all wasn't feasible, but they served as a good excuse for him to stay. Li Ya was about to retort when Yang Enai suddenly interjected, someone's coming. Both Li Ya and Guan instinctively looked skyward. Above, the rolling thunderclouds formed a massive vortex, and from its center, a figure plummeted toward Xian Valley like a falling meteor, landing on the northern peak with a cloud of snow erupting on impact. Wu Xian, you've made it hard for your elder brother to find you. I didn't expect you to be hiding here. And here I was wondering where you got the guts to infiltrate the Taixuan Sect as a spy. A mocking, icy voice resounded through the valley, drawing everyone's attention to Wu Xian. The disciples around Wu Xian gasped and quickly stepped back. Wu Xian's expression darkened as he glared at the figure atop the peak, his eyes filled with hatred. The man on the peak wore a black robe adorned with blood-red sigils. His long hair hung loose, framing sharp features with a sinister aura. His gaze was filled with malice, and his smile twisted his handsome face into a terrifying sneer. He looked down at Wu Xian as though observing an insect. Bai Wu, First level nascent soul stage 203/790/980. Guan glanced at the lifespan probe results and remained calm. He dared to let this person into the valley because he'd already sensed that Bai Wu's cultivation wasn't a significant threat. The probe was merely an extra precaution. Li Ya frowned, his gaze shifting to Wu Xian. A flicker of killing intent passed through his eyes. Wu Xian seemed to understand the danger posed by Bai Wu. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, "I'll go back with you? Just don't harm anyone else." "Oh, that won't do," Bai Wu sneered, licking his lips. "My orders are to kill everyone in the Taixuan Sect, even insignificant errand disciples. And who said I'd take you back? Today, you'll die with them. At least I can bring your head back." Humph. A cold snort rang out, making Bai Wu's pupils contract in shock. He instinctively turned to look, only to see a green-robed woman appear beside him, sword drawn and slashing toward him. It was Yang Ni. Bai Wu leaped back but couldn't avoid the blow entirely. Blood spurted from his arm as the blade cut through. Yang Ni pressed the attack, and the two clashed atop the mountain peak. Sword energy and demonic mist radiated outward, soon lifting their battle into the sky. Li Ya glanced at Guan, frowning. "Who is she?" Guan replied in a low voice, "Your mother's younger sister, Yang Ni. You don't recognize her." Li Ya's expression turned to one of astonishment. "So it's her," he murmured. Guan noted the change in Li Ya's demeanor, confused. What's going on? Are they not on good terms? However, instead of probing further, Guan said, "I'm going to check the forest. There are still plenty of herbs planted there." Without waiting for a response, he ran toward the woods. Li Ya wanted to call him back, but Yang Ni's ongoing battle kept him preoccupied. Damn it! Li Ya cursed under his breath, leaping into the air to assist her. In truth, Yang Ni didn't need help. She already had the upper hand against Bai Wu. Within just 10 breaths, Bai Wu was drenched in blood. Though he unleashed wide, powerful techniques, Yang Ni's nimble footwork allowed her to evade effortlessly. Seeing Bai Wu in such a dire state, Wu Xian was dumbfounded. Where did senior brother find such a formidable cultivator? Meanwhile, at the forest's edge, Guan stood with his back to Xian Valley, his gaze fixed on the distant mountains. He raised his right hand, pressing his thumb against his middle finger, aiming into the distance. He sensed the presence of a void transformation cultivator several hundred miles away. Whoever it was had stopped there for unknown reasons, but it clearly wasn't good news. Too close to my medicine valley. Must be eliminated. Perfect for testing Elder Tian's spirit-gathering divine finger. Having mastered the technique, Guan was confident that, despite his lack of practice, it would suffice to kill a void transformation demonic cultivator. Spiritual energy condensed at the tip of his middle finger, though he avoided drawing from the surrounding energy to prevent alerting Yang Ni and the others. Several hundred miles away, on a flat expanse amid the mountains, a group of demonic cultivators was setting up a formation platform. A commanding figure stood to one side, watching silently. This was Su Lian, one of the demon lords of the Taixuan Sect, a 4th-level void transformation cultivator. He idly played with a ball of white flame in his right hand, his expression indifferent. A Taixuan Sect disciple approached and whispered, "Master, the formation will be complete in at most 1 incense stick's time." Su Lian replied coolly, "Completed immediately. Prepare to." His words were cut short, his face suddenly changing. He instinctively turned his head, alarm flashing in his eyes. Su Lian, the demon lord, was distracted as he spoke, his mind already deep inside the Taixuan Sect. This battle would determine the Wan Yin Sect's 1,000-year fortune, possibly its survival. His eagerness to join the fray surged, but before he could finish his sentence, an overwhelming sense of danger made him glance instinctively to the side. It happened too fast. Even as a 4th-level void transformation cultivator, Su Lian couldn't react in time. Before his eyes, a translucent stream of energy raced toward him with unfathomable speed, distorting the very fabric of the world as it passed through the mountains. His disciple, still facing him, remained motionless. The other demonic cultivators setting up the formation froze, all of them locked in place as the aura of death loomed ever closer. Boom! A torrent of energy tore through the skies and slammed into the flat expanse, eradicating Su Lian and his group of demonic cultivators in an instant. They were reduced to ash, their remains scattered to the winds. The powerful light engulfed the surrounding mountains, obliterating everything in its path. Above Xian Valley, Yang Ni, Li Ya, Bai Wu, and the others who were battling paused abruptly, startled by the distant, radiant explosion. They instinctively distanced themselves and turned to look. A brilliant light illuminated the horizon, accompanied by a terrifying pressure that made their faces pale. Li Ya immediately descended into the forest below, quickly locating Guan. Guan was crouched behind a tree, pretending to shiver. Seeing that Guan was unharmed, Li Ya sighed in relief. He was about to speak when a fierce wind blasted through the area, pushing the trees backward and shaking the peaks violently. Li Ya moved beside Guan, shielding him with his spiritual energy. "What's going on?" Guan asked through gritted teeth, his tone trembling with apparent fear. Li Ya's expression darkened. "I'm not sure. It could be a grandmaster battle." At that moment, text prompts appeared before Guan's eyes. "You have successfully claimed 47 years of lifespan from Su Lian the Demon Lord, 4th level void transformation. You have successfully claimed 35 years of lifespan from Zhang Zhongchang, 2nd level core formation. You have successfully claimed 42 years of lifespan from Chen Duyan, 6th level core formation. and so on, a total of 26 cultivators, the weakest of whom was at the core formation stage. Among them were 2 nascent soul cultivators. What a sin! Guan silently lamented but quickly justified himself. It wasn't my fault. They were too close to my medicine valley. The gale raged on for a long time. When the winds subsided, Li Ya straightened up and muttered, "It seems staying in the medicine valley is our safest option. Danger is everywhere else." "Told you so," Guan replied. "Come with me into the valley," Li Ya said, grabbing Guan and leading him back to Xian Valley. As they entered the valley, Yang Enai descended from the sky, holding a severed head in one hand. Blood dripped from it, and her sword dangled by Wu's nascent soul like a trophy. Her killing intent was so fierce that none of the disciples dared approach her. She threw Bai Wu's head at Wu Xian's feet, then shook her sword to shatter Bai Wu's nascent soul. Pointing her blade at Wu Xian, she said coldly, "Any last words?" Wu Xian trembled uncontrollably, his face pale with fear. "Stop." Guan rushed forward, placing himself between Yang Enai and Wu Xian. Yang Enai's icy gaze met his as she said, "He's from the Thousand Autumn Pavilion. But he's been with me for decades and has never harmed us. He must have his reasons? Once this matter is over, I'll make him leave the Taixuan Sect." Guan said firmly, his tone resolute, as if determined to protect Wu Xian no matter the cost. Yang Enai frowned at his words, hesitating. Wu Xian, overcome with emotion, avoided the gazes of the other disciples, wishing he could crawl into a hole and disappear. Yang Enai took a step closer, her sword tip almost touching Guan's throat. "Senior brother Li, say something." Guan called out, glancing at Li Ya. Li Ya stepped forward, frowning. He pushed Yang Enai's sword aside and said, "Let him be." The demonic cultivator clearly had a grudge against Wu Xian. "Humph." Yang Enai sheathed her sword and turned away. Guan turned to Wu Xian and said, "I'm sorry, senior brother can't keep you here anymore. If you return to the Thousand Autumn Pavilion, you'll only suffer. Find somewhere to live in seclusion. As long as your heart remains kind, your origins won't matter, you can still be a good person." His heartfelt words brought tears to Wu Xian's eyes. He knelt and bowed deeply to Guan. Li Ya sighed softly, his frown easing. Yang Enai, however, glanced at Guan with a look of intrigue. So Guan already knew about Wu Xian's identity. And Wu Xian doesn't seem to want to be a Thousand Autumn Pavilion cultivator. Guan helped Wu Xian to his feet and sent him to hide indoors to avoid being recognized by other Thousand Autumn Pavilion cultivators. Li Ya turned to Yang Enai and transmitted, "Why are you here? Do you even need to ask? Tell him I don't want the throne. But he said he owes it to your mother. He insists the throne must pass to you. The Crown Prince is capable, virtuous, and a triple spiritual root cultivator. He's the perfect heir. Then why are you telling me this?" Their exchange continued silently, while Yang Enai's gaze remained fixed on Guan, her thoughts unreadable. Li Ya finally warned, "Don't you dare harm my junior brother. If you do, don't blame me for turning against you." Yang Enai ignored him. After Bai Wu's attack, Xian Valley grew quiet. The disciples huddled in the courtyard, whispering nervously, their discussions revolving around Wu Xian's identity. The Taixuan Sect's tribulation continued, with battle pressure radiating from more and more directions. Guan kept an eye on his Qinghong sword. Fortunately, it hadn't reacted as it would if the White Spirit's sword were in danger. An hour passed with no further attacks on Xian Valley. Unable to sit still, Guan approached Li Ya and informed him that he needed to visit another medicine valley. He asked Li Ya and Yang Enai to stay behind and guard Xian Valley. Knowing the other valley was in the inner sect and therefore safer, Li Ya agreed. This time, Yang Enai didn't insist on following Guan. In her heart, Li Ya was clearly more important. Before leaving, Guan left a primeval gold-eating beetle in the house. With his soul bond to each beetle, he could monitor Xian Valley at any time. Stepping onto the teleportation array, Guan quickly arrived at the third medicine valley. The moment he arrived, deafening roars and rumbling filled the air. He looked up to see thunderclouds rolling across the sky. Despite the winter season, the air carried a summer-like heat. Xiao Chuan immediately approached, barely suppressing his panic. "Senior brother, what should we do?" Seeing that Elder Tian was still present, Guan relaxed. He quickly cast a lifespan probe while replying, "Stay calm and trust our sect." Lu Badian, 9th level Nascent Soul Stage 754/1560/3200. Impressive. He's advanced so quickly. We're safe? Guan pondered this as he wondered about the source of Elder Tian's spiritual energy. He instructed Xiao Chuan to stay close and not wander off, while he himself began patrolling the Medicine Valley. As he passed by Elder Tian, Guan sensed a hidden, potent spiritual energy coursing through the Elder's body. It startled him. Elder Tian wasn't absorbing the ambient spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. Instead, his spiritual energy seemed to originate spontaneously within his body. This feeling, it was as if Elder Tian housed an otherworldly portal, from which an endless stream of spiritual energy poured forth. It was incredibly strange. What kind of cultivation technique is this old man practicing? "Valley Master, with the battles raging, don't wander too far," Elder Tian's voice called out. Guan turned to see Elder Tian meditating under a tree, his posture unusually upright. A powerful aura of a seasoned cultivator radiated from him, entirely different from his usual demeanor. "I'm just checking on the herbs. I won't go far," Guan replied hastily before rushing off. Elder Tian opened his eyes, watching Guan's retreating figure with a glint of satisfaction. With a disciple like him, how could I bear to let the Taixuan sect fall? Elder Tian murmured to himself. Guan, running 100 feet away, overheard the words. His expression remained impassive, as if he hadn't heard anything. I really am just worried about the herbs. The 50 core formation cultivators protecting the valley, including Jisuanyu and Guyu, were all engaged in battles. Each was outnumbered, and the situation looked dire. Guan moved swiftly along his route, inspecting the herbs. Any that were nearing maturity he harvested immediately to prevent them from being destroyed by the fighting. Losing them would be a devastating blow. Further along, Guan heard a piercing war cry. Looking up, he saw fiery red Kylin streaking across the sky. At the head of the group was a Kylin with a figure atop it Jisuanyu. The Kylin step. With a ghostly grace, she stepped forward, her movements blurring like illusions. The fiery Kylin beneath her charged a core formation demonic cultivator, reducing him to ash along with his golden core utterly tyrannical. Guan noted that her aura and speed now rivaled that of a low-level nascent soul cultivator. As if sensing his gaze, Jisuanyu glanced briefly in his direction, even in the midst of combat. With the Kylin step and sword in hand, her combination of physical and magical attacks left no room for resistance. More demonic cultivators began targeting her, launching various spells from all directions. The combined offensive was overwhelming. Jisuanyu's eyes sharpened, and a surge of energy exploded from her body, blasting the surrounding demonic cultivators back by several miles. Those at the foundation establishment stage were instantly torn apart. She raised the sword in her right hand and thrust it skyward. A torrent of spiritual energy surged along the blade, shooting upward and forming a golden disc over 10 miles wide. Mysterious runes appeared within the disc, exuding an aura of profound power. From his vantage, Guan recognized the earlier shockwave as a Heaven and Earth Dao Gang, a divine ability. Previously, Zhang Qiang had stolen the secrets of Heaven and Earth Dao Gang from the Ji family's banquet, and Guan had been studying it during his free time. As for the divine technique following the Heaven and Earth Dao Gang, Guan hadn't seen it before but could feel it contained power surpassing the core formation stage. Her talent and comprehension are terrifying. A core formation cultivator mastering 2 divine abilities? Incredible. From the golden disc emanated countless golden dragon phantoms. They seemed to descend from another realm, surging toward the demonic cultivators in all directions. The demonic cultivators, startled and desperate, tried to flee or defend themselves with spells, but their spiritual energy was shredded by the dragons. Once struck, they were devoured alive, their bodies incinerated by golden flames within the dragon's translucent forms, leaving not even ashes behind. After traveling another 10 miles, Guan saw no demonic cultivators remaining within 5 miles of Jisuanyu. Centered around her, over 100 core formation cultivators and more than 300 foundation establishment cultivators had been annihilated. And this was only what Guan had witnessed. She had been fighting long before he arrived. Hovering midair, Jisuanyu clutched her sword, her chest heaving as sweat glistened on her pale forehead. She suddenly turned her gaze toward the horizon, frowning. Guan followed her line of sight to see an endless horde of monsters and malevolent spirits advancing like a black ocean, so densely packed that their numbers were impossible to estimate. At the forefront of the demonic horde stood a black-robed man, riding a bone sword and wielding a black flag. The Ji family's Kylin Step, Heaven and Earth Dao Gang, and Heavenly Dragon suppressing demons aspect such powerful techniques in the hands of someone so young. If you're allowed to grow, you'll overshadow the heavens with a single hand someday. The man's icy voice echoed, and an oppressive pressure surged forth, enveloping the heavens and the earth. Guan, who was picking medicinal herbs, heard the black-robed man's words. He looked up, his view unobstructed, and clearly saw the man's face. He cast a lifespan probe toward him. Let's see what kind of cultivation you have to be talking so big. Suju, 9th level Void Transformation Stage 982/2200/2300. 9th level Void Transformation Stage. Impressive. Guan observed from afar but had no intention of intervening. The Ji family might have a Grand Master secretly watching over Jisuanyu. Jisuanyu looked at Suju with calm indifference, showing no fear of his overwhelming aura. Above her, the Heavenly Dragon suppressing demons aspect descended, standing upright behind her. Golden dragons emerged halfway from the illusion, coiling around her and giving her the air of a dragon queen, majestic and awe-inspiring. Suju sneered disdainfully upon seeing Jisuanyu ready herself for battle. He raised a black banner in his hand and was about to speak when a cold snort echoed through the heavens. Suju, as the vice leader of the Wanyin sect, do you not find it shameful to bully a junior? Vice leader of the Wanyin sect? Guan recalled Lin Fuxian mentioning before that Su Rui's father was already the vice leader of the Wanyin sect. So, it's him. While Guan pondered this, he continued forward. Suju raised an eyebrow and scoffed. Ji-chan, I didn't expect you to show up as well. Let's settle our grievances once and for all. With that, he leaped into the thunderclouds. Thunderous booms resounded from above, the endless storm churning violently. Occasionally, brilliant rays pierced the sea of clouds, scattering light upon the earth. A horde of demons and ghosts roared as they charged toward the third medicine valley, like beasts breaking free of their cages. These demons and ghosts exuded powerful auras, racing through the sky with immense pressure. Ji Xuanyu raised her sword, and golden dragons from the heavenly dragon suppressing demons aspect surged forward into the demonic army, unstoppable. However, the sheer number of demons and ghosts was overwhelming. The golden dragons dissipated as their spiritual energy waned after rampaging through several miles. Meanwhile, Guan entered the forest to clear the snow from the gardens. Many medicinal herbs had been crushed under the snow, leaving him heartbroken. His killing intent began to rise. Fight if you want, make a mess if you must, but don't touch my herbs. Guan's heart ached as he muttered to himself. While he tended to his cherished herbs, Ji Xuanyu was encircled by the demonic army. She no longer used techniques but relied on her twin swords, cutting down one demon or ghost with every strike. Her momentum was unstoppable. Other disciples at the core formation stage began arriving to support her. However, compared to the vast demonic army, their numbers were insignificant. Caw! The cries of the netherbird suddenly echoed, drowning out the roars of the demons and ghosts. The noise irritated Guan. Why hasn't a Taixuan Sect Grandmaster killed this creature yet? At that moment, Guan sensed something and turned his head. 30 miles away, a cat demon that had been sliced in half fell into a garden. The creature writhed in pain, crushing a swath of herbs. Guan's eyes narrowed, and a sword energy erupted from the ground, slaying the demon instantly. He looked up to see more demons falling like rain over the third medicine valley, wreaking havoc. Guan's face darkened instantly. He shifted his foot to the side. Meanwhile, the battle in the skies raged on. Gu Yu swung his long whip like a dragon, shouting, "Everyone, call for reinforcements if you have any. My father is holding off a demon lord in Frost Poison Valley." The disciples fighting were all from the Gu or Ji families, each with powerful backing. Without Gu Yu's urging, they were already taking out mystical treasures to summon help. Streams of radiant light and spiritual energy illuminated the battlefield. Ji Xuanyu suddenly glanced down, her expression shifting. The ground below was glowing green, with patches of light rapidly expanding, forming what seemed like an emerald ocean rising from the earth. Far away, under a tree, Elder Tian opened his eyes abruptly and turned toward the battlefield, his brow furrowed. Such vast spiritual energy, is it from the Gu family or the Ji family? Elder Tian could sense the energy was protecting the Medicine Valley, so he wasn't alarmed and resumed his cultivation. The green spiritual energy enveloped half the valley. Even errand disciples near the pavilions could see the spectacle from afar. What is that? Is it some kind of spell? It seems to be protecting the valley. It must be one of us. What kind of battle is happening over there? At the edge of the third Medicine Valley, on a mountain peak, Shenzhen stood at a cliff, overlooking the sea of green energy. She took out paper and brush, beginning to sketch. Suddenly, her pupils contracted. Within the sea of green energy, countless green sword energies erupted into the sky, an unparalleled sight. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of sword energy tearing through the air echoed across the heavens. The disciples of the Gu and Ji families were stunned and dodged instinctively. Soon, they realized the sword energies were targeting only demons and ghosts. One by one, the enemies were slain, their blood erupting into fireworks across the sky, a haunting yet beautiful scene. Ji Xuanyu paused, looking at the green sword energies around her in shock. What kind of technique is this? The spiritual energy contained in the sword energies was far beyond her comprehension. She thought even her great-grandfather couldn't compare. The green sword energies didn't just ascend into the sky, they actively pursued the demons and ghosts, ensuring no escape. In less than 10 breaths, the world fell silent. Countless green sword energies hovered in the air, shrouded in a haze of blood mist that failed to obscure their presence. As the sword energies dissipated, no trace of the demons or ghosts remained. The disciples engaged in battle were all struck dumb, staring blankly around them. In the forest, Guan exhaled lightly. That took a lot out of me. Not just unleashing the sword energy but also ensuring it didn't harm any Taixuan Sect disciples. Looking at the barrage of notifications appearing before him, his face darkened. You have successfully taken 2 years of lifespan from the resentful cat demon, 3rd rank. You have successfully taken 1 year of lifespan from the winged serpent, 2nd rank. You have successfully taken 1 year of lifespan from the greedy dog, 2nd rank. Most were just 1 or 2 years, with 2-year lifespans being exceedingly rare. There wasn't a single lifespan from the ghosts? What's going on? Guan furrowed his brows as he thought about the black banner in Suju's hand. Could it be that these demons and ghosts aren't truly living beings? The more he considered it, the more it made sense. This was the inner sect. How could the demonic sects possibly lead such a large army of demons and ghosts here? It could only mean a powerful demonic cultivator had infiltrated and used some kind of summoning spell. Even so, Guan's lifespan began to rise rapidly simply due to the sheer number of these demons. At that moment, he felt a sudden urge to slaughter indiscriminately. This is a fast way to gain lifespan. But he quickly suppressed the thought. Excessive killing would only invite disaster. He decided to stick to his usual path of growing stronger discreetly, avoiding enemies and conflicts. I still don't know how far away this world's highest realm is from me. Until I'm invincible, I must tread cautiously. He compared himself to an ant devouring insects to grow rapidly, an ant that couldn't see the towering figure above it, just as he couldn't perceive beings of higher realms, the immortals, and gods. As long as the hidden dragon divine energy art can still advance, it means there are people in the world who can see through its concealment techniques. Steady wins the race. Planting flowers and herbs might not be the fastest path to growth, but it was undoubtedly the safest. He would pick and plant herbs as the years passed, growing stronger without making enemies. With that thought, he continued inspecting the herbs in the forest, clearing away the snow. By the time all the notifications had finished, his lifespan had increased by over 50,000 years. Earlier, he had seen at least 200,000 demons in the army, which meant most of them weren't truly alive. Demonic techniques really are sinister. With the complete annihilation of the demonic army, the crisis in the Third Medicine Valley was temporarily resolved. However, the battle between Suju and Ji Chen continued above the sea of clouds, with no clear victor. Above the clouds, Suju held the black banner, surrounded by overwhelming demonic energy. Dazzling golden light reflected off his face. Looking ahead, the heavenly dragon suppressing demons aspect floated, even grander than Ji Xuanyu's. The golden dragons emerging from it were so vivid they seemed real. In front of the aspect stood a man in a large robe, his back to the golden light. His features were obscured, but he exuded an aura of supremacy, like a true celestial being. Your demon rebirth array is nothing more than a hollow show, Ji Chen said indifferently. He raised his hand, and the heavenly dragon suppressing demons aspect behind him emitted a burst of golden light that condensed into a long halberd in his hand, radiating blazing golden flames. Suju snorted coldly, then suddenly turned and transformed into a mass of demonic energy, quickly fleeing to the horizon. Ji Chen immediately gave chase, golden dragons pulling a bright sun forward, illuminating the heavens and earth with divine might. After Ji Chen and Suju left, the Third Medicine Valley finally regained peace. Guan, however, remained busy. An hour later, Guan arrived by a small river and began moving the surrounding snow into it to let it melt. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside him. Pretending to be startled, Guan staggered back 2 steps. It's you. You. He looked at the visitor in shock. Lubadian, 2nd level void transformation stage 754/1950/3200. What kind of insane speed is this? Elder Tian still wore his simple robes, but his physique had become burly. His brittle hair now flowed with vitality, and even his skin regained a youthful glow. Under Guan's gaze, his face quickly aged backward, appearing no older than his early 30s, with silver hair cascading like threads of silk. Is this transformation? Elder Tian raised his chin slightly, levitating off the ground as he looked down at Guan. Do you hate these demonic sects? Guan's mind raced as he feigned unease and nervousness. Hate. In that case, would you join me in eradicating them? You. Who exactly are you? Elder Tian was just a name I used temporarily. My real name is Lubatian. Have you heard of it? What a show-off? Guan thought, staring blankly at the haughty Lubatian. Lubatian tilted his chin even higher, mistaking Guan's silence for awe. Wait, are you the ex-sect master who went mad from Qi deviation? Guan feigned shock as he asked. Qi deviation. Lubatian's face twitched. With a snort, he replied, that was intentional. But you're only at the Qi refining stage now. How do you plan to eradicate the demonic sects? Kid, I've simply compressed my spiritual energy into my primordial spirit, disguising it as Qi deviation. I wanted those people to see what happens to Taixuan Sect without me. His tone was dripping with contempt, clearly directed at the Elder Hall. Guan fell silent. The conflict between Lubatian and the Elder Hall, how many innocent disciples would have to die because of it? Let's go, Lubatian said, reaching out to grab Guan's shoulder. Startled, Guan quickly backed away. No thanks, it's too dangerous. Guan shook his head. He had to stay and protect the Medicine Valley? Lubatian smirked mockingly. Don't you want to see how the battle between righteous and demonic cultivators ends? Guan shook his head frantically like a drum, waving his hand. I'd rather stay and guard the Medicine Valley. Don't worry about it. I released my aura earlier, and a Grand Master is already on their way. Lubatian's tone softened, and he stopped referring to himself in the grandiose this seat. Indeed, Guan sensed a powerful void transformation aura approaching rapidly. Just how deep is Taixuan Sect's foundation? How many void transformation cultivators are they hiding? Lubatian reached out again. This time, Guan could see his movement but had no way to evade it. He could only comply. Grabbing Guan's shoulder, Lubatian vanished into thin air with him. During the journey, Guan ran the hidden dragon divine energy art at full capacity, concealing his core formation and primordial spirit cultivation, making himself appear to be a genuine foundation establishment cultivator. In reality, he was being overly cautious. Lubatian didn't attempt to inspect his physical body. 10 breaths later, Lubatian stopped, bringing Guan to a grand hall. The hall was spacious, with stone pillars coiled with carvings of true dragons, phoenixes, kylins, and other divine beasts unfamiliar to Guan. Lubatian released his grip and walked ahead, leaving behind a casual remark, wait here. My cultivation hasn't fully recovered yet. Using lifespan probe, Guan could tell that Lubatian had yet to regain his peak state. But hearing such words from Lubatian made it sound utterly preposterous. You're not at full strength, and you're still showing off? Recklessly broadcasting your aura. Aren't you afraid your enemies might seize the opportunity to take you out? Wait, could this guy have figured out that I'm the sword sovereign of the righteous path? The thought sent a cold sweat down Guan's back. He watched Lubatian ascend the steps and sit cross-legged on a golden throne, exuding an air of supremacy. It was clear that Lubatian was genuinely cultivating spiritual energy was rapidly surging within him. As silence enveloped the hall, Guan began contemplating Liu Beitian's motives. Moments later, Guan sensed two auras approaching quickly. One of them felt familiar. And how? The other aura had already reached the integration stage. Guan didn't turn around but moved to stand near a stone pillar and waited. A few breaths later, two figures flew into the hall. Guan looked up and immediately cast Lifespan Probe. Lei Zhen, First Level Integration Stage 1465/2700/2750. Lei Zhen? Guan had never heard of him and initially thought it might be Sect Master Chu Tiankai. If this wasn't Chu Tiankai, then his cultivation must be even higher. Guan began doubting his own 9th level integration stage cultivation. After this crisis, he resolved to work harder to stockpile lifespan. Being the strongest in Taixuan Sect isn't enough. I'll need to survive the upcoming demonic calamity. The pressure weighed heavily on him. Liu Beitian, so you're still alive. Lei Zhen's voice boomed as he approached Liu Beitian. His burly figure was draped in an embroidered black robe, with a menacing beast head on the back. The beast's mouth held azure lightning, amplifying Lei Zhen's imposing presence. 16-year-old and Hao had grown taller, wearing a fitted blue robe. His long hair was tied high, with two strands fluttering like sword edges. His sharp brows and handsome features exuded an undeniable edge. Guan felt a surge of pride as he looked at him. Handsome. Just like me. Noticing Guan's gaze, and Hao turned to him and nodded slightly. Lei Zhen, do you hope this seed is alive, or do you wish me dead? Liu Beitian's calm voice rang out. He still hadn't opened his eyes, but his tone carried far more weight than it had with Guan. Lei Zhen stood on the dais, scrutinizing Liu Beitian with narrowed eyes. Void transformation stage, it seems you're still affected. Liu Beitian didn't reply. The atmosphere grew tense. And Hao approached Guan and sent him a voice transmission. Brother, who is this Liu Beitian? Guan gave him a surprised look. You don't even know and you came here? And Hao explained via voice transmission. I was brought here. My master told Elder Lei to protect me during our retreat, but Elder Lei suddenly changed his stance and brought me here. Guan couldn't help but reply in the same manner. Do you think our voice transmissions will work in front of them? Startled, and Hao glanced at Lei Zhen. Lei Zhen's robe swayed slightly as a terrifying aura brewed around him, ready to erupt at any moment. Liu Beitian, since you've already faked your death, don't return. Taixuan Sect doesn't need you. As Lei Zhen's words fell, the grand hall's door slammed shut, and a vast pressure enveloped the hall. And Hao's breathing hitched under the weight. In front of the younger generation, you dare strike your former sect master. Liu Beitian's voice was still calm, his eyes still shut. Lei Zhen stepped forward. It's the perfect opportunity to show them the harsh realities of the cultivation world. He surged toward Liu Beitian, his right palm aiming for his crown. Boom! Two powerful spiritual forces collided, unleashing a violent windstorm that shook the hall. Guan pretended to struggle under the pressure. And Hao stepped forward to shield him, using his own spiritual energy to protect Guan. This kid. He's growing stronger. Guan watched in Hao's back with pride. Despite being only 16, and Hao had already reached the 5th level of the Foundation Establishment stage. In terms of presence, he didn't lose to even an 8th level Foundation Establishment cultivator. Unfortunately, the force he faced was the oppressive might of an integration stage cultivator. And Hao gritted his teeth but was still pushed backward by the combined pressure of Lei Zhen and Liu Beitian. Guan's eyes narrowed as he sensed something unusual. He looked ahead and saw Lei Zhen, who had launched the attack, trembling. His aura rapidly diminished, while another presence surged explosively. Liu Beitian? You, this can't be. Lei Zhen's voice quivered with disbelief and despair. Sitting before him, Liu Beitian slowly rose into the air, hovering and staring down at him coldly. Void transformation 9th level. Liu Beitian's cultivation had skyrocketed several levels, and he was now breaking into the integration stage. To be precise, he wasn't advancing but simply revealing his true strength. Even Hao, captivated by Liu Beitian's display, couldn't hide his amazement. You tricked me. Reverse fate divine art. Lei Zhen's voice trembled with a mix of fury and dread. Liu Beitian's expression was scornful. Lei Zhen, you're as reckless as ever. How many people have died because of your impulsiveness? You've never learned your lesson. Today, it's your turn to face the consequences. He continued with icy disdain. I had hoped to wait for Chu Tiankai to arrive, but you came courting death first. Very well, I'll take your cultivation. Don't go too far in the afterlife. Chu Tiankai will be joining you soon. As his words fell, Liu Beitian raised his right hand and pressed it against Lei Zhen's forehead. Lei Zhen struggled desperately, but he couldn't break free. Guan could even see Lei Zhen's primordial spirit thrashing in resistance. Liu Beitian was using an incomprehensible technique to suppress Lei Zhen's body and spirit, siphoning away his spiritual energy. Guan's heart pounded as he watched. What kind of technique is this? Boom! Liu Beitian's aura surged to even greater heights, while Lei Zhen collapsed to his knees. His body visibly shriveled, his wild black hair turning stark white in mere moments. Integration 1st level? At the same time, Guan and Hao felt the overwhelming pressure ease as Liu Beitian restrained his aura to avoid harming them. Hao exhaled in relief, standing quietly in front of Guan, watching the scene unfold. Guan felt helpless. I've clearly taught this kid too little. In a situation like this, shouldn't he be thinking about escape? Instead, he's just standing here watching, as if this is some kind of play. Liu Beitian's aura continued to climb, while Lei Zhen's presence dwindled. The tremors shaking the hall began to subside. After a long moment, Lei Zhen's spiritual energy was completely drained. When Liu Beidian finally withdrew his hand, Lei Zhen's body collapsed backward, rolling down the stairs. He struggled to lift his head, his face pale and etched with pain. Weakly, he reached a trembling hand toward Liu Beidian, as though pleading for mercy. Liu Beidian raised his right hand, flicking his forefinger. A burst of crimson energy shot forth, piercing Lei Zhen's forehead and shattering his primordial spirit. Spirit-gathering divine finger. Guan felt the vast power within Liu Beidian swell to the third level of the integration stage. Even so, the spiritual energy in his body continued to surge, indicating that his cultivation far exceeded what he was currently displaying. This man, no wonder the entire demonic path fears him. Guan grew increasingly wary, silently preparing for the possibility that Liu Beidian might turn on him. After all, Liu Beidian's son, Liu Xian, isn't exactly known for being sane either. Liu Beidian ignored Hao and turned his attention to Guan. A smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he asked, "Well, do you think I'm qualified to eradicate the demonic sects now?" Feigning nervousness, Guan replied, "You're the sect master, of course you are." Stepping forward, Liu Beidian stood before Guan and declared, "Guan, become my disciple. You will be the next sect master." His tone brooked no argument. Hearing this, Guan's head throbbed. He forced a bitter smile and said, "Sect master, my aptitude is mediocre. No matter how much you cultivate me, I could never reach the level needed to convince the sect to follow me. If you pass the mantle to me, Taixuan Sect will fall into chaos." Liu Beidian sneered. "What if I transfer my cultivation to you before my time is up?" Guan was momentarily stunned by the proposal. "Even so, I can't accept becoming sect master?" Even someone as strong as Liu Beidian was forced to fake his death to pass on the title. Guan had no desire to take on such trouble. Besides, by the time Liu Beidian's end drew near, his cultivation might not be of much use to Guan anymore. Hao heard Liu Beidian's declaration and instinctively re-evaluated Guan. In his eyes, Guan appeared far too ordinary. Earlier, Hao had stood in front of Guan out of instinct, much like his own master had once protected him when he was weaker. But this seemingly average man was being offered the position of sect master? Faced with Liu Beidian's piercing gaze, Guan took a deep breath and replied, "It's still a no, sect master. Considering our years together in the Medicine Valley, I ask that you spare me. I truly don't want to invite trouble, I just want to live a peaceful life growing herbs." Liu Beidian frowned. He wasn't used to being rejected, especially not repeatedly. Guan continued, "From what I've heard, you're not one to manage sect affairs, you're more focused on cultivation. If you're looking for someone to handle the sect's business, why not establish a council above the Elder Hall? Limit it to 3 members who handle all major sect affairs. They would be selected from the Elder Hall and answer only to the sect master. Furthermore, decree that future sect masters can only be chosen from these 3. That way, the Elder Hall would have no reason to oppose you." Liu Beidian's furrowed brow relaxed. He gave Guan a long, thoughtful look but said nothing. Instead, his attention shifted to Hao. "What's your name, and what is your relationship with Chu Tiankai?" Liu Beidian asked. Hao clasped his hands respectfully. "My name is Hao. I am 16 years old and have been a disciple of Taixuan Sect for a little over 3 years. Chu Tiankai is my master." Hao's response was deliberate. By stating his age and time in the sect, he highlighted both his talent and the fact that his relationship with Chu Tiankai wasn't particularly deep. Guan felt a surge of pride. If Liu Beidian dares harm Hao, I'll make him pay. To be honest, neither Liu Beidian nor Chu Tiankai seemed like suitable sect masters to Gu, and Liu Beidian's methods were too extreme, while Chu Tiankai's actions were even more reprehensible. Hao, are you the heavenly spiritual root prodigy? The one who was taken in by the Elder Hall as soon as you joined the outer sect? Guan exclaimed as though recalling something. Hao nodded calmly, his gaze steady as he met Liu Beidian's eyes. Liu Beidian examined him before saying, "If I were to take you as my disciple, would you agree?" Hao immediately replied, "Of course, but I cannot turn against my master. Although I've only met him a few times, he is still my master in name." Under the eaves, one must bow their head. Deep down, Hao was deeply wary of Liu Beidian. The techniques Liu Beidian had displayed earlier were so sinister they seemed no different from demonic arts. Still, survival was paramount. What was Chu Tiankai to him anyway? Hao had only ever acknowledged one true master. Liu Beidian chuckled as he stepped down from the dais, approaching Guan and Hao. "From this moment on, Hao, you are the seat's personal disciple. As for you, Guan, since you refuse to become my disciple, I won't force you. After this calamity is over, if you ever need anything, come to me. I will visit you often." Liu Beidian's tone was no longer domineering but warm, like that of a kind elder. With a wave of his sleeve, he enveloped Guan and Hao in his spiritual energy. When Hao reopened his eyes, he found himself standing in the sky on a dark cloud. Liu Beidian stood ahead of him, while Guan was at his side. Liu Beidian unleashed a terrifying aura, shaking the thunderclouds above and drawing countless cultivators' gazes from the city below. With a flick of his finger, a streak of energy shot out, traversing dozens of miles to kill a transformation stage demonic cultivator. The demon's primordial spirit disintegrated along with their body. Spirit-gathering divine finger. Though Liu Beidian's use of the technique caused less of a spectacle than Guan's, its lethality was undeniable. He rode the cloud into the city, flicking his fingers as he went. Each strike claimed the life of a demonic cultivator, his momentum unstoppable. And Hao was stunned. What kind of technique is this? Guan, on the other hand, focused on sensing Liu Beitian's aura. It was still growing stronger. More and more people took notice of Liu Beitian's rampage. The demonic cultivators were terrified, while Taixuan Sect's forces were invigorated. Who is that? So powerful. Wait, isn't that the former sect master? How is this possible? You mean sect master Liu? That's him. Unbelievable? That demon killed hundreds of core formation disciples, and sect master Liu took him out with a single strike. What cultivation is this? This aura? Heavens. The inner sect city erupted with astonished chatter as Guan and An Hao stood silently behind Liu Beitian, witnessing his slaughter. The news of Liu Beitian's return spread like wildfire. Within a single incense stick's time, all the Taixuan Sect's battle fronts knew that Liu Beitian had returned and was mercilessly annihilating demonic forces. In another inner sect city, a group of demonic cultivators was constructing an array platform amidst the ruins. A purple-robed woman at the forefront frowned as she turned to a disciple. Where is Demon Lord Su Lian? Why hasn't he arrived to take his place in the array? No one could answer her. The other disciples of the Tianzhu sect were equally anxious, sensing an overwhelming aura in the distance that filled them with dread. Far away in Xian Valley, Yang Ni and Li Ya stood atop a mountain, gazing at the horizon. What realm is this? Li Ya asked with a furrowed brow. Yang Ni didn't answer. She didn't know. All she could discern was that the aura was righteous and mighty, heralding Taixuan Sect's victory. She wasn't surprised. Throughout history, Taixuan Sect had always turned peril into safety. No sect had stood as long as Taixuan Sect on this land. At Horizon Valley, Li Sundao, Lu Xian, Yi Liuyun, and Luo Han stood shoulder to shoulder atop a mountain, looking toward Taixuan Sect. The reverse fate divine art truly is incredible. It's undoubtedly the most miraculous technique of our time, Li Sundao remarked. Yi Liuyun scoffed. Miraculous? More like demonic. The corruption in Taixuan Sect began with him. Lu Xian nodded. That old man wasn't always in seclusion. He just pretended not to know about many things. His fake death was probably a ploy to cleanse Taixuan Sect and strike at the demonic sects. It's his style arrogant enough to think he can handle anything with his cultivation. His tone was complicated as he spoke of Liu Beitian. If that person were still alive, Liu Beitian would suffer, Yi Liuyun muttered. Lu Xian responded, and the two began discussing Liu Beitian. Li Sundao, however, remained silent, gazing into the distance with a contemplative expression. After a long time, Lu Xian noticed his silence and reassured him, Your Majesty, don't worry. That old man may be strong, but he's not as talented as me. Given time, I'll surpass him. Li Sundao smiled faintly. Then you'd better hurry. I can't wait forever. When I reach the integration stage, I'll take his head and present it to Your Majesty. Lu Xian declared confidently, earning a sidelong glance from Luo Han. The sun set on a day of chaos. Guan landed on the grassy field of the third Medicine Valley and looked up. Liu Beitian and An Hao were nowhere to be seen. After accompanying Liu Beitian on a rampage through the inner sect, the latter had told Guan that since he refused the position of sect master, there were things he shouldn't witness. Liu Beitian then dropped him off along the way. Other than Lei Zhan, Liu Beitian hadn't encountered any other integration stage cultivators, but the power he displayed left Guan with a lingering sense of danger. For now, our relationship is good. But what if we turn against each other someday? Guan could feel Liu Beitian's murderous nature, something that hadn't been apparent when he had disguised himself as Elder Tian. It was clear that Liu Beitian was skilled at suppressing his true nature, which made him all the more terrifying. While mulling this over, Guan began checking the nearby medicinal herbs. Before long, a figure flew toward him and landed nearby. It was Shenzhen. Was that man who brought you back Liu Beitian, the previous sect master of Taixuan Sect? She asked curiously, her tone brimming with excitement. Guan nodded. What, are you interested? Of course. My father always considered him his lifelong rival. How did he come back to life? What did you see while you were with him? Shenzhen asked, pulling out a brush and paper as she spoke. Guan rolled his eyes. Big sister, can't you be a little more subtle when fishing for information? You might be bold, but I'm not. I don't want to be branded a traitor. She can't possibly be that naive or foolish. She has no reason to harm me either. So, what's her game? Ah, she must enjoy watching others squirm. Seeing no end to her incessant questioning, Guan finally snapped. Follow me one more step, and I'll write an entry for Adventures of the Green Hero. You'll be the first woman the protagonist encounters, and I'll even include illustrations more vivid than anything you can draw. Shenzhen's face turned crimson at his words. She glared at him, stumped her foot in frustration, and flew off. Guan froze for a moment. Wait, why didn't she insult me back? That didn't look like anger. Shaking his head with a chuckle, he resumed checking on the herb fields. As the sun set and the moon rose, the night at Taixuan Sect remained far from peaceful. When Guan returned to Xian Valley, he could sense powerful spiritual senses sweeping across the area intermittently. The presence of demonic and monstrous auras was waning, signaling that Taixuan Sect was nearing victory. Under the moonlit sky, snowflakes began to fall gently. Guan and Li Ya sat on the threshold, conversing in low tones about the history of Taixuan Sect. Most of the time, Li Ya spoke while Guan asked questions. By dawn, Li Ya received an order via his inner sect disciple token to return to the city with all other inner sect disciples. Bidding Guan farewell, he left. After Li Ye's departure, Guan glanced at Ying Ni and sent her a voice transmission. The righteous demonic war is almost over. Shouldn't you be heading back as well? Yang Ni turned her gaze to him and replied in kind, when did I ever say I'd only protect you until this war ended? What do you mean? From now on, I'll stay by your side. That's what Li Sundao instructed. Seriously. You can ask him yourself if you don't believe me. Guan fell silent for a moment before transmitting another question. Is His Majesty powerful? He was curious about how others viewed Li Sundao. The man sought to be an eternal emperor yet was constrained by the cultivation sects. Among them, wasn't Liu Baidian the strongest and most influential? Yet Li Sundao had managed to win over Liu Baidian's son, Liu Xian. Guan had a feeling these two would clash sooner or later. With Li Sundao's potential, it wasn't impossible for him to rise to greatness. Outwardly, he appeared to have only core formation cultivation, likely as a precaution against Liu Baidian. The eventual confrontation between them would be a collision of imperial ambition and immortal supremacy. His cultivation is average, but as an emperor, his methods are unmatched, Yang Ni replied, her tone tinged with mockery, clearly harboring grievances against Li Sundao. Guan was about to ask more when he suddenly sensed something. Help guard the Medicine Valley for half a day. I need to check the outer sect city, he said. A demonic cultivator who had slipped through the cracks was nearby. Under normal circumstances, Guan wasn't interested in dealing with demonic cultivators and would avoid them when possible. But one person was an exception. That person was Suju. Previously, Suju had led an army of demons and monsters to besiege Jisuanyu, allowing Guan to harvest over 50,000 years of lifespan. Guan's impression of him was unforgettable. After leaving Xian Valley, Guan flew toward the outer sect city. Once he had traveled far enough, he activated the Grand Yin-Yang transformation, turning into a shadowy form. Using the infinite trace celestial step, he vanished into the forests. In a dense forest 200 miles away from Xian Valley, Suju was meditating beneath a tree. His hair was disheveled, his black robe was in tatters, and he looked utterly wretched. Small flags encircled him, forming a faint protective barrier. Suddenly, the vice leader of the Wanyin sect's face turned pale, and he spat a mouthful of black blood onto the grass, which withered instantly, giving off wisps of black smoke. That Ji family. Suju gritted his teeth, his voice filled with hatred. During his escape from Ji-chan, he had encountered more Grand Masters of the Ji family, narrowly escaping death. The memory still filled him with dread. The demonic path had united the strength of its 5 major sects: the Thousand Autumn Pavilion, Guhao Sect, Wanyin Sect, Tianzhu Sect, and Cold Poison Valley, only to be repelled in a single day. The overwhelming power of the Taixuan Sect had shaken Suju to his core. As he thought of the Ji family members within his sect, Suju suddenly felt the urge to annihilate all Ji family cultivators. But recalling their strength, he sighed. Forget it. Just endure for now. One day, he would destroy the entire Ji family. While Suju was lost in thought, a gust of fierce wind swept through the forest, drawing his attention. Boom! The protective formation around him suddenly shattered. A purple-black figure appeared out of thin air and pressed a finger against Suju's temple, an overwhelming aura immobilizing him. The demonic shadow divine art. Who are you in the Thousand Autumn Pavilion? Suju's expression changed drastically as he cautiously asked. Was there someone so powerful in the Thousand Autumn Pavilion? Even in his severely injured state, his 9th-level void transformation cultivation wasn't something a typical cultivator of the same stage could suppress. I have a question, Guan said in a hoarse voice. Suju let out a sigh of relief and replied deferentially, please, senior, ask. The Thousand Autumn Pavilion? I'll lead the Wanyin sect to raise you all to the ground someday. Guan suddenly remembered that Suju was the father of Surui, who had died by his hands. Forget it. Before Guan's voice faded, a surge of sword energy pierced through Suju's temple from Guan's fingertip, severely damaging his primordial spirit. Suju's pupils dilated. Before he could collapse, Guan used the soul search technique to sift through his memories. The spells of the Zhongqiang sect were remarkably practical, and Guan had long mastered them. Suju's 9th-level void transformation memories were vast, but Guan only sought information about the demon army's techniques from the previous day. It didn't take long to locate them. An incense stick's worth of time later, Guan withdrew his hand, and Suju collapsed. You have successfully harvested 153 years of Suju's 9th-level void transformation lifespan. Not bad, the lifespan gained was significant. Looking at Suju now, Guan found him more tolerable. He took Suju's storage bag and incinerated his corpse to ashes. After completing this, Guan left. He didn't return to Xian Valley but truly went to the outer sect city. Outside the city, a towering mountain had suddenly appeared. On closer inspection, it turned out to be the corpse of a colossal bird. The nether bird? Its body alone spanned thousands of meters, dwarfing the surrounding mountains. Standing atop his flying sword, Guan observed from afar, filled with curiosity. Where would such a beast have lived under normal circumstances? He felt certain that the Taixuan Empire didn't have a habitat for this bird. It was likely captured by the demonic path from somewhere beyond the 9 dynasties. After the great battle, the city gates of the outer sect city had grown heavily fortified, thoroughly inspecting every disciple entering and exiting. Once inside, Guan set out to find Yelan. On a street, he ran into Yelan while she was patrolling. Senior brother, what brings you here? Yian's cold face lit up with a smile upon seeing Guan. Her subordinates tactfully stepped aside, well aware of their relationship. Just checking in on you. Are you hurt? Guan asked with concern. Yalan shook her head and then pulled him aside to recount the events of the previous day. During the battle, the city had suffered heavy casualties, mainly because the terrifying Huangquan Demon Emperor had launched an attack inside the city, breaking through its formations and plunging it into chaos. In the end, the Huangquan Demon Emperor left unscathed, leaving a shadow over everyone in the outer sect city. Hearing this, Guan was reminded of the cruelty of the cultivation world. Thankfully, those he cared about were unharmed. After chatting with Yalan for a while, Guan bade her farewell. He then headed to the area around the heavenly mending platform, where most of the injured had gathered. The Nightshade Ghost Mother was still there, bloodstained and appearing every bit like a disciple who had fought for the Taixuan Sect. It seemed she wasn't aligned with the demonic path or the Huangquan Demon Emperor. After circling around the heavenly mending platform, Guan went to look for Zhang Qiang. Zhang Qiang was at her residence. After Guan shut the door, he looked at her and asked, "Didn't you say this city wouldn't be affected?" Sitting on a chair, Zhang Qiang looked pale, her qi and blood unstable, clearly injured. The situation changed. The intelligence I received was false. It seems the Thousand Autumn Pavilion is already suspicious of me. Zhang Qiang took a deep breath and said softly. Hearing this, Guan was secretly delighted and said, "In that case, why not simply abandon the dark for the light and sever ties with the Thousand Autumn Pavilion?" He had too many informant identities to juggle and felt it was time to let go of some. Zhang Qiang shook her head and replied, "It's not that easy." Guan didn't console her but instead asked, "By the way, has the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path appeared?" He was deeply concerned about who was impersonating him. It's fake. That person isn't the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path but a demonic spy who had been lurking in the Taixuan Sect for hundreds of years, falsely claiming to be the Sword Sovereign. Once the demonic sects uncovered his true identity, they lost their fear of him and launched the great battle. Zhang Qiang rubbed her temples as she spoke, unable to hide her frustration. Guan asked in surprise, "The demonic path turned on one of their own? Or did that person become a pawn for the Taixuan Sect?" Zhang Qiang shook her head and said, "I'm not sure. My thoughts are in turmoil right now. I've heard that Chu Tiankai has fled, and Liu Beitian, who was presumed dead, has reclaimed the sect leader position and is preparing a full investigation of the Taixuan Sect. You'd best avoid coming here for a while. I need to focus on handling this scrutiny." This morning, word came from above that the Taixuan Sect is establishing the Venerable Pavilion, which will supersede the Elder Hall. The Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path will be one of its members, and the sect leader will select 3 individuals from the Elder Hall to join the Venerable Pavilion. The Venerable Pavilion will reorganize the Taixuan Sect and eliminate malpractice. It seemed Liu Beitian had taken Guan's suggestion to heart. Good. At least he listens. Guan's proposal was not only to placate Liu Beitian but also a genuine effort to improve the Taixuan Sect. If Liu Beitian was too occupied to manage it, someone else should take charge. The Elder Hall had too many members, and by the time they reached a consensus, problems below had already worsened. The establishment of the Venerable Pavilion might alleviate some of the sect's suffering. Zhang Qiang then took out a storage bag, saying it contained high-grade seeds she had exchanged for 80% of her savings. All the seeds were above the 5th grade, and she instructed Guan to return after they had matured. This meant they wouldn't meet again for several years. It seemed Zhang Qiang was in grave danger, caught between the distrust of the Thousand Autumn Pavilion and the scrutiny of the Taixuan Sect. She was truly walking on thin ice. Guan could only wish her luck in his heart as he took the storage bag and left in good spirits. The demonic path siege of the Taixuan Sect swept through the cultivation world like a storm, shocking the entire Taixuan Empire. The strength displayed by the Taixuan Sect instilled fear throughout the demonic path. In the aftermath, the cultivation world entered an eerie calm. After resuming leadership as sect master, Liu Beitian initiated bold reforms, establishing the Venerable Pavilion, reducing the Elder Hall's authority, and ordering a thorough investigation of demonic spies. Over 1,000 spies were executed. Following Chu Tiankai's escape, the Chu family faced Liu Beitian's relentless retaliation. All Chu family disciples in the sect were either killed or imprisoned. The younger disciples with decent conduct were stripped of their cultivation, marked with a curse, and relegated to serve as errand disciples in the outer sect. One such errand disciple, bearing the Chu surname, arrived at Xian Valley. It was someone Guan knew, Chu Jingfeng. When Guan first joined the Taixuan Sect, he had encountered the greedy wrath demon ghost attacking the Medicine Valley. At that time, Cheng Sundan had enlisted the help of an inner sect disciple, Chu Jingfeng. Chu Jingfeng had lost an arm during that encounter but later assisted Guan in dealing with the evil cultivators around Xian Valley. Now, looking at Chu Jingfeng sitting across from him, weathered and forlorn, Guan couldn't help but sigh. The last time they spoke, Chu Jingfeng had promised Guan he could seek help from the Chu family whenever he faced trouble. How times had changed. The Chu family had now completely fallen. Chu Jingfeng still bore his one-armed figure, wearing tattered clothing. His messy hair and stub-bled face gave him a disheveled and despondent appearance. Brother Chu, as long as you're alive, there's still hope. Work diligently. If you perform well, the punishment above may be lifted, Guan consoled him. Wu Xian had quietly departed, leaving Guan in charge of Xian Valley. He needed to cultivate new talent, and Chu Jingfeng seemed like a promising candidate. If Chu Jingfeng demonstrated potential, Guan was even willing to pass on Wu Xian's Dao Yin technique to him. The Dao Yin technique relied on accumulating spiritual energy to break through limitations and might restore Chu Jingfeng, whose cultivation had been abolished. Chu Jingfeng nodded numbly, remaining silent. Guan didn't press him further, giving some instructions before letting him leave. When Chu Jingfeng exited, he closed the door with a submissive demeanor. However, Guan detected no reverence in his actions, only despair. Sigh, what a pity. Guan shook his head and picked up a pen to begin writing. 6 months had passed since the righteous demonic war. Winter and spring had gone, and it was now summer. At 51 years old, Guan had gained many insights into life, which he intended to express in his writing. By dusk, Guan left the pavilion and used a teleportation array to head to the third Medicine Valley. He sensed Shenzhen was in his quarters. Since Guan had threatened to write her into his book 6 months ago, they had lost contact. Her presence now probably meant trouble. After all, she was a saintess, she had her pride. Guan thought about this as he climbed the stairs to meet Shenzhen. Upon entering, he saw her seated at the table, wearing a veil. She sat there calmly, doing nothing, simply looking at him. Something felt off. This wasn't her usual demeanor. Could she be about to lose her temper? Guan quickly shut the door, turned to face her, and was about to ask when she spoke first. Have you started writing the adventures of the medicine hero yet? Hearing Shenzhen's words, Guan nearly lost his composure. He hurriedly clarified, how could that be possible? I was just trying to scare you. There's no way I would write something like that. He had to explain himself, otherwise, Shenzhen might misunderstand him. Shenzhen stared at him, as if trying to see through his facade. But Guan remained calm and composed, with a clear conscience. All right, I'll believe you then, Shenzhen said softly, though her tone was different from before, making it hard for Guan to gauge her thoughts. Guan walked over to the tea table and began heating water to brew tea. When he placed a teacup in front of Shenzhen, she finally spoke. Actually, I came to see you for another reason. Go ahead, Guan replied, taking a seat at the table. It's said that the former Elder Tian from Medicine Valley is now the current sect master, Liu Beitian. Is that true? Shenzhen asked. Guan felt there was no need to hide this, so he nodded. Ever since the battle 6 months ago, neither Guzong nor Ji Hantian had made an appearance. Perhaps they had been dealt with by Liu Beitian. Guzong was understandable, as he was clearly part of Liu Beitian's faction. But Ji Hantian? He had publicly insulted Liu Beitian in the Third Medicine Valley and openly declared his desire to become the sect master. I'd like you to arrange a meeting with sect master Liu for me. This is a personal request and does not represent Taixuan Sect, Shenzhen said, locking eyes with Guan. Guan frowned, hesitating. Shenzhen retrieved a red wooden box from her storage pouch. This is a piece of 6th grade spirit tree, purple mist bamboo. Just one segment can grow into a whole bamboo forest. If planted at the edge of Medicine Valley, it can form an automatic purple mist maze. The bamboo shoots are also premium medicinal materials with high market value. What's the meaning of this? What kind of relationship do we have that you'd go to such lengths? Guan's tone turned serious as he accepted the wooden box into his storage pouch. Then, with a solemn expression, he added, if you need something, just ask. There's no need for this, let it be the last time. Shenzhen blinked in surprise before letting out a soft chuckle, covering her mouth as she laughed. Her laughter made her eyes sparkle, which Guan couldn't help but notice. His playful remark seemed to ease the awkward atmosphere between them, and their conversation soon returned to its usual relaxed state. They talked for a long time before Shenzhen finally left. Guan, meanwhile, started wandering around Medicine Valley, searching for a suitable place to plant the purple mist bamboo. Eventually, he decided on a spot in the southern mountainous edge and assigned Tang Yu to guard the area. Now, he was looking forward to Liu Beitian's visit not for Shenzhen's sake, but because of Liu Beitian's promise. Liu Beitian had told him he could ask for anything. Guan wasn't interested in acquiring a 4th Medicine Valley yet. Instead, he wanted high-grade medicinal seeds to gradually replace the low-grade ones. If he could plant high-grade seeds over an area spanning 100 miles, his lifespan earnings would skyrocket. Once he reached 1,000,000 years of lifespan and unlocked new abilities, he planned to elevate himself comprehensively. Days turned into weeks. By early autumn, Liu Beitian finally arrived. Dressed in a black robe adorned with dragon patterns, his black hair was neatly tied under a jade crown. His face exuded authority, a stark contrast to the elder Tian of the past. Now, he fully embodied the demeanor of a sect master. As soon as Guan saw him, he used his lifespan probe. Liu Beitian, 9th level integration stage 755/3150/3200. Good heavens! As expected, 9th level integration stage. However, his lifespan was already nearing its limit and would be difficult to extend further. Guan suddenly recalled something. Could Chu Xian's sacrificial array in the outer sect have been prepared for Liu Beitian? No, that didn't seem likely. Liu Beitian had wiped out the Chu family. It must have been unrelated. While thinking, Guan stepped forward to welcome Liu Beitian. The two entered the house for a discussion. Liu Beitian took out 4 booklets from his storage pouch and placed them on the table. I've established the Venerable Pavilion as per your suggestion. These are the 4 members of the pavilion. Take a look. Guan immediately picked up one of the booklets. Inside were not only the members' names and portraits but also detailed information about their backgrounds and life experiences. He quickly flipped through the pages, seemingly casual but memorizing everything. The last booklet detailed the sword sovereign of the righteous path, also known in the cultivation world as the flying leaf sword immortal, who was revered as the sword sovereign in the Taixuan Sect. Sword sovereign of the righteous path, Gu Gua, Ji Hengxi, Zhou Yu. Incredible. These just happened to be the strongest members of the three major clans of the Taixuan Empire, and all of them were at the integration stage. Guan had yet to meet these three individuals. So far, he had encountered 6 integration stage cultivators, Liu Baidian, Ji Hantian, Gu Gua, Ji Hengxi, Zhou Yu, and Lei Zhan. And this wasn't even the full strength of the Taixuan Sect. He also remembered that the strongest individual in the Taixuan Sect was its true legacy first disciple, who had already left the Taixuan Empire. He wondered if the Taixuan Sect had a grand elder in seclusion. As he marveled at the revelation, Guan asked, "Sect Master, isn't it inappropriate for me to see this information?" Liu Baidian chuckled. "If you decide to write another story like Romance of the Gods, you can include the Taixuan Sect. The Taixuan Sect depicted in Taixuan Immortal Venerable is a bit shallow and lacks depth. I'll think about it later. For now, I'll focus on finishing Taixuan Immortal Venerable," Guan replied. The novel was planned to be over 5 million words long, with each volume containing just over 100,000 words. At his pace of 1 volume per year or even 2 years, it was still far from completion. Moreover, Taixuan Immortal Venerable brought in substantial spirit stone earnings, far surpassing Romance of the Gods. He wasn't ready to give it up just yet. Liu Baidian smiled and didn't press further. Guan then mentioned Shen Zhen's request, which Liu Baidian agreed to immediately without any hesitation. "Sect Master, do your previous words still stand?" Guan asked. "What's this? Have you had a change of heart and want to become Sect Master?" Liu Baidian narrowed his eyes, clearly pleased. "No, it's just, you said I could ask for anything. I'd like more high-grade medicinal seeds. I'm even willing to grow them for you. Once the herbs mature, I'll deliver them to you. I want to explore the world's rare herbs to enhance my cultivation of planting techniques," Guan explained quickly. "Planting techniques?" Liu Baidian's lips twitched, his expression complicated. In the end, Liu Baidian agreed and promised to send the seeds in the coming days. Guan then went to fetch Shen Zhen and brought her to meet Liu Baidian. After they were introduced, Guan excused himself, leaving them to talk. This time, Liu Baidian cast a restriction, preventing even Guan from eavesdropping. They spoke for an entire hour before parting ways, with Liu Baidian leaving first. Standing beside Guan, Shen Zhen watched Liu Baidian depart before turning to him with a smile. "Aren't you curious about what we talked about?" Guan shook his head. "I wouldn't dare ask, nor do I want to know. It might cause trouble. I traded some information with him for Taixuan Sect's strongest musical technique. Once I master it, I'll show you," Shen Zhen said with a smile. After speaking, she leapt into the air and flew toward her cave residence. Guan didn't think much about it. Shen Zhen's actions had nothing to do with him, as long as they didn't pose a threat to him. Instead, he began to look forward to Liu Baidian's high-grade medicinal seeds. 5 days later, Liu Baidian's people arrived and handed Guan a storage pouch. Using his spiritual sense to inspect it, he found an impressive collection, tens of thousands of high-quality seeds. Along with the seeds, there was a booklet and a letter. Back in his room, Guan opened the letter. Liu Baidian explained that the seeds were his personal contribution and did not involve Taixuan Sect's resources. If Guan cultivated them well, he could keep half the profits; if not, he would have to become Liu Baidian's disciple. Reading this, Guan sighed helplessly. He couldn't understand why Liu Baidian was so intent on making him his disciple. Could it be that he's been charmed by my personality? Guan mused. 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Taixuan Sect remained relatively peaceful, and Guan's life grew quiet. Yelan, Shen Zhen, Li Ya, Zhang Qiying, and Gu Yu were all focused on their cultivation and rarely came to see him. Although the righteous demonic war ended swiftly, its influence lingered. One noon, Guan used the teleportation array to arrive at Xian Valley. He was in a great mood, even humming a little tune. He had just done some calculations and realized his annual lifespan earnings were likely to surpass 100,000 years this year. His total lifespan had already exceeded 700,000 years. A million-year lifespan was within reach, and he was eager to grow stronger. Upon reaching Xian Valley, he sensed Li Ya's presence. Li Ya was upstairs in a pavilion, drinking tea with Ying and I. Since Li Ya wasn't concealing his aura, Guan headed straight for the pavilion. When Guan entered the room, Li Ya was the first to speak. "Junior brother Gu, I've decided to leave Taixuan Sect and train in the Northern Sea Mountain Range. I won't return until I reach the nascent soul stage." Curious, Guan asked, "What kind of place is the Northern Sea Mountain Range?" Li Ya chuckled. The Northern Sea Mountain Range lies north of the Taixuan Empire. Its size rivals the entire empire and is surrounded by 4 other empires. It's a haven for monsters and a place where cultivators seek opportunities and hone their skills. But it's also incredibly dangerous. Hearing this, Guan suddenly felt the Northern Sea Mountain Range might be an ideal location for his next breakthrough. Transitioning from the 9th level integration stage to a higher realm would undoubtedly cause a significant disturbance. It would be best to stay far from Taixuan Sect. "You're not planning to go there in search of the Northern Sea Cunfish, are you?" Ying and I asked. Li Ya scratched his head. "So, you figured it out. 2 years ago, there were reports of the Northern Sea Cunfish appearing in the mountain range. I want to check it out. Besides, it's a good excuse to avoid those people my royal father keeps assigning to me. Guan took a seat and asked, what's the Northern Sea cunfish? Yang Ni shot him a glance and said, you remember the netherbird from before, don't you? There are ancient offspring in this world. Unlike ordinary monsters, they're incredibly massive. Their transformation into humanoid forms is far more challenging than for the demon clans. Because of their size, they are often worshipped by humans as mountain or sea gods. Their movements are mysterious and unpredictable. Guan grew even more intrigued and began asking about other ancient offspring in the world. Yang Ni casually described a few, leaving him utterly captivated. Well, it's time for me to go. Recently, a young talent named Anhao appeared in the sect. He's only 22 and already preparing to form his core. It's unbelievable. I have to train harder so I don't end up as his stepping stone, Li Ya said as he stood up. Hearing this, Guan agreed that Anhao's cultivation speed was astonishing. It was clear Liu Badian valued Anhao highly, given the immense resources he must have invested in him. While Guan was pondering, Li Ya climbed out the window and left. Still can't break that bad habit, Guan muttered. Turning to Yang Ni, he asked, now that he's gone, what about you? I'm staying. Tending to flowers and plants with you is oddly enjoyable, much better than all that fighting and killing, Yang Ni replied. In the mountain forest, Guan was leading Yang Ni in planting seeds. While burying soil around the roots, he pointed to a medicinal plant nearby and said, that's the singing shame grass. Its leaves tend to curl up, and when the wind passes through, it makes strange sounds like a song. When that happens, you need to help it spread its leaves, or it'll hinder its growth. Squatting nearby, Yang Ni listened attentively, her eyes filled with curiosity. When Li Ya left, Yang Ni had claimed she wanted to stay and tend to flowers and plants. Guan had thought she was joking, but to his surprise, she was serious. She started actively participating in planting and often asked questions, showing a humble attitude. After her shift in demeanor, Yang Ni began integrating into Xian Valley, even socializing with other errand disciples. Guan decided to guide her with the hope of assimilating her fully into Xian Valley, so he taught her earnestly. From now on, you'll oversee this garden's medicinal plants. Let's see if you can protect this place, not just people, Guan said with a smile as he stood up. Yang Ni didn't refuse and instead showed an eager expression. Leaving Yang Ni to observe the garden, Guan returned to Xian Valley. There, he saw Chu Jingfeng standing in front of a wooden fence, staring into space. Chu Jingfeng had been like this for years. If Guan assigned him a task, he would complete it. Otherwise, he would drift aimlessly, lost in thought. Recalling their old friendship, Guan decided to help him. Brother Chu, I just got my hands on a sword technique. Care to take a look? Guan patted Chu Jingfeng's shoulder with a smile. Chu Jingfeng nodded expressionlessly and followed Guan into a secluded grove. Despite his shattered cultivation, Chu Jingfeng's memories as a sword cultivator remained intact, so he thought he might be able to help. Though usually silent, Chu Jingfeng was deeply grateful to Guan. When he first arrived, his shame was overwhelming, but Guan had treated him kindly and consistently over the years. This could not be fake. Chu Jingfeng couldn't fathom why Guan would see value in him and could only conclude that Guan was genuinely good-hearted after all. The disciples of Xian Valley spoke highly of him. Under Chu Jingfeng's watchful gaze, Guan clumsily demonstrated a set of basic sword moves from the Taixuan Frightening God Sword. Though his execution was rough and awkward, Chu Jingfeng's eyes lit up. Gu, Valley Master, what is this sword technique? Chu Jingfeng asked, barely containing his excitement. As a swordsman, encountering an advanced sword technique was an incomparable joy. Guan scratched his head. I'm not entirely sure. When I visited the Heavenly Mending platform, I met a senior who passed it on to me. He said mastering this technique would make me the sword god of the mortal world. Chu Jingfeng hesitated, wanting to say something but holding back. Guan smiled. So, interested? I can teach you, but on one condition, you need to return to the person you once were. I miss the spirited Chu Jingfeng of the past. Even without your cultivation, you can still practice the sword. Don't the legends speak of someone who achieved enlightenment through swordsmanship alone, without ever cultivating spiritual energy? If they could do it, why can't you? Hearing this, Chu Jingfeng's expression changed, his inner conflict evident. After a long silence, he agreed. He had never wanted to be defeated by despair but had struggled to find a reason to continue. Now, Guan's words resonated deeply. Losing cultivation shouldn't mean giving up on the sword. A swordsman's path was to face challenges head-on. Thus, Chu Jingfeng began training in the Taixuan Frightening God Sword. His ability to memorize sword forms was astonishing, leaving Guan thoroughly impressed. This newfound skill boosted Chu Jingfeng's confidence even further. Late at night, 10 miles outside Xian Valley, by the riverbank, Guan pushed aside some rubble, revealing a stone slab. Lifting it, he descended into a hidden passage, which automatically reset itself with stones shifting back into place. Following the underground tunnel, Guan arrived at the 8-view celestial realm. A 5-jong-long black dragon emerged from the subterranean river, quickly flying to him. As usual, Guan retrieved a demonic goat's corpse and placed it on the ground. The dragon, How Long, breathed intense flames, roasting the meat. In 2 or 3 years, I'll let you out. How does that sound? Guan asked, stroking How Long's head with a smile. Guan planned to release How Long into the Northern Sea mountain range during his next breakthrough, letting it thrive there. Previously, he had hoped How Long could learn a transformation technique, but no such method was available. Instead, Guan had taught it the demonic shadow divine art, but after years of practice, How Long still hadn't mastered it. Upon hearing that it could go outside, How Long immediately stopped roasting the goat and eagerly asked where. Guan briefly described the northern sea mountain range, making How Long even more excited. He reminded the dragon not to reveal the existence of the Eight-View celestial realm after leaving, and How Long promised to keep it a secret. Even if exposed, Guan wasn't worried. By the time he returned from the mountain range, he would have surpassed the integration stage. Not even the 1000 Autumn Pavilion would dare touch his spirit tree. Still, Guan trusted How Long's discretion. Make sure to train properly. Don't get eaten by other monsters as soon as you're out, Guan teased. Me? A dragon? Eaten by monsters? How Long lifted its head proudly. Guan chuckled, patting its head before heading to the 7th grade spirit tree. He cared deeply about this tree, observing it during every visit to ensure its well-being. Standing under the tree, Guan looked up at its branches. As he watched, his brow furrowed. He noticed one branch tremble slightly, almost imperceptibly, but it had definitely moved. How Long, still by the fire roasting meat, hadn't caused this? Could the tree be awakening? Guan wondered, growing more certain by the moment. This was no ordinary tree, it was the holy tree of the 1000 Autumn Pavilion. It wouldn't be surprising if it gained sentience. He continued observing, but the tree remained still, as if nothing had happened. Using his spiritual sense to investigate, he found nothing unusual. Still, the act served as a warning to the tree not to act out. After half an hour, Guan left. Another task was added to his list, monitoring the tree for signs of sentience. Oddly, he wasn't worried. Instead, he was curious and even a little excited. 2 years passed. Guan's lifespan reached 950,000 years, and he was confident of breaking the 1 million year mark before year's end. This filled him with anticipation and boundless energy. One day, Yalan visited Xian Valley to see him. Standing by the window of the pavilion, they chatted while watching the disciples busy below. Yalan spoke of recent major events in the cultivation world, which Guan listened to with great interest. A new sect, the Nightshade Sect, had emerged. Its location remained a mystery, but its disciples frequently raided demonic sects, seizing techniques, spells, and treasures, plunging the demonic path into chaos. Meanwhile, righteous sects remained unaffected. Some speculated that the Nightshade Sect was backed by the Taixuan Sect, as its leader bore a striking resemblance to the sword sovereign of the righteous path, famed for defeating enemies with a single leaf. Hearing this, Guan was annoyed. Why does someone always have to borrow my fame? You've told me about so many events, yet none of them target the Taixuan Sect. It seems we've established an unshakable reputation, Guan said with a laugh. He was genuinely delighted. The more peaceful the Taixuan Sect, the better. After all, he could grow stronger just by cultivating plants and tending to flowers. Give me another 50 years, and no one in the land of the 9 dynasties will be able to surpass me, right? Guan mused aloud. Yalan pondered for a moment before saying, actually, there might be someone. The cultivation world has seen the rise of a rogue cultivator who calls himself the Ghost Thief. He's somewhere between righteous and evil. He used to rob the rich to help the poor, but his reputation has grown immensely. Half a year ago, he declared that he would come to Taixuan Sect to steal the 7-fold purity tree. He claimed that Taixuan Sect hoards 90% of the Taikang Empire's resources, violating the Dao of Heaven. He plans to steal the tree and plant it on the edge of Tian's Lake. 7-fold purity tree? Guan's brow immediately furrowed. This was the 7th grade spirit tree gifted to him by Taixuan Sect, and it had already grown well. How could he let someone steal it? This ghost thief must be courting death? Still, considering the thief's chivalrous tendencies, Guan decided not to kill him. But he definitely had to give him a scare to ensure he wouldn't try anything like this again. Is the ghost thief powerful? Guan asked curiously. Obviously. How else could he offend so many people, steal so many treasures, and still be alive? Yalan gave him a sideways glance. Fair enough. Why even ask her? She didn't know what lay beyond the transformation stage, let alone this thief's strength. Guan chuckled and shifted the conversation, asking her how her cultivation had been going and whether she was putting in enough effort. Though they would inevitably part ways someday, Guan hoped that their separation, whether through life or death, could be delayed as long as possible. His question earned him a scolding from Yalan, who, like him, wished for the other to cultivate diligently and extend their lifespan. Their conversation soon turned into light-hearted bickering. After a while, Yalan suddenly asked, "Senior brother, do you know the current emperor?" Guan raised an eyebrow. "Why do you ask, junior sister?" Starting this year, the emperor introduced spring festival celebrations, and now they're observed across all the provinces. The rituals and customs are identical to the spring festival you've celebrated for years, Yalan replied gravely. Guan dismissed the concern. "I heard about it from an old man I once met. Besides, the spring festival has been around for so many years, it's not surprising that someone picked up on it. Its message is good, after all." Yalan conceded that this made sense but still offered a warning. "Recently, we received orders to gather more information about Emperor Li Sundao. They've even assigned more disciples to missions in Kangzhou. It seems the higher UPS are interested in the throne." "What are you saying? The sect wants to seize the throne?" "Not exactly. The Crown Prince is a disciple of our sect, but he's held that title for 100 years. Naturally, the sect wants to give him a little push to ascend. Guan glanced toward the woods 100 meters west. Yang Ni was watering the flowers, seemingly lost in her task, but who knew if she was eavesdropping? After chatting a bit longer, Yalan shut the window, intending to discuss something else. She even grew physically playful, which prompted a stern rebuke from Guan. Blushing with a mix of shame and anger, Yalan shot him a glare before leaving. Watching her retreating figure, Guan's thoughts wandered to the northern sea mountain range. He needed to visit the Pavilion of Techniques to search for a map and begin preparations for his breakthrough. What realm lay beyond integration? He couldn't wait to find out. As Guan descended the stairs and headed for the teleportation array, Yang Ni suddenly intercepted him. Through sound transmission, she warned, "Be careful of the Crown Prince. If he learns about your connection with Li Ya, he will surely come for you and scheme against you. The Crown Prince isn't quite noble? Senior brother Li speaks highly of him, which suggests they get along well," Guan asked via sound transmission, sounding puzzled. Yang Ni scoffed. "That's just because Li Ya is naive. Over the years, the Crown Prince has sent numerous assassins after him. I even blocked one attempt myself. Why didn't you warn senior brother Li to be more vigilant? It's his father's decision. He fears alarming the Crown Prince. If things escalate, the Crown Prince might forcefully seize the throne. Li Ya's father has mediocre cultivation and is no match for the Crown Prince. If the Crown Prince ascends, it'll only make things more dangerous for Li Ya," Yang Ni explained. Her response made Guan want to laugh. Li Sundao was nearly at the void transformation stage, yet he was supposedly no match for the Crown Prince? In that sense, Li Sundao was just like Guan, both hiding their true cultivation levels. Guan only knew of Li Sundao's real power thanks to his special abilities. "I see. I'll be careful of the Crown Prince," Guan replied via sound transmission. Yang Ni nodded and didn't stop him further. Watching Guan leave, she shook her head slightly. "Why am I starting to genuinely care about this kid's safety?" Ever since learning that Guan had his own medicine valley within the inner sect, Yang Ni had suspected he wasn't as simple as he seemed. At least within Taixuan Sect, he was well protected and unlikely to encounter real danger. She pushed the thought aside. The twilight flowers she had planted would bloom in a few days, and she was looking forward to the sight. Meanwhile, Guan arrived at the third medicine valley and walked straight to the sevenfold purity tree. The tree had already grown tall and lush, with dense branches and leaves. Beneath it, a white spirit mouse dozed lazily in the shade. Ever since the sevenfold purity tree provided shelter, the mouse rarely wandered and instead spent its days sleeping beneath it. Guan didn't mind. In fact, he found it promising. Lu Batian had once told him that the sevenfold purity tree could not only enhance spiritual energy in its vicinity but also improve comprehension for those meditating beneath it. Could the white spirit mouse achieve enlightenment while dreaming? Time to test it out. If it worked, Guan planned to take naps under the tree himself. From his waist pouch, he released a primeval gold-eating beetle, letting it fly onto the tree. Then, he summoned Xiaochuan, instructing him to place 100 pounds of iron ore under the tree every month to feed the beetle. Xiaochuan's greatest trait was that he never asked questions, merely nodding in agreement. After checking on the sevenfold purity tree, Guan went to inspect the human face tree and purple mist bamboo, ensuring everything was growing well. Satisfied, he began patrolling the third medicine valley. The valley now hosted numerous high-grade medicinal herbs. Last year, when Lu Batian visited, Guan had requested an increase in errand disciples, which Lu Batian approved without hesitation, raising the number to 300. Even with 300 disciples, Guan felt it wasn't enough. However, to request further expansion, he'd need to produce more results to justify it. By evening, Guan finally returned to his pavilion. That day, he harvested another batch of medicinal herbs, earning several thousand years of lifespan, bringing him ever closer to the million-year mark. 1 month later, early morning. After leading the disciples of Xian Valley in their daily exercises, Guan returned to his pavilion and spread a map across his desk. The map, drawn by a Taixuan Sect Grand Master, contained enchantments. With spiritual sense, it displayed detailed topography, giving Guan the impression of using a VR map from his previous life. No wonder it cost 5 high-grade spirit stones worth every bit. Immersed in the map, Guan searched for an ideal location to break through. By noon, someone arrived at Xian Valley. Yang Ni transmitted a warning to Guan. "The Crown Prince is here. Handle him carefully, I can't show myself." Guan calmly folded the map and walked out of the pavilion. At the entrance, he spotted a man in white, holding a folding fan. With his elegant demeanor and warm smile, he looked like a gentle scholar. Guan immediately used his lifespan probe. Li Dai, Nascent Soul Stage, level 1189/960/1250. No special techniques. His cultivation was as it appeared. A nascent soul cultivator under 200 years old, undeniably a genius. Instead of approaching Guan directly, Li Dai walked toward Chu Jingfeng, who was inspecting a garden near the wooden fence. "Chu Jingfeng, it's been a long time," Li Dai called out warmly. Chu Jingfeng turned, frowning at the sight of him. The two exchanged pleasantries. Li Dai's hearty laughter drew the attention of other disciples in the valley. Chu Jingfeng, however, remained tense, mostly letting Li Dai recount old stories while he offered minimal responses. After chatting for a while, Li Dai finally approached Guan. Standing outside the pavilion, He bowed and said, I am Li Dai from Kangzhou. May I ask if you are Valley Master Guan? Guan returned the gesture. Greetings, Your Highness. I am indeed Gu An. Would you like to come upstairs for a chat? Li Dai nodded with a smile and ascended the stairs. The errand disciples below grew excited. They hadn't expected the visitor to be the Crown Prince himself. While they were cultivators, their curiosity about the Crown Prince remained unabated. Why had he come to see their Valley Master? A few disciples crowded around Chu Jingfeng, asking how the two knew each other. Guan and Li Dai talked in private for a full half hour. When Guan escorted him downstairs, he wore a smile, though he felt somewhat uncomfortable. Before leaving, Li Dai clasped Guan's hand warmly, much to Guan's dismay. Junior brother Gu, we really hit it off? Next time I return to Taixuan Sect, I must visit you again, Li Dai said with an enthusiastic smile, appearing utterly sincere. Guan agreed to Li Dai's parting words and watched as the Crown Prince flew away from Xian Valley. Their earlier conversation had been casual, as though Li Dai had come simply to make friends. They even talked about Li Ya, and Li Dai's tone was full of concern. If not for Yang Ni's prior warning, Guan might have genuinely believed they were close brothers. Li Dai didn't make any requests or attempt to recruit Guan. However, Guan had sensed a transformation stage cultivator hiding in the forest nearby, likely someone protecting the Crown Prince. About 10 miles away from Xian Valley, the smile on Li Dai's face vanished, replaced by a dark expression. A blue-robed elder flew up beside him and spoke softly, Your Highness, there's a nascent soul cultivator in the valley. Yes, I sensed it. It's Yang Ni. That father would station her to guard him shows that Guan must have some deep connection. Investigate his background thoroughly. Find out what his true identity is within Taixuan Sect, Li Dai replied coldly, his eyes gleaming with killing intent as he mentioned Yang Ni. The elder asked, if he has no significant backing, should we capture him? We'll wait until I meet the sect master. His stance will be crucial. If the sect master supports me, we'll kill both Li Ya and Guan to cut off father's spies and chess pieces, Li Dai said. What they didn't know was that their conversation had been overheard by Guan. To Guan, a transformation stage cultivator was no different from an ant on the roadside. Want to kill me? Interesting, Guan thought, smiling to himself. He wasn't concerned in the slightest. Even if he stood still and didn't fight back, Li Dai and the elder wouldn't be able to kill him. Guan turned and went back upstairs to his pavilion. Before long, Yang Ni entered through the window, her expression grim. He must have noticed me. His cultivation technique seems to have reached a profound level, Yang Ni said. Guan looked puzzled. Do you have a grudge against him? Of course. My sister's death is tied to his mother. How could I not? Does senior brother Li know about this? No, because it's just my suspicion. I don't have any evidence. His presence in Taixuan Sect is likely an attempt to establish connections with the Venerable Pavilion or the sect master. His previous backer, Chu Tiankai, has already fled. He's desperate to find a new pillar of support. Let him be, Guan said as he took out a book and began to read. Yang Ni stood beside him, surprised. Aren't you afraid he'll capture you to manipulate Li Ya? What can I do about it? I'm not his match. His Majesty tasked you with watching over me, and I can't refuse. If he wants to kill me, I can't stop him. I might as well act like nothing's wrong and enjoy my days in peace, Guan replied casually. His nonchalant attitude made Yang Ni regard him with newfound respect. Don't worry. If he dares to make a move on you, I'll protect you as long as you don't run around recklessly, Yang Ni assured him. Guan's tendency to wander made things difficult for her. One day he'd be in the outer sect city, the next in his inner sect Medicine Valley, both places she couldn't easily enter. Thank you for your protection. Don't worry, under Taixuan Sect's watch, he probably won't act rashly, Guan said with a smile. Yang Ni nodded and left without saying more. She retreated to the woods to cultivate. Her sense of urgency was palpable after years in Xian Valley. She still only practiced her skills late at night in secret. Meanwhile, Guan wanted to grow stronger as well. Checking his lifespan, a grin spread across his face. He was getting closer. Elsewhere, in a tranquil estate surrounded by chirping birds and blooming flowers, a small stream encircled a pavilion. Inside, Liu Beitian and Li Dai sat across from each other. Li Dai picked up a wine jug and poured for Liu Beitian. A century as the crown prince must have been difficult for you. I've heard whispers from the common folk over the years, Liu Beitian said nonchalantly, taking the cup. Li Dai sighed. Father has done his best, but his cultivation is too weak to suppress the regional governors and noble clans. Beneath the Taixuan Empire's facade of strength lies hardship and darkness. I want to bring prosperity to all. My mother's family has already pledged their full support. Liu Beitian gazed at the stream rather than Li Dai, his tone indifferent. Who sits on the throne doesn't matter to Taixuan Sect. What matters is that the emperor must uphold the sect's trust. Li Dai quickly assured him, Taixuan Sect is the righteous orthodox of the world. If I become emperor, the sect can monitor my actions as they see fit. Tell your people to stop investigating Guan. No matter how your royal family's struggles unfold, Guan is not to be involved, Liu Beitian said, his casual tone carrying an undeniable authority. Li Dai's face changed drastically. In that moment, countless possibilities raced through his mind. Cautiously, he asked, what family does Guan come from? Guan has no family background. His only connection is me. Is that enough? As Liu Badian spoke, his gaze finally met Li Dai's, sending cold sweat running down the Crown Prince's back. Crown Prince Li Dai returned to visit Guan just 7 days after leaving, bringing along numerous medicinal herb seeds. It was evident he had put in significant effort. Although Guan wasn't sure why Li Dai was being so generous, he accepted the gesture with appreciation and even invited him to share some wine. The atmosphere between the two was noticeably more pleasant than before. Even by the time Li Dai departed, he hadn't tried to recruit Guan, as though he was genuinely interested in building a connection. After Li Dai left, however, Yang Enai's gaze toward Guan had changed. "This is the first time I've seen him act so attentively toward someone," she said in a complicated tone. Guan chuckled. "What can I say? I'm just that approachable." He wasn't foolish, he had a guess that this had something to do with Liu Badian, though he didn't know the specifics. Li Dai came to Taixuan Sect seeking support, and it was unlikely he would approach noble families like the Ji family. Other than that, only Liu Badian wielded such influence. Yang Enai also speculated that Guan had a significant backer. After all, even someone like Li Sundao couldn't make the Crown Prince act so courteously. She was increasingly curious about who Guan really was. "It's best not to mention this to His Majesty," Guan said seriously, looking at Yang Enai. "You've followed me for so many years, you should know my personality. I don't want to fight for anything, nor do I want to be a target for suspicion." Yang Enai nodded and teased, "It seems Li Ya isn't your blessing. Instead, you're the blessing for Li Ya. Considering your diligent work cultivating so many herbs and not vying for power or wealth, if I were part of the Taixuan Sect's leadership, I'd favor you too." Guan retrieved a storage pouch gifted by the Crown Prince, took out 100 seeds, and handed them to Yang Enai. "These are 5th grade seeds. Cultivate them carefully. If you succeed, I'll let you keep 1/10 of the harvest, and I'll give you more seeds in the future." Yang Enai was delighted as she accepted the seeds, agreeing to the task without hesitation. Guan was pleased to see her enthusiasm. Among the many members of the Third Medicine Valley, Yang Enai was the only one who genuinely loved planting herbs and flowers. Xiao Chuan preferred raising demonic beasts, while other disciples only labored out of necessity for their cultivation. Guan held high hopes for Yang Enai. With summer gone and autumn painting the land, Xian Valley, Horizon Valley, and the Third Medicine Valley were bathed in the season's hues. The Taixuan Sect took on an ethereal beauty in autumn, as fallen leaves blanketed the mountains and valleys in a seemingly endless carpet of gold. Late in the season, on a crisp autumn afternoon, Horizon Valley. Guan wrapped freshly harvested herbs in spirit-protecting paper. A set of prompts suddenly appeared before him. "You have successfully harvested deerbone grass, 5th grade, gaining 52 years of lifespan. Your lifespan has surpassed 1 million years for the first time. Lifespan Foresight ability unlocked." Lifespan Foresight, when activated, it automatically identifies karmic threats. If any creature harbors malicious intent toward you, you will receive a notification. Notifications do not consume lifespan. Investigating their lifespan will, however, consume your own. Guan paused, stunned by the new ability. What a treasure. This ability would alert him to potential enemies, allowing him to avoid unnecessary risks. He immediately activated the Lifespan Foresight, though no warnings appeared yet, likely because it would only detect future threats. Feeling immensely satisfied, Guan thought this feature was invaluable and worth the years he'd waited to unlock it. With 1,000,000 years of lifespan now accumulated, he was finally ready for a breakthrough. He sped up his harvesting, gathering all the mature herbs in Horizon Valley before storing them in the warehouse. Upon arrival, he noticed that the warehouse had been emptied of its prior contents. Without dwelling on it, he deposited the new batch and left. Just as he stepped outside, Lucien approached him. "Don't rush off," Lucien said. "We haven't practiced the black tortoise tidal palm today." Lucien had been teaching Guan 8 different techniques. 2 years ago, he decided to focus on mastering just one, determined to succeed even if it took 50 years. After all, even a pig should learn it by then. Guan brushed past him. "Not today. Next time." Lucien was stunned. Did this guy just push him? And succeed? No way. Lucien grabbed Guan's shoulder, refusing to let him leave. Guan sighed and turned. "I think I've already mastered the black tortoise tidal palm. Want to see? Really? Show me." Lucien immediately released him, urging excitedly. Guan walked to an open space and raised his palm. A powerful wave of qi surged from his palm, creating tidal ripples in the air several meters ahead. He withdrew his palm and said, "See? I've been practicing in private. I really have something else to do. Next time, teach me how to refine it further." With that, he leapt into the air and flew off. Lucien didn't stop him but stood there, frowning. For a long moment, he remained silent, then muttered. No gestures to activate it, no qi lingering after. Complete mastery of form and function. Returning to Xian Valley, Guan harvested herbs from the Third Medicine Valley and prepared to leave again. He informed Yang Enai of his plans, saying he needed to run an errand in the inner sect. She didn't question him. At twilight, Guan left, flying toward the outer sect city, taking a large detour before circling back near Xian Valley. Late into the night, he snuck into the 8-view celestial realm and brought Hao Long out. Hao Long looked around, visibly excited. Without delay, Guan led him out of the Taixuan Sect, employing the Infinite Trace Celestial Step to bypass the sect and head toward the Northern Sea mountain range. Hao Long was intrigued by Guan's footwork, though not entirely surprised. To How Long, Guan was the most important person in the world, having not met anyone else. He lacked the perspective to truly marvel. The Northern Sea mountain range was over 300,000 miles away from the Taixuan Sect, but Guan traveled relentlessly using the infinite trace celestial step, maintaining his full speed without stopping. Upon reaching the mountain range, Guan set How Long down. "Goodbye, master," How Long shouted excitedly as it dashed off, leaving Guan smiling to himself. Afterward, Guan donned a mask, changed into black robes, and resumed his journey. He intended to make his breakthrough in the depths of the Northern Sea mountain range. Despite its name, the Northern Sea was actually a vast lake, comparable in size to an ocean. Walking through the air, Guan gazed at the shimmering surface of the lake under the moonlight, its waves glistening as mist swirled over the seemingly boundless expanse. Along the way, he witnessed a colossal fish over 100 meters long leap from the water, stretching its body midair in a breathtaking display. The mountain range was home to more than just beasts. Cultivators and spirits also roamed the area. Guan sensed a fierce battle between two nascent soul stage cultivators, but he only glanced in their direction briefly before hurrying past. Breakthrough first, admire the scenery later, he thought. The image of Li Ya crossed his mind momentarily, though he didn't dwell on where the crown prince might be. Spreading his divine sense, he searched for a suitable place to advance. Half an hour later, Guan found himself in a remote and eerie section of the mountains. Sitting under a large tree, he began meditating. The area within a 3,000-mile radius was devoid of people and largely uninhabited by demonic beasts. Only restless spirits wandered about, creating a haunting and ghostly atmosphere. Guan activated his lifespan barrier, concealing himself completely, then called up his personal stats panel. Name, Guan. Lifespan, 58/1,002,060. Spiritual root, Supreme 5 Elemental Heavenly Spiritual Root. Cultivation, 9th level integration stage. Techniques, Fire Manipulation Art, Minor Understanding, Yang Wood Primordial Art, Mastery, Yellow Dragon Chi Technique, Peak Mastery, Alchemy, Initial Proficiency, 10,000 Gu Mystical Art, Unpracticed, Yin Yang Technique, Unpracticed, Daoyan Technique, Unpracticed. Looking at his 7-digit lifespan, Guan felt a deep sense of achievement. His plan was to invest 100,000 years of lifespan into enhancing his spiritual root, Yang Wood Primordial Art, and Yellow Dragon Chi Technique, while minimizing investments in skills, ultimate techniques, or divine abilities since he rarely engaged in combat. Starting with his spiritual root, he poured 100,000 years of lifespan into it, resolving not to go overboard regardless of the outcome. You have invested 100,000 years of lifespan to evolve your spiritual root. You attuned to nature's essence for 1,000 years. Your 5 elemental spiritual root's sensitivity increased. You attuned to nature's essence for 2,000 years. Your 5 elemental spiritual root's sensitivity increased. After 7,000 years of attunement, you comprehended the true meaning of the 5 elements, and your supreme 5 elemental heavenly spiritual root was refined. After 56,000 years of attunement, you comprehended the true meaning of the 5 elements, and your supreme 5 elemental heavenly spiritual root was refined. Guan watched as a flurry of prompts filled his vision, darkening his expression despite his preparation. Maybe I shouldn't have tried to enhance my spiritual root, he muttered. The supreme 5 elemental heavenly spiritual root was already exceptional. However, having spent the lifespan, there was no turning back. He could only console himself that refining his root would still improve his aptitude. The notifications continued. After 70,000 years of attunement, you comprehended the true meaning of the 5 elements, and your supreme 5 elemental heavenly spiritual root was refined. After 80,000 years of attunement, you comprehended the true meaning of the 5 elements. The heavenly energy enveloped you, initiating a nirvana state. After 90,000 years of attunement, you successfully emerged from nirvana. Your supreme 5 elemental heavenly spiritual root fused with your body and soul, transforming into the 5 elemental treasure body. After 100,000 years of attunement, your 5 elemental treasure body was further refined. Upon seeing the words 5 elemental treasure body, Guan's mood lifted, a smile breaking across his face. It was worth it after all. Just as he started celebrating, the surrounding spiritual energy erupted violently, rushing toward him in a terrifying torrent. It far surpassed the commotion caused by his previous breakthroughs, including reaching the 9th level of the integration stage. Apologies, inhabitants of the Northern Sea mountain range. This is going to scare you a bit. Immersed in the exhilarating process of spiritual energy tempering his body, Guan let himself be carried by the surge. Across the mountain range, every living creature felt the sinking of spiritual energy. Within mere moments, even those at the edges of the region sensed the disturbance. In a secluded valley, Li Sundeo sat cross-legged atop a ritual platform surrounded by thousands of pill bottles, storage pouches, flags, and talismans, each strategically placed on the platform and its surroundings. The intricate array was mesmerizing. Opening his eyes, Li Sundeo frowned deeply. Another spiritual energy disturbance. What's happening? Why is it affecting even the Northern Sea mountain range now? He murmured, unease flickering in his gaze. Bandages over his wounds, fresh blood seeping through, painting a gruesome picture. Yet, his expression remained stoic. Floating beside him was a soul projection of a tall elder, stroking his beard as he observed Li Ya. Withstanding the poison of the thousand-hand demon vine, your physique has grown even stronger, the elder praised. It's still not enough, Li Ye replied calmly. Compared to Lucian and Ji Xuanyu, I'm far from their level. And now there's even an how in the sect. Rumor has it his talent surpasses even Lucian and Ji Xuanyu. The elder chuckled. They are born prodigies, but you're different. You're a hard-working genius. That kind of determination might one day allow you to surpass them. Natural talent isn't the most important thing, it's an unyielding Dao heart and the will to fight on. Li Ye nodded, about to reply, when the flames in the fire pit began to tremble violently. His expression shifted. Spiritual energy descending, he muttered with a frown. The elder's face grew serious as well. Could this be a natural disaster rather than something man-made? What could it mean? He attempted to divine the cause, but his efforts yielded nothing. As the spiritual energy in the northern sea mountain range began to sink, the air filled with the howls of demonic beasts. Cultivators hidden in their cave dwellings rushed out in alarm, and even those engaged in battles were forced to stop. Beneath a tree, Guan sat cross-legged, surrounded by a radiant glow of 5 colors. At a glance, he resembled an egg of pure light, sitting motionless amidst the chaos. The distant howls didn't faze him, he was already accustomed to such disturbances. This was only the beginning. He had finished refining his spiritual root, now it was time to enhance his techniques before focusing on his cultivation base. The spiritual energy in the northern sea mountain range was extraordinarily dense, far surpassing that near Xian Valley. Even with the ongoing descent of energy, it barely impacted the area's richness. As time passed, Guan shifted his attention to the lifespan cost of his lifespan barrier, wary of underestimating its drain. He had no intention of meeting an untimely end due to carelessness. Half an hour later, Guan completed his transformation into the 5-elemental treasure body. The changes in his body were profound. His vitality surged, his strength increased, his ability to generate spiritual energy accelerated, and his sensory perception underwent a complete overhaul. He could feel the surrounding 5 elemental energies blending seamlessly with his body, a sensation so wonderful it was almost intoxicating. Suppressing his joy, Guan resolved to explore the mysteries of his new form later. For now, it was time to invest more lifespan. Next, he focused on the Yellow Dragon Chi technique, a skill crucial for concealing his cultivation and aura, an absolute priority. 10,000 years invest. Lines of notifications bombarded his vision. Your Yellow Dragon Chi technique has advanced to Earth Boundary Divine Chi technique. Your Earth Boundary Divine Chi technique has advanced to Innate Wishful Chi technique. 2 advancements? Not bad. A surge of new memories regarding the Innate Wishful Chi technique flooded his mind. The technique not only amplified his ability to conceal his aura and cultivation but also awakened a divine ability, size manipulation. By enveloping objects in spiritual energy, he could enlarge or shrink them at will, even living beings, including himself. This divine ability gave Guan a glimpse into the profound wonders of immortality. Lost in enlightenment, he forgot the world around him. Elsewhere, Li Sundeo, meditating atop his ritual platform, retrieved a compass and began a divination. The compass's needles spun erratically, and his expression turned grim. After a while, the needles slowed their frantic motion, trembling faintly as the divination revealed its results. Heavenly secrets obscured, unseen for 1,000 years, Li Sundeo murmured before his frown gave way to a gleeful smile. While the spiritual energy descent makes cultivation and tribulation crossing inadvisable, it's the perfect opportunity for me. Obscured heavenly secrets mean no interference. But doubt clouded his face as he hesitated. What if the descent wasn't natural but the work of a powerful cultivator? Attempting to transcend a tribulation under such conditions might invite trouble. Yet the thought of the imperial court's precarious situation steeled his resolve. Transcend, he declared. Better to risk death in the tribulation than to fall prey to court politics. Li Sundeo raised his arms, activating the formations around him. Light barriers surged into the air as spiritual energy coalesced into spiraling currents above his head, condensing into storm clouds. As he opened the bottles of pills on the platform, their medicinal contents poured out, merging into the vortex overhead. The thunderclouds darkened, their rolling energy illuminated by the formation's glow. His gaze hardened with determination. Success was his only option. Back beneath the tree, inheriting the innate wishful chi technique took Guan another half hour. Considering the complexity of the technique, the speed impressed him. Despite its intricacies, he felt as though he had practiced it for 100,000 years, a testament to the growing power of his lifespan ability. He had once feared that as his cultivation advanced, breakthroughs and inheritance might take progressively longer. Thankfully, his worries were unfounded. Satisfied with the manageable lifespan cost of the lifespan barrier, Guan pressed on. Next, the Yangwood primordial art, another 100,000 years. Once again, prompts flooded his vision, but Guan remained composed. Your Yangwood primordial art has advanced to innate celestial art of the earth and heaven. Though it only advanced once, the inclusion of innate in its name filled Guan with anticipation. Reflecting on the 2 innate techniques he had acquired tonight, Guan's thoughts drifted to Ji Xuanyu's innate Dao glyph. Could innate represent a realm or stage? If so, Ji Xuanyu was born with an advantage that would take ordinary cultivators tens of thousands of years to achieve. No wonder he was so monstrous. Just as he immersed himself in the profound inheritance of the new technique, the spiritual energy in the mountain range sank further. Alarm spread among the beings of the northern sea mountain range. Powerful figures, including massive demonic shadows as large as mountains, flitted above the forest canopy. Yet none detected Guan's presence, concealed as he was the unseen culprit behind the spiritual energy chaos. Tonight, the Northern Sea mountain range was destined for turmoil. Over half an hour later, Guan opened his eyes, his remaining lifespan now at 680,000 years. Letting out a slow breath, he noted that the lifespan barrier had consumed over 10,000 years. This wasn't ideal. Shifting his gaze to the cultivation base section of his stats, Guan prepared to invest more lifespan when a powerful surge of battle energy from the east drew his attention. A battle at the integration stage, he muttered, frowning. The disturbance was only 200 miles away, a perilously short distance for cultivators at such a level. Guan immediately suppressed his intention to break through, deciding to wait until the nearby integration stage battle moved further away. If the combatants intruded upon his lifespan barrier mid-breakthrough, the consequences would be disastrous. Sigh, if only the lifespan barrier could be upgraded in the future, Guan mused, though he remained calm. If they did trespass, he would have no choice but to deal with them decisively. Reaching the integration stage was no small feat, he could only hope they would show restraint. Fortunately, the situation didn't escalate as Guan had feared. After some pursuit and skirmishing, the two combatants eventually vanished into the distance. Time to start. Let's put in 100,000 years to calm the nerves. That should be enough for success. You have invested 100,000 years of lifespan to evolve your cultivation base. You cultivated for 500 years, attempting to break through to the profound mind stage with the grand mastery of innate celestial art of the earth and heaven. You initiated the 5-spirit heavenly tribulation but failed to endure it. You cultivated for 1,500 years, attempting to break through to the profound mind stage. You initiated the 5-spirit heavenly tribulation but failed again. The pattern of tribulation attempts every 1,000 years gave Guan some relief. It meant his margin for error was relatively high. Surely, I'll succeed after 100 tries. I did enhance 2 of my techniques, after all. However, the failures began piling up. Failure, failure, failure. Initially, Guan could tolerate the setbacks, especially before burning through 50,000 years of lifespan. But by the time his lifespan expenditure reached 67,500 years, he began clenching his teeth. 68 failures? Who can endure this? You cultivated for 81,500 years. You initiated the 5-spirit heavenly tribulation and failed. You cultivated for 82,500 years. You endured the 5-spirit heavenly tribulation successfully. Your cultivation advanced to the first level of the profound mind stage. Finally, success. With the barrier broken, Guan's cultivation surged. You cultivated for 83,000 years. Your cultivation advanced to the second level of the profound mind stage. You cultivated for 84,000 years. Your cultivation advanced to the third level of the profound mind stage. You cultivated for 99,000 years. You attempted to break through to the grand ascension stage, initiating the 5-god heavenly tribulation, but failed. You cultivated for 100,000 years. You continue preparing for your next tribulation. When the last notification appeared, Guan let out a long breath of relief. 9th level profound mind stage. The next major stage would be the grand ascension stage. Breaking through smaller levels isn't hard, it's these tribulations that are ridiculous. Hopefully, I won't have to face hundreds or even thousands of failures in the future, Guan muttered, shaking his head. Once more, the surrounding spiritual energy surged toward him, though the movement wasn't as dramatic as before, consistent with the standard cost of a 100,000-year investment. Opening his stats panel, Guan noted his remaining lifespan, 580,000 years. Now faced with a dilemma, he hesitated. Should he aim for another major breakthrough or enhance his divine abilities? The Infinite Trace Celestial Step and Grand Yin-Yang Transformation were must-haves for their utility in evasion and concealment. Beyond that, he also needed to improve 2 offensive techniques. Why does it feel like lifespan is never enough? Perhaps he could skimp on attack techniques. After all, he wasn't in the habit of challenging opponents beyond his realm. The spells and ultimate techniques he already possessed were more than formidable in the 9 Dynasties cultivation world. Caught in indecision, Guan began channeling energy to strengthen his cultivation further. Spiritual energy poured into his body like an unrelenting tide, causing his cultivation to climb steadily. His robes billowed violently, threatening to tear apart under the growing force. As Guan reveled in the thrill of his cultivation breakthrough, the spiritual energy of the Northern Sea mountain range sank yet again. This time, it brought violent winds that swept through the land, signaling the arrival of an impending storm. The drastic change in weather drove demons, cultivators, and spirits alike into hiding, each praying for the ordeal to pass swiftly. In a secluded valley, Lisundeo was undergoing a tribulation. A mass of thunderclouds hovered above the valley, just a little higher than the surrounding peaks. This cloud radiated heavenly might as tendrils of lightning danced within its depths, illuminating the dark sky with terrifying flashes. Lisundeo sat cross-legged on his formation platform, golden dragon shadows coiling around him, making his robes billow noisily. After a moment, his eyes snapped open, and he looked upward. With a deafening roar, a bolt of heavenly lightning streaked down from the tribulation cloud. Boom! The outermost formation barrier erupted in a curtain of light, absorbing the strike. Yet before the light dissipated, a second and third bolt followed in quick succession, causing the valley to alternately flash and dim. Lisundeo raised his hand, summoning a sword. The blade emitted a dragon's roar, its edge exuding faint blood-red energy. The aura within seemed alive, filled with the wails and howls of countless vengeful spirits. He planted the sword by his side, then closed his eyes and resumed casting spells. Spiritual energy surged from his formation platform into the surrounding arrays. Spirit stones flew from his storage pouch, covering the platform's empty spaces in a dense layer. Pills floated out of bottles, feeding themselves into his mouth as his aura grew stronger. Above the valley, gusts of wind and the rumble of thunder echoed endlessly. From a bird's-eye view, the valley appeared as a minuscule, flickering star in the vast and stormy northern sea mountain range. Time passed swiftly. After an hour of meditation, Guan stabilized at the first level of the Profound Mind stage, continuing his climb to the 9th level. Upon entering the Profound Mind stage, Guan noticed a change in his heart. It now radiated golden light, its blood flowing with a golden hue. On its surface, a mysterious rune appeared, a mark imbued with ancient power. As he bathed in the influx of spiritual energy, Guan's focus shifted to the rune. A sense of enlightenment welled within him. Innate divine ability? The Profound Mind rune could give birth to a unique divine ability, though its gestation time and ultimate strength remained unknown. The type of ability depended on the cultivator's life experiences and accumulated mastery. No two divine abilities were the same. Immersed in this newfound creation, Guan began to refine his comprehension of his techniques and cultivation paths. Meanwhile, his cultivation advanced rapidly. Profound Mind Stage 2nd level? Profound Mind Stage 3rd level? Profound Mind Stage 4th level? Suddenly, Guan's eyes snapped open as his gaze turned to the treetops. In the night sky, a bolt of lightning appeared above the forest, not descending from the heavens but forming spontaneously in midair. Unlike ordinary lightning, it didn't vanish immediately. Instead, it twisted and writhed like a living serpent. What is that? Guan frowned, unease creeping into his heart. The lightning began to split, forming multiple arcs. Moments later, space itself tore open, creating a black rift. From the rift emerged a disheveled figure. Illuminated by the flickering lightning, the figure revealed itself to be a woman with alabaster skin. Her tattered clothing barely covered her body, evidence of recent damage. Guan felt a chill as he sensed her aura and immediately used his lifespan foresight to investigate. Lu Lingjun, 9th level integration stage 1989/2750/3700. A nearly 2,000-year-old monster. This was the oldest person Guan had ever encountered. Her cultivation, at the peak of the integration stage, was comparable to Lu Baitian's. Who is this woman? Suspended in midair, Lu Lingjun's presence was imposing. Behind her, the black rift shrank rapidly before vanishing entirely, taking the arcs of lightning with it. From her storage ring, she retrieved a blue daoist robe to cover her graceful figure, followed by a belt to secure it at her waist. Though he risked offending decorum, Guan couldn't resist his curiosity. Who exactly was this woman? Her long hair fluttered in the wind, revealing an exquisite face, almost unnaturally perfect. However, her brows were furrowed, and her eyes were filled with confusion. As one strand of her hair fell, it transformed into a white snake, landing on her shoulder. Guan probed again. White Spirit Demon Emperor, 8th level integration stage 4678/6280/8300. An integration stage demon pet? Just who is this woman? The white snake flicked its tongue, speaking in a soft, feminine voice. The spiritual energy here is so dense. It seems we've ascended successfully. The legends weren't lies. Ascended? Guan froze. Those two words carried monumental implications. Lu Lingjun's frown deepened. During the traversal, the heavenly thunder was terrifying. I barely escaped annihilation by heading toward the weakest spot in the storm. Judging by the spiritual energy's density, this realm is indeed superior to the mortal plane. Still, whether we've truly ascended requires confirmation. The White Spirit Demon Emperor glanced into the distance. The spiritual energy is descending here, and there's demonic energy from integration stage beings farther away. This confirms our ascension. Back in the mortal plane, after 200 years of wandering, I was the only integration stage demon in existence. Among humans, there were no more than 5. Only in the legendary Heavenly Great Realm could one casually encounter integration stage beings. Heavenly Great Realm? Hearing this, Guan's curiosity surged. It seemed these two originated from a weaker plane of existence. The world was vast and mysterious, far beyond what Guan or anyone else could fully comprehend. The 9 dynasties occupied only a corner of this continent. What lay beyond the oceans, no one knew. Guan didn't believe the integration stage was the pinnacle of power, nor could he fathom the highest realms of this world. Immortals and gods were mere myths, intangible and elusive. Yet the cultivation world was undeniably immense. As Guan marveled at the enormity of existence, he also felt relief. He had initially feared a powerful faction was descending upon the 9 dynasties, rendering his 9th level Profound Mind stage insignificant. But with no evident backing, these newcomers would need time to adapt to this realm. Lu Lingjun and the White Spirit Demon Emperor were unaware of Guan's presence beneath them. They spread their divine senses to confirm that there were no humans or demons within 500 miles. Only then did they allow themselves to speak freely. After some discussion, they decided to head south, sensing the human presence there was much stronger, while the north was dominated by demonic energy. This is bad. Guan silently prayed, please don't head to the Taixuan Sect. From their conversation, Guan deduced that their successful ascension might have been due to the influence of his lifespan barrier. If the barrier could shield him from tribulations, it might also weaken heavenly thunder, explaining why their spatial breach had landed them directly above him. What incredible characters? Guan sighed internally. Ascenders from one world to another were bound to be formidable, capable of surviving unimaginable tribulations. With their abilities, they were sure to thrive here. But Guan had no time to dwell on these thoughts. Focus? The profound mind stage isn't stable yet. He decided to postpone advancing his divine abilities. First, he had to break into the Grand Ascension stage. As impressive as Lu Lingjun and the White Spirit Demon Emperor were, there was no way they'd reach the Grand Ascension stage within a century, right? Guan summoned his stats panel. While his current cultivation was still rising, he decided to accelerate with more lifespan investments. Same strategy as always, 100,000 years for the breakthrough. Go big. You have invested 100,000 years of lifespan to evolve your cultivation base. You cultivated for 1,000 years. Attempting to break through to the Grand Ascension stage with the grand mastery of innate celestial art of the earth and heaven, you initiated the 5 divine heavenly tribulation but failed. You cultivated for 3,000 years. Attempting to break through again, you initiated the tribulation but failed. The tribulations came at intervals of 2,000 years, leaving Guan uneasy. Even though the lifespan cost of simulated cultivation was much higher than real-life practice, the difficulty spoke volumes about the Grand Ascension stage. No wonder the Taixuan Sect has existed for thousands of years without a single record of the Grand Ascension stage in its library pavilion. With this in mind, Guan steeled himself to invest another 100,000 years if needed. After all, lifespan was just a number, only cultivation was real. Failure, failure, failure. As expected, his first 100,000 years yielded no success. His expression darkened as he poured another 100,000 years into the breakthrough attempt. The endless failures gnawed at him, each one a blow to his patience. Even as a profound mind stage 9th level Grand Master, Guan found his emotions slipping out of control. Finally success? You cultivated for 87,000 years. Attempting to break through to the Grand Ascension stage, you endured the 5 divine heavenly tribulations successfully. Your cultivation advanced to the first level of the Grand Ascension stage. Guan exhaled deeply, his face breaking into a smile. After the initial breakthrough, his cultivation surged. You cultivated for 88,000 years. Advanced to the second level of the Grand Ascension stage. You cultivated for 92,000 years. Advanced to the 5th level of the Grand Ascension stage. You cultivated for 94,000 years. Advanced to the 6th level of the Grand Ascension stage. You cultivated for 96,000 years. Advanced to the 7th level of the Grand Ascension stage. You cultivated for 99,000 years. Advanced to the 8th level of the Grand Ascension stage. Grand Ascension stage, 8th level? The cost, 200,000 years of lifespan. Guan reflected with a hint of lingering fear. Thankfully, he had succeeded. The tribulation's consumption of resources wasn't as exorbitant as he'd feared, suggesting that his previous enhancements to his spiritual root and techniques had made a significant impact. He recalled that from the 1st to 9th level of the integration stage, he'd expended around 18,000 years, with later levels costing 3,000 years each. Given how much more challenging the Grand Ascension stage was, this efficiency confirmed that his earlier investments had been wise. Moreover, their effects would continue to benefit him in the real world. In that moment, Guan's confidence soared. He didn't care how vast the world beyond the 9 dynasties was, nor how strong its ultimate powers were. Within the 9 dynasties, he could now walk without fear. Even someone like Liu Baidian, a 9th-level integration stage cultivator, was enough to deter the demonic Dao from challenging the Taixuan Empire. And the Taixuan Empire wasn't even the weakest of the 9 dynasties. Even if other empires had stronger cultivators, they likely capped out at the profound mind stage. The rising sun cast its rays over the northern sea, illuminating the mountains and the forested area where Guan was. At this moment, his cultivation had reached the 7th level of the Grand Ascension stage, and he was attempting to break through to the 8th. Guan pulled up his attribute panel, noting he still had 370,000 years of lifespan left. He figured it was a good opportunity to improve his combat techniques further, but not today. After a night of intense cultivation, the spiritual energy in this area had thinned significantly. Worried about disrupting the Northern Sea mountain range's ecosystem, he decided to wait for its recovery before resuming. His next goal? Accumulating 1,000,000 years of lifespan? Just thinking about it was overwhelming, but Guan was brimming with determination. The life of an immortal cultivator was unimaginably long, and he could take his time. For now, he focused on deciding which spells, divine abilities, and supreme techniques to enhance. As time passed, Guan advanced to the 8th level of the Grand Ascension stage, though his body's ability to absorb spiritual energy had slowed. Patiently, he awaited the completion of his breakthrough. An entire night passed, during which the lifespan barrier consumed more than 20,000 years of lifespan, a testament to the magnitude of the commotion caused by his cultivation. Guan extended his divine sense, curious to test its range at his new level. His vision encompassed vast mountain ranges, revealing numerous monsters, ghosts, and cultivators. He even spotted colossal primeval offspring as large as mountains. Guan savored the unparalleled perception that came with his cultivation stage. Suddenly, he noticed a familiar figure. Li Sundao? The man was undergoing a tribulation in a secluded valley. Guan observed the valley's formations, spirit stones, and numerous jars and bottles. His mouth twitched involuntarily. No wonder Li Sundao progressed so quickly. It wasn't just due to his exceptional talent, the man was also dumping resources into his cultivation like crazy. Thinking of his own tribulation experiences relying solely on his physical body, Guan couldn't help but feel a pang of bitterness. Forget it, he muttered. There's no comparing. It's not like I've actually undergone a real tribulation. I should be grateful. After confirming that Li Sundao's tribulation was stable, Guan shifted his focus to locate Li Ya. It wasn't long before his divine sense locked onto the young man's aura. Li Ya was hiding in a mountain cave, seemingly injured again. Sigh, what a reckless fool, Guan thought. Don't die out there. Determined to help Li Ya, Guan decided he'd take on another identity to offer guidance. After all, the old grandpa within Li Ya's body clearly wasn't up to the task. He also noticed How Long, who was bullying a group of small demons and loudly declaring his ambition to become their king. Guan chuckled before expanding his divine sense further, encompassing the entire northern sea mountain range. Every corner of the region fell within his perception, and the sensation of surveying everything filled him with delight. Even the integration stage monsters and cultivators appeared as mundane beings to him. Yet, he had to admit that the northern sea mountain range was truly a haven for hidden dragons and crouching tigers. He detected no fewer than 100 integration stage presences, though only a handful were at the 9th level. Among them was Lu Lingjun, who had yet to leave the region. Guan reveled in his newfound strength. When his cultivation finally stabilized, and his body ceased absorbing spiritual energy, he dispelled the lifespan barrier and stood up. Stretching lazily, he allowed the sunlight filtering through the trees to wash over him. He felt rejuvenated, as though he'd been reborn. Indeed, nothing in the world, be it fame, fortune, or love, could compare to the joy of growing stronger. Meanwhile, Li Ya emerged from his cave residence. The sunlight made him squint and frown. His upper body was wrapped in blood-stained bandages, and dried blood speckled his torso. Raising his right hand, he beckoned in the air, summoning a massive sword from within the cave. The weapon landed heavily in his grasp, causing his arm to tremble and his face to twist in pain. Kid, your wounds just healed, and you're already training? Are you underestimating the weight of Northern Sea Darksteel, or overestimating the power of the Dragon Force Divine Essence art? An exasperated voice echoed in his ears. It was the voice of his ancestor. Li Ya grinned and replied, I have to make the most of my time. There isn't much left. I need to prepare for the recruitment at the Holy Land you mentioned. The ancestor snorted. The Holy Land isn't mandatory. It's just one path the aristocratic families take. But didn't you say the Li family once rivaled the Zhou and Gu families in glory? I may not aspire to be a prince, but I have a duty to revive the Li family. Gripping his massive sword, forged under his ancestors' guidance from the rare dark steel native to the Northern Sea, Li Ya headed to a clearing. The blade weighed 10,000 pounds, and when infused with spiritual energy, its weight doubled. Wielding it without activating spiritual energy was a grueling task, especially with his injured body. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through the forest, startling Li Ya. He instinctively raised his sword to block. Bang! Li Ya was sent flying, crashing into the mountain wall amidst a spray of rubble. Blood spurted from his mouth as he fell to the ground, using his sword for support. Kneeling, he watched helplessly as his bandages were soaked red, and his reopened wounds bled profusely. Humph! Human brat, hand over the Dragon Force Divine Essence art, a cold voice growled. A raspy voice echoed through the forest as a sinister figure emerged from the trees. It was a man in a black robe with a fox's head atop a human body. His hands bore razor-sharp claws, each resembling a set of 5 gleaming blades, and his entire form radiated demonic energy. Li Ya gritted his teeth and uttered the intruder's name, resentful Venom Fox King. The Fox King's eyes narrowed as he stared at Li Ya. His expression twisted into a fierce snarl. You've been poisoned by my fox venom, yet you're still standing? Have you consumed the Dragon Force Divine Essence art? His voice grew sharper as he spoke, causing the surrounding trees to tremble violently. Li Ya clutched the hilt of his sword with both hands, gasping for breath, and called out in his mind, Ancestor, I really need your help here. The ancestor groaned in frustration. Do you think my soul power is limitless? Just saving you these past nights has almost drained me dry. I don't believe you. You say that every time. You ungrateful brat? How did the Li family produce such a disgrace? Well, who told you to reside in my body, leeching my spiritual energy and altering my spiritual root to make me test as having a mixed root aptitude? You. Their argument escalated, and Li Ya grew so agitated that he started coughing violently. The resentful Venom Fox King stepped closer, his killing intent locking onto Li Ya, who felt as though he had been plunged into an icy abyss. At that moment, darkness fell over Li Ya's vision. He instinctively looked up and saw a shadowy figure cloaked in dark purple standing before him. It was him. Li Ya's thoughts raced back to the time outside Xian Valley, when he had been gravely injured by Elder Chen. It was this mysterious demonic cultivator who had saved him then. According to the ancestor, the cultivator had used the demonic shadow divine art of the Thousand Autumn Pavilion. Li Ya had racked his brain trying to figure out any connection he might have with the pavilion, ultimately chalking it up to coincidence. But now, seeing this figure appear once again, he was utterly stunned. Guan, having used the Grand Yin-Yang transformation, glanced at the Fox King and quickly assessed his power. The fox was merely at the 4th level of the transformation stage. For safety's sake, Guan performed a lifespan inspection, which fortunately didn't consume his own lifespan. Resentful Venom Fox King, Transformation Stage, Level 41,409/2,900/3,400. A rather unremarkable demon. The Fox King, unable to discern Guan's cultivation level, grew tense and cautiously asked, "Who are you?" Guan raised his hand and pointed to the distance, silently signaling for the demon to leave. Guan had no desire to kill those without enmity. Now capable of absorbing lifespan from plants and herbs, he wanted to preserve a measure of humanity, avoiding a descent into bloodthirsty tendencies that might make him reckless or arrogant and lead to his downfall. The Fox King's expression flickered uncertainly. Finally, he clasped his hands in a gesture of submission and turned to leave. Suddenly, a notification appeared in Guan's field of vision. The resentful Venom Fox King harbors deep resentment toward you. Would you like to inspect his lifespan again? Huh? Resentment to the point of hatred? Seeking death? Guan raised his right hand and clenched the air. The overwhelming spiritual power of the Grand Ascension stage erupted, instantly causing the Fox King's body to explode. His soul was completely annihilated. There had been no need for spells or divine abilities, raw spiritual energy sufficed. Had the demon been carrying a storage pouch, Guan might have shown some restraint. Nevertheless, the system notified him that he had gained 190 years of lifespan, confirming his earlier speculation. Lifespan absorption ranged from 5% to 20% of the target's remaining lifespan. Li Ya, still kneeling on the ground, was dumbfounded. The transformation stage Demon King had been killed just like that? He hadn't even seen how the mysterious cultivator acted. Just a gesture from afar had sufficed. How is this possible? What level is he at? The ancestor's voice trembled with shock. This time, Guan overheard the soul's voice. While the Grand Ascension stage didn't grant the ability to hear thoughts, the soul within Li Ya communicated through spiritual fluctuations that couldn't escape Guan's heightened senses. Guan turned to Li Ya, whose face turned pale with fright. Pressing himself against the mountain wall, Li Ya was terrified. This person's cultivation must exceed even mine in my prime, the ancestor murmured, his tone tinged with despair. We're both doomed. Hearing this, Li Ya panicked completely. He had always relied on the ancestor as his ultimate safety net. Now, with even the ancestor admitting defeat, how could he not be terrified? Guan found Li Ya's sheer terror amusing but refrained from laughing, worried the young man might truly die from fright. Concentrating spiritual energy in his throat to alter his voice, he spoke, "This is the second time I've saved you. Do you think I would want to kill you?" Li Ya sighed in relief until Guan's next words sent a shiver down his spine. "If I truly wanted to kill you, even the soul inside you wouldn't be able to save you. He can sense the soul within me?" Li Ya's face turned ashen. The thought was more horrifying than the prospect of death. Guan extended his hand, and the massive Northern Sea heavy sword flew into his grasp. Though the weapon weighed 10,000 pounds, Guan held it as though it were weightless. The powerful gust stirred by the sword as it moved hinted at its immense weight. Seeing Guan wield his sword, Li Ya's heart leapt into his throat. He had no idea what the man intended to do. "Kid, your swordsmanship is too slow, and your progress disappoints me. How about I teach you a new technique?" Guan's deep, aged voice echoed, leaving Li Ya momentarily stunned. "Teach me a sword technique." Li Ya doubted his ears, but the mysterious figure didn't seem to be joking. In his mind, the ancestor's voice echoed, "Don't overthink it. With his level of cultivation, there's nothing about you worth scheming over, not even the entirety of the Li family. He likely has some connection to us, which gives him a reason to look out for you." Guan gripped the Northern Sea heavy sword and raised it, pointing the blade at Li Ya. In that instant, Li Ya felt his heartbeat nearly stop. The mere gesture of the sword aimed at him created an oppressive atmosphere. Before he could react further, a burst of sword intent erupted from the sword's tip and shot into his eyes, leaving him momentarily paralyzed. If one looked closely, a figure could be seen in his pupils, demonstrating the Taixuan frightening god sword technique. When Li Ya came to, Guan was nowhere to be seen. Only the Northern Sea heavy sword remained, standing upright before him, unmoved even by the autumn wind. "Taixuan frightening god sword," Li Ya murmured, a realization dawning upon him. His face paled as he exclaimed, "This sword intent, it's from the sword sovereign of the righteous path." He vividly remembered his visit to the heavenly mending platform, where the sword intent hidden within the words righteous path had left a lasting impression. It was, in his view, the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Ancestor, that person was the sword sovereign of the righteous path? He's not a demonic cultivator. Li Ya's excitement bubbled over, and he clenched his fists in joy. The elegance of the Taixuan frightening god sword made his blood boil. He felt as though he had received an unparalleled inheritance, one that even surpassed the Dragon Force divine essence art. If he could master this sword technique, he was confident he could outshine all contemporary geniuses. But as his excitement subsided, Li Ya noticed the ancestor's silence. Growing uneasy, he asked in his mind, "Ancestor, why aren't you saying anything?" A pang of fear hit him. Could the sword sovereign have taken his ancestor away? Despite their frequent bickering, the ancestor was his lifeline in the cultivation world. "I'm still here," the ancestor finally replied, easing Li Ya's nerves. However, his next words brought confusion. "The Taixuan frightening god sword is a technique of the Li family. The Emperor's extreme sword art is merely a fragmented version of it." Li Ya was stunned. In the current era, no one should know the Taixuan frightening god sword. It was already lost in my time. The Emperor's extreme sword art that exists now is something I pieced together. The ancestor's tone grew complex. Li Ya swallowed hard and cautiously asked, Ancestor, what are you trying to say? Be clear. He may be the founder of the Li family. That would explain why he's looking after both you and me, the ancestor replied, his voice tinged with emotion. The founder of the Li family. Li Ya's eyes widened as he opened his mouth to speak, but no words came. Countless thoughts swirled in his mind, yet he couldn't express a single one. After guiding Li Ya, Guan left the northern sea mountain range without lingering. He raced toward the Taixuan Sect, planning to return in a month to further refine a combat technique. In 6 months, he would begin his grand plan of stockpiling 1,000,000 years of lifespan. Instead of heading straight to Xian Valley, Guan visited the outer sect city to relax. Feeling particularly good, he decided to explore the bustling city. His first stop was the heavenly mending platform. Despite the passing years, it remained a gathering point for numerous cultivators. On the platform were over 5 void transformation stage grandmasters, including the infamous Nightshade Ghost Mother. The Diyu sword maniac, Han Ming, was still there as well. Under his tutelage, Zhou Lin had made modest progress in swordsmanship, just enough to surprise those who had lost hope in him. Meanwhile, Zhou Yujian had left, reportedly obsessed with finding his own sword path by studying the romance of the gods. Master. A cheerful voice broke Guan's train of thought. He turned to see Zhen Qin, wearing her law enforcement hall robes, hurrying toward him. Guan smiled warmly. When she reached him, he asked, How have you been? Zhen Qin, who had been working under Yalan, described her life in the law enforcement hall as leisurely, with her cultivation progressing steadily. Not much to tell, she said before adding with a frown, but, Master, have you heard? Senior brother So joined the Nightshade Sect. Her face was clouded with worry as she mentioned Sohan. Guan replied calmly, everyone makes their own choices. Let him be. He had once tried to dissuade Sohan, even offering to spare his cultivation base, but his efforts were in vain. Since Sohan had chosen his path, Guan decided to respect it. From now on, he wouldn't involve himself in Sohan's affairs unless the man's life hung by a thread directly in front of him. Sigh. I wonder if I'll ever see him again in this lifetime, Zhen Qin murmured, her tone heavy with melancholy. Guan couldn't resist ruffling her hair with a chuckle. You silly girl, you're all grown up now, waxing poetic about love and loss. The two stood by the heavenly mending platform, chatting for a while before Zhen Qin had to resume her patrol duties. Watching her leave, Guan felt a pang of sorrow. In 200 years, she'll be gone. Even as a grand ascension stage cultivator, Guan couldn't yet alter others' lifespans, nor did he intend to. Interfering with the natural cycle of life would only create obsessions that might ultimately lead to despair if his efforts failed. Life, to him, was a series of fleeting encounters. While he sought eternal life, he valued the connections he made along the way. After scanning the heavenly mending platform one last time, Guan headed toward the alchemy hall, overhearing disciples discussing the growing influence of the Nightshade Sect. The sect's rise was becoming impossible to ignore. Judging by their momentum, they seemed poised to unite the demonic path. However, Guan paid little attention to such matters. The Nightshade Sect posed no immediate threat to the Taixuan Sect, let alone to him. His primary concern was how to increase the lifespan harvest from Medicine Valley. Despite his formidable cultivation, he preferred stockpiling lifespans through herbs over reckless slaughter. He wasn't arrogant enough to assume he was invincible, especially with the likes of Lu Lingjun proving otherwise. An hour later, Guan visited Zhang Kaiying at the Grand Elder's residence. Zhang Kaiying, upon closing the door to his chambers, spoke bluntly, I'm leaving. Guan's curiosity was piqued. Where to? The Taixuan Sect's suspicion of me grows stronger. I can feel the killing intent closing in. I plan to join the Nightshade Sect, Zhang Kaiying said evenly. The Nightshade Sect again. Guan couldn't help but wonder about the sect's true origins. After a moment, he retrieved several spirit tree fruits from his storage pouch and handed them over. Take these with you, he said. Zhang Kaiying glanced at the fruits, then smirked. You've been hoarding these, haven't you? Guan shook his head. With my average talent, consuming these would only draw attention and bring trouble. Better to remain mediocre. Zhang Kaiying laughed. You're far from untalented. Your swordsmanship alone is exceptional. I dislike sword training and have no desire to become a swordsman. Imagine assigning me a master. How would a foundation establishment cultivator with peerless swordsmanship fare? Not well, I assure you, Guan replied earnestly. Zhang Kaiying found herself agreeing with Guan's perspective. Cultivation was the ultimate priority in the immortal world. She brushed aside the topic and said, the Nightshade Sect and the Taixuan Sect will inevitably clash. Once I establish myself within the Nightshade Sect, I might be able to return and fetch you in the future. Another conflict? Guan frowned. Why was the Taixuan Sect plagued with so much turmoil? The Nightshade Sect is no simple force, Zhang Kaiying remarked. It could be an external power. Half of the 1,000 Autumn Pavilion's leaders have already aligned with them. Even while I've been hiding in the Taixuan Sect, they've reached out to recruit me. Their intelligence network is terrifying. The Nightshade Sect has infiltrated the Taixuan Sect. Guan asked, concern flickering across his face. You didn't mention me, did you? Of course not. With your level of cultivation, even if I did, they wouldn't care, Zhang Kaiying retorted, rolling her eyes. Guan smiled warmly, and in Zhang Kaiying's eyes, his expression appeared endearingly naive. This foolish disciple grandchild. Zhang Qiang shook her head with a wry smile but couldn't help worrying about how he would survive in the future. She added a reminder, the new Outer Sect Grand Elder is said to be ruthless. Be cautious. The Law Enforcement Hall has already investigated you once. It'll be hard for your junior sister to keep shielding you alone. When you enter the 8-View Celestial Realm, stay vigilant and avoid selling spirit tree fruits anymore. Guan nodded earnestly. I'll keep that in mind. After chatting for about the time it takes to burn an incense stick, Guan bid farewell and left. As autumn turned to winter, snow began blanketing Xian Valley. One day, the valley welcomed a visitor, whom Guan received in his pavilion. The sect master has instructed that if you encounter any issues in the outer sect, you can come directly to me. Lu Songhan, the new Outer Sect Grand Elder, spoke with a hearty laugh, his expression warm and welcoming. Lu Songhan was a nascent soul stage cultivator, a figure Zhang Qiang had described as a difficult and formidable opponent despite his cheerful demeanor. With his full head of white hair and deceptively youthful face, his broad smile gave him the air of an affable giant. Guan raised his cup in a toast. Many thanks for Elder Lu's care. The two drank together, their conversation growing livelier with each passing round. By the end, they were calling each other brothers. At noon, Guan saw Lu Songhan off. Once Lu had left, Yang Enai appeared beside Guan like a ghost, clicking her tongue in amazement. You're getting more impressive by the day, befriending even nascent soul cultivators. Guan shrugged. You can call me Brother Gu too, if you like. Do you want a beating? Yang Enai glared at him, her hand poised as if to draw her sword. Guan coughed lightly to defuse the tension. I've heard the Nightshade sect is on the rise. Be extra vigilant here in Xian Valley. Don't let their people steal any herbs. Yang Enai's expression grew serious as she nodded slightly. After giving her the warning, Guan turned to leave. Yang Enai watched him step onto the teleportation array and vanish in a flash of light. Her brows furrowed in thought. Why would he suddenly bring up the Nightshade sect? Could he have figured out my identity? Amidst the heavy snowfall blanketing the forests of the Northern Sea mountain range, Guan sat on a cliff's edge late into the night. Activating his lifespan barrier, he invested 100,000 years of lifespan into upgrading the Infinite Trace Celestial Step. The technique successfully evolved into the Infinite Free Step, reaching the pinnacle of mastery. As spiritual energy descended, he began to inherit the new technique. Half an hour later, Guan opened his eyes, the full essence of the Infinite Free Step now firmly ingrained in his mind. This technique allowed him to predict opponents' attack trajectories, bypass restrictions and formations, and tread across mystical manifestations. Its versatility made it equally effective for combat and escape. In another month, he planned to enhance the Grand Yin-Yang transformation, an advanced technique of the demonic shadow divine art, to further obscure his identity, a perfect complement to his cautious path in cultivation. Standing, Guan launched himself toward the Taixuan Sect, spreading his divine sense along the way to search for Li Ya. He found him diligently practicing swordsmanship by a lakeside in the Northern Sea. Though determined, it was unclear when Li Ya would fully master the Taixuan frightening god sword. Guan couldn't help but anticipate a future showdown between Li Ya and Hao, picturing their mutual shock when they both unleashed the same sword technique. The thought brought a smirk to his face. Curious, he sought out Hao Long, only to find the creature absent from the Northern Sea mountain range entirely. Perhaps it had been driven away by the local demons, or worse, Eden. If so, Hao Long had only its own bad luck to blame. Before dawn broke, Guan sped back to Xian Valley. A new year arrived, and with it came the Spring Festival. Lu Badian visited the Third Medicine Valley, bringing his newly accepted disciple, Anhao, to join the celebrations. Anhao had gone to the Outer Sect to fetch an Xian, who had grown into a graceful young woman. Standing beside Anhao, she looked like his destined partner. The Third Medicine Valley, now bustling with 300 errand disciples, was alive with activity. Guan planned to spend the evening in Xian Valley to ensure he didn't show favoritism. Sitting under an ancient tree, Guan drank with Lu Badian. Their conversation meandered over the trivial matters of the Third Medicine Valley, a topic Lu Badian seemed to enjoy. If you're so fond of the valley, why not relinquish your position as sect master and return to the countryside? Guan joked. Now that he was more familiar with Lu Badian, he dared to tease him, though his true confidence stemmed from his grand ascension stage cultivation. Lu Badian chuckled and shook his head. In this world, standing still is the same as retreating. If I were to give up my position as sect master, it wouldn't be long before I was labeled a traitor to the Taixuan Sect. Others would slander me as a demonic spy. Worse, the Lu and Gu families that support me wouldn't permit my retirement. He paused, his tone growing weighty. In the Taixuan Sect, cultivation is paramount, but sometimes, it's not everything. Guan picked up on the subtle undertone, sensing Lu Badian was offering him a veiled reminder. Changing the subject, Guan asked, have you heard about the rise of the Nightshade Sect? Having spent so long within the Taixuan Sect, Guan had developed a degree of loyalty to it. Lu Badian nodded lightly, pouring more wine for Gu, and the Taixuan Sect has long been aware of their presence. 200 years ago, the Nightshade Sect attempted to infiltrate the Taixuan Empire, manipulating the imperial family. I led the Taixuan Sect into battle against them at the Northern Sea and forced them into retreat. He sighed. Their resurgence now is likely because they perceive the Taixuan Sect to be weakened after the last Great War. They're not wrong, we're in no position to stop them from uniting the demonic path for the time being. Guan frowned. So what's the plan? Let them grow unchecked. Liu Beitian's expression remained calm. It's fine. Just as they've planted spies in the Taixuan Sect, we've done the same in their ranks. The Nightshade Sect is fragmented, and we've yet to uncover their origins. Knowing oneself and one's enemy is the key to victory. For now, we wait. Besides, I'm preparing to break through and challenge the heavens. Wait, you don't even know the strength of your enemy. Guan thought Liu Beitian was putting on a brave face, likely delaying action to focus on his breakthrough. Liu Beitian smiled and added, speaking of the Nightshade Sect, I plan to send 10 of our most talented young disciples to the Third Medicine Valley. They'll protect you and, at the same time, cultivate their inner peace. Caught off guard, Guan sighed. Protect me? They'll be more like my burden. I can't teach them anything. Liu Beitian shook his head. They don't need your instruction. Simply living here, calming their minds, and finding balance will suffice. A suspicion crossed Guan's mind. Could this guy suspect that I'm the sword sovereign of the righteous path? Otherwise, why show him such favor, even sending elite disciples under the guise of cultivating peace? Was Liu Beitian hoping the sword sovereign might give them a few pointers? Testing the waters, Guan asked, why not have the sword sovereign teach them directly? Isn't he supposed to be the strongest? Liu Beitian frowned and replied, to be honest, we have no clue who the sword sovereign is. He may be a reclusive ascetic. Examples of such figures in the Taixuan Sect aren't unheard of. With a history spanning thousands of years and over 1 million disciples, some inevitably stumble upon great opportunities and choose to remain in the shadows. He paused. Another possibility is that the sword sovereign is one of our supreme elders. These elders come and go unpredictably. They might even be behind the righteous path inscription on the heavenly mending platform, reminding us to uphold our sect's ethos. So there are supreme elders? No wonder Liu Beitian wasn't panicking. Guan felt relieved. Liu Beitian clearly didn't suspect him of being the sword sovereign. At most, he might believe Guan had some connection to the figure. With his doubts resolved, Guan asked, if you succeed in your breakthrough, will you be able to wipe out the Nightshade Sect? Liu Beitian grinned. If they're still at their strength from 200 years ago, I could handle them alone after breaking through. He leaned back and puffed his chest. Do you know what my cultivation level is? Guan hesitated. Something above the transformation stage. Ha ha ha. Liu Beitian laughed heartily, drawing curious glances from distant disciples. Leaning closer, Liu Beitian whispered, the stage above the transformation stage is the void transformation stage, then the integration stage. I am at the 9th level of the integration stage. As he spoke, his spiritual energy surged, forming a barrier to prevent others from eavesdropping. Feigning awe, Guan muttered, 9th level. How many years does it take to reach that? Liu Beitian laughed again. With your talent, reaching the nascent soul stage would be an accomplishment. Why not become my disciple? My cultivation level will be yours to rely on. His tone was dripping with temptation. Feigning excitement, Guan put on an eager face, much to Liu Beitian's delight. This kid's finally on board. But then Guan shook his head and sighed. Standing at the top isn't always a blessing. Like you, for example, you have your share of burdens. What's the point of high cultivation if you can't enjoy life? The comment left Liu Beitian exasperated. This kid knows nothing of the dangers of the cultivation world. Under the protection of the Taixuan Sect, Guan enjoyed a life of relative freedom. Without it, how could he act with such ease? Liu Beitian opened his mouth to respond but paused, recalling Guan's sharp opinions on the outer sect and his candid guidance. The reason he appreciated Guan was precisely because of his mindset. A disciple like Guan, free of excessive desires, would make an ideal sect master for the Taixuan Sect. Though Guan had no interest now, that could change in the future. After all, Liu Beitian still had a long time before reaching his limits. Convincing himself, Liu Beitian set his reservations aside. Guan then asked casually, Sect Master, what comes after the integration stage? Liu Beitian narrowed his eyes. When you become my disciple, I'll tell you. Guan raised a brow. Why are you so adamant about taking me as a disciple? You've already taken An Hao under your wing, why not groom him for the sect master role? He has an unclear background and once apprenticed under Chu Tiankai. I accepted him for his talent, not because I trust him, Liu Beitian replied bluntly. And you trust me? Of course. I've already investigated you thoroughly, Liu Beitian said with confidence. You were raised as a servant by the Ji family and have some ties to Li Sundao, likely through Li Ya, and perhaps even a slight connection to the Thousand Autumn Pavilion via the former Medicine Valley Master. But it's clear to me you're caught in circumstances beyond your control. Liu Beitian concluded with a look that said, I've figured you out completely. Guan feigned a nervous reaction, his face contorting with apparent unease. I didn't expect you to know all that. Should I sever all ties with them moving forward? Liu Beitian waved dismissively. No need. Cutting ties outright will only cause trouble. For now, stay as you are. In fact, I might even glean some intel from you about their activities. Taixuan Sect has so many spies it's like counting stars in the sky, just the ones I know of number in the thousands. Hearing this, Guan didn't know how to respond. He could only offer Liu Beitian a look of admiration, which the latter received with great satisfaction. Liu Beitian grew even more smug and launched into tales of chaos caused by spies in the past. Whenever such upheavals arose, Liu Beitian would sweep the board, claiming to purge all infiltrators. In reality, he spared half of them, framing internal rivals as demonic spies to deal with both groups at once. The surviving infiltrators were then promoted, leading them to feel deeply trusted, either turning loyal to the sect or growing so brazen that they gave Liu Beidian an excuse to take them out later. As their conversation stretched on, Guan realized Liu Beidian was imparting lessons on managing sect affairs. By evening, Guan returned to Xian Valley, joining the disciples for a festive dinner. As the gathering grew lively, Guan suddenly announced his decision: Lu Jujio would become his chief disciple, entrusted with overseeing the day-to-day affairs of Medicine Valley. The declaration left Lu Jujio stunned, his face a mix of confusion and disbelief. Across the room, Yang Enai frowned. So, he's starting to doubt me. She knew Guan and Lu Jujia had rarely interacted before. For him to suddenly promote Lu Jujia to chief disciple was suspicious at best. I need to act soon, Yang Enai thought, her expression darkening. Guan had no idea what Yang Enai was thinking. His choice of Lu Jujia as his disciple was simply because he had no better option. As for Yang Enai, he assumed she would leave sooner or later, so he never considered her as a potential true legacy first disciple. Late at night, after the banquet had ended and everyone had returned to their rooms, Guan quietly headed to the 8-View Celestial Realm. For some time now, he had been delving into the 10,000 Gu mystical art and had made significant progress. Beneath the spirit tree, Guan's thoughts stirred, summoning a figure from within a cave. The figure moved like a gust of wind, kicking up blades of grass in its wake. It was none other than Meng Lang, now transformed into a Gu corpse. Guan mentally commanded Meng Lang to pick a mature herb. After the task was complete, Guan waited for a long time, yet the expected notification of lifespan absorption never arrived. The plan had failed. It seemed that future endeavors would require his personal intervention. Guan felt a twinge of regret but wasn't too disappointed. After all, the harvests from the Third Medicine Valley and Horizon Valley had already started yielding results. His annual lifespan gains were at least 100,000 years, and the number continued to grow. In less than a century, he could accumulate 10 million years of lifespan. At this pace, Guan was already satisfied. After all, for ordinary cultivators, how many realms could they ascend in 100 years? After sending Meng Lang back to the cave, Guan drew the Tiangziu sword and began practicing the wood spirit sword technique. The next morning, Guan descended from the pavilion to lead his disciples in their morning exercises. Yang Enai also joined in. After the exercises, she quickly headed toward the forest. Guan noticed her unusual behavior. She seemed different today, so he decided to observe her. He saw Yang Enai sowing seeds in the forest, causing him to raise an eyebrow. The seeds looked unfamiliar. As a Grand Ascension stage cultivator, Guan had a photographic memory and keen observational skills. One glance told him that these seeds were of an unknown variety. He walked over, stopping behind Yang Enai. What are you planting? Guan asked curiously. As Yang Enai straightened, he discreetly cast a lifespan probe toward her palm. Nightshade, 6th grade 0/120/5000. A 6th grade spirit flower? And its name was Nightshade? Guan couldn't help but associate it with the Nightshade sect. Yang Enai replied, I found these seeds in the storage pouch of an enemy I defeated long ago. I don't know their exact name. They've been sitting in my pouch for decades, and I only thought to plant them today. Is that so? Guan murmured, thoughtful. Yang Enai observed his expression and asked, is there a problem with planting them? Go ahead and plant them. Guan smiled, not revealing the flower's origins. If Yang Enai wanted to plant a 6th grade spirit flower, why would he stop her? After all, he would be the one harvesting the herbs she cultivated. After offering a few encouraging words, Guan turned and left. Yang Enai watched his departing figure, finding him increasingly hard to understand. To think I was intimidated by a mere core formation cultivator, Yang Enai thought to herself with self-mockery. Then, she crouched down and continued planting the nightshade seeds. No matter what Guan speculated, as long as she had the chance to plant the flowers, she would plant them. She glanced at Guan's retreating back and thought, once I achieve great merit, I'll spare your life and even introduce you to the Nightshade sect. Having spent years together, she had grown fond of Guan and thought it would be a pity if someone like him perished in sectarian conflicts. He would thrive as part of the Nightshade sect. With the advent of spring, life began to flourish anew. The Taixuan Sect buzzed with activity again. In early March, Guan and Shenzhen were discussing books in the pavilion when they suddenly sensed something. Setting their books aside, Guan cleared his throat and said, put these things away. Shenzhen's cheeks flushed as she hastily stored all the drawings on the table into her storage pouch. Once everything was tidied up, they headed downstairs. Outside the pavilion, they saw a group of cultivators flying toward them. Among them, Guan spotted a familiar face, Ji Xuanyu. A total of 11 cultivators landed, and Guan scanned them with his lifespan probe. Aside from the leading cultivator, the other 10 were all under 100 years old. Their cultivation levels ranged from the 8th level of the core formation stage to the nascent soul stage, with 2 having already reached the latter. A nascent soul stage cultivator under 100 years old, what astonishing talent! The minimum lifespan of these prodigies exceeded 2,000 years. The lead cultivator, Lu Chen, was at the 2nd level of the void transformation stage. After landing, he cupped his hands toward Guan and said, these 10 disciples are the ones the sect master has entrusted to you for training, Valley Master. His polite tone, devoid of the arrogance typical of a void transformation stage Grand Master, piqued Guan's curiosity about Liu Beidian's leadership style. The Liu family certainly knew how to treat people well. Guan returned the courtesy with a bow and said, "Thank you for your trouble, senior." Lu Chen, pleased with Guan's respectful demeanor, smiled and nodded before leaving. Guan turned his attention to the 10 Taixuan Sect prodigies, who were also sizing him up. "Miss Shen, why are you here?" A young man in green robes frowned, clearly displeased to see Shen Zhen standing behind Guan. This man, Lu Yu, was at the 9th level of the core formation stage with a maximum lifespan of 2,409 years. Ignoring him, Shen Zhen addressed Guan, "Since your Medicine Valley has guests, I'll take my leave. Let's meet alone next time." With that, she leaped away, quickly vanishing behind the mountains. Solitude? Everyone's gaze toward Guan became peculiar, while a cold gleam flashed in Lu Yu's eyes. "Lu Yu has developed hostility toward you and intends to attack. Would you like to perform a lifespan probe on him? He wants to attack me? Just how deep is his hatred?" Guan spoke calmly, "Miss Shen and I simply share an interest in reading and occasionally exchange ideas. There's nothing more to it." She has even mentioned that her ideal partner is the sword sovereign of the righteous path. The group, all talented young cultivators, burst into laughter upon hearing this. Lu Yu awkwardly forced a smile and cast Guan an apologetic glance. They weren't fools. Since Lu Batian had personally assigned Guan to guide them, Guan must possess some extraordinary qualities. Even if he didn't, being under Lu Batian's protection was enough to make them tread carefully. While the Taixuan Sect cherished its prodigies, being a prodigy didn't mean one could act with impunity. If Lu Batian decided to target them, even their families would have to weigh the consequences. Ji Xuanyu broke the silence. "Valley Master, just tell us what to do. We'll follow your instructions." Her words immediately wiped the smirks off everyone's faces as they looked expectantly at Guan. After all, the sect master had said that coming here would aid their cultivation. Guan smiled and said, "Follow me, then. But don't complain about being tired or bitter. No one can quit halfway, only failures give up mid-journey." His words sparked a competitive glint in the eyes of the prodigies. Guan led them to a forest dozens of miles away and instructed them to clear the land, plant seeds, and inspect herbs. Though the tasks were mundane, the 10 disciples took them seriously, scrutinizing even the smallest stones along the way. After several days, one of the disciples, Chen Kang, couldn't hold back any longer. He stopped, looked at Guan, and asked sharply, "Are you playing with us? Is training the heart just making us herb farmers?" The others turned to Guan, even Ji Xuanyu frowning slightly. Guan had anticipated this reaction. Unfortunately, Lu Batian had insisted on this method. With a sigh, Guan retrieved 10 books from his storage pouch and handed them out. The group's mood brightened as they caught the books, their eyes lighting up at the title, the Shenzhou Sutra. The Shenzhou Sutra, someone read aloud, their curiosity piqued. Guan turned his back to them and said, "Comprehend it on your own." With that, he left, leaving the group to pore over the text. Lu Yu opened the first page and began reading aloud, "The Dao that can be spoken is not the eternal Dao, the name that can be named is not the eternal name." Behind him, Guan's lips curled into a smirk. The Shenzhou Sutra wasn't the Dao De Jing, it was a mishmash of famous phrases from ancient Chinese classics that he remembered. It was just convincing enough to fool them. There was no way he'd transcribe the real Dao De Jing. What if someone actually comprehended its truths? That'd be a disaster. After receiving the Shenzhou Sutra, Ji Xuanyu and the others each found a secluded spot to meditate, keeping to themselves. Their presence didn't disrupt the usual rhythm of the Third Medicine Valley. 5 days later, closing her copy of the Shenzhou Sutra, Ji Xuanyu looked down at the errand disciples laboring in the valley below. After a moment of thought, she descended the mountain to assist them. A genius sitting on the opposite peak saw her actions and seemed to have a realization. He also began descending the mountain. Though they couldn't make sense of the Shenzhou Sutra, its profoundness was undeniable. They connected its mysteries with Guan's initial arrangements, wondering if enlightenment might come amidst pastoral toil. 10 days passed. One by one, the other prodigies joined in the herb farming and other menial tasks of the Medicine Valley. They diligently worked during the day, studied the sutra during breaks, and cultivated their energy at night. Guan was thoroughly pleased. Lu Batian's selection of top-tier prodigies proved accurate, not a single one of them was foolish. Once they deemed something meaningful, they committed themselves wholeheartedly. 6 months flew by. Guan turned 59. On this day, while gathering herbs in Horizon Valley, his expression suddenly shifted. Handing the herbs to Sunda, he left the valley without explanation, leaving the onlookers puzzled but uninterested in questioning him. Since mastering the Black Tortoise tidal palm, Lucien had ceased antagonizing Guan. Instead, Lucien had thrown himself into relentless cultivation, seemingly possessed. His rapid progress suggested he might achieve the nascent soul stage within a few years. 100 miles from Horizon Valley, Guan vanished into thin air, reappearing thousands of miles away in the Xian Valley, then using a teleportation formation to arrive at the Third Medicine Valley. Stepping off the platform, he hurried toward the sevenfold purity tree, where he saw a figure standing in contemplation. From a distance, Guan performed a lifespan probe. Zhong Ying, Integration Stage, Level 4 860/2800/3100. This man practiced a unique technique that masked his cultivation as Nascent Soul Stage, Level 2. Guan's interest was piqued. Though his Grand Ascension Stage Divine Sense could discern hidden cultivation, it couldn't fully unravel Zhong Ying's technique. Walking up to the sevenfold purity tree, Guan greeted him. I am Guan, the master of this medicine valley. May I ask who you are? Zhong Ying, with his sharp features, small eyes, and goatee, looked every bit like a villain. Smiling, he raised a hand in greeting. I am Zhong Ying, an inner sect disciple. Passing by, I sensed the extraordinary aura of this tree. Could it be the legendary sevenfold purity tree? Guan stepped closer, grasping Zhong Ying's wrist firmly with his foundation establishment stage strength. Indeed, it is. Do you want it? Zhong Ying found the situation laughable. A mere foundation establishment cultivator dares lay hands on me? The Taixuan Sect must be short on talent if they've tasked someone so weak with growing the sevenfold purity tree. Then again, perhaps it's to avoid drawing attention. Zhong Ying prepared to shake Guan off with the strength of a nascent soul cultivator, confident it would suffice. But in the next moment, his expression shifted dramatically. His eyes narrowed, his brows furrowed, and he began to struggle. Surprise turned to terror as his face paled. How is this possible?
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.